Chapter 721 Battle against the Demon Commander. Because Yi Feng's team has strong harvesting ability, their position is relatively high. The demon side has sent several high-level demons to surround Yi Feng and others. Yi Feng was the first to intercept several high-level demons. Yi Feng did not kill them immediately. After all, in Yi Feng's eyes, the high-level demons were just a bunch of rubbish. For Yi Feng, who was in the bigger realm, the demon leader was what he should fight against. Yi Feng restrained the high-level demon, which surprised many demons, especially the high-level demons. They already have wisdom. I didn't expect that the guy in front of me was so capable at such a young age. This little guy is a bit interesting. It seems that ordinary high-level demons don't have much influence on him. Look at how easily he can move among those high-level demons, said the demon general. The general is indeed like this. If I don't kill him, I won't let them have time to grow up. General Tianma said, Go. This kind of good seedling should be strangled in the cradle. The Tianwai battlefield is not for them to play. They must pay the price with their lives. Yes, General. A demon commander rushed towards Yi Feng with great momentum. The other elders of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance had already entangled their opponents and had no time to take care of Yi Feng's side. Long Tian, however, stood aside motionless. As long as the demon general opposite him did not move, he would not be moved. Of course, Long Tian also saw it. And there was a demon commander rushing towards Yi Feng's location. Not only did he not move, but he also wanted to watch what was going on over there. He also wanted to use the demon commander's cell phone to kill Yi Feng. Humph. This heavenly demon commander is not as smart as the average heavenly demon. The heavenly demon who can work under this heavenly demon general is much more powerful than the average heavenly demon at the same age. I wish you good luck. Long Tian saw something different about this demon leader. Couldn't Yi Feng see it? Yi Long, who was standing next to Yi Feng, said, What's wrong is that they are relatives of General Tianma. Their abilities are even stronger than ordinary demon commanders. Oh, really? Since it's even stronger than the ordinary demon commander, I'm going to give it a try. Yi Feng, don't be brave. The Great Elder didn't ask you to deal with a demon commander, let alone this upgraded version of the demon commander. Yi Feng said, Okay. I know I will be more careful. But you have to deal with these high-level demons. Xiao He said, I should have dealt with this boss thing a long time ago. These junior demons and intermediate demons are so boring. With that said, Xiao He jumped directly in front of Yi Feng and introduced a high-level demon into his opponent. Soon, several high-level demons had been separated by the group of guys behind Yi Feng, leaving Yi Feng free to deal with the flying demon leader. When the demon commander arrived, he gave Yi Feng a warning. The demon commander's flesh-colored wings fanned out with huge wind force, trying to blow Yi Feng away. But Yi Feng was unmoved and stood motionless, not afraid of his wind power at all. The demon commander was a little surprised. If an ordinary strong person in the bigger realm were to face his own wind power, he would be a little overwhelmed or have some difficulty. But the guy in front of me didn't show any signs of exertion, and seemed somewhat calm and composed. Boy, you are very good. Yi Feng smiled and said, It's been a long time since I've fought with a capable person, so let me practice with you. Haha. You Earthlings are really arrogant. Yi Feng smiled and said, It's not that we are too arrogant, but that you demons invaded our Earth for no reason. We are just defending our homeland. Haha. Defending your home is so ridiculous. Once our reinforcements arrive, forget about defending your home. You will even lose your lives. Yi Feng shouted, Then I will kill you before your reinforcements arrive. Idiots talk in their sleep. Just wait and see. The actions of the heavenly demon commander are indeed different from ordinary high-level heavenly demons. Their power is very large, and their combat power is also terrifying. But in comparison, Yi Feng's response method was extremely simple. The appearance of the demon refining pot directly blocked the opponent's full blow. The opponent is also at the bigger realm, so it is simply impossible to break through the defense of the demon refining pot. You actually have a treasure. You're not an easy boy. Speaking of the greedy eyes of the demon commander, he looked at the demon refining pot in Yi Feng's hand. The treasure was a level higher than the spiritual weapon. It would be good for ordinary people to have spiritual weapons, but precious weapons would be unthinkable. Yi Feng also noticed the greedy look in the other person's eyes. It was obvious that this thing was just like what the guy said. It could drive a group of people crazy. But Yi Feng will never let this guy take away the demon refining pot in his hand, let alone let him leave with this news. In addition to the demon refining pot, Yi Feng also has a Xianyuan sword, which is also at the level of a treasure, and is a top-quality treasure. Of course, Yifeng would not use this top-notch treasure right away, but would give him a fatal blow at the critical moment when fighting the Demon Commander. Dark Magician. Dark Entanglement. Don't forget that Yifeng is a long-range professional magician with control skills. So Yifeng's unexpected appearance caught the opponent off guard. After being entangled in darkness, the Demon Commander's movement speed suddenly slowed down, which surprised the Demon Commander. This sudden attack really caused him a big loss. When Tianma Tongli's speed was halved, Yifeng would not leave any chance for the opponent to counterattack. The demon refining pot in his hand had turned into a huge cauldron and crashed directly into it. Boom! The demon refining pot hit the opponent hard, making a sound like metal collision. The Demon Commander knew that it was a treasure, so he took action resolutely when he completely lost his active defense. Although he was able to block the attack of the demon refining pot, it caused him to suffer serious wounds and vomit blood. Hey, this human kid is a bit interesting. The Pope also looked at Yifeng and said to himself, not bad. When did China produce such a young figure? On the contrary, Long Tian was secretly annoyed. He didn't expect Yifeng's fighting ability to be so strong. After being angered by Yifeng, the Demon Commander immediately went crazy. The Demon Commander was originally a relatively high-level person. If other beings were injured by a junior like Yifeng, it was conceivable that he had lost all face. The Demon Commander shouted, originally I wanted to play with you, but now it seems there is no need. I will make him die miserably. Kill him with one blow. The devil is in chaos. This is a relatively advanced skill among the Demon Commanders. The Demon Commanders, who can use such skills, are already the best among the Demon Commanders. I didn't expect this guy to use such a skill to kill Yifeng. Chapter 722 Killing Someone with a Borrowed Knife. After seeing the Demon Commander use this skill, Long Tian was extremely happy. This skill is not something that ordinary people in the realm of Bigu can master. This Yifeng is only in the middle stage of Bigu, so how can he possibly master it? Even if the magic weapon in Yi's hand is special, I'm afraid it won't be able to stop it. Of course Yifeng felt the power of that skill, so he directly sent out the defensive skills of the demon refining pot. At the same time, Yifeng also wanted to be conservative, and the best defense was the most powerful attack. So Yifeng launched his own attack after the demon refining pot. Demonization. After the demonization, Yifeng and the demon leader looked similar, but Yifeng looked more like a dark angel, while the other person looked like a bat. The Pope was shocked. Isn't this the totem fallen angel from the Dark Temple corresponding to their temple? Is this guy a descendant of a fallen angel? The Pope can also perform skills similar to Yifeng's, but his whole body is covered with pure white holy light, unlike Yifeng's darkness. With the help of the demon refining pot, Yifeng's changes were not noticed by the opponent's demon commander at all. Death Harvest. After the demon refining pot blocked the opponent's demon's dazzling skill, its power was halved, but it still rarely came to Yifeng. But Yifeng will not stand there silently and beat you. The god-killing sickle in his hand cut off the head of the demon commander directly like the tip of a knife. The demon commander originally looked proud, but when he saw the string of black shadows coming out, he was really frightened. Ding! There was a sound of metal colliding, and Yifeng's death sickle was blocked by the arms of the demon commander. But even so, the demon commander was seriously injured and was directly knocked away, creating a huge hole in the ground. Ah! Yifeng was a little curious as to why this demon leader was so powerful. His arms were like steel, and he could cut endlessly. But what Yifeng didn't know was that the situation on the demon commander's side was even worse. Unexpectedly, Yifeng's attack would be so fast and powerful. His arms could no longer use any strength at this moment, and the bones in his hands were completely broken. The demon commander, who lost his arm, stared at Yifeng with a ferocious expression. You can do it, kid. If I don't kill you today, how can I show up among the demons? Yifeng looked at the intact demon commander. This guy must be too patient. It's okay. The demon has mobilized all the momentum in his body to restore his hands. But for a while, he was unable to connect the bones in his hands. I don't care whether you are a man of steel or invulnerable, but now that you have come to my door, I cannot let you go. Yifeng launched another attack. Darkness is coming. This is the only skill under the magic skill that has a displacement skill. But this skill is extremely violent. Not only does it have the ability to move, but it also comes with dark damage. When Yifeng appears next to the demon commander, before the demon commander could resist, he was suppressed by Yifeng, and his aura was completely indescribable. Go to H.L. The sickle in Yifeng's hand rushed directly towards the demon commander's investment. and this time, he was determined to kill him with the sword. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Just when Yi Feng's sword almost cut off the opponent's head, the sickle stopped motionless on his head. Yi Feng was shocked. Who protected this guy? Yi Feng looked up and saw a demon general staring at Yi Feng. Killing my bodyguard in front of me. You are very brave. Facing the demon general, Yi Feng had no chance of winning and kept retreating. I don't want to die yet. After all, the strength gap between the two sides is there, and I won't put myself in danger unless it is absolutely necessary. At this time, as two immortal cultivators in the Golden Core realm, Pope and Long Tian finally stood up. What are you talking about? General Tianmo? Neither of us took action. It's unreasonable for you, a rough man, to attack this junior. Humph. I'm going to operate on him today. I'll see what you can do to me. With that said, General Tianmo took action. The Pope quickly shouted, Boy, get back. Yi Feng quickly retreated. He was not able to participate in the battle of this level. General Tianmo wants to kill Pope Yi Feng, but he cannot allow General Tianmo to do so. But there was one person who was willing to see this happen, and that person was Long Tian. Instead of trying to intercept General Tianmo, he deliberately gave in. Let Yi Feng appear in the attack gap of General Tianmo. Hey, go to H.L. General Tianmo seized the opportunity to attack and slashed directly at Yi Feng. Yi Feng echoed and glared at Long Tian. This guy could obviously help him block it, but he actually dodged it. The demon refining pot. Guard. Holy light shield. The demon general's attack directly tore apart the demon refining pot's defense. Yi Feng thought he had done it this time, but a shield flowing with holy light actually appeared in front of him. The demon general's attack hit it, but it didn't move at all. Yi Feng looked at the Pope. It was this guy who saved him. Yi Feng nodded towards the Pope. Thank you very much for the Pope's rescue. Unlike some people, Long Tian said seriously, Yi Feng, I can conclude that you are disrespecting your superiors. I can avoid it. So why do you have to intercept it? You? The Pope said, Okay. Stop arguing. The demon general is in front of us. We will talk about the previous things later. We must repel them first. Long Tian knew that there was no chance to kill Yi Feng today, so he simply ignored Yi Feng and attacked General Tianmo directly. The battle between Long Tian and General Tianmo was simply a gorgeous and terrifying fireworks. The demon general, who came to see the Pope watching eagerly from the side, did not dare to go too deep, lest he get into danger. After the battle lasted for an hour or two, with the wave of the demon general's hand, all the demons left the Tianwai battlefield and returned to their battleships, leaving a lot of corpses. Everyone go back. Long Tian left directly with the people from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, completely ignoring Yi Feng's eyes. Yi Feng was so angry. He knew that Long Tian was disadvantageous to him, but his own strength was limited, and he was no match for him. Boy, I heard that you are the same Yi Feng who was on Earth before. Thank you very much. After waiting for Long Tian to leave, the Pope said to Yi Feng. Yi Feng nodded and said, Thank you so much for the Pope's intervention. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to stand here and talk to you right now. Even if I don't take action, you will be safe and sound. Right? Yi Feng smiled. It seemed that the Pope was not so easy to fool. Chapter 723 Go on patrol. After the Pope left, Yi Feng and others returned to their camp. Although there were injuries in this battle, there were no casualties. It seemed that the human side still had the upper hand. Brother Yi Feng is obviously going to kill you for Long Fei. It will be difficult for you to take care of you in this outer battlefield. Especially the Great Elder. I don't know what happened. It's not a good thing for you to be in seclusion all of a sudden, Long said with some worry. Yes, boss. At first glance, Long Fei wants to kill you today. He wants to use the hands of General Tianmo to kill you. That's right. If there is someone from the Long family behind him, I can guarantee that he will not hide. What's more, General Tianmo's move is just an ordinary move for Long Fei. It's easy to follow. And you see, the Pope doesn't have to put much effort into it. People around Yi Feng are worried about Yi Feng. After all, Yi Feng is their spiritual support. Today's results are entirely due to Yi Feng. Yi Feng said, You don't need to worry about me. It's not that easy for Long Fei to kill me. What he did today has probably made many people remember him, even if they don't dare to show it. It's aimed at him. But I'm afraid it doesn't have much prestige for people like Long Fei. Yin Yu and others nodded. Long Tian's actions today will definitely attract a lot of rumors to him. But Long Tian is a strong man in the Golden Core realm. Even some rumors don't matter to him. After all, his strength lies in there. You only said that you were talking behind him. When he was opposite, no one would dare to say anything. Yin Yu said, you still have to be careful in everything. After all, he is hiding and I am revealing. If they want to kill you, it will not happen in a day or two. You're right what you said to this young lady. We are in the open, and they are in the dark. We can't guard against them attacking us. Yi Long doesn't want to have a good backer like this and just disappear. Of course, he hopes Yi Feng lives longer, which has greater security for their Yi family. Yi Feng said, well, I will be more careful. And you should also be careful. If they can't catch me, they may attack you. Of course, it is unlikely that they will attack you. But you still have to be careful. Others nodded. They also knew that staying with Yi Feng was definitely dangerous. But the benefits were proportional to the danger. If Yi Feng became famous in just one step, then they would become phoenixes. Now it seems that Yi Feng's ability is getting better day by day. Their original choice should not be wrong. Even if it is wrong, they should feel it is worth it at this time. After all, before following Yi Feng and after following Yi Feng, there is a completely huge difference. Yi Feng said, let's go. It's not safe here after all. If the demon's army suddenly returns, it won't be easy for us. After all, the demons in this place will not show mercy to you. If they catch a human being, they will definitely beat him to death. Everyone followed Yi Feng back to their tents. But when Yi Feng approached his tent, he specifically took a look at the tent where the Great Elder was. But there was still no movement. However, you can faintly feel the fluctuations of the spiritual energy of the Great Elder practicing inside. It seems that this god-slaying art is very useful to the Great Elder. And the effect is also very great. I don't know how much surprise the Great Elder will bring to Yi Feng and others when he comes out of seclusion next time. A few days have passed since the demon attacked the outer battlefield. On this day, Yi Long came outside the tent of Yi Feng and others and shouted, Brother Yi Feng, today we are going to patrol the Tianwai battlefield and serve as sentinels. Yi Feng and others were practicing quietly. When they heard Yi Long's words, everyone woke up from their practice. Yi Feng took the lead in opening the tent and walked out and said, Is it our turn so soon? Yi Long said, originally, it was impossible for you to go. After all, you are here to practice. But the Great Elder is in retreat. And Long Tian has the final say on all matters in our Immortal Cultivator Alliance. So you understand? Yi Feng nodded. It seemed that Long Tian still wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, he and others were not strong enough and were passive. Moreover, the Great Elder was in seclusion at the moment and could not interfere with them at all. This Long Tian, that is, the Great Elder dares to act arrogantly when he is in seclusion. If he really waits until the Great Elder comes out of seclusion, I don't think he will even dare to fart. Xiao Hei said angrily. Yi Long said with a wry smile, You also know that the Great Elder is currently in seclusion, so we can only agree temporarily. Yi Feng nodded. This shouldn't be difficult for Yi Long. After all, Yi Long is just an ordinary cultivator in the consecration realm. Yi Feng said, Okay. How many people do you want? Yi Long stretched out a palm and said, There are 5 people in total. Apart from me, there are 4 people on your side. Yi Feng said, Let me be the one. Chu Tianai is the one. Leng Shui is the one. And there is Xiao Hei. It's so convenient to have an assassin. The people who were called by Yi Feng were secretly happy. But those who were not called were a little depressed. Especially Yin Yu and Zisu. How could Yi Feng not take him with him? Yi Feng, what are you doing? Why don't you take the 2 of us with you? Do you think the 2 of us are a burden? Zisu said, glaring at Yi Feng bitterly. Yi Feng said, Of course it's not the first time. Of course you have to get familiar with the environment. It's good to wait for this group to be brought over. I will take you on the next patrol. But it's just who goes first and who comes last. Really? Facing Zisu's question, Yi Feng looked at Yi Long. Yi Long had an idea and said quickly, That's for sure. It's not like you don't know Long Tian's hatred for you. I'm afraid it won't be long before it's your turn again. If you want to go on patrol, there are plenty of opportunities. Oh, that's it. Since that's the case, I will forgive you. Yi Feng smiled and patted Zisu's little head. This guy is really awesome. Yi Long said, Don't worry. My sister-in-law's patrol is only for 5 hours. After 5 hours, another round of people will come to take over our shift. Yi Feng said, It's only 5 hours. I thought it would take a day. Haha. After patrolling this place for a day, You will be very nervous just in case. So the Great Elder has formulated such a procedure. Once every 5 hours. This Great Elder did a really good job. If a pair of men and horses patrolled for 24 hours, I'm afraid it would really make people collapse. Let's go. We don't have much time. Try not to keep the brothers in front waiting too long. Well, let's go. Okay. I've been stuck here for a few days, and I really don't know what to do. I finally have something to do. Yi Long shook his head with a wry smile. This is what the newcomers and old people said. They definitely don't want to leave the camp easily. After all, the camp is the safest place. Chapter 724 Long Lin. Farewell to Yan Yuzisu and others. Yi Feng. Yi Long and others once again came to the editor of Tianwai Battlefield, where the demon invaded. Phew. I can finally go out for a walk. My hands and feet are really rusty in other tents all day long. Xiao He complained. Haha. Little black brother. You have just come here to wait for you. After staying here for a few years, you will feel that staying in the tent is the happiest thing. Yi Long said teasingly. But Xiao He didn't mean to be angry at all. Instead, he said with some doubts, Brother Yi Long, what do you mean by this? It seems that it is dangerous to go out on patrol? Going out on patrol is actually not as dangerous as when fighting. But it will break your spirit because you always need to keep an eye on what's going to happen on the devil's side. That's it. I definitely won't. It's only 5 hours. After these 5 hours, I'm afraid I'll have to be locked up for a few days. Yi Long said, you are still too young. There are also patrols on the demon side. But they usually hide very secretly. Sometimes if you relax a little vigilance, if you are attacked by them, you may be able to stay forever. It's here. So everyone must cheer up for 5 hours. Yi Feng nodded and said, so. 5 hours of high concentration will indeed make people collapse. After a long time, more people may want to hide in tents and practice instead of coming to the edge of the battlefield. Yes, but we are in a team. Because of your presence, Yi Feng, we don't need to be too afraid. After all, there are very few elders in the bigger realm who will come out to patrol, let alone the demon commander. So Yi Long was still blessed by Yi Feng. And these 5 hours made him feel a lot more relaxed. Yi Feng said, the 5 people in front should be from our Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Well, but every team has a captain. One of the 5 people is the son of the Long family. This guy is the captain of the 5 people. Yi Feng frowned. Why were there people from the Long family everywhere he went? The Long family was quite powerful in the outer battlefield. Brother Yi Feng, don't worry about him. He is just a cultivator in the Enlightenment realm. He is nothing more than a piece of cake for you. If he really dares to say something rude, just hit him. The younger generation is disrespectful to the elders, so it is reasonable to teach him a lesson. As it should be. Yi Feng was still thinking about how he should deal with it. After waiting for the teasing from the Long family, he felt more calm after hearing what Yi Long said. When Yi Feng and others arrived in front of the small team, Yi Long said, Long Lin, I'm here to pick up your shift. You can go back and rest. Long Lin ignored Yi Long. Instead, he looked at Yi Feng and said, You must be Yi Feng. You dare to come to the outer battlefield knowing that you have offended the Long family. I really don't know how death is written. Yi Feng said, Your name is Long Lin. Right? Why don't you bow when you see the elders of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance? TCH. Who do you think you are? Why should I? Long Lin. Salute you? Yi Feng said, You don't have to salute me. But please shut your mouth and disappear from here as soon as possible. Otherwise, I may not be able to control my fists. Unexpectedly, Long Lin did not leave because of this. Instead, he laughed wildly and said, You still let me salute you. Don't think that just because you are a cultivator in the bigger realm, you can do whatever you want. You must know that here, we dragons the family has the final say. Snapped. Yi Feng took action directly, stood motionless, slapped Long Lin in the face and said, Say it again. Who has the final say on the outer battlefield? How dare you hit me? Do you want to treat me as a mortal enemy of the Long family? Ha ha. You are so funny. As if my boss doesn't hit you, you will let our boss go. Xiao He mocked. Long Lin was furious because he was slapped by Yi Feng. But because Yi Feng was an immortal cultivator in the bigger realm, he did not dare to take action. However, this Xiao He was only an immortal cultivator in the early stage of the Kaiguang realm, and he dared to teach him a lesson. You dare to speak to me like this for a mere consecrated guy. I'm impatient now. Let me teach you a lesson. Before Long Lin could take action again, Another slap hit his face. Snapped. Yifeng said calmly, who has the final say on the outer battlefield. Damn Yifeng. Of course my Long family has the final say on the battlefield outside the world. Snapped. Yifeng took action again, and said with a serious face, on the outer battlefield. Your Long family has the final say. Right? Snapped. Where did you put the Great Elder? Could it be that the ancestor of your Long family, Long Tianchi, is on top of the Great Elder? Snapped. Puff. This last slap directly threw Long Lin to the ground. Yifeng was very angry. The Elder worked hard to protect the earth. But the Long family bullied others. It was really hateful. Yi Long whispered from the side, that's enough. Just teach him a lesson. Don't really beat him to death. Well, I know what I know. Don't worry about it. After being slapped several times by Yifeng, Long Lin's face was swollen like a bun. And even his voice changed. Not only did Long Lin have no intention of repenting, but he looked at Yifeng even more shocked and said, without the help of my Long family, his elder is nothing. Remember, as long as you stay in Tianwai battlefield for 1 day, I won't let you have a good life. After saying that, Long Lin got up and hurriedly left Yifeng's sight. The other 4 people nodded to Yifeng and left quickly. Yifeng frowned and asked, it seems that the Long family has a lot of prestige on this outer battlefield. No. Our Immortal Cultivator Alliance is divided into 2 camps. One side is headed by Long Tian, and the other side is of course following the Great Elder wholeheartedly. However, the Great Elder puts the overall situation first, and has not done anything to Long Tian or the others. There are so many restrictions, which is why we are in this situation today. Chu Tianai asked, then the Great Elder doesn't care? Of course we have to take care of it. But in the end, we were fooled by Long Tian. And the Great Elder had no choice but to let it go. If the Long family didn't have a person like Long Tian, who would have had their turn to be arrogant here, so we can only endure it. After all, the safety of the earth is the most important thing. Yifeng and others nodded. The Great Elder was indeed a good person, and worked hard for the sake of the earth. But the Long family was hateful. It seemed that when he had the strength, he must cure this problem for them. Yi Long said, okay. They have left. Let me take you to start patrolling. Remember to be careful about the surrounding environment. Sometimes those demons are hidden very deep. Well, I'm sorry to bother you. Brother Yi Long. Chapter 725. Looking at each other. On the edge of the Tianwai battlefield, there were not only patrols on Yifeng's side, but also people from other areas patrolling here. The area on his side is where the European guys patrol. And that side is the North American area. And this side is where we patrol. There are 3 locations distributed to strictly guard the entrance to the Tianwai battlefield. Yifeng had already seen 2 pairs of blonde and blue-eyed people patrolling there. And there were also some dark-skinned people among them. These people are all superpowers. If they belong to the Pope, because there are so many people on their side, there are 2 areas allocated to them. However, no matter how many superpowers they have, they will not be able to compete with the alliance of immortal cultivators because there is a gap between the 2. Yifeng said, it seems relatively simple on patrol. The demons shouldn't be so ignorant and come out to cause trouble. Yi Long said, it's hard to say. Sometimes there will be individual demons who want to take the opportunity to sneak into our earth. For example, I heard before that a demon leader slipped in. Right. Yifeng nodded and said, that's true. But they have been killed. And there are still many ordinary junior demons among them. They should have been wiped out. But I don't know if there are any deeper demons hidden among them. Well, anyway, some combat forces have been deployed on the earth. Even ordinary demons can deal with them. Our main task is to intercept high-level demons and demon commanders. Otherwise, they will cause huge damage to the earth. Yifeng nodded. After all, the outer battlefield is the real place of fighting. If it is lost here, it will be useless to defend it on earth. After all, this place is directly connected to the earth. Most of the people on the earth are ordinary people. If the demons enter, ordinary people have no ability to resist. Even if they have weapons, it is easy for these demons to block the weapons. Yi Long said, come on. Come with me. Our patrol distance is not short. Okay. Everyone. Follow up and be careful. By the way, Xiao He, hide yourself just in case. Okay. Boss. Xiao He immediately disappeared in front of the 4 people. If you didn't check carefully, it would be difficult to find Xiao He's existence. Yi Long said, this little black brother's stealth skills are quite good. How did he achieve it? Even I may not be able to find his location for a while. Yifeng said, that's natural. You have never seen another person in our team who has the ability to be invisible. His stealth technology has reached a superb level. There's no one with better invisibility than Brother Black. Hee hee. Of course there is. That's my master. When it comes to stealth combat ability, my master says it's number 1. I'm afraid no one dares to say it's number 2. Although Xiao Hei hid himself, he still made a sullen voice when he spoke about his master. Who is Brother Blackie's master? Is he in the camp? Yifeng nodded and said, yes. We are in the camp. Yi Long was a little curious. How did Yifeng and this group of people become so good? The spells used are all weird and have never been seen before. Although immortal cultivators have thousands of spells, spells like theirs are really rare, and some of them have never even been heard of. However, Yi Long didn't want to ask further. After all, it was people's privacy. So he took Yifeng and others to their patrol area. The distance where Yifeng and the others need to patrol is quite long. During this period, there are some terrain areas where it is easier to hide the demons, which makes Yifeng and the others particularly careful. Yi Long walked to a hillside and stopped. Here is the most likely place where demons are hidden. Some demons will hide in this place and give us a fatal blow when we are not careful. Yifeng looked at several small hillsides appearing in front of him. Indeed, no one could be seen, and it was indeed a good place to hide. After all, they had lost sight. Yifeng said, Xiao Hei, go over and take a look. Be careful. Xiao Hei didn't say anything, and started to slowly explore the hillsides. He walked at an unusually slow speed, because any sound emitted from this place would probably be noticed by the other party. There are a total of 4 hillsides in front of Xiao Hei, and there may be a demon hidden behind each hillside. So Xiao Hei is more careful. Even if he is invisible, he may be discovered by the other party. Xiao Hei moved forward slowly, and when he reached the first hillside, he saw no one behind the hillside. Xiao Hei breathed a sigh of relief. Then Xiao Hei went to the other 3 hillsides again, and found no trace of the demon on the first 2. But Xiao Hei discovered that someone seemed to have just appeared here, because the soil here had obviously just been trampled. There was only 1 hill left, and Xiao Hei's instinct told him that there was definitely someone behind him. As soon as Xiao Hei thought about it, he found a black head protruding from behind the hillside. It was an ordinary demon. Xiao Hei stood motionless. It was obvious whether the other party had noticed him, but he did not realize where he was. Xiao Hei stepped back step by step. The opponent was definitely not as simple as an ordinary demon. Ordinary demons do not have any intelligence. Even if something happens, they will not be as cautious as now. There should be senior demons or demon commanders commanding them. Xiao Hei wanted to tell Yifeng and the others about this situation, but Xiao Hei was unable to move at this moment because the other parties seemed to be staring at his position. As an assassin, Xiao Hei is the most stable profession. As an assassin, of course, he has to hide himself and wait until level 10 to give him a one-hit kill effect. Yifeng and others who were waiting for Xiao Hei found that Xiao Hei had been gone for such a long time without any movement. Will there be any problems with the boss? Xiao Hei has been gone for a long time. Yifeng also frowned. He knew Xiao Hei's ability. If he couldn't beat him, even if he couldn't beat him, he could still slip away. Chu Tianai said, Boss, how about I go over and take a look? Yifeng said, no need to wait any longer. There should be a demon hiding there. Xiao Hei doesn't dare to move. Yi Long said, then what should we do? The demons they dispatched are at least high-level demons. It is also possible that the demons are leading the little black brothers. I am afraid they are in trouble. Yifeng also wanted to move. If Xiao Hei was in their hands, Yifeng could still save him. But if Xiao Hei just hid aside and did not take any action, Yifeng and the others would not be able to alert the enemy. After all, Yifeng doesn't feel any fighting situation at all now. If he can fight, Yifeng will know it immediately. Chapter 726, The Thin Line of Life and Death. At this moment, Xiao Hei stood motionless while holding his breath. Because Xiao Hei discovered that behind that hillside, there was really more than just an ordinary demon. Because Xiao Hei actually saw a pair of flesh-colored wings exposed. This was a demon commander level existence. Facing such a demon Xiao Hei, he had no chance of winning. Fortunately, Xiao Hei didn't alert the enemy. Otherwise he might have been noticed by the other party. But judging from the current situation, it is not certain whether the other party is aware that there is someone in their position. Because they did not see it. What should I do? If the other person keeps looking at me, something might happen. Xiao Hei was also worried. If he moved, the other party would probably capture him immediately. With his own abilities, it would be difficult to escape from the demon commander. Ask Yifeng for help. But if you really ask Yifeng for help, although you can save your life, these guys will probably escape. Now that I have come to the outer battlefield, I want to experience myself. What if I encounter the demon commander alone in the future, waiting to die? This is not what Xiao He wants to encounter. But judging from the current situation, Xiao He must either call for help or continue to wait for the opportunity. The owner of the pair of fleshy wings finally tried it out and looked at Xiao He's position. But he was not sure if there was anyone there. At the same time, for the sake of safety, the demon commander took out a horn from the head of a junior demon, flicked it, and flew towards Xiao He's location. The speed was as fast as lightning. Even if Xiao He had noticed it, he seemed to have no time to react. Xiao He quickly turned sideways, and the sharp horn directly penetrated Xiao He's arm and flew over. Xiao He's arm was directly scratched, and Xiao He, who was invisible, was also knocked out of his original shape. After revealing his true face, Xiao He didn't think too much. He directly activated his sprinting skills and quickly ran towards Yifeng and the other's location. At the same time, the demon commander saw that Xiao He was the only one and rushed forward without hesitation. They did not want Xiao He to run for help and expose their whereabouts. A cultivator who is only in the consecration period dares to block the way of this commander. It's not that easy to leave. The speed of the demon commander can be said to be very fast, and the speed of the pair of fleshy wings behind him makes his figure extremely light. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up with Xiao He. At the same time, Yifeng has already sensed the aura of fighting. After all, as a strong man in the bigger realm, he can react faster than others. Whoosh! With a sound, Yifeng flew out and quickly headed to Xiao He's location. No! Xiao He is in danger. Chu Tianai shouted anxiously before catching up with Yifeng. The other two people followed without hesitation. They didn't expect that there really was a demon in this position. And judging from Xiao He's ability, the other person was definitely not a high-level demon, and was probably the commander of the demon. At this moment, Xiao He has been overtaken by the demon commander. Blocking his retreat route, Xiao He has already held his dagger in his hand, facing the demon commander. It seems that the only way to get Yifeng and others to arrive is to fight. Hee. Although your abilities are very special, much like those guys from the Shadow Clan, it's a pity that your abilities are too low and you can't leave. Xiao He said, my boss is coming soon and you can't kill me. The demon commander is not a fool. He clearly feels that there is a powerful force rushing towards this direction. But he must deal with this little black guy in front of him. It is not that he doesn't know how much harm the Shadow Clan has done to their demons. Therefore, he did not intend to give up killing Xiao He. He just wanted to kill Xiao He as fast as he could. Otherwise, when this guy grows up, he may be in great trouble for them. The attack of the demon commander fell in front of Xiao He in an instant. The gap in strength made Xiao He unable to resist it. He held his hands in front of his chest, his dagger emitting a strong light. Shouted, Shadow Strike. There was originally one Xiao He in front of the demon commander, but now there were three. The three of them attacked at the same time, trying to resist the demon commander's attack. Wishful thinking. Boom! Xiao He was directly knocked away. But fortunately through his own efforts, he was not killed immediately. But this also caused Xiao He to be seriously injured. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Xiao He's mouth. Xiao He stumbled and tried to get up, but found a scar on his chest, which was so deep that the bones were visible. These were the claw marks of the demon commander. There were originally 3 marks, but 2 were blocked by Xiao He's shadow strike. It's not bad. You can block my blow, but it's just a level 1. You're seriously injured. Xiao He fell to the ground and said with a smile, so what? You can't escape anymore. The demon commander, who originally had a smile on his face, now looked extremely ugly, because a voice sounded like thunder and lightning in his ears. You are seeking death and dare to touch my brother. Kill him with Xian Yuan's sword. A surging attack fell directly on the demon commander. Knowing that the opponent had a lot of background, the demon commander rushed towards Xiao He desperately. Even if he died, he would have someone to support him. But he still underestimated Yifeng's ability. Xiao He closed his eyes. Maybe this was the last moment of his life. But Yifeng's attack came faster than expected, and the demon commander had to give up attacking Xiao He, even though the heavenly demon commander used a pair of flesh wings to tightly surround himself. He was not the commander beside the heavenly demon general, and his level was not high. Facing Yifeng's sudden attack, even if he blocked it, he was still seriously injured. One flesh thorn was broken, and the other was also scarred. Yifeng landed directly in front of Xiao He and said, "Is everything okay?" Xiao He said, "You won't die yet, but if you can hold this guy down, it can be regarded as a great achievement." Yifeng said, "You should have reminded me earlier. Don't wait until now. If you die, I will be a sinner. Do you know?" Xiao He smiled and said, "Aren't you here, boss? I can't die. Don't you think it's just now? I'm just a little injured." Yifeng shook his head with a sigh. What if these guys arrived a little late? Yifeng held Xianyuan's sword in his hand, pointed at the demon commander opposite and said, "Should I kill you directly? Or should you deal with it yourself?" The demon commander looked at Yifeng and said, "It turns out it's you. I'm stuck here today." The two sides were not on the same level, especially when Yifeng was angry. And after taking out the Xianyuan sword, the two sides did not start fighting. And the demon commander was also very understanding. Yifeng said, "Let's do it." The demon commander was as ruthless to his enemies as he was to himself. Her claws pierced directly into his chest, and his internal organs flowed out with a crash. Puff! The demon commander died in front of Yifeng and Xiao He. Chu Tianai and others hurried over at this time, and looked at the demon commander lying on the ground with angry expressions on their faces. Chapter 727 Untitled Chapter. Brother Xiao He. Are you okay? Yi Long quickly came to Xiao He's side, and checked his injuries. Chu Tianai and Ling Shui walked up to the demon commander, and observed the demon commander carefully. Yifeng knelt down and asked, "Xiao He, are you okay?" Xiao He said with a weak look, "It's okay, and I won't die. I'll just lie down for a few days at most." Yifeng shook his head helplessly. This guy was injured like this, and told himself that it was okay. It seemed that he had to be more careful in the future. After all, a figure like the demon commander had nothing to do with him. But it did not matter to the people around him. There is great harm. Yi Long Xiui's injury. Do you have any treatment method here? Yes. We have special medicine to deal with the damage caused by the demon. I can take Xiao He to the camp for treatment right away. Well, let's go now. Just leave it to the three of us. Xiao He grabbed Yifeng's arm and said, "There is a demon behind the boss. But I don't know what level it is." Yifeng nodded. He now hates the devil more and more. If he hadn't appeared earlier today, Xiao He might have been killed. Yifeng said, "Go back and recuperate safely. And leave the rest to us." Haha. I just came out. I will go back to rest soon. It's really embarrassing to say that I'm going out. On the contrary. Yi Long gave a thumbs up and said to Xiao He, "You are already very capable. Being able to survive in the hands of the demon commander is worthy of your lifelong pride." Haha. It was just a fluke. If the boss hadn't appeared in time, I would be dead now. Okay. Don't talk. I'm going to take you back to the camp now. Brother Yifeng will trouble you here. Yifeng nodded and said, "Well, remember to take good care of my brother." Yes. Yi Long took Xiao He away quickly. And Yifeng came to Chu Tianai and Ling Shui and said, "What are you two doing studying this corpse? Is there anything special about it?" Chu Tianai said, "I'm wondering what the difference is between ordinary demons and demon commanders." Indeed, they are also demons. They practice step by step and gradually transform into existences of higher intelligence. They are completely different from us humans. Ling Shui said, "It is true. We humans are weak at best. But we always have wisdom. But their first-level demons and intermediate demons are not only weak, but because they have no intelligence at all." Yifeng nodded, and there was indeed nothing wrong with what they said. But Yifeng had never delved into why the demon would slowly increase his intelligence and IQ due to practice. Then you two have been studying for a long time. Have you figured out anything? Chu Tianai used his palm as a sword and directly used the spiritual weapon to split the head of the demon commander in half. The moment the demon commander's head blossomed, a mass of black light shone inside. What the hell is this? This was completely beyond everyone's expectation. They didn't expect that there was such a black thing in the head of the demon commander. And it was emitting black light, which made people look extremely uncomfortable. Chu Tianai picked up the round black bead and placed it in the palm of his hand. "Boss, there is an energy in it. But it seems that this energy is different from our spiritual weapon." Yifeng quickly took the black bead and quietly felt the energy in it. As expected, another kind of energy that Yifeng didn't know about was emitted around the black bead, which was extremely repelling his own aura. I don't know what this thing is. Why don't I show it to the elder after he wakes up? Yeah. But boss, I think this thing should be the thing that supports the entire demon to become a sentient being. Yifeng asked doubtfully. Leng Shui, did you find anything? Well, when the demon army attacked before, I accidentally broke a few. The few demons and intermediate demons did not find such beads on them at all. Several high-level demons were besieged by us and strangled. I sealed it with ice. After strangulation, I did find such a bead, but it was not conspicuous, so I didn't care. That's it. No wonder Leng Shui observed the bead so carefully. He had already noticed something wrong before. What's the difference? This bead of the advanced heavenly demon looks very ordinary. But it is completely different for the commander of the heavenly demon. I can feel the energy it contains even standing here, Leng Shui said. But even if this thing is a thing to support the devil's IQ and intelligence, what is its use? Their aura is incompatible with this thing. Boss, put it away, and let's see what the Great Elder says then. It might be beneficial to us. Yifeng nodded, put the bead in his arms, and kept it safe. Yifeng pointed to a hillside in front and said, Xiao Hei just said that there are a few demons over there, but they don't know their level. Chu Tianai geared up and said, then what are you waiting for? Don't let them run away. Leng Shui waved her hand, and a Dragon 2 sword immediately appeared in her hand, shouting, let me come. Covered with ice veins. In the direction Yifeng pointed, a large sheet of ice suddenly appeared, freezing the entire hillside. Chu Tianai shouted, jumped up, and rushed over. Boom! The ice vein shattered, and at the same time several demons were ejected and knocked to the ground by Chu Tianai. The cold-blooded Bing Feng controlled the wandering of several demons, and Chu Tianai's attack caused them serious injuries. Several junior demons were killed instantly, but there was still a senior demon who was struggling to escape. I didn't even think about leaving the door. The ice exploded as the high-level demon was escaping. A huge ice block fell from the sky and hit the high-level demon without any hesitation. Boom! At the same time, Chu Tianai struck again, his fist exuding the momentum of a tiger like a tiger. The high-level demon was originally severely injured and held under the giant ice block. Chu Tianai fell from the sky and hit his head with a punch. The head of the high-level demon popped open like a watermelon, and a round black bead rolled out of it. TCH, you're the only one who still wants to run away. If I let you run away, where would we put our faces? Chu Tianai picked up the bead, walked to Yifeng and handed it to Yifeng. Yifeng picked up the beads and compared them with the one he just had. Sure enough, one was emitting black light, while the other was dull. Chu Tianai looked at the two beads and said, don't tell me. There is a big gap between these two things. I don't know what kind of beads the demon general is. Yifeng smiled and said nothing. General Tianmao was an old monster equivalent to the Golden Core realm. How could he kill it so easily? Chapter 728 The Devil's Plan. After searching around, no demons were found. After that, Yifeng and the other three started patrolling again, according to the route pointed by Yilong. However, during the next few hours of patrolling, no demon was found. It seemed that the demon was not seeking death all the time. The pair of demons that Yifeng and the others encountered were most likely on a mission. On the Heavenly Demon Starry Sky battleship. Inside the battleship, several Heavenly Demon generals were sitting together to discuss matters. What's going on? There seems to be no news about the team sent out so far. Could it be that they have all been discovered? A demon general said with a frown. The team led by the demon commander should not have no news. Maybe they are just waiting for some trouble. Maybe they may not receive any news. Well, we don't know who the new human is. It's our original intention to find out his origins. It turns out that these demon generals are trying to figure out Yifeng's identity. Some of them don't believe that a pervert like Yifeng can be born on Earth. Having a great elder is already considered a mutation on this planet, and it may have been accumulated over thousands of years. But Yifeng is definitely extraordinary, because they feel a different message from Yifeng than others. Report to the general. The three teams just sent out were completely wiped out, and only one high-level demon escaped. Several generals stood up one after another, and they frowned. It seems that such a thing has not happened in recent times. At most, they may only lose some ordinary demons. But this was also said by them. But the three teams of high-level demons and demon commanders. This human boy is not simple. Even the demon commanders were killed one by one. It seems that they intend to protect that boy. But why does Long Tian not seem to like that boy very much? Some people think it's a good thing that this guy is strong. But some people don't think so. Right? Several other demon generals also nodded. It was true. But judging from the current situation, even if there was something wrong within them, they were still trying their best to protect this guy. What do you guys think we should do now? Keep checking on this little thing? Or should we kill him personally? Just in case? If you go to their camp? Aren't you looking for death? Is their great elder a vegetarian? Our marshal is still seriously injured. Do you think you can escape his attacks? It is precisely because of the existence of the great elder in the human camp that they have been unable to win the outer battlefield. So they have no choice but to ask for help from their base camp. These demon generals, of course, cherish their lives very much. If they go to the camp of the human camp, it can be said that they will escape death or never return. But we can't just let it develop. As soon as I saw this little thing, I felt something was wrong. Do you think he could be from that planet? Are you kidding me? What kind of planet would people come to this place where birds don't shit? With the spiritual energy on this planet, do you think they are necessary? One of the heavenly demon generals, who had not said anything, spoke at this moment. Several generals. You and I have lived on the heavenly demon star for how many years? But we are sent to this place. Does it mean that our king also has a brain problem? Let us come to a place where birds don't poop. There must be something wrong with this place. Since we demons can find it, then the guys on that planet must also be able to find it. This is going to be a bit troublesome. It's not that that kid is completely from this planet, but he may be given a certain mission. But the current situation seems that he doesn't know where he comes from. So we don't have to worry, because he himself doesn't know where he comes from. We know where we come from. As long as they don't spread the news back to that planet, we will still be safe. Others nodded. With the technology on this planet, it is impossible to transmit the information here to that planet. If the people on that planet really intervened in this matter, I'm afraid the people on their heavenly demon planet would have no choice but to retreat obediently. How long does it take for our reinforcements to arrive? It's fast. It can take as long as half a year or as short as 2 or 3 months to get here. Then it will be the most critical step for us to take over this planet. Which commander is here? According to the news from the front, it is the 2 marshals Mo Sa and Mo Kuan. I didn't expect that our king would attach so much importance to the matter here that he actually asked these 2 marshals to dispatch. This planet cannot be saved. No matter how powerful their great elder is, he can't resist the 2 of them joining forces. Well, I can already imagine this planet being filled with blood. But these 2 marshals are moody. We'd better be careful after they arrive. Well, we won't discuss the matter of the 2 marshals. We definitely can't sit back and wait for the situation here. If the 2 marshals are held accountable, it will be difficult for us. Let's do this. Let's make a raid every few days to give them. It will cause some trouble, and it will be easier for us to communicate. Well, then I'll give the order. Thank you, General. Yi Long took Xiao Hei to the human camp. The news of Xiao Hei's injury suddenly spread in the camp. Yen Yu and others also learned the news immediately, and they came to the medical tent as soon as possible. I saw that Xiao Hei's shirt had been taken off his chest, and the scar that was deeply visible to the bone made people shudder. Brother Yi Long, what's going on with Xiao Hei? Are Yi Feng and the others okay? Yen Yu asked quickly. It's not a big deal, but Xiao Hei encountered the demon commander and was attacked. Fortunately, Yi Feng took action in time and killed the demon commander. What heavenly demon commander? Didn't you say that you rarely encounter heavenly demons when patrolling? Even if you encounter them, they are only high-level heavenly demons at most. How come there is a heavenly demon commander? Yi Long also frowned and said, I don't know why the demon commander appeared. But it's okay now. Although Xiao Hei's injury looks more serious, we are all immortal cultivators, so there is no problem. Big. Xiaoya stood quietly beside Xiaohei, waiting for Xiao Hei's treatment. Although she was heartbroken, the best reward was that she was back safely. In the medical tent, the medical cultivator said, this brother's cultivation technique is somewhat special. If it weren't for his magical technique, he would have died long ago. Yen Yu said, excuse me? Try to give him the best treatment. We are all our own people. So don't worry. We will definitely use the best treatment plan here. Thank you very much. Chapter 729 The Mysterious Black Beads. The 5-hour patrol time was up, and Yi Feng came to the shift handover office according to the prescribed time. A team of 5 people has been waiting in place for a long time. Yi Feng stepped forward and said, there should be no demons in this patrol area now. You can rest assured. Thank you, Brother Yi Feng. I heard that you met the demon commander. If we did, It would be good to escape, let alone kill him. Yifeng said, "We are all brothers, and our goal is to protect our homeland. So you don't have to be so polite to me. But you can't relax your vigilance, just in case their demons suddenly come back. If you encounter difficulties, please call for help immediately." "Thank you, Brother Yifeng, for the reminder. I will definitely be careful." "Well, how is my brother's injury?" "It's no big problem. I've returned to your tent after being processed." "Yeah. Thanks a lot." Chu Tianai and Leng Shui said, "Thank you very much. Be careful and say goodbye." "Farewell." As soon as Yifeng and others returned to their tent, Yinyu and Zissou looked at Yifeng up and down. Zissou was even more exaggerated, groping everywhere on Yifeng's body. Yifeng grabbed Zissou's hand and said, "What do you mean by teasing me so obviously in broad daylight?" It only took a while to understand what Yifeng meant, and he took out his hand and said, "Bah, who teased you? I'm going to see if you are injured now. I heard that you met the demon commander." "Yeah, but it's okay. I have killed the demon commander." Of course, if Xiaohei hadn't delayed the demon commander, I'm afraid he would have escaped. Xiaoya walked to Yifeng, knelt down and said, "Thank you, Brother Yifeng, for saving Xiaohei." Yifeng quickly helped Xiaoya up. But this was impossible. They are all our brothers. What's more, Xiaohei delayed wishing him to prevent himself from getting hurt in order to prevent the demon commander from escaping. Otherwise, Xiaohei would not be injured. But the demon commander would also escape. Xiaoya said, "Xiaohei knows how to show off his strength. He is the commander of the devil. He might have lost his life there. We have only been here on the outer battlefield for a long time. He is too reckless." Yifeng nodded and said, "It is indeed a bit rash. I will teach him a lesson later." "Well, as far as you are concerned, he can listen to us, but she can't stand it." Xiaoya looked like she hated the iron. Yifeng knew that the reason why Xiaohei admired him very much was because Yifeng was like a big brother and had been taking care of him from the beginning. Yifeng came to Xiaohei's bed, and Xiaohei was unconscious with his eyes closed. Seeing the thick gauze rolled on Xiaohei's chest, Yifeng felt a little uncomfortable. This guy was too reckless. If he arrived at 1 o'clock later, he would probably never see him again. Yifeng shook his head. He could only wait for this guy to wake up and teach him a lesson. He would not be so reckless in the future. In the Long family's camp, Long Tian already knew the news from Yifeng. It was Long Tian's wish to arrange their patrol this time. Unexpectedly, Yifeng and the others actually encountered the demon, and they were also led by the demon. I just didn't expect that Yifeng's ability was so strong. Except for one person who was injured. Several others were not injured at all. Ancestor, Yifeng is quite powerful. Even the demon commander can't do anything to him. Well, actually I just wanted to punish him. I didn't expect that I actually ran into a demon. But the commander of the demon was so useless that even Yifeng couldn't deal with him. But it's good to be able to function as his follower. At least let him, it's okay if he feels unhappy. At this time, Long Lin, who was standing next to Long Tian, said, "Ancestor, this Yifeng is very dragging. He was rude to me when I handed over the team just now. What about our Long family?" "Oh, Yifeng. Sooner or later I will make him pay the price. Today I met the demon commander on patrol and did not deal with him. So we will wait for the next time. Anyway, the great elder is in seclusion for a while and cannot come out. We are not here to talk about it. It's up to you." "Yes. Yes. Of course, the ancestor has the final say here. How he plans to play tricks on these people. There are many ways to do it. It's enough to arrange for them to patrol today. We can't go too far. If the elder is blamed, you and I can't bear the risk. So take your time." "Yes. Yes." The ancestor is still thoughtful. The battlefield in Tianwai is also divided into black and white day and night. But the time difference between black and white day and night here is relatively large. The daytime may last about 20 hours. And the same is true for the nighttime. So one day here is equivalent to 2 days on Earth. At night, Yifeng was sitting cross-legged under the starry sky practicing. And there was a warm feeling in his chest recently. This was something that had never been discovered before. Yifeng subconsciously looked at his chest. "Aren't these the 2 black beads he got today?" Yifeng took out the 2 beads and looked at them in his hands. They seemed to have nothing special in them. So Yifeng thought of a way to use the god-slaying technique by himself to see if there was really any change in the 2 beads. Yifeng started to run the god-slaying technique. At the moment of activation, Yi Feng discovered a shocking secret. That is, the god-slaying art is frantically absorbing the energy in the black beads. All the energy in the black beads was converted into spiritual energy in an instant and absorbed into Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng felt a little strange. The black beads were obviously mutually exclusive with spiritual energy. But why did they turn into spiritual energy after undergoing the god-slaying art? At this moment, Yi Feng couldn't care so much anymore, because he was frantically absorbing the energy of the black beads after practicing the God-Slaughter movement technique, which was far less than the amount of spiritual energy he gained during normal practice. There are no black beads on weekdays. When Yi Feng is running the God-slaying art, he can practice faster than ordinary people, equivalent to 2 to 3 times. But when Yi Feng absorbed the energy from the black beads, his practice speed reached 5 or 6 times. This is amazing, isn't it? Could it be that the techniques practiced by the demon are similar to his own god-slaying art? Obviously, Yi Feng does not know these things and cannot understand them. After all, Yi Feng still has too little knowledge now. Only when the Great Elder wakes up can he explain everything. Yi Feng is a crazy practitioner, and the light emitted by the black beads in his hands is getting weaker and weaker. In the end, one of the black beads, which was not very bright in the first place, actually made a cracking sound. Crack, click, click. It was broken. Completely broken. But the other black bead, which was the commander of the demon, still had huge energy. What's going on? Could it be that you have absorbed this black bead of a high-level demon? That's natural. Do you think the origin bead will provide you with unlimited energy? A voice came into Yi Feng's ears, and it made Yi Feng remember that he not only had the Great Elder to help him solve his doubts, but also that guy. Chapter 730 Origin Bead. Origin Bead? It turns out this black bead is called the Origin Bead. You know why there are so many? Ha. I know a lot of things, but you just leave me aside all the time. So I don't know. I have offended you in some way. And yet, I still help you all the time. Yi Feng said with some embarrassment, I don't want to trouble you. TCH, I think you are avoiding me on purpose. Yi Feng smiled and said, how could such a thing happen? By the way, tell me what the origin pearl is. Forget it. I won't argue with you about so many things. I'll just tell you what the origin bead is. Sir, you have a lot. So don't be as knowledgeable as me. Please tell me. Oh, even the name has changed. Well, let me tell you. This origin bead is the main source of the devil's practice. They practice their whole life and gather all the energy into their minds to form such an origin bead. The higher the level of the demon, the greater the energy of the origin bead in its body. On the contrary, the ordinary film has not yet condensed the ability of the origin bead. Yi Feng nodded. It turned out that his guess was correct, but he just didn't know why this bead allowed him to practice. Senior, please tell me about this origin bead and why I can absorb the energy in it. This is all thanks to the god-slaying technique I passed on to you. If it is a normal practice method, it will definitely not be able to absorb the energy in the origin pearl. Therefore, even if many races kill the demon, they will get other the origin bead cannot be used. But this aid can be regarded as a secret treasure in practice. There are still people who can use special methods to absorb the energy in it and speed up their cultivation. Therefore, after obtaining the origin bead, many people who cannot use the origin bead will make a deal out of it. No wonder. It turns out that the god-slaying Jew absorbed the energy of the origin pearl. It seems that this god-slaying Jew is not ordinary. The god-slaying technique is not an ordinary skill in the first place. It is one of the few techniques in the entire universe. You kid just don't know how lucky you are despite being blessed. Yi Feng scratched his head and said, the range I know is only the entire Earth. If you tell me about the entire universe. Of course I don't know. Come on. You have the most reason. The origin bead can speed up your cultivation. So you should get as many of these as possible to improve your cultivation. Well, can the Great Elder and others also use this thing? Of course. Anyone who practices the god-slaying art can absorb the energy from the source. Yi Feng nodded. It seemed that he would have another mission in the future. To kill as many demons as high-level demons and above. This will not only reduce the pressure on your own side of the earth, but also improve your own cultivation. Why not do it? Okay. Don't relax. After you absorb this origin bead, your cultivation level will probably be promoted to the high level of bigger realm. Really? But I don't feel like my strength is improving. It's not surprising that the origin bead of the heavenly demon commander level can give you a new level of birth. Yi Feng nodded. It seems that he still underestimated the origin bead. Soon Yifeng once again fell into practice. Although the origin bead was good, the huge energy in it made Yifeng realize that it would definitely not be able to absorb it all in a short time. However, he cannot enjoy such a good thing alone. The cultivation level of the people around him is low. If he uses this original book, he may be able to break through a lot of realms, because they are all people who practice the god-slaying technique. Thinking of this, Yifeng gathered together, and Yin Yu and others all returned to the tent. "Boss, why did you gather us here?" Xiao Hei and others asked in confusion. Yifeng took out the remaining origin bead and said, "This thing is called the origin bead. It was taken out from the body of the demon. It contains a very huge amount of energy. You can feel it." Following Yifeng's words, everyone else felt the energy in it, and were truly stunned by the huge energy contained in it. "Boss, I heard from Chu Ti and I that you took this thing out of the demon's body. It seems we can't use it." Yifeng nodded and said, "It's not that we can't use it. It's just that we haven't found a suitable method. Now I've found it. How can such a huge amount of energy make our cultivation very fast?" Yifeng said with a smile, "Do you still remember the god-slaying technique I taught you? As long as this origin bead is by our side during practice, we can absorb its energy from it and transform it into the spiritual energy we use. So magical? Doesn't that mean this is a treasure?" "Yes, this is indeed a treasure. But to others it is just a black bead. But to us it is a priceless treasure." Yin Yu said, "Since the thing is so good, then you can practice it yourself. Why call us here? You are our pillar. You should be the strongest to protect us." "Yes, boss. You must be the first to use such a good thing." Yifeng shook his head and said, "Of course good things must be shared with brothers. Besides, if I absorb this original work by myself, I'm afraid it will take a long time to absorb it all. Now we have limited time, and we all need to improve our abilities. Let's start now." They all knew that Yifeng was doing it for their own good. But was it really necessary to share such a good thing with them? Yifeng sat on the ground and said, "Don't hesitate anymore. Time is running out. We can improve our strength as much as we can before the war. If I am the only one who is strong, so what? I would rather everyone be strong. Not me alone. Because I need your help. Not the burden." Saying that, Yifeng stood the origin pearl in the void and stood quietly in the middle of everyone. What people didn't expect was that Ying was the first to sit down and start practicing. "What are you still doing? Do you all want to become Yifeng's burden? Are you waiting for Yifeng to protect you after the war comes?" Ying's words shocked everyone present. "Yes, after the war comes? Do we really have to hold back Yifeng?" One after another, they sat cross-legged on the ground and began to run the god-slaying art, frantically absorbing the energy in the origin bead. After watching everyone fall into trance, Yifeng stood up instead and did not enter the cultivation state. Yifeng knew that he needed a lot of spiritual energy when practicing, and the spiritual energy they needed was not as good as 1/10 of his own. If so many people use the origin bead here, if you include yourself, it will probably be exhausted very quickly. In order to allow everyone to have better resources, Yifeng could only withdraw and quietly guard them and protect them. Chapter 731, The Long Family is Stirring Up Trouble. The powerful origin bead contains terrifying energy. Yin Yu will not be able to absorb that much energy after waiting for a while, so the cultivation time will be longer than usual. 1 day, 2 days and 3 days. Just 3 days passed. Yifeng did not disturb anyone, but looked at them quietly. Except for the necessary meal time, they were immersed in cultivation at other times, because they discovered that the existence of the origin bead allowed them to practice, which was simply getting twice the result with half the effort. Xiaoya and Yu Mingming, who had the lowest cultivation level during this period, had already made a breakthrough on the second day and reached the state of consecration. He and others obviously felt that they were promoted, which made Yifeng feel more and more terrible about the origin bead, knowing that the origin bead can bring benefits to cultivation. "I am afraid that the entire demon clan will live in panic. It's a pity that there are still very few people who know how to use the origin bead to cultivate. Moreover, the people of the demon clan are not ants. At least their power shocked Yifeng and others." A loud noise came from outside the tent. Yifeng frowned and walked out of the tent. "What are you doing? It's only been a few days, and you asked Yifeng and the others to patrol again. What do you mean? What's the point? Now that you've come to the outer battlefield, do you really think you can hide in the camp for the rest of your life? When you come here, you have to dedicate part of your strength to everyone and let them patrol. This is a training for them." Fart. You are just avenging a private feud. Who doesn't know that Yi Feng and the others have a grudge against your Long family? One person patrols Tianwai battlefield once a month at most. You are asking them to do it once a week. Yi Long, please stand aside. It's none of your business here. Whoever our elders arrange to patrol should be patrolling. Where do you get so many opinions? Get out of here. Yi Long angrily stood in front of me and said, I tell you that the great elder has made it clear that I will arrange the actions of Yi Feng and others. The first time you let them go on patrol. I have given you enough, save your face. Don't be unreasonable again and again. I will look after you when the great elder comes out of seclusion. Ha ha. So what if the great elder is released from seclusion? You have to know that after the great elder goes into seclusion, all affairs of our immortal cultivator alliance will be decided by our ancestor Long Tian of the Long family. You, Yi Long, are the elders. You? At this time, Yi Feng came behind Yi Long and grabbed Yi Long's hand. Brother Yi Long, thank you very much. I've probably heard about what happened. They want us to go on patrol again. Right. Yi Long turned around and saw Yi Feng, and said helplessly, yes. They did ask you to go on patrol. But each of us can only go once a month. It's only been less than a week. And they asked you to go out again. They have bad intentions. Bad? Of course Yi Feng knew that they were uneasy and well-intentioned. But the matter of the great elder's absence in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance must be decided by Long Tian. As a cultivator in the Golden Elixir realm, Long Tian's strength is self-evident. However, Yi Feng would not let Long Tian be manipulated so casually. Yi Feng put his hands behind his back and said, Long Tian asked you to tell me to patrol. Right? Humph. That's natural. Now that you know it, why not hurry up and set off? Yi Feng sneered. What kind of cultivation are you? You don't care what my cultivation is. If my ancestor asked you to go on patrol, you have to go. Yi Feng waved his hand, pinched the man's neck with one palm and said, Let me ask again. What kind of cultivation level do you have? The guy whose neck was being choked by Yi Feng was not only not afraid, but instead said something evil to him. Yi Feng, how dare you touch me? Believe it or not, my ancestor will arrest you. Yi Feng did not let go because of the other party's threat. Instead, he said with a smile, since you can't understand human language, then I will teach you. Yi Feng's claws turned into palms and he clapped. And the man knelt down in front of Yi Feng from a standing position. The man wanted to stand up, but couldn't move at all because Yi Feng's hand was still on his shoulder, and he couldn't break free. A cultivator in the consecration realm dares to point fingers in front of me. From now on, if there are still people in your Long family who disrespect me, they will not simply kneel down. Today, I will let you, a guy who doesn't understand etiquette, kneel down properly. Kneel down. Yi Feng, you are so brave. Do you know? Yi Feng's eyes moved, and the spiritual pressure on his body directly pressed on the guy, making him unable to even speak. Things that don't know whether to live or die. You guys should kneel down on your own. Or let me teach you how to kneel down. Yes. We would like to meet Elder Yi Feng. Yi Feng said calmly, Very good. Kneel here and wait for me to come back from the battlefield outside the world. If someone walks away, Yi Long, remember to tell me who it is, and I will make it impossible for him to stand up in his life. Yes, Elder Yi Feng. After doing this, Yi Feng returned to the tent alone, looking at the people who were still practicing. Yi Feng shook his head. It seems that we can only patrol the border of Tianwai battlefield by ourselves, so we might as well not disturb them. Yi Feng left the tent again. Yi Long saw Yi Feng coming out alone and couldn't help but asked, Elder Yi Feng, why did you come out alone with them? Yi Feng said, They are still practicing. Let's do this. I will go on patrol by myself. You can help me take care of it. If you have any questions, please contact me as soon as possible. This is not good. Going to patrol the border alone. Although you are in the realm of bigot cultivation, the border is very dangerous because there are many people who can ask for help because you can take care of it. But it will definitely be dangerous for you alone. Yi Feng said, It's okay. Just watch them. I'll come as soon as I go. Why don't I let the disciples of the Yi family go? Yi Feng waved his hand and said, No need. Yi Feng went to patrol the Tianwai battlefield alone. Although everyone present knew about this matter, the news did not spread immediately. After Yi Feng left, the Long family disciple wanted to stand up. Yi Long said, You can give it a try. I don't guarantee that you will still have your legs after Yi Feng comes back. You? Yi Long, you are also an old man from Tianwai battlefield. Do you really want to follow this Yifeng and go against our Long family? Yilong said, it doesn't matter if you do the right thing. It's just that what your Long family did on the outer battlefield is really disgusting. You? Don't think that Yifeng will support you. You are just a pawn of his. When we old people come, let's see how arrogant he is. Yilong said, haha. Do you think everyone is your Long family? Just be arrogant and domineering. And you also bully your own people all day long. I really don't know where your Long family's sense of superiority comes from. It seems that you, Yilong, are really going against our Long family. Haha. My mission is to keep an eye on you. Don't even think about it. Chapter 732 Heading to the Demon Battleship Alone. The Outer Battlefield. The Land of Border Patrol. Yifeng came to the patrol handover place alone. Hey, isn't this Elder Yifeng? Elder, what's the matter with you coming here? Yifeng said, it's okay. I'm here to patrol. You can go back. Didn't you just patrol before? Why is it your turn again? Yifeng said, if you have nothing to do, just patrol. Now that I'm here, you can go back. Elder Yifeng, we know that you have conflicts with the Long family. But Long Tian has gone too far. It has only been a few days. And you are patrolling again. This is outrageous. That's right. There are no tigers in the mountains. The monkey is called the king. And the great elder is practicing in seclusion. Looking at him, he doesn't even know what his last name is. Isn't that right? The people of the Long family are already arrogant and domineering. And they don't have a good reputation on the battlefield outside the world. Once the elder goes into seclusion, they will do well. Even the elder dares to give orders. Under normal circumstances, all elders obey the orders of the great elder, because the elders are immortal cultivators in the bigger realm. And their strength is simply not comparable to that of the ordinary consecrated light realm. Moreover, the strong men in the bigger realm are the foundation of the human race. So there cannot be any losses. For things like patrolling, Yifeng and the others are not needed at all. Yifeng shook his head and said, he is a strong man in the golden elixir realm. He and I are one realm apart. The great elder is in seclusion again. And I don't bother to argue with him. But even if there are only 5 people patrolling, how can you, Elder Yifeng, patrol alone? What if something happens? It's too late to call for help. Yifeng said, that's okay. With my ability, it's very easy to leave. Unless I meet the opponent's demon general. Then there will be 2 problems. That's true. We have seen Elder Yifeng's strength before. How could someone of General Tianma's level appear around the Tianwai battlefield for no reason? So just go back. Yes. But Elder Yifeng, you'd better be more careful. Well, thanks for reminding me. After waiting for the team to leave, Yifeng began to patrol along the path he had patrolled before. It is indeed a bit boring to stay here alone for 5 hours. But Yifeng can do other things if he is alone. Boy, do you want to go and see the demon battleship? A voice reached Yifeng's ears. But Yifeng felt that this guy was letting himself die. Letting yourself go to the demon battleship. Isn't this the same as sending yourself to death? There is a heavenly demon general at the Golden Core realm above. What's more, Yifeng also knew that there was a seriously injured Marshal Tianmo among them, who was an old monster in the nascent soul realm. If Yifeng was caught, he might have a narrow escape from death. Yifeng said, can't you come up with these bad ideas? Isn't letting me go to the demon battleship equal to death? Hey, the greater the risk, the greater the reward? There are a lot of good things on the demon battleship. Of course I know the good stuff. But it must have a purpose. If you put your life on it, what are you doing with those treasures? You have to figure it out yourself. Anyway, now I feel that there are many good things in the demon battleship that can directly improve your realm by a big margin. Yifeng said, Origin Bead? Didn't you tell me earlier? But that thing requires a long time to practice. I don't have to fight for it. Haha. It's not as simple as being a pig. As long as you take that thing, your realm will be greatly improved within an hour. And it will be possible for you to reach the advanced level or even the peak of the bigger realm in an instant. Yifeng was shocked. His eyes widened. There was such a good thing. How do you know that? Could it be that you and the demons are in the same group? The ghosts are with them. I am a person who has special hobbies for heaven and earth treasures. As long as they are a little bit high-end, they will not escape my eyes. If they were like this before, I won't even look at it. But now, hey, it's very beneficial to you. And it doesn't have any side effects. Yifeng felt excited after hearing this. Is such a good thing so magical? How could Yifeng not be tempted by being able to increase his strength so much without any side effects? Yifeng swallowed. There were no other losers around him. If he was careful and didn't get discovered by the opponent's demon general, he might even be able to steal from you. Boy, have you thought about it? Don't miss this opportunity again. Yifeng showed a firm expression and said, okay, I will trust you once. And let's do it for him. That's right. That's how it should be. If you don't enter the tiger's den, you won't get the tiger's cubs. Let's go. Activate your stealth skills. Although Yifeng is not an assassin, he has obtained an invisibility cloak. So she has invisibility skills. But there are still some differences between his skills and those of an assassin. The assassin's stealth skill is that he is light and his profession is stealth. But Yifeng is different. So he must be very careful when using his stealth skills. After Yifeng became invisible, he quickly headed to the edge of the outer battlefield. As soon as he arrived at the edge of the Tianwai battlefield, Yifeng discovered several pairs of patrol teams. And they were all demons. Yifeng and the others have never been to this location before, because it is the closest distance to the demon battleship. So this location has also become the location of the demon. Yifeng carefully hid behind a pile of dirt bags, looking at the team of demons passing by in a hurry. Yifeng held his breath, not wanting to be discovered by the demons in front of him. Just after a pair of demons walked past, Yifeng wanted to move, but found another group of demons coming from behind him. My god, the density of this patrol team is terrifying. Haha. This is just a normal situation. A super race like this has a lot of regulations set by its directors. Each of them has their own responsibilities. How are you like you? They are about to perish here. And there are still intrigues over there. Well, could you please speak more politely? You know that there are only so many immortal cultivators on Earth. Okay. Okay. Observe carefully. There will be gaps between their patrols. This gap is the time for you to move forward. Yifeng calmed down and began to calculate the gaps between the intersections of several patrol teams. All the time, Yifeng stayed like this quietly for nearly half an hour, and finally calculated the number of teams and all the gaps between them. There are 10 teams of heavenly demons. Each team has 10 outgoing demons and 1 high-level demon. The time for each team to cross in front of Yifeng is about 1 minute, and there should be a 10-second gap in the middle. Yifeng only has 10 seconds to get close to the demon battleship. Chapter 733. What a good entrance. 10 seconds are enough for Yifeng to get close to the demon battleship. At the moment when the demon team was patrolling, Yifeng quickly staggered all the teams and came to the side of the demon battleship. Yifeng raised his head and looked down at the huge demon battleship, feeling shocked in his heart. I don't know what material this demon warship is made of. Its surface is extremely smooth, and the feel of it in Yifeng's hand is not metal. Instead, it looked like stone, which made Yifeng a little confused. Shouldn't they all be made of iron? Just when Yifeng wanted to continue walking, the voice sounded again. Do not move. What's wrong? Be careful. Someone has discovered something. Don't move for now. Slow down your breathing speed. Yifeng was extremely nervous. Was he discovered by someone just as he approached? Yifeng said, no way. We have just arrived. Do we want to go back? We haven't gone deep yet. Go back to your size. Come as soon as you come. Besides, the other party just felt something strange and didn't notice it. You just need to follow my command. Okay. Don't be fooled. This is not a game here. Death is real death. Don't worry. Listen to my command. Yifeng stayed in that position quietly, motionless, and even his breathing rate dropped to an extremely low level. On the demon battleship, one of the demon generals, who was very close to Yifeng, frowned. Just now, he seemed to have discovered something. But after checking it, there was nothing unusual. Could it be that he felt wrong? It seems that I have been too tired recently. Not only myself, but also the marshal is there with the huge demon battleship. If there is anything abnormal, the marshal would have discovered it long ago. It seems that I still need to take a good rest. The demon general slowly returned to his residence. He indeed regarded this discovery as an illusion and did not delve into it further. That's it. Kid. The other party is leaving. Yifeng asked, why don't we go to school through the main entrance? Look at the demon soldiers there. There are so many that I feel scared. You're stupid. Why would I let you go through the front door? If you go through the front door, wouldn't you be asking for death? Yifeng looked up at the height of the demon battleship and said somewhat speechlessly, if you don't go through this door, do you want me to jump on it? Look at this height. Don't talk about me. Even Long Tion can't do it. I'm quite familiar with the demonic battleship. If you follow my direction, there is a drainage outlet at that location. Of course, it may make you feel a little uncomfortable. Yi Feng had a bad feeling that the drain was making him feel uncomfortable. What is this drainage outlet used for? Well, we humans have level 3. And so do demons. To be precise, they are sewage outlets. Yi Feng's face immediately turned livid. What kind of drainage outlet was this? This was a hacking cesspool. I won't go. You have to go by yourself. If you ask me to crawl into a cesspit again, you can really think of it. So what if you climb into the manure pit? How can you get the treasures of heaven? Materials and earth without some experience? Do you think the treasures of heaven, materials and earth will be delivered directly to your hands? But Yi Feng has never climbed into a manure pit. If he is from this industry, of course there is no need to be afraid. But Yi Feng has never climbed into a manure pit. Thinking about the appearance of a manure pit, Yi Feng feels like vomiting. Why are you hesitating? You can't wait until you find something good. If General Tianmo uses it himself, then don't blame me for not telling you. Of course Yi Feng wants to improve his strength. Especially under the current circumstances. Improving strength is the main goal. But the appearance of the cesspit really made Yi Feng a little bit shy. I asked you, do you have the determination? Don't you want to protect the people you want to protect? With your current strength, any demon general can do it. Let alone a martial level figure. You have to think well. This is just one chance to improve your strength. Yi Feng thought about it. And even if climbing a little bit of the manure pit could improve his level, it was really nothing. Okay, I'll go. Hey, isn't this right? Hearing the guy's sinister laughter, Yi Feng always felt that he had been fooled. Why are you walking in such a daze? But it's not directly opposite but at the bottom. We need to move down there and have a look. At the bottom of the demon battleship. This puts Yi Feng in a bit of a dilemma. How can Yi Feng get to the bottom? That's a hanging place. The demon battleship has never been recruited into the Tianwai battlefield, but is suspended in it. But its edge is close to the edge of the Tianwai battlefield. Why can't I go there? I can't fly. Who says you can't fly? What about your demonic skills? Yi Feng slapped his head. He was so nervous that he even forgot that he had demonization skills. Demonization. Of course. After Yi Feng still used the demonic skill while being invisible, Yi Feng also grew wings. With waving wings, Yi Feng came to the bottom of the demon battleship. When he saw the water outlet, Yi Feng felt like vomiting. The stronger and pungent smell made Yi Feng vomit as he got closer. Look at your potential. We haven't even gotten close yet, and you're vomiting like this. Yi Feng held his voice and said, You didn't smell it. So you know how to make sarcastic remarks. If you have the ability, come out. TCH. If I could go out, I wouldn't stay here. I can't go out even if I want to. Yi Feng was speechless. This guy was so shameless. But facing the mouth of the pipe where water and feces were dripping all the time, Yi Feng was a little afraid to enter. Especially the large amounts of stuff that occasionally dripped down, making Yi Feng really unable to take another look. You're already here? Why are you just watching? You still want to eat? Yi Feng said angrily, You're the one who wants to eat it. Yuck. If you don't want to eat, hurry up and rush forward in one go. You mean it lightly. Just let me calm down first. Okay. Hurry up. Time is running out. Yi Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. There was no other way to wait like this. He could only rush forward while holding his breath. Maybe he could reach a safe place. Thinking of this, Yi Feng waved his wings and rushed forward. He rushed indirectly from the mouth of the huge pipe, and what followed was the excrement hitting his face. However, it seemed to be protected by spiritual energy, so it would not really fall on Yi Feng's face. But that feeling made him feel Yi Feng was particularly uncomfortable. That's right. Just go up and keep going up. Don't look at those small passages. You can't get in either. Yi Feng didn't dare to say anything and just rushed up with all his strength. He was holding his breath and didn't want to be stinked to death here. Chapter 734 Female Demon. Holding against the manure pit, Yi Feng finally rushed to the top. But this position was not a place where Yi Feng could get out because the top was capped. Holy crap. Are you kidding me? This is the end of the line. How can I get out? Wait. This place looks different from what I've seen before. Damn. Of course it's different. You said it happened so many years ago. But they must have improved it now. What are you asking me to do? You want to kill me? It's definitely not the case. Just wait, and let me take a look. Yi Feng didn't have that much time to waste. He held his breath, and didn't give up until now. Because he was afraid that when he took a breath, he might not be able to bear it anymore, and would faint from the smell. Now Yi Feng's face was red from holding it in. And he quickly asked, "Are you feeling better?" "I can't hold it in anymore." Okay. Squeeze out of the third passage below. The demon there has just left. No one should be able to find you. Hurry up. Yi Feng lowered his head, and looked at the entrance of the cave. I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy for Yi Feng to spread the word. You sure? Yi Feng gritted his teeth. This was the only thing that had happened so far. He really shouldn't have been fooled by this guy. Yi Feng got directly into the hole. But the things on the wall of the hole that made Yi Feng disgust him had already made Yi Feng feel sick to his stomach. Fortunately, he had spiritual energy to protect him, so nothing could get on his clothes. Yi Feng quickly put them on. Although he was a little anxious, he finally stuck his whole head out. Yi Feng looked around for a while, then rushed out and took a breath of air. Phew! It's killing me. Where is this? This is the residence of a high-level demon. And this high-level demon should have a relatively high status. Otherwise it would be impossible to have a separate room. Yi Feng nodded. This is indeed a single room, although the area is a bit small. With such a large number of demons, it is indeed not easy to have your own single room. Can you feel where the high-level demon is gone? Of course. I know where he is now. Where is it? So I can get ready. You'll know when you open the door. Yi Feng was unprepared and gently pushed open the toilet door. What appeared in front of Yi Feng was a high-level demon. And she was also a woman. It's up to you to trick me. Do you know he's standing here? Of course I know. But this guy is a bit interesting. So I didn't let you do it. Yi Feng looked at the high-level demon in front of him cautiously. Why didn't this guy report his whereabouts even though he knew he was inside? Could it be that he had a way to deal with him? The female high-level demon standing in front of Yi Feng seemed to be very interested in Yi Feng. An awkward earthly dialect came out of his mouth. Are you the Yi Feng? Yi Feng nodded and said, It's me. But why do you know me? Logically speaking, I haven't been in Tianwai battlefield for a long time. There shouldn't be many people who know my name. Even you Tianmal people have not penetrated into our camp. Who said, we need to infiltrate among you before we know you? Someone among you will naturally tell us the information. Yi Feng was very shocked. There was a lot of information in this sentence. The other party actually said that someone in their territory disclosed the information there to them. From this, it seemed that someone in their camp had betrayed. Yi Feng frowned. It was not easy to deal with now. If the other party really controlled all the information on his side, it would probably be a very serious blow to them. Yi Feng took action without hesitation, grabbed the opponent's neck with one hand, and said, Tell me now who the traitor is in our camp. Otherwise, I will kill you directly. Not only did the female demon not panic, but she said extremely calmly, I don't know this. My grandfather told me. But I have always been curious about why there is such an alternative like you on the earth. Your grandfather? General Tianma? Of course, the little demon general can be compared to my grandpa. My grandpa is a marshal. Yi Feng's eyes widened. The place he came from was really not a good place. The marshal's granddaughter was the granddaughter of a strong man in the vowel world. No wonder she felt confident. Yi Feng reluctantly let go of the other person's neck. Now it seems that this guy cannot be exposed. Otherwise he may not be able to leave. You know who my grandfather is. And you're scared? Yi Feng said, Of course I'm not afraid of your grandpa. I can kill you now. But before you come here, I don't want to do that. The female demon said, Really? It just so happens that I also want to know more about you humans. After all, I haven't been in contact with you yet. After coming here for so long, I finally talked to you. An earthling. And I am finally not so worried. Yi Feng was a little speechless. I dare you to come out with experience. Your grandpa will protect you no matter what you do. But she is also the granddaughter of Marshal Tianmo. Who dares to let him go out to fight head-on? If something unexpected happens, everyone on the Tianmo battleship will probably be buried with him. Now that you're in my room, let's sit down and tell you. Do you have any purpose in what my demon battleship does? Yi Feng said, Why should I tell you these things? It's okay if you don't say it. Let me introduce myself first. I am Yuan Quan, the granddaughter of Yuan Fei. I'm too lazy to think of a name, so I picked it casually. Don't be surprised. Yi Feng frowned. Fortunately, this guy came directly and introduced himself. He didn't seem to take his situation seriously. Yi Feng said, Aren't you demons afraid of death? Yuan Quan said, That's not true. My grandfather is very worried about my comfort. As for those low-level demons, they will die if they die. It seems that demons and humans should be the same things without intelligence. If they die, they will die. Yifeng asked, if nothing happens, I have to leave. Where to go? Yifeng frowned. It's okay if I tell you where to go. Since you don't report to other demons, I came to your demon battleship. I can only wait for the opportunity. In Yifeng's view, if he kills the female demon in front of him, he will probably attract the old monster from the nascent soul realm. And the cultivation level of the female demon in front of him was not as good as his own. Yifeng wanted to wait until he was not paying attention and knock her out before making any plans. If you don't tell me, I will shout that a human is here. I can't think of a few seconds, but I'm afraid you will be surrounded by people. And I'm afraid you won't be able to get out of this demon battleship. Yifeng's face turned livid. This was definitely not what he wanted to meet. In short, he was tricked by the guy in the ring. Chapter 735 Yuan Quan. Boy, since the other party doesn't want to expose your identity, just believe him for the time being. But don't tell him our true purpose. That's it. Yifeng was a little hesitant. How could he believe a sticker? He wants to destroy the entire Earth. Is it possible to believe in him? Hey, are you humans the same as you? Compared to us devils, you humans are really timid. Yifeng said, this is your territory. Of course you can be bold. If you go to my territory, of course I will be bold too. How can this be compared? So what? Do you agree or not? If you want to go, just take me with you. Otherwise you don't want to go anywhere. Yifeng pondered for a while and said, okay. Then I will promise you. But you must obey my arrangements and not wander around. The female demon said excitedly, okay. As long as you are willing to take me to play. I can say anything. I am so bored here alone that no one dares to talk to me. Yifeng felt a little depressed. This guy was looking for him just for fun. He might have lost his head by accident. This guy was just playing for fun. Yifeng said, okay. Don't expose me then. You won't have anyone to play with you in the future. Well, I will obey your arrangements and everything. If you want me to go east, I will definitely go west. If you want me, okay. I'll just take you. Great. Looking at the excited expression on the female demon's face, Yifeng felt some sympathy in his heart. No matter how high your status among the demons is, loneliness will still arise around you. Just like all kinds of relationships among humans. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. But Yifeng didn't understand a word what the other party was saying. Miss Yuan Quan, I just noticed something unusual about you. Is there something wrong with you? Yifeng took advantage of the situation and hid. And Yuan Quan opened the door. Yuan Quan pretended to be calm and said, nothing. Nothing happens here. Don't disturb my practice. Yes. I'm leaving right now. As long as the lady is fine. It's fine. Otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to slap the marshal enough. Huh? It's good to know. As he spoke, Yuan Quan closed the door and pretended to be angry. After waiting for the door to close, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a demon commander level figure. It seemed that this guy was of some use to him. Just when Yifeng wanted to speak, there was another knock on the door. And Yifeng had to hide again. Yuan Quan opened the door again and roared, are you annoyed? I told you that I am fine. But this time when the door opened, it was not the demon commander from last time, but a demon general. After seeing that it was General Tianma, Yuan Quan calmed down a little and said, it turns out to be a general. What do you want to do with me? Miss Yuan, I just got a piece of dripstone in the starry sky. This is the best thing for making armor. As he said that, the demon general spread his hand on his hand that day. And there was indeed a stone that looked like a drop of water. This Yuan Quan didn't have a good look on his face. And said calmly, I have a lot of this kind of stuff at home. It's not a rare thing. It's nothing. So don't disturb me. As he said this, Yuan Quan was about to close the door, but was stopped by General Tianma. Yuan Quan, don't be like this. You know how I feel about you. It's just that there is really nothing good in this place where birds don't shit. It's good to get a drip stone. Yuan Quan said impatiently, I don't care how you feel about me. I don't have feelings for you anyway. Get out of here while I'm not angry. Or I'll call you Grandpa. Yuan Quan. Boom. The door slammed shut and General Tianma was locked out. The demon general outside the door was unwilling to give up. He had been pursuing Yuan Quan for more than a day or two. But Yuan Quan was so arrogant that he never agreed to it, or even looked at him. General Tianma thought to himself, one day I will let you become the plaything of my crotch. After General Tianma left, Yi Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Yuan Quan was quite popular. Even General Tianma was pursuing her. The feeding has come out and everyone has left. Please tell me where we are going to play. Yi Feng said jokingly, why don't you go and play? People have already confessed their love to you. How can you hurt people's hearts like this? This guy is not a good guy. He has deceived many female demons on this demon battleship. Miss. In fact, he can get on all the demons he said he could get on. Yi Feng was a little speechless. This female demon was so direct in her speech. If she was not a woman on Earth, she would definitely blush. Yi Feng said, are you sure there is no one outside? The demon general can feed me a pot that day. No. Few people come to my place. I don't know why. But 2 of them came today. And one of them is a playboy. Yi Feng felt a little funny in his heart. It turned out that not only on Earth, but in the entire universe, men were not good people. Of course, he was not a good person either. Yi Feng said, okay then. Do you have a map of your battleship here? It's so big. You have to find the right location. Yes. Just wait. I'll get it for you right now. Yuan Quan rummaged around in the cabinet for something, and finally took out a map. However, some of the map drawing materials in this lesson left Yi Feng confused. It is completely different from the paper on Earth. This thing is not only extremely soft, but also not easy to rot. The key is that it is folded in half when it is taken out. After it is unfolded, there is no trace of folding. It is very magical. Yi Feng asked, what material is your map made of? It's so magical. Really? Haven't you seen it? This is very common where we are. In the words of your Earth, this is called paper. I thought we were talking about the same thing. Yi Feng shook his head and said, it's different. Our paper is made of trees. Yuan Quan nodded and realized that it was really different. We just use a special material, and it becomes what it is after processing. It is very tough, and not easy to wear after writing on it. So we use something like this. Yi Feng nodded. It seems that the Earth is really lagging behind. A piece of paper will probably turn into nothingness after only a few years. But the map in front of me will probably still look like this after who knows how many years. Yi Feng looked at the map in front of him, and felt a little confused. The structure of this demon battleship was too complicated. Chapter 736 I Want Excitement. Yuan Quan found that Yi Feng stared at the drawings for a long time, to get to know each other without saying a word. Yuan Quan asked in confusion, you've been looking at it for a long time, and you're telling me. Where are we going? It's very clear on this drawing. Isn't it very clear which location is where? Yi Feng said with some embarrassment. It's not that I don't want to know. It's just that I don't recognize the words on it. Yuan Quan patted his head, and finally remembered why Yi Feng didn't speak. It turned out that the words used by the demon were completely different from the words used by humans. Just tell me. I'll point you to where you want to go. Yi Feng said, okay. There is something placed in the place I want to go to. I don't know the name, but I know the location here. And that is this location. Looking at the location pointed by Yi Feng, Yuan Quan couldn't help but frown and said, this location is not easy to get to. You have to think clearly. Yi Feng was a little surprised. Even Yuan Quan felt that this place was not easy to get to. It must be some kind of important place. Yi Feng said directly to the guy in the ring, are you kidding me again? Even people say this place is not easy to go to. How can I go there? What if I die here? I saw an extremely irresponsible voice coming from the ring. How do I know? Besides, the devils couldn't use this thing before. I thought they would dispose of it like garbage. Who knew they treat it like a treasure now? Just go in when you come. You? When I can beat you one day, I will make you look good. Uh-huh. I'll be waiting. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Yi Feng said angrily, get out. Hey. What's going on with you? Why did you suddenly change your face? Yuan Quan looked at Yi Feng's frowning face, and suddenly became very angry. Thinking that he had said something wrong, Yi Feng realized that he had lost his composure, and quickly adjusted himself and said, it's okay. I just remembered something. Oh. Then are you going or not? Yi Feng hesitated a little. What you think is a bit difficult must be particularly difficult for me. Is there any way you can do it? And where is that place? Why do you find it so difficult? Yuan Quan thought for a while, and finally nodded and said, there must be a way. But that place is guarded by the guy I hate the most. If I want to go there, I don't want to go. The place that the most annoying guy is guarding is not the demon general, who just gave you something. Right? Yeah. Then you are within her protection. And the room you are pointing to is the storage room where he keeps his things. What do you think? Damn. This is a bit tricky. He actually hit the muzzle of the gun. That was General Tianma's night breeze. But he didn't have the ability to deal with a cultivator in the Golden Core realm. Hey, General Demon storage room. Do you think it's possible for me to get it? Are you afraid that I won't die? The guy in the ring didn't expect that the treasure was actually in the hands of the demon general. If Yifeng went to get it, he would most likely be discovered, which would not be easy to handle. If it were him, he would definitely be able to come and go as he pleased, and the other party wouldn't even have a chance to notify others, and would probably be wiped out by him. But Yifeng doesn't have that ability. Let's see. Didn't the female demon next to you say there is a way? You can ask him what the way is and then weigh it. Right? We are living in Green Hills, and are not afraid of running out of firewood. So treasures are good. But lives are important. Yifeng nodded. It really didn't make sense. He couldn't risk his life for a treasure. If you have any ideas, please tell me. I've long disliked that guy. But what exactly are you trying to get? He has quite a lot of good stuff in his hands. I've seen a lot of them. Maybe I can really help you. Yifeng didn't know what it was, so he had to ask the guy in the ring. What is that treasure you were talking about? Well, after so many years, I don't know if the name has been changed. At that time, I called it the 9-story tower wood. It's a piece of wood. Yifeng was a little speechless. You don't know anything. So you just asked me to steal something. I really can't believe you. This cheater. That one seems to be called a 9-story pagoda. But it's just a piece of wood anyway. 9-story pagoda wood? Don't tell me. I have actually seen something like a piece of wood. At that time, he personally gave it to me. He said that this thing is very good for practice, and can directly increase me from 1 realm to 2 realms. But I forgot the specific name. When Yifeng heard his effect, he was absolutely right. It was that piece of wood. Yes. Yes. It's that piece of wood. Is there anything you can do? But my grandpa said that using this kind of thing is not good for cultivation. Although the level has increased, the foundation is unstable, which may not be good for reaching the martial level in the future. Yifeng was a little confused. Didn't the guy in the ring say there were no side effects? Why does it have side effects in Yuan Quan's eyes? Don't believe that guy. The physique of demons is very different from that of humans. So different effects will occur when used on different races. This kind of wood is the most suitable for us. Yifeng was dubious, but he had better steal it back first. Well, I know. I will use it with caution. If you insist on wanting it, let me think of a way for you. I can ask him to give it to me in person. But it's not fun at all. I think it's more exciting to do it secretly. Yifeng was speechless. If you ask him directly, nothing will happen to me, and I can go back happily. You go there secretly. You make me feel scared. But people have to lower their heads under the low eaves. Yifeng does not dare to break into the consciousness of the demon general. As long as Yifeng dares to go in, he will definitely be discovered. There is no second possibility. Does Miss Yuan Quan have any other options? Without that, we can only steal it quietly. If you want anything else, just go and steal it from him. Speaking of this, Yuan Quan's excited expression left Yifeng completely speechless. Yifeng said, well, I have the invisibility skill. How about I follow you and you go to that guy's room? No, it doesn't feel so arrogant at all. I think it's better to be sneaky. Yifeng slapped his forehead and was really speechless. How long have you been holding in here? How lonely and empty you feel. I can't bear to find such stimulation. But Yifeng could only bite the bullet and agree. Okay, how about we just go secretly? Yeah, that's it. Let's go! Yifeng said, okay. Just follow me and don't walk around. Otherwise don't say it's not exciting. Yuan Quan nodded desperately and said, yeah. Chapter 737 Lurking. Yifeng quietly opened the door and looked at the corridor outside. No demon passed by. Yifeng waved his hand and said quietly, come with me. Yifeng took the lead to move forward, and Yuan Quan followed behind Yifeng nervously, as if he was doing something bad. At a corner, Yifeng suddenly stopped and quickly pressed against the wall and said, someone is coming over here. The two of them were hiding inside a room door just enough to avoid being noticed. At this time, 2 high-level demons happened to be passing by. They didn't notice anything strange at all. and just walked through the intersection in front of Yifeng and the two. After hearing the voice go away, Yifeng walked out and said, "Let's go. It's okay." In this way, the two of them hid and headed towards the destination. They said they wanted to go at an extremely slow speed. This feeling made Yuan Quan extremely excited. It was so fun to sneak around on his own territory. And his subordinates were so stupid that they didn't even notice it. Even a demon commander passed by without noticing them, because the two of them were hiding quietly on the ceiling. And the demon commander walked from underneath them. It's so exciting. These people are so stupid that they didn't even notice us. Yifeng already felt very lucky that even the demon commander did not notice the two of them. Just when Yifeng was happy, a demon suddenly looked towards where Yifeng and the two were. The demon leader slowly walked towards Yifeng's location, and he seemed to sense someone there. What to do? We were discovered. Yifeng was also nervous. Apart from being nervous, Yifeng's mind was racing at a fast speed. There was only one solution in the end, which was to let Yuan Quan go out. You go out and ask him to leave here. Otherwise we will be exposed. If I am caught, how can I complete the next mission? Okay. Let me keep you company with me for a while, and I will do this for you. Remember that you owe me a favor. Okay. Go. Yuan Quan suddenly walked out, which shocked her demon commander. He quickly lowered his head and said respectfully, "I have seen Miss Yuan Quan. Why did you come here? This is the area under the command of a general. Don't you hate him very much?" As he spoke, the demon commander even looked in the direction of Yifeng. But at this moment, Yifeng had entered the invisible state, and he did not see anything. Yuan Quan immediately used his body to block the direction in which the demon commander was looking and said, "The entire demon battleship belongs to my grandfather. I can go wherever I want. Do you still want to restrict me?" The demon commander quickly whispered, "I don't dare. If you dare not, hurry up and leave. Do you want to stay and have dinner with me?" "No. No. No. I'm leaving now." As he spoke, the demon commander quickened his pace and left the place. After watching the demon commander leave, Yuan Quan immediately returned to where Yifeng was just now, only to find that Yifeng was missing. "Hey, where have you been? I helped you get rid of him. You can't leave me alone, or I'll yell." Yifeng quickly covered Yuan Quan, who was about to open his mouth, and the invisibility state disappeared immediately. "What are you shouting for? I didn't leave. I just hid it, just in case I was discovered." Yuan Quan looked at Yifeng in surprise. There was no one in this place just now. So why did he suddenly appear? You are actually from the Shadow Clan. But why are you from Earth? What are the Shadow Clan? The people of the Shadow Clan are the best at stealth. Their stealth ability can be said to be one of the best in the entire universe. Especially their top masters, standing in front of you. You may not even notice it. Yifeng finally understood what the Shadow Tribe was. It turned out that there really was such a race that could innately become invisible. The word shadow was indeed worthy of their identity. Is this Shadow Clan powerful? Well, although we demons don't admit that they are powerful, they are indeed very powerful. Especially I remember that at the next Universe Youth Conference, a very powerful young man from their Shadow Tribe appeared and shined in that conference. But it's a pity that there is another guy who is even more powerful. Yifeng has understood since he learned about Tianma that there may be many races in the universe. But what Yifeng didn't expect was that there would be a youth conference where young people from various races competed. This made Yifeng's eyes widen again, and Yifeng suddenly felt a little bit of expectation towards the vast universe. Who is the most powerful guy? Their race calls itself the God Clan, and that guy regards himself as the son of the god. He looks so arrogant, which makes him uncomfortable to watch. But he is indeed quite powerful. Gods? Even if they think so. But they have that ability. It seems that the universe is not as small as Yifeng imagined. Oh, why do you ask so many questions? Let's leave quickly. Otherwise we will be discovered again. Yifeng nodded and continued to lead Yuan Quan to their target location. The closer he got to the demon general, the more guards there were around him. Yifeng even saw the demon commander who had faced him before. After the demon leader left, Yifeng asked, "This guy is pretty good. He is more powerful than ordinary demon commanders. Those are the personal bodyguards of the natural demon general. They must be more powerful than ordinary demon commanders." Yifeng said, "With a few more rooms, we can reach the residence of General Tianma. I wonder if he is inside." "It doesn't matter. As long as we get there, I will naturally know if he is inside." Yifeng nodded. But the closer he got to General Tianma's room, the tighter the guards there became. Yi Feng and Yuan Quan have been squatting in front of General Tianma's room for nearly half an hour. But there are too many guards here, Yuan Quan said impatiently. Oh? What's going on with these stickers? Why are there so many of them? I don't even have demons waiting for me. He is a demon general. So why are there so many people guarding him? It's like he has no arms or legs. Yi Feng wanted to laugh a little. But what Yuan Quan said was indeed correct. This thought was indeed a bit too much. Wait a minute. Let me think of a solution. Oh! Hurry up. My patience is running out. Or I won't play with you anymore. Yi Feng thought for a while, and decided that he could only use the method of making a fuss in the east and attacking in the west. Otherwise, there would be too many hand-painted drawings. There was nothing on the demon battleship that gave Yi Feng a way to attack the east and the west. Do you have anything on you? You can lend it to me. Yuan Quan directly took out a ring on his hand and said, take it and use it. This is an ordinary ring. If you like it, I will give it to you. Yi Feng shook his head. How could he want something from you? Yi Feng waved his hand and flicked the ring to a certain direction, immediately attracting the attention of the demons. Chapter 738 The treasure is obtained. What? Hurry over and take a look. A large group of heavenly demon soldiers ran towards that direction. But there were still 2 heavenly demon soldiers guarding the door of General Heavenly Demon's room. Yi Feng asked again, is there any more? Take it. I didn't expect these guys to be so stupid. Although Yuan Quan was a little angry, he still gave Yi Feng another ring. Yi Feng smashed it in another direction again. The 2 demon soldiers glanced at it, and ran over one after another. What if something really shows up there, and I neglect my duty? After the 2 demons left, Yi Feng took the female sticker, and ran to the room of the demon general, and quietly closed the door. After closing the door, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief and came in. Can you let go of that? At this time, Yi Feng was still holding the hand of the female demon. After hearing what the other party said, Yi Feng subconsciously let go of his hand, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I was a little anxious just now. I really didn't mean to hold you back. Instead, Yuan Quan coyly said, it doesn't matter. Aren't you still looking for something? What will happen if he comes back later? Yi Feng didn't notice anything. Instead, he thought of the 9-story tower he was looking for, and hurriedly went to look for it. Following the location designated by the guy in the ring, Yi Feng and Yuan Quan came to another room in the room. There was a big box in front of Yi Feng. The most important thing was that the box was open and the chain was not locked. Yi Feng was about to reach out and take it, but suddenly stopped. Could this be some kind of trap? Seeing Yi Feng stop, Yuan Quan asked, what's wrong? Is there any problem? Isn't there what you are looking for in here? Look, I have seen him give it to me, but I didn't want it. Yuan Quan pointed to a bead and said, Yi Feng knew that what he wanted was in this. What are you doing? Kid? Take away all these good things? Yi Feng asked. The boxes are all open. Isn't this person in here? I didn't feel him. Maybe he just went out and forgot to lock the box. Hey, Yi Feng. What are you doing? I'm asking you something. Yi Feng shook his head and said, it's nothing. I just think it went smoothly. The box is not even locked. Will I be discovered if I take it directly? Oh, why are you so careful? I'll help you get whatever you want. As he spoke, Yuan Quan rummaged through the box to find the piece of what Yi Feng needed. In a corner of the box, a box with a wooden box focused on it appeared in front of Yi Feng and Yuan Quan. Yuan Quan took out the wooden box and opened it. There was a piece of wood inside. Here. This is the piece of wood you want. Yi Feng asked in his heart, are you playing? That's right. This thing is the most valuable among them. It doesn't matter if you take other things away. You'll always be able to use them anyway. Yi Feng nodded and said, well, this is the piece of wood I want. Saying that, Yuan Quan handed the wooden box to Yi Feng, and Yi Feng put it directly into the game backpack. Although the game cannot be connected here, Yi Feng can use anything in the game. Yuan Quan asked, it's hard to come here and take all these away. Anyway, I don't think this guy is happy. Yi Feng was worried that he had no excuse to take these things away. But this guy took the initiative to bring them to his door. As a result, when Yi Feng was about to speak, the door creaked. Yi Feng subconsciously pulled Yuan Quan beside him, hid in a corner, and stretched out a finger to silence Yuan Quan. Then the door was opened and closed again, and a person walked in. But he did not enter the house, but sat down in the next room. The other party even poured a glass of water, and Yi Feng could hear the gurgling sound of the water. As soon as Yi Feng arrived, A language he couldn't understand rang out. How dare this bitch refuse me? If you weren't the marshal's granddaughter, I would have taken you back long ago. I still have to wait until now. In order to pursue you, I have already put down your status as a general. Don't be ignorant. Yi Feng didn't understand, but Yuan Quan next to him heard it clearly. At this moment, his face became extremely ugly. Yi Feng looked at the other party's face that gradually turned ugly, and knew that what the other party said was definitely not good. But for safety reasons, Yi Feng covered the other party's mouth. Shake your head at the other person and be sure not to make a sound. Otherwise you will really be discovered. But the next moment, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. General, I just received an informant from someone on the other side of the earth, saying that Yi Feng appeared alone on the patrol edge of the outer battlefield. Should we send someone to capture him and dedicate this guy to the marshal? Maybe your matter will be settled. It's done. After all, this guy is not simple. This is serious. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It must be true. Because the other party had a problem with Yi Feng. He deliberately arranged for him to patrol alone. This is a good opportunity for us to take action. Okay. I'll lead the team myself. I don't believe I can't catch this guy. I wish the general a triumphant return and finally a beautiful woman in his arms. This news is really important to me. You go out first. I will prepare to leave later. Yes. As he spoke, the guy's footsteps gradually approached the room where Yi Feng and the two of them were staying. Yi Feng was sweating profusely at the moment. If the other party really wanted to come in, he would definitely find him. After looking around, Yi Feng took Yuan Quan and hid in another place. At this moment, General Tianmo had walked in. Hey, didn't I close the box before? After General Tianmo came in, he first saw her unclosed box. He didn't think much about it. He took a look at it, threw something in, and then closed the box. General Tianmo didn't know what kind of thing he found in this room, and then said confidently, no matter how powerful Yi Feng is, it won't be that easy to leave in the hands of my dragnet. After the demon general left the room, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yi Feng and Yuan Quan were so close at this moment, their faces almost touching. The breathing between the two people can be felt by each other, especially Yuan Quan's hot face, which makes Yuan Quan look even more attractive. Yi Feng had to admit that Yuan Quan was the most beautiful demon he had ever seen. At this moment, Yi Feng was still pressing on Yuan Quan, because the matter was urgent just now. Yi Feng didn't pay that much attention. But if the two sides are still like this now, it is indeed a bit embarrassing. Yi Feng quickly let go of his hand and said softly, I'm sorry. I was so nervous just now. Yuan Quan said shyly in a low voice, it doesn't matter. Chapter 739 Love. The two sides fell into silence for a while, and it would seem a little awkward if they stayed like this. Yi Feng had no choice but to break the embarrassment and ask, what was that devil talking about just now? Your face doesn't look good. You also know that he is pursuing me. But I did not agree to him. And now he actually wants to catch you, and then dedicate you to my grandfather, so that my grandfather will agree to his pursuit of me. Yi Feng said, why is this person so despicable? But am I important to you? Yuan Quan nodded and said, my grandfather said that you are indeed a very mysterious person. It is best to catch you, just in case, and become the second great elder of your human race. Yi Feng was a little helpless. When he faced them for the first time, he was just showing off his skills. But the other party actually wanted to catch him. Did he want to nip the bud in the cradle? Then what is he going to do now? To catch me? But I'm here. Yuan Quan nodded and said, listening to their conversation. It seems that the people over there told us that the best time to deal with you is when you are patrolling alone. When they heard this sentence, they all realized the seriousness of the problem. They were patrolling alone, and the other party actually told Tianmo about this matter. It can be seen that the connection between the other party and Tianmo is not shallow. Who can you hear? He didn't say who it was. He just said it seemed like that person had a grudge against you. So he wanted us to deal with you. Yi Feng's eyes widened. Besides the Long family, who else had a grudge against him on the outer battlefield? Damn Long Tian. He actually colluded with the devil. He is really ungrateful. Yi Feng was angry. But Yuan Quan next to him was even more angry. He pointed at Yi Feng's chest and said, hey, what are you talking about? What does it mean to collude with our demons? You look down on me, don't you? Am I that bad? Yi Feng's angry expression just now was completely dismissed by Yuan Quan in front of him. Yuan Quan was right. Not all demons were bad. At least Yuan Quan was not Yuan Quan. He did not tell any demons about his whereabouts. Otherwise, he would not be able to stand here unharmed. Yifeng shook his head quickly and said, I didn't say you were bad. What I said was that he was the demon general who just walked out. You are very good. Really? What's good about me? It's a very good one. Humph. Let me tell you. He is going to catch you with a dragnet. As long as you touch that dragnet, it will be useless no matter how high your cultivation level is. Your bus will be temporarily imprisoned. So you can stay away from that dragnet. The fact is that I will definitely follow Miss Yuan Quan's advice. That's pretty much it. By the way, I got the treasure. Do you want to leave? Yifeng nodded and said, well, I should go back. I have been away for so long. I don't know what happened on the battlefield outside the world. Do you really want to leave? Why don't you stay with me for a few days? This is the happiest day I've ever had when I came to your side. Will you come to accompany me more often in the future? Yifeng rolled his eyes in his heart. If I had no problem with my brain, I wouldn't come here. What I come here to play is my heartbeat in my life. Of course, it was impossible for Yifeng to say it. If he really wanted to say it, whether he could leave or not was still a question. Okay, I promise you, if you demons don't come to invade us, I will definitely come to you. After all, you are not a bad person like them. Humph. Of course I am not a bad person. By the way, why did your grandfather receive the order to attack our Earth? There seems to be nothing worthy of your needs in such a barren place on our Earth. Yuan Quan shook his head in confusion and said, I don't know about this either. I was brought out by my grandpa, who said he wanted me to practice. But I didn't do anything. Grandpa was even injured. But I heard from Grandpa that it seems like you have something like this here. What our heavenly demon emperor needs. How could there be anything on Earth that they could talk about? Of course. And this thing is in your hands. Yifeng was startled. The thing in his hand. Wasn't it this ring? It turns out that the heavenly demon emperor wants the ring in his hand. What is the origin of this ring? Just like what the guy in the ring said. This ring has a great background. And it is also the object of competition among all major races. What are you doing standing there in a daze? Hurry up and leave. If that old guy finds you, I'll see where you can go. Yifeng said, I won't talk to you about Yuan Quan when I go back. If your grandpa finds out, I will really be doomed. Do you really want to go back? Well, I have to go. And that demon general has already gone to the outer battlefield to look for me. I can't let anything happen to me. Okay. Take this and remember to take it with you. If you encounter any problems in the future, take this out, and those demons won't make things difficult for you. As he spoke, Yuan Quan took out a token with 2 characters engraved on it. One big character and one small character. But Yifeng didn't recognize those fonts. What's this? Yuan Quan pointed to the words on the token and said, the big character is Yuan, which is my surname. And the small character is my name. It turns out that what Yuan Quan gave him was his own name. And the token was also an identity token. Yifeng glanced at it, then grabbed it in his hand and said, thank you. As he spoke, Yifeng entered the invisible state, because the place he left was the toilet. In the void, Yifeng called out, goodbye. Yuan Quan did not notice where Yifeng was. After all, his cultivation was not as good as Yifeng, and he could not feel Yifeng's presence at all. Yuan Quan said to the air, goodbye. I hope to see you again. Yifeng looked at the hole in the toilet and rushed down while holding his breath. This is also the only way for the guy in the ring to tell Yifeng to leave. About a minute or so, Yifeng finally protruded from the bottom of the demon battleship and finally came out. Yifeng ran away without hesitation. After all, this was a demon warship. If he stayed for a second longer, he would be in more danger. If it weren't for Yuan Quan's help this time, Yifeng might not have been able to get the 9-story pagoda with so smoothly. Little guy. Everyone is gone. What are you still doing here? Yuan Quan was standing there blankly. And at this moment an old voice came from behind him. Yuan Quan turned around in surprise, and found that his grandfather was behind him. Grandpa. You suddenly appeared. You want to scare me to death. Uh-huh. My granddaughter's safety is more important than my life. Don't I know what you are doing? Yuan Quan asked cautiously. Then you knew he came in? Yuan Fei nodded and said, of course, I spotted him when he was close to the demon battleship. But I wanted to see what he wanted to do. I didn't expect that he met you by accident. What do you think of him? What's going on? I don't know what Grandpa is talking about. Don't go back. Yuan Quan deliberately avoided the topic and wanted to leave. But Yuan Fei would not let Yuan Quan walk out of General Tianma's room like this, but would directly transfer him to another place instantly. Silly boy. If you really come out of his room like this, what will the entire demon battleship think of you? Yuan Quan finally realized his mistake, nodded quickly and said, Yuan Quan knows he was wrong. Haha. This is not a big deal. But I think that Yi Feng is pretty good. He has the cultivation level of Big Realm at a young age. And I think he has not been practicing for a long time. And his foundation is extremely strong. I think there should be someone behind him. It's guided by a famous teacher. I saw Yuan Quan blushing and saying coquettishly, Grandpa, what are you talking about? I have nothing to do with him. Really? If it doesn't matter, then I will arrest him. No. He and I are just friends. Friends! Ha. Are we just friends? You have never done such a gesture to any man. Grandpa. Ha. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. Go back. Chapter 740 Returning Empty-Handed. After leaving the demon battleship, Yi Feng quickly returned to the outer battlefield. But Yi Feng was also cautious. After all, he knew that the demon general was looking for him. In order to keep himself safe, Yi Feng has always been invisible. However, compared with General Tianma, as long as he uses his spiritual power, he will definitely be discovered. In order to make himself safer, Yi Feng did not go his own way, which meant that Yi Feng did not slide down with him, but came to the European and American area. After a corner, Yi Feng restored his original appearance and started walking. Not far away, Yi Feng spotted a group of blonde and blue-eyed men patrolling. Of course, the other party also discovered Yi Feng. But on Earth, as long as you have superpowers, you can learn languages very quickly. So there is no language gap. How come you people from the Huaxia district came to our side? Yi Feng responded, the situation is a bit urgent. Please be careful. A demon general has come to the edge of the Tianwai battlefield. I am a patrolman from the Huaxia district. I had no choice but to come to this side. This superpower has some questions. How could a figure of the demon general level come to the outer battlefield alone? That is equivalent to the existence of their pope. Could something major happen? Do you want to inform our pope? And you should go back and tell you that Long Tian, a figure of the demon general level. Only the two of them can deal with it. Yi Feng shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. They are just patrolling the battlefield and not going deep. So we don't need to alert them. We just need to watch quietly what they want to do. What if they start a massacre? We are no match for him. Yi Feng said, it doesn't matter. He is still in our territory in China. You should be more careful here. Well, thank you, brother. You should go back quickly. Well, let me borrow it from you for the time being. I'll take a detour and go back to tell our people over there. Okay. Go this way. We have to continue patrolling. So I won't send you off. Thanks. After Yi Feng left, several superpowers chatted with each other. This guy is the Yi Feng that the Pope is talking about. He can escape to our side under the hands of General Tianma. It's amazing. Well, his own strength is indeed powerful. Most demon commanders are no match for him, let alone us. But it's also strange that with his strength, how could he appear on the patrol battlefield? Hey, if you don't tell me, I almost forgot. He is a cardinal level of strength. Our bishop will not appear in this place. The others looked confused and had no idea what they were doing inside. Even people of this level were sent to the battlefield. Could it be that something happened on their side? No matter what, just report this matter to the Pope. Yes. Yi Feng came to the side of the superpowers, which was considered safer. But in contrast, General Tianma did not find any figure of Yi Feng on the patrol battlefield in the Huaxia district. They came here so carefully just to prevent people on the earth from finding out. After all, they were just alone, and the people on the other side couldn't be completely trusted. So they were very careful. But even if the newcomer didn't see it, he would definitely be very angry. Didn't you say that Yi Feng came to Tianwai battlefield alone to patrol? Why is there no one there? The senior demon trembled and said, I don't know that the other party did send me a message, saying that Yi Feng was patrolling the outer battlefield alone. But no one has been found yet. Humph. It's useless. People on Earth can't be trusted at all. It's just a waste of my time. General, have you noticed that we have gone around in a big circle here? And there is not even a patrolling person. Logically, there should be a small team, a demon commander said. This sentence raised questions among the demon generals. Yes, even if there is no Yi Feng, there should be other patrol teams. Why not? Is this Yifeng not on patrol? Reporting back to the general. It seems that this is indeed the case. Yifeng must have noticed something. So he hid alone. Otherwise there would be no other people here. General Tianma sighed. Such a good opportunity was actually ran away by Yifeng. Otherwise that bitch would be a plaything on his bed tonight. General. Since Yifeng is not here, what should we do? What else can we do? Of course we are going back. By the way, remember to tell the guy that if there is such uncertain news in the future, don't blame us for being rude. Yes. General Tianma didn't gain anything. So he led a group of people back to the Tianma battleship. Of course, at this time, at the intersection of the demon battleship, Yuan Quan was standing there looking at something. When General Tianma came back, he saw Yuan Quan standing at the door and said with a smile on his face, Miss Yuan, you are waiting. Yuan Quan said with a look of displeasure, I'm not waiting for you. I heard that you went to capture Yifeng. I came over to take a look. But seeing that you came back empty-handed didn't mean much. I originally wanted to take a look at that. What on earth does Yifeng have? General Tianmo didn't care what Yuan Quan was saying. He only heard that Yuan Quan was interested in Yifeng. Since you are interested in Yifeng, if I catch him next time, won't it make you have a good impression of me? Miss Yuan, since you are so interested in Yifeng, you will definitely bring her back next time you meet him. After all, are you tired of being alone? You haven't seen her yet, so it would be nice to have her as a pet for you. Yuan Quan said, I heard that Yifeng is very powerful. Do you have that ability? I didn't catch him alone this time, let alone in the future. Aren't they more careful? Don't worry about this. As long as he dares to appear in front of me again, I will definitely catch him. Okay, but you can't hurt him at all. If he's dead, disabled, or seriously injured, what do you want me to do with him? The fact is that I will not spare him any money without any reservations. Just bring him to you. Well, that's it. It's really boring. And it made me happy for nothing. In fact, Yuan Quan was thinking, luckily you didn't catch him. Even if you did, I would take it back like Grandpa. On the other hand, General Tianmo had a different scene in his mind. He couldn't wait to catch Yifeng now. If he could really reach Yuan Quan's level, his status in the demon clan would be much better in the future. Listen, if you have any information about Yifeng, tell me immediately. Yes, General. Chapter 741 Angrily breaking into the Long family camp. Yifeng finally returned to his patrol place within his patrol period, waiting for others to come and pick him up. But 5 hours have come. Why hasn't anyone come to help me? What happened at the camp? Why didn't anyone come to pick me up? This side of the camp. Not long after Yifeng left, Yin Yu was the first to come out of practice. The first time he opened his eyes, he was looking for Yifeng. But he left the tent after not finding Yifeng. Outside the tent, he saw Yilong. Brother Yilong? Where has Yifeng gone? Yifeng went on patrol, and has been there for 2 hours. Who did he go with? Yilong didn't dare to say anything and hesitated. Say quickly. We are all our own. This time Long Tian arranged for you to go on patrol again. But you are all practicing. So Yifeng went alone. Alone? No. I have to find him. Yilong immediately stopped Yin Yu and said, This is not okay. Yifeng has already told me that you must not be allowed to follow me. It has been 2 hours now. Just wait a little longer. Let's talk about the people inside you. They are all practicing. So I don't feel that he's watching alone. What if someone from the Long family makes trouble? After all, Yifeng is not here. Yin Yu stopped. Yilong was indeed right. He was looking for Yifeng now. Not to mention whether he could find him or not. Even if he went, it would be useless. Also, the Long family sent them on patrol so quickly, so they must have ill intentions towards them. Yin Yu said, Okay, I'm right here. I hope he can come back safe and sound. Yilong breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yin Yu was not that stubborn person. Otherwise, how could he explain to Yifeng? But not long after, the cultivators inside came out one after another. When the last person came out, everyone had finished practicing, and it was time for Yifeng to come back. Everyone has benefited greatly from this practice, especially Ying and Chu Ti and I. Both of them have broken through to the high level of consecration realm. Everyone else has made breakthroughs and risen to a small level. Of all the people present today, not one of them is at the foundation establishment realm, but all are cultivators at the consecration realm. Of course, Yilong didn't notice anything because they didn't undergo virtual reality conversion, and were no different from ordinary people. It's been more than 5 hours. Why hasn't the boss come back yet? Yi Long said, maybe something has been delayed. It's not a big deal if it's delayed for dozens of minutes. Let's wait a little longer. But an hour has passed since the wait. The most impatient, arrogant brother, and Xiao He quit. Although Xiao He was injured last time. After previous training, not only the injury healed, but his cultivation level also increased greatly. What's going on? Why hasn't the boss come yet? It's been an hour. Yi Long, tell the truth. What happened? Zissou and Yan Yu were more anxious than anyone else. But they did not dare to act blindly. After all, this was a battlefield outside the world. And if they were not careful, they might be in catastrophe. Yi Long also frowned. Logically speaking, Yi Feng should have come back a long time ago. Why hasn't he come back yet? I'll take you to ask what the the Long family is doing. It would be a shame to leave the Long family. These people followed Yi Long to the outside of Long Tian's tent. This was the territory of the Long family, and people from the Long family were watching them everywhere. Yi Long, if you don't stay in your territory, why are you coming to our Long family? Get out of the way. I'm looking for Long Tian. This descendant of the Long family laughed and said, you are making fun of my ancestor. You can find it if you say you can. My ancestor is practicing and has no time. Hack you. Chu Tian's fist flew out without any warning. Boom! This young man from the Long family had no defense and was knocked unconscious by Long Tian's fist. This directly escalated the matter. This was the territory of the Long family, and several children of the Long family immediately surrounded it. Whatever you want to do. You dare to attack members of my Long family. Chu Tianai shouted, so what if I get beaten? Why don't you fight with me? This disciple of the Long family is only in the early stage of the Kaiguang realm. Of course, he would not dare to deal with Chu Tian's cultivation level. How about I fight with you? An arrogant voice sounded, and an elder from the Long family, who was in the bigger realm, appeared in front of everyone. Chu Tianai and others immediately put themselves into a defensive state. It is not just that they can defeat the strong men in the bigger realm. Yi Long said, Elder, we would like to ask Elder Long Tian why Yi Feng has not returned after 5 hours of patrolling. Humph. Whether he comes back or not has nothing to do with me. Xiao He said, why doesn't it matter? It's your Long family who can arrange for people to patrol. But it's already past the shift change time. But my boss hasn't come back yet. It's not my responsibility to arrange patrols. If I bring you to make trouble in my Long family's territory, I have to take care of it. Chu Tianai and others finally understood that the Long family was really not a good person, and it was obviously trying to embarrass them. Chu Tianai said, it's a joke. Your Long family is just using power for personal gain. Isn't it? Now we should work together to deal with the enemy. The devil. Instead of setting fire to our own backyard. What your Long family is doing is really worse than a pig or a dog. Then your elder, Long clan, shouted, you are so bold and don't know the bounds of heaven and earth. I will teach you a lesson for you. The great elder. When a strong man in the bigger realm took action, it was earth-shattering. A fist pounced on Chu Tianai like a tiger. In his opinion, even if Chu Tianai survived this move, he would still be seriously injured. Look at how arrogant he is. Facing the oncoming Quan Feng, Chu Tianai took the lead and stood in front of everyone and shouted, Golden Arhat. Open! Dang. The fist hit Chu Tianai directly, making a sound like a golden bell. Chu Tianai stood motionless on the spot, and just took the blow from the strong man in the bigger realm. However, the difference in strength meant that even if Chu Tianai used the golden body Arhat skill, he still suffered a lot of damage. There was a deep scratch under his feet. But even so, Chu Tianai did not show any signs of injury. The elder at the bigger realm was shocked that a mere cultivator at the Kaiguang realm actually blocked his attack. This tells him that the guy in front of him is not simple. It seems that not only Yi Feng is not simple, but also the people around him are not easy to deal with. He was extremely angry after being blocked by someone. And it was blocked by someone who was much lower than himself. Elder Long said angrily, if you can block it once, let me see how many times you can block it. However, at this moment, a dagger appeared on his neck. A cold voice said, you can try again. Chapter 742, you can give it a try. You can try again. The cold dagger resting on the Elder Long's neck was so bone-chilling. Humph. Can an ordinary dagger hurt me? The cold voice sounded again, you can give it a try. Elder Long just wanted to move and use his spiritual energy to block the dagger. but he found that his spiritual energy could not block the edge of the dagger at all. Spiritual weapon. How come you have a spiritual weapon? At this time, the elder of the Long family finally panicked. If it were an ordinary dagger, it would be completely impossible to break through the protective aura on it. But if the opponent's dagger is a spiritual weapon, it will be completely different. The person standing behind Mr. Long is none other than Ying. In fact, the weapon in Kage's hand is not a spiritual weapon, but a low-grade treasure. However, people on Earth don't understand it at all. They think that spiritual weapons are the highest level, because a spiritual weapon is already a very rare thing. Treasure weapons are just things in legends. But among Yifeng's team, there are a total of treasure weapons. There are 2 pieces in Yifeng's hand, one in Ying's hand, and one in Ling Shue's hand. The elders of the Long family did not dare to make any moves, and Chu Tianai and others breathed a sigh of relief. Just when the other party was in a stalemate, a voice came out. They are all members of our own family. Why bother to do anything? Just let them go. I was careless about the patrol. I was practicing just now, and forgot to make arrangements. Now I will ask someone to replace Yifeng and come back. In the largest tent in the Long family camp, an old man walked out. This man was none other than Long Tian. In fact, he has been watching the situation here, but now he has to come out. In such an embarrassing situation, if he doesn't come forward, it is likely to cause bigger problems. The shadow gradually disappeared into the darkness. Chu Tianai and others nodded, but they still did not feel relieved about the people of the Long family. Chu Tianai said, Elder Long Tian, we have recorded today's events for now. I will report all the events to the Great Elder after he wakes up. Haha. Whatever. Let's all disperse. Although the problem was solved, Chu Tianai and others were unwilling to accept it. Although they showed their strength, it also made them more passive. After returning to the tent, Chu Tianai and others sat together, quietly waiting for Yifeng's return. After waiting for more than an hour at the handover point of the Tianwai battlefield patrol with Yifeng, I finally saw a group of people approaching. Yifeng frowned and asked, What's going on? Why are you here so late? Elder Yifeng, we don't know what happened. We had wanted to come for a long time, but the Long family had been restraining us and not letting us out. If Yi Long hadn't led people to make trouble at their Long family camp, we would have still I don't know when I can take over from you. As soon as Yifeng heard this, he knew that the Long family must be making things difficult for them. It seems that the Long family has no hesitation in killing themselves. They want to delay the time for General Demon to find him and kill him as much as possible. Well, you Long family, I have recorded this account. Are my people okay? It's okay. Elder Yifeng is really powerful. Even the strong men in the bigger realm, Elder Long, were beaten by your people and didn't dare to fight back. I heard that the guy named Chu Tianai was able to withstand the move of a strong man in the bigger realm. In exchange, I would have been seriously injured without losing my job. That's right. It's amazing. Yifeng felt relieved when he heard that they were okay. Well, be careful. This patrol area may not be peaceful. There will be many demons coming out. Try not to get close to that edge. No way. Did Elder Yifeng see it? Yes. You should try to be careful and don't get too close. Thank you, Elder, for reminding us. We will definitely be more careful. After Yifeng said goodbye to the team, he quickly returned to his camp tent. Opening the camp tent, Yifeng appeared in front of everyone. Yanyu and Zissou immediately ran to Yifeng and threw themselves on Yifeng. We're worried to death. The Long family is so bad. Yifeng nodded and said, I know everything. But you must be careful in the future. This Long family is not a good person. As far as I know, he should be colluding with the demon. What a high-level demon. Yi Long was shocked. But he was immediately restrained by Yifeng and said, keep your voice down. The eyes and ears of the Long family are everywhere in this human camp. Others were very surprised. The devil was at odds with them. The other party wanted to invade the earth. This lobster could actually do such a thing. He should be killed today, Ying said angrily. Brother Yifeng, how did you know? Yifeng said, it's very simple. I'm not patrolling alone today. I'm afraid only the people who know that I'm patrolling alone know about it. Yes, generally there will be no single-person patrol at all. And it is impossible to have a single-person patrol. Yifeng nodded and said, it was precisely because I was patrolling alone that I discovered the demon general and the demon commander in the patrol place. They were searching for me everywhere. Everyone present took a breath of air conditioning. General Tianmo was a Longtian-level figure. Are you not injured? Zissou asked with concern. Yi Feng shook his head and said, no. In fact, I searched around the demon battleship today. His brother Yi Feng, you don't want your life. Go and look around there. Everyone looked at Yi Feng as if he were a monster, and walked out of the demon battleship unharmed. What kind of bad luck did Yi Feng get? Yes, it was precisely because I walked around the demon battleship that I learned this secret. Now everyone believed it. If Yi Feng didn't go to the demon battleship, how would he know that the demon general was coming to find him? From this point of view, it is certain that the Long family and the demon are colluding. Yi Long, please go ahead slowly. People here should try to stay away from the Long family. You know? Understood. Should we tell the Great Elder about this? Yi Feng said, this matter is important. I will definitely tell the Elder. But now that the Elder is practicing, I can't disturb her. So we can only act carefully, and try to keep the trustworthy brothers away from the Long family. Of course, remember not to say that the Long family is colluding with the devil. Otherwise it will cause a lot of trouble. Yi Long nodded and said, I know this. I will never let others know anything about the demon and the Long family. Well, let's do it. Chapter 743 The Lion Opens Its Mouth. After Yi Long left, Yi Feng gathered everyone together. Yi Feng felt very excited when he saw that everyone around him had improved in cultivation after previous training. Great. Your realm has improved. It seems that these origin beads are very beneficial to our cultivation. We must give more. I wonder if the Great Elder still has such a thing. Although Yi Feng was happy, others knew that Yi Feng had quit early in order to let them practice. Xiaohei said, Boss, why don't you practice this origin with us? The energy of the beads is so powerful. Then each of us will have a small realm. You can do the same. Yi Feng shook his head and said, it took a few days for all of you to absorb this origin bead completely. But if it were me alone, even if it were absorbed completely, I don't know how long it would take. Yin Yu said, now that we know that the people of the Long family are colluding with the devil, what are we going to do next? Or should we let it develop and wait until the Great Elder wakes up to make a decision? Yi Feng said, of course we should act according to the situation. After all, we are not the opponents of the Long family yet. But if it is something particularly dangerous, we will not do it if we can. And in the Long family's camp over there. Long Tian's face was gloomy at the moment. Because she had received the message from the demon, General Tianmo personally took action, and did not catch Yi Feng at all. In this way, Yi Feng was not patrolling the Tianwai battlefield at all. There is also a possibility that Yi Feng has been hiding on the outer battlefield, and has not gone deep into it. Hiding in a safe area. If you can escape once, I don't believe you can escape the second time. The letter has stated that General Tianmo wants to capture Yi Feng, and he must capture him alive. It seems that the demon is also very interested in Yi Feng. Since the demon wants to capture him, Long Tian can think of ways to deal with Yi Feng. Come on. Tell me to go down and monitor the actions of Yi Feng and his group at all times. Yes. Although the letter meant to blame Long Tian was not angry. Since you care about Yi Feng so much, you should give me more benefits. Send this letter over. Yes. In order to deal with Yi Feng Lanshan. He didn't want to give such a favor to General Tianmo for no reason. Not long after, General Tianmo had received a reply from Long Tian. However, General Tianmo frowned after opening the letter. The reward the other party asked for was not low. Although the two parties have been cooperating, and have not been discovered by the other party so far. Due to the existence of the Great Elder, their demons have been unable to conquer the human camp. It's indeed good news. Their Great Elder is actually in seclusion. It's just that your appetite is too big. You actually want the 9-story pagoda in my hand. Things like the 9-story pagoda do have side effects for the demons. But for humans, they have no side effects as long as they are handled properly. So Long Tian wanted this piece of 9-story pagoda wood. But he didn't know why the other party knew that he had such a treasure. This 9-story tower wood is in my hands. And it is also a first-class treasure. Your appetite is too big. And I plan to give this piece of wood to Marshal Yuan Fei first. But if you can really help me if you catch Yi Feng, I can give you this 9-story tower. Being favored by Marshal Yuan Fei is definitely a first-class good thing for the demon general. Besides, the 9-story tower has quite a side effect on the demon. Thinking of this, General Tianmo walked to his treasure box, waved his hand gently, and the treasure box was opened. General Tianmo was looking for the 9-story pagoda wood in his treasure box. But General Tianma discovered that there was no 9-story pagoda with it all in his treasure box. What's going on? I clearly remember putting it in here. General Tianma was a little angry. He still remembered that when Yuan Quan refused him the piece of 9-story tower wood. He was very angry, and threw it directly into the treasure chest. But now everything else is there. Only the 9-story tower wood is missing. Somebody come! The door of General Heavenly Demon's room was opened. And a senior Heavenly Demon walked in and said, "What are your orders?" "General, did anyone enter my room during this time?" Reporting to the general. "No one has been to your room. Except, of course, the general yourself." "Bullshit. Am I going to steal my own things?" "Find out what happened. I'm missing something here." "Yes. I'm going to ask about the high-level demon who has been guarding this place for the past few days." "Well, if I knew which guy took my stuff, I would crush his head." After the high-level demon left, it didn't take long for panic to spread among the demon guards. General Tianmo's belongings were lost. This was a big deal. And it was lost while they were guarding him. Even if they were given great courage, they would not dare to take the things belonging to the demon general. After all, they were highly hierarchical, and could not do such a thing. After going out about half an hour ago, Tianmo returned to General Tianmo's room again. "What's going on?" The senior demon said, "Not long ago, something strange happened at the door of General Lin's room. In order to ensure safety, we guards looked around for anyone suspicious. But we only found 2 rings." "Ring? Show me what ring." "General, these are these 2 rings." General Tianma took the 2 rings from the hands of the senior demons. From the appearance, these things were not from the earth, but belonged to their demon clan. This excludes humans from the earth, who came to their demon battleship. In other words, it was their insiders who did it. But when the demon general looked at these 2 rings carefully, he suddenly felt a little familiar. When General Tianma looked at the ring again, there was actually a small word spring engraved on it. General Tianma said softly, "No way. How could this be her ring? Doesn't she want this 9-story tower? Why would she steal it?" General Tianma is a little confused. The 9-story pagoda was actually stolen by Yuan Quan. But what reason did he have to steal it? I had dedicated myself to him unconditionally. Regardless of the reason, General Tianma seemed to have no choice but to go to Yuan Quan's place to see what was going on with him. "General, do you realize what this is? Who does it belong to?" General Tianma said, "It's okay. Everyone, please retreat." Thing. This senior demon guard didn't know what happened. He was very angry when he saw the demon general just now. But when he saw the ring, he had a different expression. However, it was a blessing and misfortune that they were not held accountable. Chapter 744 Surveillance. General Tianmo walked all the way and arrived at the door of Yuan Quan's room. Looking at the ring in his hand, he didn't know what Yuan Quan meant. Why did he steal his 9-story pagoda? Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door of Yuan Quan's room. Yuan Quan, who had just returned to the room, was about to take a rest. But he did not expect that there was a knock on the door. Yuan Quan came to the door of the room, opened the door and said, "Who is it? Beat me to rest." But when the door opened, it was still the demon general who appeared in front of him. Yuan Quan immediately wanted to close the door, but was blocked by General Tianmo. "Miss Yuan, why are you closing the door in such a hurry? Could it be that you have done something bad?" Yuan Quan was shocked. Did he know that she went to his room and stole her things? However, Yuan Quan would not admit this problem. Instead, he said, "I have nothing to say to you, and I don't want to talk to you. Let's go." But General Tianma smiled and said, "But I still want to talk to you. Look, I picked up 2 rings by accident." Yuan Quan took a look and realized, weren't these the 2 rings Yi Feng asked him to use to attract those demons? Why is this ring already in the hands of General Tianmo? Has their whereabouts been exposed? Although Yuan Quan's heart was surging, he pretended to be calm and said, "How did you find it? I've been looking for it for several days. I don't know which demon stole it. But it's not an important ring. If it's stolen, it's stolen. Well, if you find it, give it to me." General Demon said, "Is it really what you said? Your ring was stolen, and then I picked it up." "Right." Yuan Quan said, "Of course it is. Otherwise what would you think? Ms. Yuan, my ring was stolen. After my search, only these 2 rings were related to the loss of my belongings. So I had to come to Miss Yuan." Yuan Quan said, "So what? The ring is mine. But it doesn't mean that I stole the thing. How can I value your things?" General Tianma sneered in his heart. Just because you don't like him doesn't mean that others don't like him. There are some cases where demons take risks in order to cultivate their abilities. General Tianma can confirm that Yuan Quan will not use this thing. But it does not mean that other demons will not use it. General Tianma said, in this case, I will not disturb Miss Yuan. And I will return these 2 rings to you. However, if you ask me for it, Miss Yuan, I will give it to you. Isn't it just a 9-story pagoda? Why bother? So sneaky. You? Yuan Quan grabbed his ring from the other party's hand and slammed the door shut. General Tianmo has determined that Yuan Quan took away his 9-story tower. Although he doesn't know how Yuan Quan opened his treasure chest. She is right. The demon general standing outside Yuan Quan's door said to himself, I want to see which demon, who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, can actually let Yuan Quan do things for you. After the demon general returned to his room, he issued an order. All the demons under him must supervise Yuan Quan at all times. Since you care so much about that demon, I want to see how you protect him. In the eyes of General Tianma, Yuan Quan must have a demon he likes. But that guy's cultivation level is very low. And General Tianma will not allow this to happen. Although it was an inconspicuous thing on the demon battleship, it made Yuan Quan feel more tormented in the following days. Because he found that no matter where he went, there was always a pair of eyes staring at him. This feeling was really unbearable for Yuan Quan. So he had to find his grandfather. At the very center of the Heavenly Demon Battleship is the owner of the Bao Heavenly Demon Battleship, the Heavenly Demon Marshal Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei was sitting cross-legged on the spot recovering from his injuries, surrounded by a large amount of energy that restored the demon's cultivation. Yuan Quan came to Yuan Fei, sat in front of Yuan Fei, and said a little coquettishly, Grandpa, please take good care of that general. He has sent people to watch me every day these days. People are watching me wherever I go. It's so uncomfortable. Yuan Fei opened his eyes, looked at Yuan Quan lovingly and said, Silly boy. Who asked you to steal his things and let him catch the handle? Grandpa, aren't I so bored? I just went out to play with Yi Feng. Who knew this guy was so sad? It's just a piece of 9-story tower wood. If you lose it, just throw it away. It's not a good thing. Yuan Fei said. Long Tian in the human camp asked for such a thing by name. But now the general does not have this item in his hands. It was stolen by you and Yi Feng. Calculating the time, Yi Feng should have been there. Practice. Yuan Quan said, I don't think the Long Tian you are talking about is a good guy. What kind of deal are you doing with him? Silly boy. You don't have to worry about this. Just stay quietly on the demon battleship. You don't need to worry about other things. Once Grandpa recovers from his injury and several other demon marshals arrive, we can quickly back to the demon planet. Yuan Quan said with some disappointment. How long will it take? About 2 months. 2 months? How come it's so fast? Yuan Fei shook his head with a wry smile and said, I don't know who it is. I used to talk about being tired of staying here every day. Why do I feel like time flies so fast now? Is it because of that boy Yi Feng? Yuan Quan immediately blushed and lowered his head and said, Grandpa, what are you talking about? I am a demon. And he is just a human. Haha. How did the masters of other races in our Heavenly Demon clan come to the Heavenly Demon planet? Of course race is not a problem. As long as you tell Grandpa if you like. Grandpa will take him directly to the Heavenly Demon planet. Grandpa, aren't you forcing things on others? Haha. The Earth will be destroyed by then. Taking him to the Demon planet will give him a way to survive. Yuan Quan said, Well, good Grandpa. You have to promise me not to hurt it. Okay. Okay. As long as you are happy. After getting a clear reply from his grandfather, Yuan Quan felt relieved and returned to his room happily. Of course, the news that Yuan Quan went to find Yuan Fei quickly reached the ears of General Tianmo. General Tianmo was thinking about what Yuan Quan wanted to do with Yuan Fei. Was he going to file a complaint? However, General Tianmo shook his head, and he was monitoring Yuan Quan. Marshal Tianmo might have known about it for a long time. After all, he had probably sent people to monitor his granddaughter's whereabouts. Can his people compare with Marshal Tianmo's people? It's just that General Tianmo is curious about what Yuan Quan and Yuan Fei talked about that made Yuan Quan so happy. The supervision of Yuan Quan should still be tight. If anything happens, tell me immediately. Yes, General. Chapter 745 Continuous Breakthroughs. At this moment, Yi Feng, a piece of wood appeared in front of him. He was the only one in the entire tent, and everyone else was outside the tent to protect themselves. The 9-story pagoda can only be practiced by one person, so it cannot be shared with others. A voice came from the ring again and said, if you want to absorb the 9-story tower, you need some preparations. Yifeng asked, I'm not sure what I need, but it will be found on this outer battlefield. It doesn't matter. I have it here. As he spoke, Yifeng's ring vibrated, and a cauldron flew out from the ring. Yifeng said, alchemy furnace? Does this thing need to be refined? Of course, it needs to be refined. You think you can absorb it with just a piece of wood? If you don't refine it, you won't be able to absorb all its energy. Okay. What should I do? Relax and let me do it for you. With your ability, you still can't refine this piece of 9-story tower wood. Yifeng is a little reluctant. After all, I want you to get on top of me. It feels very uncomfortable. You kid. I won't take your life away from you. Hurry up and take your time. You're procrastinating. Okay. Come on then. Yifeng closed his eyes tightly and relaxed. Soon a white figure broke into his mind. Oh. It's still comfortable to control the body. Yifeng said, hurry up. Don't wait. This is not your body. Okay. 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 Who asked me to deal with you? The unlucky guy. Now Yifeng has become a different person. He lifted up the person in front of him with his spiritual energy, and threw the piece of 9-story tower wood directly into it. Soon the cauldron began to rotate crazily, and a blue flame appeared under the cauldron. Yifeng can see the outside scenery in his sea of consciousness. Although he cannot control his body, he can see everything happening around him. Although I don't know how this guy did it. There is a huge gap between my cultivation level and his. But now it seems that we know it. This refining method seems to have been seen by Yifeng in the Great Elder. But the flames emitted by the Great Elder are red, while the flames emitted by this guy are blue. Although he had doubts, Yifeng did not disturb the other party, hoping that the other party could refine it as soon as possible and allow himself to absorb it. The refining time was very long, but the nearly 10 centimeters of 9-story tower wood in the alchemy furnace melted at an extremely slow speed. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Time passed slowly like this. The 9-story tower wood in the alchemy furnace in front of Yifeng has melted more than half at this moment, and will completely melt into liquid in a few hours. But fortunately, they had just patrolled in January, so the Long family had no reason to ask them to patrol again. So by the time it was night, the cauldron in front of Yifeng was already filled with liquid from the 9-story tower wood. A long breathing sound came from Yifeng's mouth, and the refining was finally completed. After the refining was completed, Yifeng instantly returned to control of his body. Yifeng said, is this done? What should I do? I only heard a tired voice from the ring saying, just drink it to activate the god-slaying technique. The absorption time depends on your qualifications. I'm a little tired. I need to rest. Yifeng nodded and said, thank you very much. Because the one in the ring has been in the soul state for a long time. The power it can display is slowly accumulated. If he were in the physical state, it would probably not take an hour to refine this 9-story tower. But it is because he is a soul body. The time is several times longer than usual. After consuming a lot of souls, it needs to fall into a deep sleep for a period of time. Yifeng picked up the cauldron in front of him. There was about 2 taels of liquid in the cauldron. Yifeng put it to his mouth and smelled it. There was a faint fragrance, and it was something Yifeng had never smelled before. Just smelling it made Yifeng feel refreshed. Just by smelling it, he already knew that this thing was not an ordinary thing. Yifeng brought it to his mouth and drank it all in one gulp. When the liquid entered Yifeng's mouth, it penetrated directly into Yifeng's dantian like a living thing. Yifeng used the god-slaying technique without hesitation. He did not expect that this thing would enter his dantian so quickly. He originally thought that he needed to guide it. But now it seems that he does not need to worry about this kind of good thing. In Yifeng's dantian, the liquid transformed from the 9-story tower began to impact Yifeng's dantian. Yifeng's god-slaying technique is accelerating the melting of the liquid and guiding the liquid to walk among Yifeng's limbs. This was a long process. But Yifeng discovered that because of the existence of the god-slaying art, he accelerated his absorption of liquid from the 9-story tower. Under the blessing of the 9-story pagoda, his dantian began to grow rapidly, and the liquid in the 9-story pagoda began to turn into drop by drop of spiritual liquid. After reaching the bigger realm, the spiritual energy in Yifeng's body had turned into bits and pieces of spiritual liquid. If you want to break through to the golden elixir realm, you need to compress the spiritual fluid in your body into a pill. And now Yifeng needs to fill his dantian with all the spiritual fluid. The spiritual liquid in Yifeng's dantian was increasing rapidly, and the liquid in the 9-story tower was also disappearing rapidly. Originally, Yi Feng might be able to condense a few drops of spiritual liquid in a day's practice. But now it's like drops of water. In less than half a day, Yi Feng's face was flushed. And there were already signs of breakthrough. Yi Feng himself also understood that his body could no longer accommodate the spiritual liquid. Only by breaking through to the next level and increasing the capacity of his dantian could he better store the spiritual liquid. Just like before, Yi Feng just flushed and then easily broke through to the next level, which was the advanced bigger realm. However, there is still a lot of 9-story pagoda with spirit fluid in his body. So Yi Feng's cultivation level has not stopped because of this, and is still rising crazily. Originally, according to Yi Feng and that guy's guess, Yi Feng's cultivation level should be about the same after breaking through to an advanced level. But now it seems that it is very likely that he will break through to the peak. The energy in dantian suddenly increased, and the spiritual fluid began to gather again. However, the speed of this breakthrough was much slower than before. After about a day, Yi Feng's dantian finally became full again. Yi Feng's face once again flushed, and this time because he was about to break through to the peak of the bigger realm. The signs of breakthrough around Yi Feng were very obvious. Unlike others, there are obstacles and bottlenecks for others to break through. But Yi Feng does not. As long as the level of the spiritual liquid in his dantian is enough, Yi Feng will naturally break through to the next level. After the last drop of the 9-story pagoda liquid turned into several drops of spiritual liquid, Yi Feng's dantian was finally full. Drink! Yi Feng couldn't help but shouted loudly, and a wave of air blew open the tent curtain. Chapter 746 Duel. What's going on? Has the boss made a breakthrough? The curtain of the tent was blown open by the wind, and it was obvious that something important must have happened inside. Xiao He and others walked into the tent one after another, and saw Yi Feng doing the final touches. Boss, don't make any noise. Wait until he wakes up on his own. After about a minute, Yi Feng finally woke up from practicing and opened his eyes. The first time he opened his eyes, Yi Feng could feel the energetic dantian in his body. Compared with before, it seems to be much stronger. Today, he is only one step away from the Golden Core realm. I wonder what the differences are between him now and the immortal cultivators in the Golden Core realm. Yi Feng looked around and saw the people who were worried about him, and said timidly, "It's okay. I just made a breakthrough. Now my realm is the peak of the bigger realm." "No way. Boss, how long has it taken you to break through 2 realms at once?" Xiao He looked at Yi Feng in disbelief. Yi Feng nodded and said, "Thanks to my trip to the demon battleship. There are a lot of good things in there. No matter how many good things there are. Yi Feng, I'm warning you not to go there again." Yin Yu's cold words meant it was time to remember. Yi Feng laughed and said, No, I won't go there again. That's it. I'll be scared to death if I go there again. Let alone the second time. That's good. So you don't have to worry about us. But if your realm grows so fast, will there be any adverse reactions? Yi Feng said, No. Don't worry. I made this decision after searching multiple sources of information. Otherwise I wouldn't be so rash. Yin Yu said, I know that you will consider the consequences of everything you do. But don't worry too much. After all, you are just an immortal cultivator in the realm of fasting. Yi Feng nodded and said, I understand. By the way, did anything happen while I was practicing? Chu Tianai shook his head and said, You haven't been practicing for long. Just one day. There is no news from the farm. And the Great Elder is still in retreat as usual. Yi Feng nodded. It seemed that the demons were not in a hurry to attack them. Yi Feng said, I'll go to the Great Elder to have a look. Yi Feng went to the Great Elder's tent alone. The others did not follow, but entered the tent to wait for Yi Feng. After all, they knew that Yi Feng must have something to tell the Great Elder. When Yi Feng came to the Great Elder's tent, something unpleasant happened. The Great Elder is in seclusion, so of course he needs someone to guard him. Previously, the guards were all the big realm elders on the side of the Great Elder of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. The ones responsible for guarding today are an elder from the bigger realm and an elder from the Long family. When he became the elder of the Long family, when he saw Yi Feng coming, he said coldly, The Great Elder is in retreat. You kid, don't come near here. Yi Feng frowned. His cultivation level was the same as his. They were both in the bigger realm, and Yi Feng could feel that his cultivation level was much higher than his. On the other hand, another elder of the bigger realm frowned and said, How do you say that? After all, we are all at the same level. Elder Yi Feng is just a little younger, but his cultivation is also the bigger realm. The same as an elder. You are going too far. Humph. What I said is the truth. Besides, she knows how he got that state. Who knows whether it is his true cultivation level? You can still fake your cultivation. I think your family is deliberately doing this to Elder Yifeng. So what? Can he still ride on the head of our Long family? As long as our ancestor is still here, Yifeng will not be able to jump up. Yifeng stood aside and said nothing. But that doesn't mean Yifeng is that cowardly. This elder of the Long family. If you have any dissatisfaction, how about we compare notes? Yifeng wanted to compete with him. For the elders of the Long family, this was a dream come true. It is widely rumored that Yifeng is so powerful that elders, who have reached the ordinary bigger realm, are no match for him. But to the people of the Yulong family, these people are just exaggerating. They are praising Yifeng and think that if they really want to confront themselves, they must be themselves. Okay. I want to see Yifeng. What are your real abilities? Don't think that you can fool our Long family just because you fooled the elder. Seeing that Yifeng and the elders of the Long family were about to fight, another elder said quickly, "We are all our own people. Why should we be like this? It is said that the great elder is still in seclusion. And you are disturbing the great elder by making noise in front of this door." Yifeng said, "Thank you very much for the elder's concern. You can just stay here and pay for the great elder. I will go out and compete with him. It won't take more than a few minutes." The elder of the Long family also said proudly, "It doesn't take me even a minute to decide the winner with him. And it won't take long." Yifeng stretched out his hand and said, "Please, Elder Long." "Humph. Wait a minute. Don't get beaten all over the place by me. Just complain to the great elder." Yifeng laughed and said, "Haha. I will beat you to the point where you can't find Bei later. But don't cry in front of your ancestor." Snort. The other elder didn't know what to do at this time, so he could only worry. Yifeng and the elder Long came to the outside of the elder's tent and stopped 100 meters away. Yifeng said, "Let's just go here. It won't take long. The outside world has said that Yifeng is very arrogant. Now it seems that you are really too arrogant." Yifeng said softly, "To deal with you, I don't need to use all my strength. Just take action." Elder Long laughed wildly and said, "Haha. You arrogant boy. If you lose later, don't say I didn't make a move for you. There's so much nonsense. Let's do it." "Humph. Let's see." The flying dragon is in the sky. Yifeng raised his head and looked at the elder Long Zhang, who was leaping high. He knew that it was like a giant dragon heading straight towards him. This Long family is indeed not simple, possessing too many dragon-related skills. Although this move looks domineering, in Yifeng's eyes it is not the same thing. Yifeng waved his hand, and two black flames appeared directly on the feet of Elder Long. Dark entanglement. His legs were entangled, and his movement speed was suddenly reduced by half. Elder Long was shocked. Mr. Long struggled to break free, but found that he couldn't break free at all. "Are you waiting for me to take action?" Elder Long, who was still in the air, heard Yifeng's voice next to him. The elder of the Long family turned his head to look at Yifeng in horror, looking at him sinisterly. In a panic, the elder Long wanted to turn around and attack Yifeng beside him, but found that his attack could no longer be taken back. Chapter 747 Crush. Yifeng said with a sneer, "It's too late." Yifeng's fist was filled with a large amount of spiritual energy, and as Yifeng swung it out, it hit the opponent's face directly. Boom! Elder Long Clan fell from the sky like a cannonball and hit the ground, kicking up a lot of dust. It attracted the attention of many people for a while, and even many immortal cultivators came towards this direction, thinking that something important had happened. Yifeng slowly fell down and came to the side of Elder Long. Yifeng said while looking at Elder Long, who was lying on the ground in extremely uncomfortable condition, "I said I don't need to use all my strength to deal with you, and it won't take much time. You see, I'm right." Ahem. As Elder Long coughed, several broken teeth spit out from his mouth. It was obvious that half of the Elder Long's face had been deformed. This was because Yifeng had saved his hand. If there was a real fight, Yifeng's punch could directly blow the opponent's head off. "Yifeng, you are shameless. You dare to sneak attack me." Yifeng shook his head and said, "I am shameless. I attacked you secretly? It seems that you were the first to strike. You are not strong enough, so blame me." "You?" The elder of the Long family wanted to stand up, but was stepped on by Yifeng. "Don't move around. If I accidentally shatter all the internal organs in your body, you can't blame me." "Yifeng!" Elder Long Si roared. At this time, the other elder, who was guarding the great elder, rushed over. stopped Yifeng, pushed Yifeng aside and said, I told you that you are one of our own. Just stop there. The dragon elder got up from the ground and prepared to attack Yifeng again. The elder quickly said, Why are you so ignorant of yourself? If Yifeng hadn't stayed behind just now, you would probably be dead now. Do you really think you can beat him? The elder of the Long family was stunned. The other party reminded him that it seemed like that was the case. If Yifeng had just wanted to kill him, he probably wouldn't have to wait until now. Humph. My Long family is not done with you, Yifeng, anyway. Saying that, the elder of the dragon family left angrily, leaving Yifeng and the elder of the cultivator there sighing. Elder Yifeng, I know that you and the Long family are at odds with each other. But now we are on the battlefield outside the world. We can tolerate it as long as we can. After all, we still need to rely on the Long family to resist the devil. Yifeng said, If we really rely on the Long family to resist the demon, I'm afraid the people on this earth will appear faster. The elder thought that Yifeng was talking angrily, so he didn't go into details, and just followed Yifeng to the great elder's tent. At the same time, many ordinary immortal cultivators also witnessed this battle. They all heard that Yifeng was very strong, although they had seen Yifeng's abilities in previous battles. In the true sense, seeing Yifeng at such a close distance, this is the first time that strong men in the bigger realm fight. Moreover, this fight took less than 10 seconds, and Yifeng was instantly killed. How strong is Yifeng? Elder Yifeng, after what happened today, I'm afraid the Long family won't let you go. Yifeng nodded and said, There's no need to call me. Just call me Yifeng. I'm much younger than you. It's so awkward to call me elder. This is the rule of the great elder. Regardless of age, anyone who has reached the bigger realm will be promoted to an elder. And judging from the knowledge you just acquired, I am afraid that your realm has surpassed us ordinary bigger realm people. Yifeng nodded and said, Well, I have reached the peak of Biga now. Hiss. The elder took a breath of cold air. He still vaguely remembered that Yifeng should have revealed his strength in the middle stage of the bigger realm some time ago on the battlefield. But now he actually told himself that he was at the peak of the bigger realm. Could it be that Yifeng has been hiding his strength? Yifeng asked, Is there anything wrong with the great elder these days? The elder said, There is no problem. We all take turns protecting the great elder, so there will be no problem. Are you here to see the great elder? Yifeng nodded and said, Can I go in and take a look? The elder hesitated and said, Others would definitely not be allowed in. But of course you are special. So just go in and take a look. Yifeng walked into the tent and found that the great elder was still sitting cross-legged in the same position as before, still practicing. However, after Yifeng walked in, the elder clearly felt that Yifeng had entered the tent. However, Yifeng found that the spiritual energy on the elder's body seemed a little unstable. What happened? Did something unexpected happen to the great elder's practice? Your great elder is on the verge of a breakthrough, but because of the scarcity of spiritual energy, he is now in a dilemma. The voice in the ring reminded Yifeng. But even if Yifeng knew the problem, what if the spiritual energy in the battlefield outside the sky was thin? Where could he find the spiritual energy to upgrade the great elder? At the time of the breakthrough, if there are a large amount of spiritual stones around him, your great elder will definitely be able to successfully break through. But now it seems that if there is no large amount of spiritual energy in front of him, I am afraid he will go crazy. Yifeng said, Do you have anything that can help you practice? Of course not. Unless he comes in. It's a pity that this ring can't let anyone else in except you. Yifeng asked anxiously, then think of a solution quickly. The great elder is the last hurdle for us humans. If something goes wrong with him, then the human earth will be destroyed. I won't care if you have it then. No matter what the plan is. You're finished. You kid only know how to threaten me. Do you still remember the origin BG used? Yifeng nodded desperately and said, Of course I know. It can provide us with something to cultivate our abilities. How could I forget it? That's right. This great elder must have collected a lot of these origin tribes when he came to the outer battlefield. It's just that they can't figure out how to use it yet. But he has mastered it now. So the god-slaying technique will be easy to handle. That guy has reminded me of this point. If Yifeng still doesn't understand, then he has a stupid head. Yifeng knelt down beside the great elder and said, Great elder, do you have the black beads you got after killing the demon? The great elder said with difficulty, Get out of here quickly. My place is already very dangerous. Yifeng said, I know your current situation. You are on the verge of promotion. If you don't have a lot of spiritual energy to support you, You are likely to go crazy. If you already know, leave quickly. You are the hope of our humanity. I can't let you get hurt. Yi Feng knew that the Great Elder had been protecting him. And even at this moment, he was protecting him. Yi Feng could not let the Great Elder's efforts go to waste. Chapter 748 Trouble is coming. Great Elder, you must have the black beads left by the Gene Sha demon here. Those beads are called origin beads, and they can help us practice. The Great Elder said with a bitter smile, It's impossible. I have been researching for several years, but I haven't found out what the use of this thing is. Although it is full of energy, it is used by demons and cannot be used by us humans at all. When Yi Feng heard the Great Elder's words, he knew that the Great Elder must have these things here. Yi Feng said quickly, Now you can use the God-slaying technique. As long as you practice it, you can absorb the energy from the source. You are now on the edge of promotion. If there is not a large amount of spiritual energy, you are likely to go crazy and fight. Elder, take it out and give it a try. I will never lie to you. At this point, the Great Elder can only fight hard. If it is true, he will break through to the next level. If he fails, he can only blame his bad luck. The Great Elder formed a seal with his hands to control the burst of spiritual energy in his body, and took out several black origin beads from a ring in his hand. Among them were several black beads like those that Yi Feng had killed before. Of course, there are also the origin beads of high-level demons. Yi Feng hurriedly said, Great Elder, hurry up and let the God-slaying tribulation absorb the energy in the ring. Good. The Great Elder gritted his teeth, activated the Tu Shinju, and began to frantically absorb the energy from the source. I originally thought that the technique of the God-slaying art was relatively special, and I thought that it might not be able to absorb the origin bead at all. But the moment the God-slaying art came into contact with the origin bead, it frantically absorbed the energy in it. The Great Elder's originally dry dantian began to slowly accumulate spiritual energy, and his dantian became moist like the rain and dew in spring. The Great Elder's complexion started from pale and slowly turned to rosy. Yi Feng also felt that the spiritual energy in the Elder's body began to become stable, not as chaotic as before. Yi Feng took a deep breath and exhaled it heavily. Fortunately, he came in to take a look. Otherwise the Great Elder would not know how long it would take before he would be discovered by these people. Immortal cultivators in the nascent soul realm are in seclusion. Immortal cultivators in the bigger realm must not dare to approach for fear of disturbing the Great Elder. After all, the Great Elder is their last line. Yi Feng sat aside, guarding the Great Elder quietly. Yi Feng could feel that the Great Elder was frantically absorbing the several origin beads in front of him. Immortal cultivators in the cause realm can absorb the beads very quickly. Yi Feng can observe the origin of those high-level demons with his naked eyes. The beads have dried up and broken into pieces in just a few minutes, turning into a pile of waste. Only the origin beads of the demon commanders were still shining. After seeing that the Great Elder's body was finally stable, Yi Feng stood up slowly and walked towards the door. Yi Feng, you are out. How is the situation of the Great Elder? Yi Feng could only nod and said, It's okay. But the Great Elder is practicing and can't talk to me. But I plan to personally protect everyone during this period of time. How can you be embarrassed about this? We have discussed with Long Tian before he asked you to patrol. But this guy is a cultivator in the Golden Core realm, so there is nothing we can do. Yi Feng knew that the elders under the Great Elder couldn't stand farmland. But Long Tian, a cultivator in the Golden Core realm, was the only master under the Great Elder. Immortal cultivators, like them, who are in the realm of Bigger Realm, are simply unable to compete with him, so they can only let him do his bidding. Yi Feng said, Is everything okay? Is the elder of the Long family gone? I'll just keep watch here. All right. The two of them got along peacefully, standing outside the Great Elder's tent. Occasionally, they could chat about things on Earth. But an hour later, a group of people came in front of Yi Feng. It was none other than the person brought by the Elder Long clan, who was crushed by Yi Feng before. I saw Yi Feng still outside the big tent. Yi Feng, you are really brave. You beat a member of my Long family, and you still dare to stand here and not leave. Yi Feng frowned. This guy is too unethical. It's obvious that we are dueling one-on-one. But you hacking lose. You always go to find helpers. Isn't this the case when you went back to sue your mother after failing to win a fight when you were a kid? Yi Feng said, How to compete? If you lose, go back and cry for your father and mother? Where is the backbone of your Long family? A man standing in front of the elder said, You are Yi Feng. Right? I heard that you have good skills. a member of the Long family. Want to give it a try? Yifeng said. Whether I am good or not has nothing to do with you. If you have itchy hands and can beat your own people, it has nothing to do with me. I order you to come here and fight with me now. Yifeng frowned and asked. Who are you? Why should I take orders from you? Haha. Listen carefully. I am Long Xiantian of the Long family. Yifeng smashed his mouth and said. I'm sorry, I haven't heard of it. You? Yifeng. You haven't heard it before. But you have heard it today. And I will make you remember it very deeply. The elder standing next to Yifeng whispered, Yifeng. Be careful. This guy's strength is at the peak of the bigger realm like you. And he is the #1 general under Long Tian. Yifeng said softly, Yeah. Yifeng said, I have no interest in fighting you today. The great elder is still in retreat. If you want to cause trouble, please ask your great elder to retreat before talking. Haha. This is scary. It seems that Yifeng's name is in vain. I think it's better to call him a turtle with his head shrunken. Yifeng remained motionless, even wanting to laugh in his heart. Do you think I am a fool for such a crude, provoking method? Furthermore, the great elder was on the verge of a breakthrough. It would not be good if they made too much noise and affected the great elder. So this was also the reason why Yifeng did not fight him. If two people at the peak of the big realm fight against each other, it will definitely cause great fluctuations. Seeing that Yifeng was unmoved, Long Xiantian said, Yifeng, how about we not compete here? There is a training ground 1,000 meters away from here. How about we stay there? Yifeng remained unmoved, standing there quietly, even closing his eyes, and sitting cross-legged on the ground. Look at Yifeng. He's going to be a coward. It seems he's afraid of our Long family. Yifeng, if your people see people from our Long family in the future and don't kneel down, I'll beat them up. Head of. Yifeng raised his eyebrows. What Yifeng was most afraid of was someone threatening the people around him. No matter who is around him, as long as someone dares to threaten him, there will be no good end. But now is a special period. And Yifeng can't move even if he doesn't want to. Facing the ridicule of Long Xiantian and others could no longer stand it. The elder standing next to Yifeng said angrily, when Yifeng competed with him just now, he yelled first. He had the nerve to come here to find trouble after he lost. Your Long family is really thick-faced. Chapter 749 I'm afraid you'll dirty the boss's eyes. Elder Lu, I advise you to mind your own business. After all, this is a matter between us and Yifeng. He killed members of our Yi family, and he should bear the responsibility. You, what your Long family did on Earth. Not to mention Yifeng. If I were here, I would take action. Haha. Then you have to be lucky that it wasn't you who did it. If it were you, you might not even be able to stand here anymore. Yifeng stopped the angry Elder Lu and said, Long Xiantian. Right. Although I don't have a good impression of the Minglong family, I always put the overall situation first. So when the Long family comes to trouble me, I give in a little bit. But please don't force me on you. Haha. When you say this, I like to hear what you want me to do. If you don't accept it, come out. Let's fight one-on-one and let our strength speak for itself. Yifeng laughed and said, There was a person who just said the same thing as you. But it turned out that someone came here. If you Long family people had credibility, I'm afraid you wouldn't be in this situation. Long Xiantian said angrily. Although the Long family does not have much credibility, in this world where big fists are the last word, the Long family has the right to change all the rules. If you can beat my ancestor, then everything is up to you. But in the current situation, none of you can oppress the Long family, because Long Tian is there. Because the great elder had to take care of the overall situation. He turned a blind eye to the Long family. At most, he only scolded them a few times and really didn't take them seriously. So many people know that in this situation, they can only tolerate it as long as they can. If they really can't bear it, they will suffer a little loss. That's why the Long family has become so powerful in this world of cultivation. But it has to be said that there are fundamental reasons why the Long family is so powerful. Because their family is indeed relatively powerful. In the entire Huaxia region, the strength of the Long family exceeds more than 2/3. And less than 1/3 of the strength comes from the forces to which the great elder belongs. Elder Lu said, he just wants to lure you out. I don't think they have any good intentions. Even if Long Xiantian loses, I'm afraid they will deal with you together. Otherwise, why would he bring so many people? Yifeng has absolutely no reason to believe in the credibility of the Long family. But Yifeng quietly felt the changes in the great elder in the tent. as long as the Great Elder gradually stabilized. Yifeng was not sure whether he would take action. Yifeng said softly, "The Great Elder is at a critical moment, so I can't leave for the time being. Just let them clamor there and ignore them." Long Xiantian and others kept swearing, just to anger Yifeng. But Yifeng didn't take it seriously. He just sat there quietly, guarding the Great Elder's tent motionlessly. Just because Yifeng didn't come out didn't mean that others didn't come out. Everything that happened here quickly reached the ears of Yan Yu and others. Damn it. The Long family, the collusion consciousness has not yet settled the accounts with you. And you come to trouble us again. Let's go. Go over and take a look. And see what tricks they have up to them. Led by Chu Tianai, everyone arrived outside the Great Elder's tent. When he saw Yifeng sitting cross-legged and practicing, Chu Tianai asked, "How is the boss? Is everything okay?" "It's okay. Ignore them. They're just a bunch of useless dogs. The Great Elder is trying to break through himself, so it's best not to cause any commotion." Chu Tianai and others nodded one after another. No wonder Yifeng would remain motionless here and let the other side provoke him. It turned out that the Great Elder was breaking through the edge. Led by Chu Tianai, several men stood in front of Yifeng, standing between Long Xiantian and Yifeng, looking at Long Xiantian. When Long Xiantian saw this, he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. I thought they were some powerful people. But it turns out they are just a few little guys in the Enlightenment realm. Do you think you can stop me?" Chu Tianai spread his hands and said, "It's impossible to block you. But we are the boss, and we are blocking his eyes to prevent you from dirtying his eyes and disturbing his ears." Long Xuantian's expression immediately changed and became gloomy. "Is this how you talk to the elders? I will teach you what etiquette is on behalf of your boss." As he spoke, Long Xiantian took action directly. With a wave of his hand, a slap fell from the sky like an overwhelming force. Lingxue, who was standing next to Chu Tianai, suddenly stepped forward and a weapon appeared in his hand. This weapon is a dragon tooth, the most precious treasure of the dragon clan, which instantly activates the attack state. This dragon's tooth was like a god, directly cutting open the giant palm. The wind blew up and the dust fell. Chu Tianai and others stood motionless. The weapon Dragon Tooth is not something that ordinary people can possess. Nor is it something that ordinary people can reach. Otherwise, why would a treasure weapon attract so many people, fighting like crazy? It's just that Long Ye's counterattack directly broke the blow of the Peak Bigger Realm expert, which can be said to be extremely powerful. Of course, no matter how powerful the weapon is, if the owner's ability is not up to par, it will still be unable to withstand the long-term confrontation with the peak of the Bigger Realm. But this single attack had already surprised Long Xiantian. I had heard before that there was a woman holding an extraordinary dagger, which could directly break through the defense of the Kaiga Realm elders. Now it seems that this thing that looks like a knife, but not a knife, should not be underestimated. Long Xiantian stared at the dragon tooth and said greedily, "It would be a waste to put such a good thing on some of you enlightened cultivators. Good treasure should be matched with strong people. But you are not worthy at all." After saying that, Long Xiantian flew up and wanted to plunder the dragon tooth in Lingshua's hand. Lingxue wanted to take action, but Chu Tianyu on the side shouted, "Let me do it." Golden Arhut. Fire. Arhut Fist. Chu Tianyu's attack was so powerful that even Long Xiantian did not dare to be careless. Long Xiantian, who wanted to plunder the dragon's teeth, had to look back and deal with Chu Tianyu's attack. Boom. Under the collision between the two sides, Chu Tianai rolled backwards several times before landing. After landing, he took several steps back before stopping. The sand under his feet had been buried into his knees, which showed how strong the impact was. At the same time, Long Xiantian tied his hands behind his back and easily resolved Chu Tianyu's powerful circle. But the arm behind him was trembling. Damn! What kind of monster is this? This power is so terrifying. If I weren't a strong man at the peak of the Bigger Realm, this punch would be enough to knock over a strong man at the early stage of the Bigger Realm. What kind of monsters are around Yifeng? Chapter 750 The Power of Team. Xiaohei and others came to Chu Tianai and asked in a low voice, "Are you okay?" I saw several blood marks on Chu Tianyu's fist when they collided just now, due to the huge gap in strength between the two sides. Even if Chu Tianyu's power was strong enough, his spiritual power was still a little bit behind. So the fist there are still scars. Seeing that Chu Tianyu's hands were injured, Xiaohei immediately said, "Xiaoye, I was also injured yesterday. Come here quickly." Satsuki is a priest, and her power lies in healing her teammates. With Xiaoye's help, in less than 10 seconds, The shuetching marks on Chu Tianya's hands had disappeared, and the wounds had healed, as if they were not injured. Some cultivators who were watching from a distance couldn't help but be surprised when they saw this situation. In their view, even if they are injured, if some specific drugs are not used, it may be difficult to return to the market. And even if it is restored to the market, it will not be as fast as it is. What's going on? Why does this woman look like the spells used by those with supernatural powers in the Holy See? Long Xiantian no longer knew what language to use to describe the people around Yifeng. The three people who had just taken action had already surprised Long Xiantian. But Long Xiantian didn't know what special skills the remaining people around her had. I don't care what evil ways you use. You will only be defeated in the face of true strength. Now I will let you know what the rules of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance are. Long Xiantian didn't think there was any benefit in leaving these people around Yifeng. It would only bring harm to himself and others. So he planned to use this opportunity to destroy all the people around him. If he accidentally killed a few, there would be no problem. After all, with his strength at the peak of the Bigu realm, even the Great Elder would not be able to do anything to him after he woke up. After all, there are too few immortal cultivators of my own level, and there are only 5 people in the entire human alliance. Long Xiantian mobilized all his skills, and wanted to take down the people around Yifeng in one fell swoop. Yifeng and Elder Lu had already discovered their true purpose. Elder Yu said anxiously, Yifeng, although these friends of yours are very powerful, their realms are too different. Fighting them like this is not an option. Their purpose is obvious. Yifeng solemnly nodded and said, well, I can see it, but I won't take action personally unless it is absolutely necessary. So it is good to let them practice their own strength. Long Xiantian is a good practitioner. In Elder Lu's opinion, isn't this tantamount to committing suicide? Using Long Xiantian as a sparring partner was too terrifying. Even I didn't dare to guarantee that I could beat Long Xiantian, let alone these cultivators of the consecrated realm. Yifeng shouted, all of you come forward. Show your true strength, and see if you can win this Long Xiantian. Yes. Even Ji Shu and Ang Yi who were standing next to Yifeng also stepped forward, and 2 bows appeared in the void, one burning with blazing fire, while the other was bone-chillingly cold. At the same time, everyone else has already entered a state of preparation, and everyone's position is extremely tricky. Chu Tianai and Brother Arrogant stood in the front, while Yen Yu Zisu and Lang Shui stood in the middle. Yu Mingming and Xiaoya stood at the back. Xiao He has disappeared from people's sight, and Ying has never appeared from the beginning. I saw Yu Mingming behind me shouting, the ancients have a saying, use force to split the mountain. Attack. Travel around the world. Hurry. Purple Gold Fortress. Defend. In an instant, 3 buff states appeared under the feet of everyone in front of her, and this state could only be seen by them, and no other outsiders could see it. Long Xiantian raised his brows because he felt that the strength of the people opposite them had improved a lot instantly, and they were a little different compared to just now. Why do I feel like these friends of yours are a little different from before? Yifeng nodded with great satisfaction and said, of course it's different. Just take a look. Yifeng is very satisfied with this group of guys. It's like fighting Long Xiantian as a boss. Even if you, Long Xiantian, are strong, with the help of Yu Mingming, you, Long Xiantian, really can't defeat them all at once. Too likely. Chu Tianai shouted, Xiao Zhang. Come along. Arrogant Brother patted his chest and said, it's been a long time since I felt my spirit was so surging, and I was fighting with bloodthirsty. Brother Arrogant has a normal human appearance, but has turned into a blood-red human. His whole body has turned red, especially his bright red hair, which is extremely eye-catching. Long Xiantian realized that the opponent was not simple. Several people on the opposite side vaguely felt that their strength had reached the realm of Bigu. In the dark, he clearly felt that 2 things were moving, but he was still confused. Long Xiantian said, don't embarrass my Long family and join us. Yes. Chu Tianai shouted, kill. Call out. A cold ice arrow and a fiery rocket flew out from behind the crowd and pointed directly at Long Xuantian's brain. Long Xuantian's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the other party was so fast. In just the blink of an eye, the arrow had already arrived in front of him. Long Xiantian moved left and right, holding the arrow in his hand. Although it was cold and hot at the same time, it did not cause much harm to him at all. It's just a small trick. Boom. Long Xiantian, who was proud just now, was knocked away by a punch. Chu Tianai, who was standing where Long Xiantian was, said, Don't be distracted during the battle. Otherwise you will not end well. After being knocked away by the sudden attack, Long Xietian said angrily, "Why are you still standing there in a daze?" The disciples of the Long family behind Long Xietian also rushed forward desperately, wanting to attack Chu Tianai and others. But at this time, Xiao He and Ning secretly made a significant and outstanding contribution. First, Xiao He knocked out a disciple of the Long family who was in the Enlightenment realm with a strike of his hand. After discovering Xiao He, another strong man in the bigger realm rushed toward Xiao He. But Xiao He's speed at this moment was no longer what it used to be under the blessing of Yu Mingming. He must be disrespectful to the elders, and could not catch him at all. Instead, Xiao He once again fell into a state of invisibility. When the immortal cultivator at the bigger realm was about to return to the same place after following Xiao He, Yu had already put the dagger on his neck. A cold voice said, "Do you choose to faint yourself? Or let me knock you out?" "You?" The immortal cultivator in the bigger realm discovered that behind him was the female assassin, the same woman who had previously controlled the Long family camp. He didn't dare to move because the weapon in the opponent's hand was too terrifying. "Bring it on!" Flutter. After Ing directly knocked out the opponent, he rushed to the front battlefield again. For people like Chu Tianai, dealing with these ordinary casual people in the Enlightenment realm is simply not worth mentioning. Even ordinary B-level immortal cultivators are not worth mentioning for them. For people like Chu Tianai, dealing with these ordinary people is not worth mentioning. Immortal cultivators in the consecration realm are simply not worth mentioning. Even ordinary immortal cultivators in the bigger realm are not too difficult for them. For them, Long Xian Genius is the biggest boss of this mission. Chapter 751, Beat him as a boss. In 10 minutes, the only people around Long Xietian would be himself and an elder in the bigger realm. Long Xuantian's face was unusually gloomy, and he had been locked up by this group of people. The elders who were in the bigger realm were not much better. The woman was too scary and elusive. This guy's defense is too strong. My hands are numb even after the beating. But this guy can still keep his composure. Brother Arrogant said, "My anger is almost gone. This guy is really tough. Come on. Let me give him a big move." Brother Arrogant thrust the big sword in his hand directly into the ground, and a blood-red breath rushed up from the ground, blowing Brother Arrogant's hair straight up. "Here we go. Bloodthirsty battle. Bloodthirsty strike." Unexpectedly, when Arrogant pulled out the sword in his hand, red flames appeared on the sword, and the red flame dyed the entire sword body red like blood. Brother Arrogant laughed and rushed directly towards Long Xietian. Now Arrogant's momentum was like a full blow from a mid-stage bigger realm, and even Long Xietian had to deal with it well. Long Xietian didn't care about so much at the moment. It was important not to be defeated in front of so many people. You must know that these people are just cultivators of the Kaiguang realm, and he is a strong man at the peak of the bigger realm. The dragon family's dragon skills. Dragon travels across the 9 provinces. In front of Long Xietian, a giant dragon flew out of Long Xuantian's body and pointed directly at Brother Arrogant. Brother Arrogant looked at the other party with a sneer. But at the moment when the other party was about to collide, Brother Arrogant's body position actually changed. Appeared directly next to the bigger realm elder. "Die!" With a fierce slap from the big sword. The bigger realm elder didn't even have a chance to react and fell directly into the ground. If it was a real assassin, this bigger realm elder would have been killed. But at this moment, he was just unconscious. Long Xietian jumped in the air, but he didn't expect that the real target of the opponent's attack was his elder. He, Long Quantian, was the only one left in the whole scene nearby, and the other party actually managed to kill everyone around him without losing a single soldier, including 2 elders from the bigger realm. Chu Tianai crossed his arms and said, "You are the only one left." Long Xietian said with a gloomy face, "I can knock you all down by myself. So don't let me miss you then." The arrogant brother said, "You have said such big words from beginning to end. Do you think you still have the ability? Do you have the ability? I'll find out if you call me." Dragon skills of the Long family. Body protection of the dragon family. Elder Lu, who was standing next to Yifeng, suddenly said, "No. This is dragon body protection. A skill with extremely strong defensive power." Yifeng, "Your friend is in danger." Yifeng said calmly, "Thank you. I will take action in time." Yifeng calmly observed the situation on the scene. If their lives were really threatened, Yifeng would take action at all costs. Even if Long Tian was nearby, he would be unable to do anything. Be careful. The opponent's defense is extremely strong. Don't fight him head-on. Otherwise we will be the ones who suffer. Although Yi Feng said so, Long Xietian would not be able to engage in long-range attacks with Chu Tianai because of this. Long Xietian rushed forward and suppressed Chu Tianai as soon as he came up. Upon seeing this, Arrogant Brother immediately joined the battle. But the two of them couldn't suppress Long Xietian at this moment. Frozen for thousands of miles. At Long Xietian's feet, a thick layer of black ice emerged directly, wrapping the entire Long Xietian tightly. Leng Shui's attack was not something that ordinary people could withstand, and it had already trapped Long Xietian to death. The immortal cultivators, who were watching around, were shocked. These guys were too scary. They were completely different from their normal immortal cultivators. It's just that after Long Xietian was controlled, the ice cubes on his body were trembling. Leng Shui shouted, "Pay attention. This guy is going to break through the ice." Just as Leng Shui finished speaking, a sound of cracking ice came from Long Xietian's body. Click, click, boom. Ice cubes scattered like broken glass. Do you think you can control me like this? You are looking down on my Long family. A bloodthirsty blow. Dang! This blow directly hit Long Xietian's defensive shield. Not only did it not break Long Xietian's defensive shield, Brother Arrogant's sword was actually caught by the opponent. Hee hee. You'll have to go first. He grabbed the Arrogant Brother's sword and swung it fiercely, throwing the Arrogant Brother 100 meters away. Boom! A deep hole was made in the ground. Brother Arrogance immediately climbed up from the pit and quickly returned to the original place. Blood was already flowing from his mouth. It seems that this season has dealt a heavy blow to Brother Arrogance. Moreover, the red state on her body has faded a lot, and she is already in a weaker state than before. Recover. A female voice sounded. A green energy rose from Brother Arrogant's feet, and Brother Arrogant, who was originally in a weak state, suddenly recovered in an instant. Arrogant Brother wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "You two are really big enough. Come again." Seeing the situation in front of him, Long Xietian finally understood. If he wanted to deal with the people in front of him, the two girls behind him must be dealt with first. Long Xietian's intention was obvious. Directed at Celia and Yu Mingming, Brother Arrogant took the lead, and Brother Arrogant followed closely behind. Ling Xue shouted, "Ice wall." The moment the ice wall just rose, a crack appeared on the ice wall. "It's raining. Xiaoya, be prepared to change positions." Yes. The opponent obviously wanted to seize their support and cut off their follow-up energy. How could they not know about such a battle? Chu Tianai and Brother Arrogant blocked Long Xietian directly outside the ice wall. At the same time, behind Long Xietian, a dagger came out of the air and pointed directly at Long Xietian's back. Long Xietian didn't care about the dagger behind his back at all, because he felt that his dragon body protection could block it. But the dagger was like an indestructible magic weapon, directly penetrating his body. Long Xietian broke out in a cold sweat. He used his huge spiritual energy to send out a wave of waves that shook the shadow behind him away. But even so, a wound still appeared on Long Xietian's back. Ing fell to the ground with one hand, and then quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Long Xietian looked behind him in horror. If he hadn't saved a hand just now, he might have been heartbroken. Even those who were watching were broken into cold sweats. If Long Xietian was really killed, there would be big trouble. At this moment, Yi Feng shouted, "Long Xietian, I will give you another chance. Get out of here quickly. Otherwise I won't guarantee that you will have such good luck every time." At this moment, Long Xietian's face was as gloomy as rain. Compared with him before, he was more than a little embarrassed. Chapter 752. The gap is too big. Long Xietian has already remembered Yi Feng and the others in his heart, and he will make them pay the price one day. Although the damage caused by these guys in front of me is not great, if I am not careful, I may be undone. And how powerful Yi Feng is, I don't know. I just watched him from a distance last time, fighting against the demon leader. However, he and the demon commander fought equally easily. So in comparison, I still don't know how strong Yi Feng is. He was facing a group of guys who were cooperating with Jin Mi, and there was also Yi Feng waiting there. It was obvious that he was losing no matter what, and had no chance of winning at all. If he wanted to win, he had to hit those women first with lightning speed. Only then could he win. But Long Xietian knew this, and others must also know this. So it was impossible for him to get close to these two girls. Long Xietian said, "Do you really think I have this little strength? You have given me hope. The reason why our Long family is domineering is because we have the arrogant qualifications to fight." At this moment, there was a strong aura surrounding Long Xietian's body. This strong aura surprised many people. Yi Feng is in trouble. He will use all his strength against Long Xiantian. I'm afraid these guys won't be able to withstand it. If Long Xiantian uses all his strength, Chu Tianai and others will definitely not be able to bear it. And not only that, they will also be seriously injured. The reason why Long Qiantian didn't use his power before was because after all, it was his own people who exerted power and just beat him. But now he found that he couldn't win without using his power. Yi Feng stood up instantly and looked at the game in front of him with great nervousness. I see. Chu Tianai and others also felt that Long Qiantian's strength was increasing. When they fought with Long Qiantian before, they could feel that the other party was embarrassed and did not dare to fight them. If they really killed someone, then I'm afraid Yi Feng is not easy to deal with either. But now if Long Qiantian wants to win, he must show his true ability. So this time Long Qiantian took out his weapon, a red tassel gun. As soon as he took out the gun, Yi Feng felt that Long Qiantian's entire momentum had changed. The front row holds the back row and moves to attack the other two auxiliaries. Be careful. Yes. Chu Tianai and Brother Arrogant pounced on him immediately. But this time, the two finally felt the true strength of the peak of the bigger realm. The two people's arms were directly shaken to numbness. Even when they were fighting each other, the other party easily deflected their attacks. Some of the immortal cultivators, who were watching, discussed, "It's okay. If I use all my strength in Long Qiantian, I definitely won't have to fight. Let me tell you, how could a strong man at the peak of the bigger realm of Long Qiantian not be able to defeat this group of people? They have always been merciful. Hey, after all, we are one of our own. But now it seems that it will not end well. Long Qiantian must win. Otherwise, where will the Long family's face be?" The red tassel gun in Long Qiantian's hand knocked Chu Tianai away with just one shot. Although it didn't cause much damage, the farmland had pointed straight back to the long-range attacker's side. Ling Xue brandished his dragon tooth weapon and faced Long Qiantian head-on. Fortunately, dragon tooth was a bottle of qi, which had a huge effect on Long Qiantian's paintings. Long Qiantian had to retreat. But this was temporary. Once Ling Xue's attack stopped, the opponent would wait for an opportunity. The two sides fought back and forth, and for a while, they couldn't tell the difference. In the Long family camp, Ancestor is in trouble. Long Qiantian is fighting with Yi Feng's people. Long Tian didn't care, because in his opinion, the fight between Long Qiantian and Yi Feng was 100% suppressive. Well, then let Qiantian teach these juniors a lesson. But the ancestor Long Qiantian did not suppress the opponent and beat him, but was suppressed and beaten by the opponent. Long Tian opened his eyes fiercely and said sternly, "How is it possible that Long Qiantian is a peak expert in the bigger realm? Which one of Yi Feng and the others will be his opponent?" "Boss, I'm definitely not lying to you. And Yi Feng hasn't taken action yet. And the people around him are already fighting with Long Qiantian. Why is there such a thing? Yes, that place is now surrounded by immortal cultivators. And everyone is waiting to see the joke of our Long family. What's wrong with Long Qiantian? Can a peak expert in the bigger realm still be unable to defeat several immortal cultivators in the Kaiguang realm? I don't know that. I'm just here to report information. So please go there quickly." "Well, I know about this. You go down first." "Yes. Think about it tomorrow." Although there are many people under Yi Feng, they are all cultivators of the enlightenment realm. How can they compare with the peak powerhouses who are close to Bigu? I had long heard that Yi Feng would have some special elixirs. It seemed that he had taken some kind of ammunition to improve his cultivation. And suddenly, he reached the nascent soul realm. Now it seems that the group of people around him must also have taken these pills. Otherwise, how could they not be able to defeat him? It seems that Yi Feng has a lot of good things in his hands. Take this opportunity to get them all. Maybe I will have the strength to compete with the Great Elder. Although the two sides on Yi Feng's side were fighting back and forth, Chu Tianai and his group were obviously not strong enough to keep up. On the other hand, Long Qiantian was getting more and more powerful the more they fought. Huh? Is this the strength of a peak bigger realm expert? Why is it getting stronger the more he fights? Chu Tianai gasped and said. Brother Arrogant supported his body with his sword and leaned on the hilt and said, "I can't stand it anymore. I feel that my strength has been drained. It seems that this is the gap in realm. No matter how good our cooperation is, we can't kill the boss who is too high level." Everyone else nodded. At this moment, the only ones who could compete with Long Qiantian were Ling Xue and Ying. Xiao He had already retired due to injury, and two of them, Xiaoya and Yu Mingming, who were auxiliary professions, had also retired due to lack of spiritual power. Now it seems that Chu Tianai and arrogant brother are about to lose their ability. As for Yanyu and Zissou, their spiritual energy will be exhausted in a short time. Haha. Let's fight. Aren't you very good at fighting? Why are you all so exhausted now? Long Xietian was already clamoring. And Chu Tianai and others were already overwhelmed and unable to challenge again. Finally, we know the difference between us. Long Xietian was full of confidence at the moment. As long as he took action again, the guys on the opposite side would most likely be seriously injured by him. Die! A dagger appeared behind Long Xietian again. But Ying, who was lacking in spiritual power, had already been discovered by the opponent. Long Xuantian's hand directly grabbed the person holding the dagger and threw it to the ground without any explanation. Boom! Chapter 753, Beat the Younger One. The older one comes out. The dust was flying, and it could be seen that the person must have been seriously injured. After all, the blow from the peak of the bigger realm was no joke. When the dust dispersed, two figures appeared in the deep pit. Yi Feng held the unconscious Ying. He had taken action just in time, but the huge impact was still too much for Ying to bear, and he passed out. Seeing Yi Feng appear, Long Xietian laughed and said, "You finally came out. I thought you were going to continue to be your coward." Yi Feng carried Ying to the tent, handed it to Yanyu and Zissou and said, "Take care of her. I'll deal with this guy." "Well, be careful," Yanyu said worriedly. "The boss killed him and didn't teach her a lesson. He really thought he was invincible." Xiao Hei said. Yi Feng did not reply, but quietly walked to the opposite side of Long Xietian and said to the teammates next to him, "You all go down. Let me do it next." "Okay. Look at your boss." Yi Feng nodded and looked at Long Xietian quietly. "Why don't you dare to take action even after you come up? Are you begging me for mercy?" Yi Feng said, "I'll give you time to recover your spiritual power. Don't say you lost and say I can't win. Haha. To deal with a little bastard like you. Do you still need me to recover my strength? With my current condition, I can easily crush you to death." Long Xietian had already thought about it and accidentally killed Yi Feng after he took action. Anyway, he had many reasons to defend himself. At most, he said that he was too tired and accidentally missed it. After all, he had fought with those people before. For such a long time. Everyone present can vouch for him. Yi Feng looked at Long Xietian coldly and said, "Very good." In this battle, Yi Feng didn't want to drag the opponent with him at all. So he stretched out his hand into the void, and a sword emerged from the void. This sword is Xianyuan's sword. Among all the treasures, this guy ranks first. The appearance of Xianyuan's sword really surprised Long Xietian. This sword looked obviously different. But even so, Long Xietian felt that the other party would not be his opponent at all. "It's another spiritual weapon. Come on over," Yi Feng sneered. "If that's the case, then I won't be polite." Teleport. Without noticing, Yi Feng appeared directly behind Long Xietian, and without giving the other party any chance to react, he slashed down with one sword. Boom! Long Xietian still doesn't know what happened. Why did Yi Feng, who was more than 10 years away in front of him just now, appear behind him? Boom! In this episode, Yi Feng didn't really kill him, but gave him enough face. "I'm going to take action for real next time." From the previous attack, Long Xietian had concluded that the other party's cultivation level was exactly the same as his own, and he was also at the peak of the bigger realm. However, he never imagined what kind of attack the other party had just launched, allowing him to take a hit from the opponent without even realizing it. If Yi Feng really wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. At this moment, Long Xietian was sweating profusely. This Yi Feng was indeed extraordinary. Long Xietian looked at Yi Feng cautiously. This time he finally did not dare to be careless anymore. Yi Feng looked at Long Xuantian's cautious look and sneered again. "Do you think this will be useful?" Teleport. When Yi Feng disappeared in front of him again, Long Xietian was extremely nervous this time. But he still didn't catch the direction in which Yi Feng appeared, and turned around desperately, trying to find Yi Feng's location. But what she didn't expect was that Yi Feng was not around, but above him. Yi Feng launched the attack without hesitation. She put the Xianyuan sword away and slapped Long Xuantian's Tianling cap with one palm. Boom! Half of Long Xuantian's body sank directly into the earth, and the cold sword had already made a bloody gash on his neck. Yi Feng said, "I gave you a chance and told you not to provoke me. This is the shame you asked for." Long Xietian was furious. Under the same realm, there was such a big gap between himself and the other party. Yi Feng has the ability to fight me when I'm at my peak. But you can't win now. Yi Feng sneered. I just told you that you don't need to restore your spiritual energy. Right? Long Xiantian struggled desperately, trying to get off the ground and stand up. But he couldn't help but directly raised his foot to press the opponent's shoulder. Just stay quietly in front of the Great Elder's tent, and don't want to go anywhere. Yi Feng, if you humiliate me like this, our Long family will not let you go. When you were humiliating others, did you ever think that you would have such a result? Of course. Long Xiantian couldn't listen at all. How could they? Who were always used to being domineering. Accept the fact of failure. The immortal cultivators surrounding them, especially those from the Long family, stood there and watched without shame. After all, Long Xiantian, who was one of the top masters of the Long family, was so helpless to fight back, was defeated by Yi Feng. Immortal cultivators from other forces felt that Yi Feng was too terrifying. With the same cultivation level, his combat abilities were completely different. You dare to touch a member of my Long family even if you are a youngster. Today, on behalf of the Alliance of Immortal Cultivators, I will punish you. A sound exploded from the sky, and a figure quickly rushed towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng turned his head, stared at the direction in which the figure came, and stamped his feet to press Long Xuantian's entire body into the ground, leaving only one head to fly up, because he knew that the person who came was none other than Long Tian. Facing Long Tian, Yi Feng had to be careful. This guy was in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. But Long Tian obviously had no intention of letting Yi Feng go just like that. So he followed directly, and rushed in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng shouted, the demon refining pot. Guard against it. Dang! There was no surprise this time. Yi Feng resisted Long Tian's attack. The two sides stopped here, and Long Tian looked at Yi Feng in disbelief. This guy was indeed at the peak of the bigger realm. But he was still in the middle stage of the bigger realm when he came here. Boy! What kind of evil thing did you take that caused your cultivation to skyrocket? Quickly and honestly summon it, or I will capture you on the spot. Yi Feng laughed and said, you beat the younger ones, and the older ones ran out. You are not as strong as others, but you don't allow others to be stronger than you. Long Tian shouted coldly, you have to listen to me here and tell me how to increase your strength quickly. Otherwise I will punish you on the spot. Yi Feng laughed and said, what have you done to the Long family? You should know who is evil, and what kind of crooked way. You should have already made the distinction in your heart. Long Tian's pupils expanded and contracted, then returned to their normal appearance, because at this moment, he planned to kill Yi Feng directly, without leaving any further trouble. Chapter 754 The Arrival of Emperor Xianyuan. The collusion between Long Tian and Tianmo was something only a few of their senior officials knew about. But what Yi Feng said just now seems to have been discovered by the other party. Fortunately, the Great Elder is in retreat now, and has no idea what is happening in the outside world. If Yi Feng and others are killed now, no one will know about this matter. Yi Feng could already feel the murderous look in Long Tian's eyes. It seemed that the other party was not planning to let him go. Yi Feng, suffer death. Long Tian's big hand turned into a giant palm, trying to catch Yi Feng in his palm. But Yi Feng will not stand there stupidly waiting for you to catch me. With a Xianyuan sword in your hand, you will shout, Xianyuan sword cut. Yi Feng's offensive is equally vast, and Xianyuan sword's attack is certainly invincible. The arm that turned into a giant palm in the sky was directly chopped into pieces by the Xianyuan sword. Long Tian was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng's surprise to him was getting bigger and bigger. The sword in his hand seemed to be a good treasure. In this case, Long Tian will never let Yi Feng go. At this moment, Long Tian had already exerted their Jin Dan realm cultivation strength to the extreme, and their speed was simply not comparable to that of Yi Feng. Teleport. After using teleportation, Yi Feng Kong avoided Long Tian's attack. But it was not much better. After all, the opponent's speed was too fast, and Yi Feng had to defend with all his strength every time he attacked. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand it at all. What should I do? Boss can't handle it. This Jin Dan realm cultivator is too strong, Xiao Hei said with some worry. At this moment, Ying was awake and came over and said, no, I have to help him. Yin Yu said, you can't go. With your current strength, let alone being invisible. Even the pass may be difficult. If you go up like this, you will cause trouble for Yi Feng. Yes, master. You must not go. You are still injured. Take medicine quickly. The blood-restoring medicine they are using now is a special medicine, but it will not play a very big role in this kind of injury. Even Xiaoya and Yu Mingming's joint treatment was only a little better than normal. It seems that things in the game are things in the game after all. And it is still very difficult to recover from being injured by spiritual energy. Chu Tianai comforted everyone at this time and said, "Don't worry. The boss hasn't used the demonization skill yet, so he can still hold on." Arrogant brother said, "Yes. The boss's strongest fighting state is the demonization skill." Others nodded. Now Yi Feng did not fight Long Tian head-on at all, but kept hiding. Long Tian wanted to catch Yi Feng but couldn't. Always just a little bit short. Long Tian was very angry at being teased by a junior like this. "Yi Feng, it was you who forced me to use Long family's dragon skills. Dragon domain." In an instant, Yi Feng felt that his body was several times heavier, and he was clearly unable to move. What happened? Seeing Yi Feng's shocked expression, Long Tian said, "In my domain? You are a lamb to be slaughtered. The reason why the Jindan realm is stronger than Bigu is that the realm is not just a matter of more and longer spiritual energy, but also because of the fields they can use. However, there is a time limit for their use of the area, which is only 10 minutes at most. But these 10 minutes are enough to take off Yi Feng's head." Yi Feng found that his speed was slower, but Long Tian's speed was faster. Boom! One couldn't dodge as well as Yi Feng, and was shot down to the ground. However, Yi Feng jumped out again. He couldn't stay there for too long. After all, this place told the other party that it was his domain. The other party could see where he was at a glance. "Huh. Your body is quite strong. You can still be alive and kicking after one attack from me. You are already very proud. It's a pity that you have to die today." Yi Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Humph. It's not that simple to want me to die. Uh-huh. It's the end of the world and you're still talking nonsense here. Do you think I'm a cultivator of the Bigu realm? Demonization." After using the magic skill, Yi Feng clearly felt that his combat effectiveness had improved again. When Long Tian saw Yi Feng in this state, he remembered the time when he fought against the demon on the outer battlefield. It was in this fighting state that Yi Feng had an inseparable fight with the demon commander, which showed that Yi Feng was stronger in this fighting state. However, in Long Tian's view, this is just a drop in the bucket. After all, there is a huge difference between the Golden Core realm and the Bigu realm. Facing the Jindan realm cultivator Yi Feng, he had to go all out. Even after using the demonization skills, Yi Feng felt that he still couldn't beat the opponent, so he prepared to use the Xianyuan sword's strongest skill. However, the opponent seems to know that he still has a backup, and does not intend to let him show all his strength. He wants to kill him before then. But under Yi Feng's demonized state, his combat power and defense power are also off the charts. Long Tian flew directly towards him, his fist falling from the sky like a giant dragon. Seeing that Yi Feng was about to be swallowed up, the demon refining pot, guard, the third form of Xianyuan sword, Emperor Xianyuan, crack, lightning, which had never appeared on the outer battlefield, appeared at this time. Long Tianquan's earphone hit the demon refining pot's defense. Although the demon refining pot's defense was broken, the lightning that fell from the sky directly knocked Long Tian back, and even scorched his arm. A vast figure descended from the sky and stood in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng held the Xianyuan sword and naturally floated at the heart of this huge figure. Yi Feng felt that the arrival of Emperor Xianyuan instantly increased his strength 100 times. Even if he was facing Long Tian now, he was sure to injure him. Similarly, Long Tian's entire face turned livid after seeing Yi Feng use this move. Not to mention the injured hands. The huge figure and the huge momentum in front of him were enough to prove that Yi Feng had the ability to compete with himself. If Yi Feng makes any gesture in the giant figure will also make any gesture. So it is just like Yi Feng. But the appearance of that huge figure was like an emperor looking majestic and majestic. Yi Feng shouted, "Come Long Tian. Don't you want to kill me? Today I will eliminate harm for the people and kill you." Long Tian. Yi Feng. Don't think that you have the ability to resist me temporarily. When your time has passed, I will let you know what life is worse than death. The battle between the two sides is about to break out. Now it can be said that the two powerful men in the Golden Elixir realm are fighting in the top battle on this outer battlefield. The scene was unusually vast. Of course, the people on the other side, as superpowers, had already watched the battle here. The moment Long Tian appeared, the Pope had already watched the entire battle in the void. But when Yi Feng's huge figure arrived, the Pope was really surprised. Chapter 755. The Great Elder comes out of seclusion. This kid is really talented, and the treasures on his body are more and more magical. I don't know where this kid got so many good things. Although the Pope felt that Yi Feng was a very magical guy, he did not remember him because of it. Instead, he felt that this was a blessing for mankind. Because in this war-torn era, it was a big deal for them to have someone like Yi Feng appear. Good thing. But the Pope could clearly feel that Zai Longtian was determined to kill Yi Feng. So as long as Longtian wants to really kill Yi Feng, the Pope will stop him at all costs. After all, it is really a pity that such a young talent dies. But now that both sides are close to Jin Dan, life and death is really difficult to decide. Longtian did not have any weapons, and his hands were his most important weapons. At this moment, his hands were like an indestructible King Kong when they collided with Yi Feng's Xianyuan sword, emitting shocking sparks. No one was convinced in this battle, but Yi Feng had so many skills that he would hit Longtian from time to time, which made Longtian extremely annoyed. After being unable to attack for a long time, Longtian's attention shifted to Yi Feng's brothers. Chu Tianai and others immediately felt the killing intent brought by Longtian. Yi Feng. Yi Feng. Although I can't stop you, none of the people around you can leave. Longtian turned around and pounced directly on Chu Tianai and others. Unlike the others, Chu Tianai stood alone in front of everyone and used his remaining spiritual power to display the golden body Arhat. In his opinion, he is the first wall to protect everyone behind him. Even if he is going to die, he will be the first to die. How could Yi Feng endure such a thing happening? He rushed over as if he was desperate. Both sides rushed towards the elder, one after the other. Outside the tent, Yi Feng shouted with a ferocious expression, Longtian, if you dare to touch them, I will kill your entire Long family. Similarly, Longtian was not afraid of Yi Feng's threat. Instead, he said more sinisterly, I want to see how you destroy my Long family. Xianyuan sword cut. Under the blessing of Emperor Xianyuan, the power of Xianyuan sword chief has increased exponentially, and its void is somewhat unstable. In order to catch Chu Tianai and others, Longtian ignored Yi Feng's attack and rushed forward, because he knew that carrying on like this with Yi Feng was not the solution. As long as he caught them, Yi Feng could only do it without any help. Then wouldn't he have the final say? Boom! An accident happened. Yi Feng's Xianyuan sword slash disappeared out of thin air. When Longtian approached the Great Elder's tent, he was directly bounced away. A vigorous and powerful voice sounded, What day is it today? It's so lively. Longtian's expression changed greatly. She was very familiar with this voice. She didn't expect that the Great Elder would wake up at this time. After Yi Feng heard this voice, her suspended heart was finally relieved. Even if a Great Elder gave her 10 courages in Longtian, she would not dare to move. The Great Elder's tent was open first. The Great Elder came out and seemed to be in a very good state of mind. Moreover, Yi Feng felt that the Great Elder must have been promoted. The Great Elder looked at the situation around him and said, What happened to Longtian? Longtian walked up to the Great Elder and said, Congratulations to the Great Elder on your successful retreat. Just now I was just competing with nephew Yi Feng. It's not that big of a deal. Don't you think so? Nephew Yi Feng. With a gloomy face, Yi Feng dismissed the figure of Emperor Xianyuan, slowly fell to the ground, came to the front of the Great Elder, and said respectfully, Congratulations to the Great Elder. The deeper the realm is, the greater our human race will be. Sure. Haha. You have a sharp eye. Thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have advanced in such a short period of time. Longtian's expression changed greatly. After Yi Feng said that, he carefully checked the Great Elder's cultivation and found that it was deeper than before. In other words, the current Great Elder was a high-level powerhouse in the nascent soul realm. The Great Elder quickly echoed, Congratulations to the Great Elder Heshi. This is a great event for us humans. Haha. It's just a breakthrough. There's nothing to be happy about. Popes from afar also came one after another. Great Elder, your cultivation has improved a lot. The Great Elder laughed and said, Haha. Why are you here today? I heard that someone here was looking down upon me. So I stood and watched from a distance. What I didn't expect was that you, the Great Elder, were the one who brought us the biggest news. The Great Elder has made a breakthrough, which is a great good thing for all the immortal cultivators and superpowers. As for the stickers, their confidence will be even deeper. Longtian said, It's just a competition with Prophet Yi Feng. The Great Elder looked at Yi Feng and asked, Is this true for Yi Feng? In this case, Yi Feng could only say yes. After all, it was not the time to really break up with the Long family. Yes, The great elder is just competing. That's good. We are all our own people. Don't hurt the harmony. If nothing happens, everyone can go back. I have just made a breakthrough. And I still need to practice more to consolidate my cultivation. Yes. I will obey the great elder's order. Everyone slowly faded away. Long Tian was not surprised. But he gave Yifeng a special look when he left. On the contrary, the Pope looked at Yifeng with interest and nodded towards Yifeng. Yifeng responded with a smile. After all, the Pope looked much better than Long Tian. After waiting for everyone to leave, the great elder stopped Yifeng and said, "Come in with me. I have something to tell you." "Yes, great elder." Yifeng said to Chu Tianai and others, "You go back and rest first. I'll be back soon." "Good." After Yifeng walked into the tent, the elder waved his hand, and the entire tent turned into a soundproof room. The great elder said, "What happened here during my absence?" Yifeng looked around, feeling a little uneasy. The great elder said with a smile, "Don't worry. People outside the tent with my blessing cannot hear the conversation inside." Yifeng then nodded and said, "Other things are trivial. But I have discovered a very important thing. And I would like to ask the great elder to make a decision." The great elder immediately became serious and said, "Tell me. I have a premonition of what you are going to tell me. I seem to have already guessed it." Yifeng said, "The Long family colluded with the devil." The great elder suddenly stood up. Although he was not willing to accept this fact, he had already asked himself over and over again in his mind whether the other party had colluded with the demon. Seeing this, Yifeng quickly comforted the elder. "First elder, please don't be angry. Now is not the time to be angry." The great elder shook his hand and said, "That's not the problem. I have long guessed that there are people here who are not colluding with the demon. But what I can't accept the most is that the Long family colludes with the demon. But I didn't expect it to be them." Yifeng was a little surprised. But he didn't expect the great elder to have guessed it. Chapter 756. Everyone has their own thoughts. Great elder, I didn't expect you to have noticed it a long time ago. The great elder nodded cautiously and said, "Indeed. I have noticed it a long time ago. When we fought against the demon many times before, we always felt that something was wrong. Especially when the marshal of the demon attacked once. If I hadn't reacted faster. Otherwise it was definitely me who got hurt that time." Yifeng asked in surprise, "I already knew about Marshal Tianmo's injury. But there didn't seem to be any problems in that battle." The great elder shook his head and said, "How can there be no problem? Do you still remember that stop? It was when I went to the earth to refine the elixir for you." Yifeng was a little surprised. It had already been half a year when the elder refined the elixir for him. He didn't expect what happened at that time. "Are you surprised?" Not many people knew that I had returned to earth. Only a few people. But at that time, the people from the heavenly demon actually knew that I was not here. It was during this gap that they launched an attack on our camp. Yifeng said angrily, "The people of the Rong family are so inhuman. What agreement did they reach with the demon? Why did they help the demon like this?" The great elder shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. But fortunately I came back in time and seriously injured the demon marshal. Otherwise they would have attacked the earth in advance." Yifeng nodded. If the elder had not returned in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. "Sister-in-law, what should we do about this matter? After all, the Long family is a very powerful family on our planet. Everyone keeps frowning because the Long family is so powerful and has strong protection against the outer battlefield. So it has been impossible for the great elder to punish them. This matter must be considered in the long term. Does anyone else know about this?" Yifeng said, "In addition to you, there are my people. And of course, that Yi Long from before also knows about this." Yi Long? Although this guy belongs to the Yi family, his strength still has not reached the realm of Bigu. The entire Yi family is in decline. But it is good to have a boy like you. Yifeng said with a wry smile, "Elder, you know, I am not from their Yi family. I just have the same surname." "Uh-huh. Of course I know you are not from the Yi family. I just want to tell you that after all, having the same surname as you is of no help. I hope you can help them out of a helping hand." Yifeng nodded and said, "Don't worry, great elder. After all, everyone is named Yi. So I will try my best to help them when I can. Well, this guy is pretty reliable. But we must not alert him to this incident. I don't know if anyone with superpowers has come into contact with the demon. I found it out on my own. But did the Pope find it?" Yifeng shook his head. He knew very little about the affairs on the Pope's side. Even the great elder didn't know much about the affairs on that side. The Pope alone was handling the affairs on that side. But so far there had not been any major incidents. Question. The Pope is pretty reliable. At least in my eyes, he is much easier to get along with than Long Tian. Yi Feng expressed his feelings. The Great Elder nodded and said, "Go ahead and call the Pope over. I have something to discuss with him." "Yes, Great Elder." After Yi Feng left the Great Elder's tent, he headed directly to the area where the Pope was. However, although the content of the conversation between Yi Feng and the Great Elder in the tent was unknown, Long Tian quickly received the news. Long Tian said hesitantly, "This kid won't really talk nonsense in front of the Great Elder." Although he felt that Yi Feng seemed to know that there was some collusion between him and the demon, he was not sure. After all, Yi Feng might also want to blow him up. You must not be fooled. Don't mess up your own situation. It will be really hard to deal with when the time comes. Ancestor, don't worry. Just from Yi Feng's 2 moments, can he know anything about us? Let alone does he know about the deal between us and the demon because he colluded with the demon. Long Tian thought about it. The transaction with Tianmo was something only a few people knew about. If Yi Feng didn't come into contact with Tianmo's senior management, he might not be able to detect the connection between them. So this is completely impossible. To say that Yi Feng went to the demon battleship alone to kill Long Tian would not have thought of this possibility. After all, even Long Tian had to be careful when entering the demon battleship. The news just came from the other side that Yi Feng must be captured. But they said that the 9-story tower we wanted has been used, and they want us to change the conditions. Long Tian was a little surprised that the 90% tower wood was both harmful and beneficial to the demon. So the demon rarely used this kind of material. Long Tian also consulted a lot of ancient and modern information before he came to the conclusion that the 9-story pagoda was of great help to human cultivation. If he hadn't known that the general had a 9-story pagoda in his hand, Long Tian wouldn't have dared to open his mouth like this. How could they use the impossible 9-story tower? He put all the treasures in front of me for me to choose from. Although I chose this pair of armor, the 9-story tower is the best thing in it. Long Tian subconsciously touched his chest. There was a piece of armor there. This armor could be said to be Long Tian's life-saving means. At that time, Long Tian chose this armor to ensure his own safety. Later, after checking the information, he regretted it. So this time, he wanted the 9-story tower wood. Ancestor, I'm not sure about this. The letter asked you to choose other things, but he also listed them. There are 5 kinds in total. I hope you can choose one of them. Long Tian took the letter and remained silent after reading the above 5 materials, not knowing which one to choose, because no matter which thing it is better than any defensive thing on the earth. But compared with the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that the 9-story pagoda can use to improve cultivation, these things are not enough to satisfy Long Tian's heart. Long Tian wrote 2 treasures on the paper and said, just these 2 items. If they want Yi Feng alive, they must give me 2 items. Otherwise this transaction will be cancelled. I understand. I'll do it now. Humph. I don't care if you, Yi Feng, have 3 heads and 6 arms, or you are a monster. My Long family will definitely not let you leave this outer battlefield. Otherwise my Long family's surrender for so many years will be in vain. The strength Yi Feng showed today was really terrifying. If the other party was given some time, it would probably be the second Great Elder. So Yi Feng must die. However, it is best to die in the hands of the devil, as it will not leave you with any bad reputation. Of course, the premise is that the devil keeps his word. Chapter 757, Superpower Camp. Yi Feng came to the camp of the superpowers alone. Although the 2 sides were comrades in arms on the outer battlefield, both sides were still somewhat wary. Who are you? What are you doing here? As soon as Yi Feng came outside their prophet, he was stopped by a patrol team. Yi Feng said, the Great Elder asked me to go to the Pope and ask him to go to the Great Elder's tent to discuss important matters. Oh, it turns out you are from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Yi Feng nodded and said, my name is Yi Feng. The Pope should know. Okay. You guys will patrol first, and I'll take him to see the Pope. Yes. Yi Feng followed the superpower to the camp of the superpower. Their tents were not much different from the tents of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, where Yi Feng was located. Perhaps due to cultural differences, their tents might be taller in shape. A little. Especially the extremely conspicuous yellow tent, which must be where the Pope is. Although it is not a very special situation for Yi Feng, a cultivator of immortality, to come to their territory of superpowers. Yi Feng is very special. Everyone who had seen Yi Feng and Long Tian fight before knew how powerful Yi Feng was. So they were all discussing Yifeng. Did you see that this guy is on par with Long Tian? He's awesome. No way. Is this the guy you're talking about? Doesn't that mean there are 2 leaders-level figures in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance? Isn't that right? We only have the Pope here. And the other bishops are not as good as the Pope. With this comparison, aren't we superpowers lagging behind? Yes. I don't know why Yifeng came to our place. Is he here to demonstrate? Probably not. This is a battlefield outside the world. We should deal with the demons instead of our own people. But when he fought with Long Tian, I felt that the 2 of them had enmity. That's for sure. That Long Tian is said to hate this Yifeng very much. And this Yifeng killed members of their Long family. How can Long Tian let him go? Well, that makes sense. Since Yifeng's cultivation reached the peak of the bigger realm, his hearing has also improved a lot. And he can almost hear the voices around him. Although some people are defensive about themselves, more people are curious about themselves. When the superhuman in front of him brought Yifeng to the yellow tent, he stopped. Wait here for a moment. I'll go in and let you know. Yifeng nodded and said, yes. Yifeng stood still and didn't move. But the superhuman ran into the tent. I'm telling you, Your Majesty the Pope, that a man named Yifeng has come from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, saying that the Great Elder wants to talk to you. The Pope had actually noticed Yifeng when he came to the camp of superpowers. Tell him to come in. Yes. After the superpower left, the Pope said to the bishops around him, Bishops, the person who came in immediately was Yifeng, whom I just told you about. Although I don't know what happened to him. He and Long Tian, he does have some skills when it comes to fighting. And using his special abilities, he can actually fight on a par with Long Tian. A bishop with a white beard and red clothes said, Your Holiness, are you worried about this little guy? I don't think he is very old. Ha ha. I have nothing to worry about. I should be happy that such a good descendant has appeared in human beings. Why should I be worried? The alliance of immortal cultivators is now extremely powerful because of his arrival. Shouldn't we be worried? The Pope said with a smile. No need to worry too much. Let's see what he says this time. At this time, Yifeng opened the tent and saw the Pope and several cardinals discussing matters. Yifeng nodded to several cardinals, then walked to the Pope and said respectfully, The Pope and the Great Elder have something to discuss with you. Let me personally invite you to come. The Pope nodded and said, I understand this. Can you tell me what it is about? Yifeng said uncertainly, from the tone of the Great Elder. It should be about the demon. So that Long Tian is going too? Yifeng did not answer directly, but looked at the cardinals beside the Pope and hesitated. Upon seeing this, the Pope immediately said, It doesn't matter. Just say it. These are my own people who I can trust. Yifeng nodded and said, This time I asked you to go alone, without notifying him at all. The Pope was a little surprised. Normally, regardless of big or small matters, as long as the Great Elder summoned him, the 2 of them would definitely go together, not alone. And now the Great Elder must have said something to Yifeng that he did not have Long Tian in the morning. This shows that the Great Elder is squeezing out Long Tian. This ostracism is no ordinary ostracism. When fighting against the devil, of course the right way is to work together. But now this situation makes the Pope have to think more. Yifeng said, I still need the Great Elder to tell you the specific things. I don't know much about it either. By the way, Yifeng, I think your strength is only at the peak of the bigger realm. Why can you fight against Long Tian, who is at the Golden Core realm? Yifeng said, There is no way. Long Tian is an immortal cultivator in the Golden Core realm. If I don't use all my strength, I can only escape from him. What's more, I can't continue that situation for a long time. If it's not big if the Elder shows up in time, I'm afraid I'll be defeated soon. Of course, the Pope knew that Yifeng's stay would not last long. But he was also very curious as to where Yifeng got so many treasures, and whether they were given to him by the Great Elder. Forget it. If you don't want to say it, I won't force it. In that case, let's go. By the way, the bishops, we can go and do what we just discussed. It's the Pope. Although Yifeng didn't know what they discussed. It was their family matter after all, and it was not easy for Yifeng to get involved. Please, Your Majesty the Pope. Yifeng could always feel something similar to the Great Elder in the Pope's body, but he didn't know why they were similar yet different. Yifeng followed the Pope and arrived at the Great Elder's tent in front of everyone's attention. At the same time, Long Tian also received the news. This time, the council did not call her, which made her feel a little panicked. Long Tian said with some worry, What's going on? Why didn't the great elder call him? Could it be that he doubted himself? But what he did was foolproof, and the other party never doubted him. Could it be that Yi Feng had some evidence? Ancestor, don't worry too much. Maybe we will summon you later. Let's talk about the matter between us and the demon. The great elder has not found out for so long. Let alone Yi Feng who just came. Long Tian felt that he was a little nervous. The battle with Yi Feng just now really made him a little frightened. Chapter 758 Conversation. In the great elder's tent, Yi Feng stood behind the great elder. After Yi Feng and the Pope arrived, the two of them didn't say anything. Instead, they sat down quietly and made tea. How is it? How does this tea taste? The great elder asked. The Pope took a sip, closed his eyes and said after thinking, yes. I am afraid that the differences between the great elders have improved a lot. But the great elder asked me to come this time. I am afraid it is not for tea. Haha. Just drink tea. Why are there so many messy things? The Pope laughed, looked at the great elder, and shook his head. Yi Feng, come over and have a drink. This tea is really good. Yi Feng shook his head and said, I'd better stop drinking it. Every time I drink the great elder's tea, I feel it has a different taste. The Pope asked curiously, how is it possible? The tea made by this great elder was really not made well at first. Not only is it very bitter, it is also mouth-watering. The great elder said with a wry smile, that's because you don't know how to taste. Where is the bitterness? Is the tea you are drinking now bitter? One moment and another. The tea now is really good. I think it may be a problem with the tea leaves. The great elder immediately laughed and said, haha. The tea is still the same tea. But the people are not the same people. Having said this, the Pope finally understood what the great elder meant. Simply drinking tea actually led to what they wanted to say today. Great elder, is this what you meant by calling me here? The great elder nodded and said, well, the person is still the same person as before. But the heart does not mean that it is still the same heart. The Pope said cautiously, great elder, the person you are talking about should be Long Tian. The great elder nodded cautiously and said, yes, that's him I'm talking about. This is also the purpose of calling you here today. The Pope frowned and said, Long Tian is very meticulous in his actions, and will never be sloppy in anything he does. Of course, Yi Feng may have made a lot of mistakes. Yi Feng said with a wry smile, that's because he has little contact with me. If he had more contact with me and became familiar with me, he would definitely treat me differently. Well, Yi Feng is right. It is precisely because he knows so little about Yi Feng that he reveals his flaws. The Pope asked in confusion, but how did you know that Long Tian had changed his mind? What is his condition now? The great elder said, Yi Feng, tell him what you know. Yes, Lord Pope. Do you know that in order to embarrass me, Long Tian sent me alone to patrol the battlefield outside the sky? Do you know this? The Pope nodded and said, I heard our people over there say that Long Tian did something wrong. After you went into seclusion. Great elder. He did abuse his power. Yi Feng nodded and continued, it was precisely because I was patrolling alone that time that I thought of being on the demon battleship. The Pope looked at Yi Feng with wide eyes and said, you dare to go to the demon battleship because you don't want your life. Do you know how many demons are on it? Yi Feng said, although it is a little dangerous. I got an important piece of information. The Pope asked nervously, what information has it to do with Long Tian? Yi Feng said, this information is very important to us. That is, Long Tiango and the demon want to cooperate inside and outside to annihilate us all. Boom! The Pope stood up abruptly, showing off his majesty and initiative, looking extremely angry. Is this true? Of course it is true. I dare to guarantee it with my life. And I have asked the great elder to verify this matter. The Pope looked at the great elder and said, is this true about the great elder? The great elder nodded cautiously and said, actually, I have long suspected that there is a traitor on our human side. But I have never been able to find out who it is. But now I have confirmed that it must be Long Tian. Because he wants to kill Yi Feng and silence him. The Pope said gloomily, no wonder Long Tian did not hesitate to personally go against little brother Yi Feng. It turns out there is such a hidden secret inside. Yi Feng said, yes. That's exactly it. The Pope said angrily, then what are you waiting for? Let's kill Long Tian now to avoid more serious consequences. The great elder shook his head and said, not now. We don't have any evidence to prove that Long Tian is colluding with the devil. If we have to kill him and them, the people of the Long family will definitely resist. You also know that the people of the Long family are against the trend on the outer battlefield is very important. How could the Pope not know about this? The Long family alone is as powerful as the entire Holy See. This shows how powerful the Long family is. Then what should we do? We can't just let it go. My dead white-clothed bishop seemed to have something to do with him. The great elder nodded and said, of course. You, the bishop in white, suffered heavy losses in that battle. I also bear a great responsibility. If it weren't for the earth I went to, this situation would not have been caused. The Pope said, this is none of your business. Even if you don't go to Earth, it will find other ways to provoke a fight. I can't wait to kill him now. Yifeng quickly said consolingly, Mr. Pope, please don't get excited. Now is not the time for us to act on impulse. After all, we still have to use the people and power of the Long family to attack the demon. Damn it! The great elder said, now that I have summoned you. If I had not summoned Long Tian, I am afraid that the other party would be suspicious. So let's not leave. We are afraid of calling Long Tian over alone. Said I had something to talk to him about. Yifeng nodded and said, yes. Pope, please don't act out of anger. The Pope nodded and said, I understand. Not long after, Long Tian also walked into the great elder's tent. After seeing Yifeng and the Pope among them, he couldn't help but frown. So the Pope is here too. But the three of us are also your boys. What are you doing here? Why don't you get out quickly? When Long Tian arrived, he first nodded to the Pope, and then stared at Yifeng, trying to drive Yifeng out. Yifeng said, if you can come, I can come. Why should I go out? Long Tian said, the things Great Elder and the three of us discussed are all confidential matters. What if the news leaks out? I don't believe this guy. Yifeng shouted coldly in his heart, if you still don't believe me, don't you know what your situation is? Traitor of humanity. The Great Elder said softly, okay. We are all our own people. Besides, you also know Yifeng's abilities. He has the right to know our affairs. Huh? Just using some side ideas. But I don't have any real ability. Yifeng said, you don't even have the heresy, let alone the ability. You? Long Tian looked at Yifeng angrily. Chapter 759 Life and Death Team. The Great Elder intervened, and Long Tian was too embarrassed to say anything. So he just took a stool and sat down. The Great Elder said, I came to you today to discuss matters concerning the demon clan. Long Tian said, the Great Elder has improved his strength. Now is the best time to deal with the demon. Great Elder, if you say a word, my Long family will operate the vanguard. The Great Elder said with a smile, Sister Long Tian, I know you are doing it for our own good. But this kind of fighting against the demons is not a temporary thing. Although my strength has improved, the opponent's demon battleships still have us. I know something. So I must not move forward rashly. That's right. Long Tian, you are also the leader of the clan. Why don't you understand this matter? Even if your strength has improved, the people opposite you are not vegetarians, said the Pope. Long Tian said, Pope, it's not like you don't know that we have been fighting the demon for so long, and neither side has gained much benefit. Besides, the reason for the demon is coming soon. We can't take down the bow of the demon battleship first. I'm afraid it will be even harder to fight. The Pope said, I know this too. So we have to discuss these issues. But we cannot move forward rashly. You, the descendants of the Long family, are not afraid of sacrifice. Sacrificing a little to save the earth is the most important thing. Right? Great Elder. The Great Elder nodded and said, what you two said is correct. But we can't act head-on like this. We must find some ways. Do you think there is any good way to avoid fighting them head-on, so as to take away their demon battleships? Where's next? The Pope said, my suggestion is that we send some people to sneak into the demon battleship quietly and destroy the operation system of the demon battleship. Long Tian immediately objected and said, isn't this a suicide? You have mentioned this opinion before. I have always disagreed with it, and I still don't agree with it now. Yifeng said, I think the Pope is right. We can't sit still and wait for death. Long Tian glared at Yifeng and said, you are just a fledgling kid. What do you know? Just stand aside and listen when our adults are talking. And don't make trouble. Yifeng said, at least the Pope knows that if we fight head-on, we will definitely suffer huge losses. We can reduce the losses as much as possible. But you, Long Tianjin, think that your Long family is not afraid of heaven and earth. So the devil will not be afraid of you. Long Tian said, Those who want to achieve great things should not stick to trivial matters. So what if some people are sacrificed? Besides, who will be sent to the demon battleship? That is a matter of narrow escape. The Pope said, of course, a group of elites from each clan should be selected to go. Otherwise, if we designate only one city to go, I'm afraid no one will be willing to go. The Great Elder nodded and said, that's right. Let's select a group of people from the major forces. We always have to test each other, and we can't just sit back and wait for death. Great Elder, didn't you object to the Pope's proposal at the beginning? Why did you agree to it now? Long Tian didn't understand why the Great Elder agreed to this question. Before that, he had always stood on his own position and chose to defend. As long as the opponent does not attack them, they will not go out. But now they want to take the lead, which is not a good thing for Long Tian. The Great Elder said, there is no way. According to the time I calculated, their demon eyes should arrive here in about 2 months. So we must act as soon as possible. Otherwise it will not be a question of whether we can act, but whether we can save the earth or not is a question. Yi Feng frowned and said, so fast? Only 2 months? The Great Elder nodded and said, that's almost it. I captured a demon commander before and learned the news from him. Yi Feng is a little worried that there are only 2 months left. This is really embarrassing for him. 2 months is too short. Really too short. The Pope also looked melancholy. After all, 2 months was really short. On the other hand, it was Long Tian. Although he looked nervous on the surface, Yi Feng could feel that this guy was just faking it. Long Tian was thinking, there are only 2 months left in your good days. And by then, the entire earth will be under the rule of my Long family. Ha 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 ha. The Great Elder said, pass the order and select a group of elite members from each major race to go to the demon battleship. However, this matter must be kept secret from me. Do you understand? Clear. Yi Feng said, the Great Elder has instructed us to take action. Let me join in. The Great Elder nodded and said, it's best if you participate, because your strength is different from that of ordinary immortal cultivators of the bigger realm. So if you don't participate, I will let you participate. Thank you, Great Elder. I will definitely fulfill my mission and collect the energy from the demon battleship so that they lose power. Well, the Pope and Long Tian, you both can order them to go down. Yes. The Pope returned to the territory of the superpowers, while Long Tian returned to his own Long family woodland. Long Tian was thinking that the Great Elder, Yi Feng and the Pope had discussed for a long time before handing him over. Is there any conspiracy in this? However, judging from the situation, this conspiracy should not exist. Judging from their expressions, it should be that the demon reinforcements are coming soon, and they will not be able to hold on. Ancestor, then who should we find to go to the demon battleship this time? This mission should be to die. Long Tian said, of course I am going to die. And it is 100%. No one can escape. Several confidants standing beside Long Tian did not dare to speak anymore, for fear that Long Tian would send them to this operation. Long Tian said, this time, our Long family will have 2 elite members. These 2 people will definitely die, so you guys can recommend them. Who is willing to take out the elite members under his command to die? And this is obviously to die, because as long as Yi Feng is there, their group will definitely be wiped out. Because they will definitely tell the demon about Yi Feng's appearance in the demon battle circle and let them prepare. Ancestor, we have to go back and discuss this. Well, I'll give you an hour. Yes. On the side of the superpowers, the Pope summons his white bishops and cardinals. He told what the Great Elder had announced. I'm afraid this operation may lead to a narrow escape. So those who want to go, you must be mentally prepared. A bishop in white came out and said, let me go. I'm old and I won't live much longer. But I still have some strength. At least I can give Yi Feng a little help. Also, after I was seriously injured last time, my injuries have become more and more serious. Let me go this time. This injury can no longer be cured anyway. This is a cardinal. His strength is much stronger than that of the white-clothed bishop. But after being seriously injured, his strength is only that of an ordinary white-clothed bishop. Chapter 760 Farewell. The Special Operations Team can be said to be a death squad. After Yenyu and others learned about this operation, they actively signed up to infiltrate the demon battleship with Yi Feng. But Yi Feng will only let them take risks with him. So Yi Feng will not let them go even if he kills them. And the key is to go to the sky this time. I suggest that the ninjas send out 2 people. The Immortal Cultivator Alliance sent 2 people from the Long family. And the Great Elder sent 2 people from the junior high school, one of whom was Yifeng. Of course, the North American region also has 2 people coming out. And of course the Asia-Pacific region also has 2 people. Counting this way, the team has a total of 10 people. But these 10 people can be said to be elite members of the human side. But who doesn't know that going to the demon war is equivalent to putting your head in your hands and accidentally dropping it? Yifeng, do you really want to go? Yanyu looked at Yifeng. Her moist eyes could no longer hide her emotions. Then Jishu hugged Yifeng tightly and said, "Then you promise me to come back safely? We can't live without you here." Yifeng said, "Don't worry. Since I can go for the first time, of course I can also go for the second time. So don't worry. I will definitely come back alive." "Well, I believe you. But I don't believe those people around you," Yanyu said worriedly. Xiaohei said, "That's right. Especially the people from the Long family. They will definitely use dirty tricks behind their backs. Especially after entering the Heavenly Demon battleship. They will definitely cooperate with the Heavenly Demon and the others. I'm afraid our operation will be completely ended." Yifeng said, "Don't worry. The 2 people from the Long family can't find the demon battleship. Then we can rest assured that there are no harmonious people. But we still have to be careful. After all, we don't know if other people have colluded with the devil." Yifeng and others nodded. This was a key point. After all, who knew whether they had colluded with others or had any other transactions? In Yifeng's view, this operation can be said to be a narrow escape. But it is also an operation to maximize their time for their own planet. If they can destroy the demon warriors and prevent them from producing those low-level stickers, it will definitely be a very good thing for them. It is precisely because the energy on the demon battleship continuously produces new demons that they have never completely eliminated those demons. It is precisely because of this consideration that even if they are really unable to stop them in the end, without those low-level demons, they might still be able to fight. If there are too many low-level demons, when the earth falls, many ordinary people may not be able to escape the fate of death. Yifeng is not worried about the others. What Yifeng is most worried about is the shadow, who doesn't know where he is hiding now. Come out. I'm warning you. Don't follow this action." Yifeng's voice didn't look so gentle, but rather very serious. A figure appeared on a chair not far away and said, "You don't care what I do. I will go if I want to." Yifeng said, "Your mission is to stay and protect them, not to follow me to death. Even if I really can't come back, I will feel relieved to have you here." "Really? Do you really think so?" Yifeng nodded and said, "Of course. The person with the strongest fighting ability here is you. Besides, Chu Ti and I also need your help." Chu Ti and I responded, "Don't worry, boss. As long as I still have breath, I will definitely protect their safety." "Thanks," Ing said, "since you said so. I won't go. I will wait for you to come back." "Okay. In that case, I should go gather now." The others followed Yifeng silently, and came to the Great Elder's tent. At this moment, the Great Elder was standing in front of the tent, with 9 people standing around him. These 9 people are Yifeng's partners on this trip to the demon battleship. Everyone nodded when they saw Yifeng coming over. But the 2 people from the farm were an exception. And they just snorted disdainfully. "The shelf is really big. Let 9 of us wait for you alone." Xiaohei wanted to speak, but was stopped by Yifeng. Yifeng said, "Great Elder, you can start." "Well, let's get started. You must already know about this operation, so I won't say more. But this time everyone is following Yifeng's orders, with Yifeng as the captain." "Yes." However, a discordant voice appeared and said, "I object. Why should this Yifeng be our captain this time? How can he be qualified to be our captain if he has only been here for less than a month?" Another member of the Long family said, "Even a young boy dares to serve as the captain of his people." First Elder, "I think you are also confused." Yifeng frowned and shouted, "Do you, the Long family, want to rebel? You are not convinced by the Great Elder's arrangements. Could it be that your ancestor Long Tian decides who is the captain?" The Great Elder followed Yifeng's words and looked at Long Tian. Originally, Long Tian planned to let his people scare Yifeng and cause him some embarrassment so that he would not be able to step down. When Long Tian saw the Great Elder looking at him, he quickly said, "The Great Elder's subordinates didn't mean this. Maybe the people in our clan have misunderstood what I meant. Yifeng will serve as the captain for this matter. You two just obey the order." "Where do so many things come from?" The 2 Long family members said unwillingly, "I know." The Great Elder continued, "This operation has a narrow escape from death. I hope you will put life and death aside." Your main goal is to blow up the energy of the other party's demon battleship. If this happens, you will all be my world's most important person on Earth. The greatest hero. Understood. Defend the Earth to the death. Okay. This is the wine we are sending you off with. After finishing this bowl of wine, I will see you off on your last journey. Then a bowl filled with white wine appeared in front of Yifeng and others. Yifeng took it down, and everyone raised the wine bowls above their heads. The Great Elder, Pope Lantian, each had a bowl of wine. The Great Elder said, after finishing this bowl of wine, "Let's go! Do it! Try!" Yifeng took down the wine bowl and drank it all in one gulp. The fiery white wine seemed to be warning them that this was the last taste they would experience. Wow! The wine bowl fell to the ground, and the strong man was gone forever. Yifeng waved and turned around, embarking on the road to the demon battleship. Walk! That dashing back and that never-to-be-returned gesture made the onlookers jealous. Zissou shouted, "We must come back alive! Boss, we are waiting for you!" What? Yenyu and Zissou hugged each other and cried bitterly. It was unknown whether they would see each other again, but the slim hope supported them as they waited for Yifeng to return. Chapter 761 Kill 2 First. Looking at the departing figures of Yifeng and others, the Great Elder shouted, "From today on, the Tianwai Battlefield Patrol Team has expanded from 5 to 20 people. On the Tianwai Battlefield, we are waiting for the return of our heroes. Yes, 10 people from Yifeng have come to patrol the Tianwai Battlefield. The other people respect Yifeng very much. After all, Yifeng is too strong and is the strongest among them, so they have to obey." But the 2 people from the Long family kept looking for trouble, and finally came to the patrol area, and the people from the Long family couldn't see them anymore. Yifeng suddenly stopped and said to the chattering Long family members behind him, "If you feel regretful, please leave immediately and don't delay us." "Uh-huh. Did I say I regret it? I have to follow you. I just want to see how you die." Yifeng frowned. Now was not the time to kill the 2 of them. So Yifeng endured it. "In that case, shut up." "Uh-huh. I won't shut up. What can you do to me? Kill me if you can." "You?" A cardinal immediately stopped Yifeng, winked at Yifeng and said, "Okay. We are all our own people. We can't expose our whereabouts, so we must be careful. And you don't say anything anymore." The elder of the Long family saw the cardinal's words and decided to forget it. After all, it is not that easy for Yifeng to die in this place. He must wait until he enters the demon battleship. The cardinal winked at Yifeng. Yifeng ignored the Long family member and said directly, "Let's go on. Be careful." Does Yifeng understand what that cardinal means? It seems that the Pope has given orders. It seems that these 2 elders of the Dragon Clan will not survive on the demon battleship. In the process of moving forward, Yifeng glanced sideways at the white-clothed bishop and the cardinal and nodded gently to Yifeng. Yifeng nodded and said, "There is a mountain ahead. After climbing over that mountain, we can see the demon war general more clearly. So we have to be more careful, and no one makes any noise." "Yes." In about 10 minutes, Yifeng and others finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. As long as they climbed over the mountain, Yifeng and the others could see the demon battleship. When Yifeng and others were about to go up the mountain, the elder of the Long family said, "Why are you in a hurry? Let's take a rest here. We will go over there later." "I'm afraid I won't have a chance for us to rest." Yifeng frowned. This guy didn't know what kind of medicine was being sold in the gourd. Of course, if Yifeng guessed, the other party should be delaying time, waiting for the devil to arrange a trap for Yifeng and others to enter. Yifeng said, "No rest. We are pressed for time. Every minute we can lose is a minute. So get up and hurry up now." Others also looked at the 2 elders of the Long family. They had no choice but to stand up and follow them. "You're so arrogant. Wait until we get to the demon battleship and we'll see how you die." When Yifeng and others climbed over the mountain, they began to lower their bodies and walked carefully. After all, the demon battleship could already be seen here. But this is still not the location Yifeng himself had reserved. There is a cave in the center of this mountain, which Yifeng prepared for the 2 elders of the Long family. When everyone walked to the cave, Yifeng said, "Come in and take a rest." Yifeng said that everyone had no objection to resting, especially the 2 elders of the Long family. "It would be better for you to rest." Just after entering the cave, the elder in red sealed the cave directly. Several other people were surprised. Why did the elder in red do this? Elder Long asked, "What are you doing?" Yifeng said, "Everyone, relax. It's nothing. It's just for our safety. So this place is temporarily blocked so that we can look out. But they can't see us. Others relaxed when they heard Yifeng say this. This is indeed a safer method. But Yifeng slowly walked towards the two dragon elders. The two dragon elders said cautiously, Yifeng, what do you want to do? Yifeng said with an indifferent expression, I just want to take a rest inside. Why are you nervous? Do you have something going on in your heart? An elder from the Long family shouted, You are the one who has a ghost in your heart. If you want to rest, rest. Don't look at us with such a sinister expression. Yifeng said, Oh, are you ready? Do it. Before everyone could figure out what Yifeng wanted to do, one red and one white rushed forward. And Yifeng rushed forward without any sign of weakness. The two elders of the Long family were greatly surprised at this moment. They never thought that Yifeng would join forces with the superpowers to deal with him. Elder Long shouted, Yifeng, you are trying to kill each other. If the elder finds out, he will definitely not spare you. Yifeng shouted, You, the Long family, colluded with the demons to try to destroy us both inside and outside. You really think that we are fools? It's impossible. Yifeng, are you making a mistake? Someone asked. The cardinal said, There is no problem. The Pope has already issued an order. These two people from the Long family must die here, because they colluded with the devil and are traitors to us humans. Yifeng, you are not stupid. But now I know it is too late. I am not afraid to tell you that you are going to the demon battleship. The demons have already known about it. If you go now, you will die. After getting a clear answer, the remaining people were already furious. Why would you, the Long family, do such a thing? As a traitor to mankind. Are the lackeys of the demon very good? If the earth is destroyed, Deju must be better alive than dead. You Long family deserve to die. Kill them! How could two immortal cultivators in the bigger realm be able to withstand the attacks of the other 8 people? In less than a minute, one of them had been torn to pieces, while the other was trampled under Yifeng's feet and struggled desperately. The man grinned and said, Even if you kill me, what's the point? Deju will definitely kill you all. Call out. A dagger plunged directly into the head of the Elder Long. Elder Long, who was originally struggling, no longer made any movements. Yifeng raised his feet. This guy was already dead. Yifeng said, Are you still willing to follow me to the demon battleship to destroy their source of power? Go. I didn't plan to come back alive during this trip. I just didn't expect to learn at this juncture that the Long family and the devil were colluding. It's really a shame for mankind. Yifeng said, If you go back now, you can live a little longer. But if you go to the demon battleship now, you will definitely die. Elder Yifeng, even you have gone. Why don't we go ahead? The task of destroying the power source will be left to Elder Yifeng, and we will block all the power behind you. Yes, you are the most powerful among us, and you are the most suitable person to destroy their source of power. So we will do our best to protect you. Yifeng looked at the 7 people standing in front of him. From their eyes that looked at death, Yifeng could already feel what trust was. Chapter 762 Leave this to me. Yifeng said, Okay. I will definitely live up to the expectations of my seniors. Let's go! Let's go! If I still have a chance to come back, I will definitely kill their Long family. Now everyone has such a momentum in their hearts that even if they know that there is a mountain of swords and a sea of fire ahead, they still have to go for it. Everyone walked out of the cave, and Yifeng led them slowly towards the demon battleship. Because none of them have stealth capabilities, it is very difficult to get to the demon battleship this time. But fortunately, Yifeng knew that the so-called entrance was under the demon battleship. Therefore, Yifeng and others had to dig a tunnel underground. This was the only way. Otherwise it would be impossible for them to enter the demon battleship from the front. As for digging tunnels, the white-clothed bishop is an earth element user, so it is very simple for him. In the tunnel, Yifeng was walking at the front. When Yifeng reached the end of the tunnel, Yifeng stretched his head out and looked around. There was no demon around who could detect them at this moment. Yifeng said, The place we want to enter is from the drainage outlet below, although the conditions are a bit difficult. This is the only way to enter. Yifeng, why do you know this intersection? Have you ever been here? Yifeng nodded and said, It is precisely because I have been here that I know about the collusion between the demon and the Long family. The deal between them. I see. But for saving the entire Earth. So what if it's a little uncomfortable? Yifeng said, It's good if you can think so. But the only problem now is how we can fly there. The bishop in white said, let me come. It is said that this long and thin road formed by soil leads directly to that intersection. Everyone, hurry up. My spell can't withstand it for too long. So we must enter the demon battleship as soon as possible. Yifeng nodded, stepped on quickly, and flew inside quickly. Although the familiar and foul smell made Yifeng a little unbearable, Yifeng did not dare to delay any longer this time. Do you know where the energy source of this demon battleship is? I know. But that place is guarded by a large number of demons. Are you sure you want to go there? Yes. Okay. If you go forward 100 meters and exit from that position, you will reach the energy level. But you must be careful. Yifeng nodded and said, thank you. I hope I can have a chance to go out again. The guy in the ring shook his head with a wry smile. He had used up a lot of his soul power to resolve the 9-story tower for Yifeng. He finally woke up. This guy wanted to go to the heavenly demon battleship again. He was really looking for death. After getting the tip from the guy in the ring, Yifeng said, everyone, follow me. The intersection is just ahead. Yes. Although the stench inside was unpleasant, everyone held their breath and followed Yifeng very seriously and moved quickly. After arriving at the entrance, Yifeng quickly rushed out. Here is another bathroom. But this bathroom is very big. It seems that this is the gathering place for junior demons and intermediate demons. Otherwise there would be such a big toilet. A group of people gathered in a toilet cubicle. The demons coming and going outside made Yifeng and others dare not make any noise. Yifeng asked, where is the driving energy? After exiting the door, keep walking to the right until you reach the end. But I can feel some energy from the demon leader there. Yifeng nodded. It seemed that he was in that position. However, with so many junior demons and intermediate demons coming in and out at all times, they had no chance to go there. Yifeng whispered, what should we do? Our identities will be exposed now. Otherwise we won't be able to get out at all. Let me do it, said the cardinal. Light wants to evolve. The cardinal's staff rose directly outside the toilet cubicle, and a holy light immediately appeared. Large swaths of junior demons and advanced and intermediate demons fainted. Come on, said the cardinal. Yifeng opened the compartment first and looked at the junior demon lying on the ground. Yifeng quickly went out and walked to the right. But soon they encountered a group of junior demons. I'll do it. Shuriken. A ninja shuriken directly obliterated the pair of junior demons without even making a sound. After solving the problem, they drove quickly because someone would soon discover the death of the demon blockbuster here. What Yifeng and the others didn't expect was that the demon's reaction was too quick, and an alarm sounded soon. A superpower stopped and said, you go first. I'll stop them. The look in his eyes that looked at death made Yifeng's heart tremble. Because staying meant death. Yifeng did not hesitate, because there were already large swaths of demons rushing up behind him. Okay, let's go! Of the original 8 people, there were only 7 left after one person was left behind. The occurrence of such a thing on the demon battleship and the discovery of traces of humans have attracted the attention of senior officials. One of the demon generals said gloomily, although I don't know why you changed your route. Since you are here, don't even think about leaving. Come, follow me to fight and strangle those humans. Yes. The demon battleship was really too big, and it extended in all directions. Even if the man stayed there to block the demon behind him, there were more stickers following him from other places. Another superpower said, leave this place to me. Yifeng looked at him unbearably and said, take care and let's go. Next, a human would stay there at intervals to block the demons coming from behind. There are fewer and fewer people around Yifeng. From the original 8 people, there are only 3 left now. We have seen the drive system of the demon battleship ahead. The ninja finally stopped and said, it's time to complete my mission. Yifeng, I admit that you are strong. But if you can get out alive, please promise me to protect the people of our country. Although China and Japan have always been in a hostile relationship, Yifeng no longer has that grudge in his heart at this time. It's all for human beings and his own descendants. Yifeng nodded and said, okay, I promise you. Thanks. Yifeng, with the white-clothed elder and the red-clothed elder, finally arrived at the driving system of the demon battleship. But there were actually 4 demon commanders guarding this place. Seeing the arrival of Yifeng and the other 3 people, who were known as the heavenly demon commanders, one of them said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yifeng wanted to take action, but was stopped by the cardinal beside him and said, leave the 4 of them to the 2 of us, and you go destroy those power sources. Yifeng said, okay? The cardinal said, you have to do it even if you don't Please! When Yi Fengxiao wanted to say something else, the Cardinal and the White Bishop had already rushed forward, and they faced off against the 4 demon commanders. Chapter 763 Final Instructions. Yi Feng's eyes were red. How could 2 immortal cultivators of the Bigger Realm fight against 4 heavenly demons of the Bigger Realm? Even if it doesn't work, Yi Feng will feel what it means to be responsible. Yi Feng blushed and didn't dare to look at it. Their battle rushed directly to the center of the drive system. Those high-level demons fell down like straw in front of Yi Feng. The driving system of this demon battleship is composed of a huge crystal. As long as the crystal is shattered, it should be destroyed. Yi Feng took out the Xianyuan sword in his hand and began to attack the huge crystal fiercely. But the crystal was extremely hard, and the sound Yi Feng made when it collided with the crystal resounded throughout the drive. Although the crystal is extremely hard, bits and pieces of it are emitted under the attack of Xianyuan's sword. It's slow but effective. Yi Feng began to attack desperately. The Cardinal and the White Bishop were under tremendous pressure. Every time they were injured, Yi Feng felt a little pain in his heart. The power in Yi Feng's hands would be greater. In order to prevent their sacrifices from being in vain, Yi Feng used all his energy to attack the crystal at a certain location on the Heavenly Demon Battleship. As the master of the Heavenly Demon Battleship, the Heavenly Demon Marshal, Yuan Fei was watching the battle on Yi Feng's side through a display screen. Grandpa, he is attacking our energy source. You are not going to kill him, are you? The female demon Yuan Quan on the side asked cautiously, because he knew that the crystal that was the source of the demonic battleship was a very precious thing, and losing it would be serious. But Yun Fei's reaction was completely different. He was not angry, but very calm. What am I going to do to kill him? Even if I don't take action, those Tianmoyan generals can kill him. Hearing that General Tianmo wanted to kill Yi Feng, Yuan Quan stopped doing it. Grandpa, you can't kill him. He wants to destroy our driving energy. Then we can't continue fighting. You are still reluctant to kill him. Yuan Quan blushed and said, I don't care. You just can't kill him. He ordered your men not to kill him or hurt him. Yuan Fei said, okay. I'll just watch here and make sure I won't let him die. Okay. Well, thank you, Grandpa. I don't know why Yuan Fei was so sure that he didn't take action. On the other hand, several other demon generals had already taken action. This was the time when these demon generals were making meritorious deeds. These demon generals all knew that Yuan Quan was very interested in Yi Feng, and Yi Feng was among them during this operation. Where is Yi Feng now? According to the news that just came from before, our power source is being attacked. It's something beyond your control. The source of power can be destroyed as long as you say it can be destroyed. A large number of demon commanders and demon generals rushed to that location. Their only goal was to capture Yi Feng and dedicate it to the source. Yi Feng, hurry up. We can't hold on any longer. In just a few minutes, the 2 bishops could hardly hold on any longer, and their bodies were already covered in injuries. What's even more terrifying is that a large number of demons outside have begun to pour in, proving that the people before have died. However, the 2 bishops were still struggling to support the energy source in front of Yi Feng, which had been cut by January 3rd by Yi Feng. But the remaining 2/3 is still so huge. Yi Feng said dimly, what should I do? It's too hard and I can't beat him. Maybe if I can give him more time. I can. But the time now is simply not enough. Demonization. Xianyuan's sword cut. Boom. On the huge crystal, a huge sword mark appeared. A large amount of energy could be seen disappearing from the sword mark. But for this huge crystal, it was only a drop in the bucket. Boom. The door was blown open, and 3 demon generals rushed in from the outside. The 2 bishops were the first to bear the brunt. The 2 of them fell next to Yi Feng, but they still stood up strong to protect Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't stop attacking the crystal for a moment. General Tian Demon said, just put your hands down and say okay, so we don't have to do anything. Damn the devil. I will die with you. Yi Feng depends on you. 2 bishops, one in red and one in white, rushed forward, their bodies emitting bright light, and the holy light filled the entire energy. Yi Feng roared, no! The 2 bishops chose to expose themselves because they knew this was the last energy they could exude. Boom! The power of the self-explosion was extremely powerful. So powerful that it knocked 3 demon generals out of the control room. And the power of the self-explosion caused countless cracks in the huge crystal. But even so, the huge energy crystal was still not broken. Yi Feng waved the Xianyuan sword in pain and launched another attack. The 2 people who were standing in front of him alive just now have turned into ashes. Yi Feng yelled, Emperor Xianyuan. After possessing the Xianyuan Emperor, Yi Feng once again used the Xianyuan sword to fight and directly split the huge crystal into two. But that was all. Because the three demon generals on the opposite side had already rushed up to intercept Yi Feng. They did not expect that Yi Feng could unleash such a powerful attack. Nor did they expect that the two humans would choose to end their lives by exposing themselves. In the eyes of their demons, this is completely impossible. Because they will not choose to self-destruct. Yi Feng gasped loudly. Although he retained a lot of energy, when he attacked the crystal, it consumed a lot of Yi Feng's physical strength. Yi Feng, I don't care what kind of thing you use. I will definitely catch you today. Uh-huh. It sounds like you can catch him now. How about we each rely on our own abilities? Okay. Don't you all want to catch her? Then let's have a try and see who can catch her first. Yi Feng already understood what was going on. It seemed that someone wanted to see him. So he wanted to catch him. The Xianyuan sword is tightly held in Yi Feng's hand. Even if I die, I will not let you catch me. Yi Feng squinted at the half-piece of energy crystal. As long as he spent more time, he could smash it. But the three demon generals would not let Yi Feng get close to the energy crystal again so easily. Three people attack Yi Feng from three angles. The demon refining pot. Guard. The attacks of three people could actually be resisted by a person like Yi Feng, who was at the peak of the bigger realm. If one demon general Yi Feng can resist for a while, it is completely impossible for three Yi Feng. The demon refining pot's defense only gave Yi Feng 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, the demon refining pot's defense had been shattered. Teleport. Chapter 764 Broken. Hey! Where are you going? After breaking Yi Feng's defense, he discovered that Yi Feng was not there. Dang! A voice came from behind them. It turned out that Yi Feng appeared next to the energy crystal again. Attacking the energy crystal. A large amount of energy is emitted from the energy crystal and flows. Boy, you still have some skills. But I can't hide it. General Tianmon no longer intends to hold back. Yi Feng doesn't seem to be that easy to deal with. It seems that he needs to use some real skills. The three people nodded and rushed towards Yi Feng quickly. It was impossible for Yi Feng to escape this time. But at this moment, there is only one sentence in Yi Feng's mind. I only have crystal energy sources in my eyes. No matter how they attack Yi Feng will slash the energy crystal whenever he gets the chance. Moreover, Yi Feng wanted to hide from them. But for a while, there was nothing he could do against Yi Feng. But even like this, Yi Feng's physical strength began to decline crazily. And Yi Feng's speed began to become slower and slower. Uh-huh. You were running. Weren't you very good at jumping just now? You were jumping. Yi Feng's Xianyuan Emperor state has begun to slowly disappear. And your current Yi Feng's condition cannot be maintained at all. But Yi Feng had no intention of competing with him, and was still wearing down the energy crystal. Now the energy crystal, which was originally 3 or 4 meters high, is now less than 1 meter tall. Moreover, the three demon generals did not dare to leave the energy crystal. After all, it was about to be destroyed by Yi Feng, and it would be really troublesome then. One of the demon generals said, "Don't play anymore. If the positive energy crystal really destroys Yi Feng, then we can't afford the marshal to blame." The three demon generals nodded one after another. Under their siege, Yi Feng was stunned to grind such a large piece of energy crystal down to less than 1 meter in size. Yi Feng panted and looked at the energy crystal that was less than 1 meter in size. He was almost successful. As long as he destroys the energy crystal, the Great Elder can launch a full-scale attack. Yi Feng forced the spiritual energy in his body to launch a final blow. But at this moment, the unstable state of Emperor Xianyuan collapsed instantly. Yi Feng instantly knelt on one knee on the ground. Yi Feng hated himself. It would be great if he could have a little more energy. After seeing Yi Feng disappear in her unique state, the three demon generals also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Yi Feng had reached the point where his fuel was exhausted. Yi Feng, put down the weapon in your hand. Maybe you can be spared. Yi Feng sneered. Although he had numerous wounds on his body, and his clothes were in tatters, Yi Feng still gritted his teeth and did not fall down. Yi Feng did not think that he could go back. Nor would he become the slave of the demon. Looking at the three demon generals walking slowly in front of him, Yi Feng gritted his teeth and prepared to self-destruct. And even if he exposes himself, he will still pounce on the energy crystal. Are you crazy? You are thinking about death before you are at the end of your rope. What do you want to do with the real me? Do I really have to wait until the next reincarnation? A roaring sound appeared in the ring. Yi Feng said with a wry smile, "What can I do? What else can I do? I have exhausted all my abilities. And I have done what I should do. No. You haven't. You haven't completed your mission yet. Yifeng said, come on. As long as my energy crystal blows up, I will succeed. No. It's not this matter. Leave the rest to me. It's very likely that I'll be asleep for a while. Don't live up to my expectations of you. Yifeng just wanted to say something, but the control of his body was quickly taken over by others. No matter how he controlled it, he could no longer control his body. Yifeng, who was holding the Xianyuan sword, suddenly stood up. Compared with the exhausted Yifeng who was about to collapse just now, Yifeng at this moment looked so terrifying. Yifeng said coldly, it's time to end. Xianyuan sword cut. The Yifeng at this moment is no longer the Yifeng just now. As soon as the Xianyuan sword slashed out, the energy crystal exploded and shattered into pieces. The three demon generals beside her also evaded, because Yifeng's power suddenly surged, reaching the strength of the demon marshal. Marshal Tianmo had already felt Yifeng's huge energy, and quickly left his own lounge and came to the control room. After losing control of its energy source, the demonic battleship began to sink slowly. He had lost his balance and started to fall. But Yuan Fei's appearance forcefully dragged the demon battleship to the outer battlefield. Boom! The demon battleship landed on the battlefield outside the sky for the first time. Because it lost its energy source, it could not fly. Without the energy source, the interior of the demon battleship was dim. But this does not prevent Marshal Tianmo from attacking Yifeng. Yuan Fei, the demon marshal, looked at Yifeng and said, who are you? I am who I am not. Aren't you the kid just now? You took his body away? Who are you? When did you sneak into the demon battleship? Why didn't I feel anything at all? The heavenly demon battleship belongs to the heavenly demon marshal, and he knows everything about the heavenly demon battleship. However, this guy's cultivation level is on par with his own. But he didn't even notice when he sneaked in. And at the critical moment, he actually took the body. Yifeng. Haha. I'm sorry. I should go. This is not the place I want to stay. Where to go? Yuan Fei wanted to stop Yifeng. But the two men were of equal cultivation, and Yuan Fei couldn't stop him at all. At this moment, Yifeng was running rampant, and all the demons on his path fell down. In an instant, Yifeng rushed out from the center of the demon battleship, and the walls of the demon battleship shattered. But Yuan Fei also came out. How could Yuan Fei let him go? Regardless of whether Yifeng was kidnapped or not, he had to figure out the meaning of this guy hiding in his own demon battleship. The battle initiated by Yuan Fei and Yifeng was earth-shattering. The Great Elder from afar had already sensed the situation here. He knew that the energy source of the demon battleship had been broken, but he also felt a strange aura. This strange aura was fighting Yuan Fei. The Great Elder stood watching from a distance and did not take action because he did not know whether this guy was an enemy or a friend. But when the Great Elder saw Yifeng's face clearly, he couldn't help but be shocked. Why is this person Yifeng? But he is not Yifeng at all, because he can't feel any energy of Yifeng in him. No matter what, the Great Elder took action. He wanted to find out where Yifeng had gone. Chapter 765 Entering the Balance Period. The appearance of the Great Elder made Yuan Fei cautious. Who are you? The Great Elder shouted sharply. Yuan Fei said, this guy is no longer Yifeng. He is another person. The Great Elder said, I know this. What did you do to Yifeng? Yifeng was already unconscious at this moment. How could the guy controlling his body say that he was Yifeng? Even if you tell people, they won't believe it. After all, their strength is very different. Humph. Are you going to fight one against two? The Great Elder frowned. How could he join forces with the demon to attack Yifeng? Even if this guy is no longer Yifeng, it is impossible for him to unite with the demon. Impossible. What did you do to Yifeng? Yifeng said, if you have the ability, you can catch up with me first. Speaking of this, Yifeng rushed towards the other direction of the Tianwai battlefield, and the Great Elder followed closely behind. Yuan Fei stopped where he was. It was impossible for him to leave the demon battleship. Not to mention that the demon battleship was his battleship. There was also his granddaughter on the battleship. So he couldn't leave too far. Forget it. Just leave. But what a pity for Yifeng. I don't know how sad the elder is. When Yuan Fei returned to the demon battleship again, he was in the control room. The three demon generals knelt there, not daring to make a sound. After seeing Yuan Fei coming back, the three demon generals asked in a low voice, has the marshal caught anyone? No. Let him run away. Marshal, our energy crystal is gone. Yuan Fei frowned and said, I have seen it. Do you think I am blind? You 3 demon generals can't even deal with Yi Feng. How should I punish you? Let the marshal punish you. Okay. Now the demon battleship has no energy crystals, so it can't create more ordinary demons. So the comfort of the entire demon battleship is left to the 3 of you. If there are any more mistakes, come to me with your heads. Yes. Thank you, Marshal, for showing mercy. Although the energy crystal was gone, they took out another thing from the ring that was similar to the energy crystal, placing this crystal in the place of the previous energy crystal. The entire demon battleship regained its lighting function. Okay. Please stop causing me a little trouble these days. This energy crystal is very useful to us, but it doesn't have the ability to create ordinary demons. Yes. I will definitely protect the safety of the demon battleship. Clean this place up. Fix what needs to be fixed. And don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Yes. After Yuan Fei left, the 3 demon generals stood up. They never thought that Yi Feng would be taken away from him in the end. Fortunately, Yuan Fei still has a secondary energy crystal in his hand, but he can't supply it to ordinary demons. As soon as Yuan Fei returned to the source of his cultivation, he ran up and hugged Yuan Fei's hand, and said nervously, What happened to Grandpa? Why is Yi Feng missing? Because after the energy crystal was shattered, the entire demon battleship lost its ability, and Yuan Quan could not see what was happening there. Yuan Fei said that Yi Feng escaped. Oh! Run away without even looking at me. Don't let me catch you. Yuan Fei smiled bitterly. This little grandson didn't even know that his body had been taken away from him. Forget it. I'll leave you with a little thought. On the Tianwai battlefield, Yi Feng took the elder for a circle, and suddenly his whole body lost control and fell to the ground. The great elder quickly stepped forward and felt that this was Yi Feng's aura, which was different from just now. The elder quickly checked, and Yi Feng found that he was fine, but was seriously injured and fainted. He carried Elder Yi Feng back to his tent. Back? The great elder is back. In Yi Feng's tent. Xiao Hei said excitedly. Is Yi Feng back? Zisu asked nervously. Xiao Hei said, I heard the brother at the door say that the great elder seemed to have carried someone in, but no one knows who he brought back with him now. It must be Yi Feng. It must be. The great elder must have gone to save Yi Feng just now. Zisu comforted herself nervously. Yen Yu hugged Zisu and said, Don't worry. Yi Feng will be fine. Everyone is praying that the person brought by the great elder is Yi Feng, and that Yi Feng can return safely. In the Long family's camp, Long Tian also received the news. The great elder is back, and he is back with one person. After losing its power source, the demon battleship is now flying again. It seems that the great elder just went to save people. Ancestor, the great elder only brought one person back, which means that all the others are dead. Long Tian said, Definitely. I don't know who the great elder has brought back. If it is Yi Feng, it will be troublesome. Ancestor, don't worry. Our plan this time is specially set up for Yi Feng. If it fails, Yi Feng must die. Long Tian said worriedly, I hope so. The Pope also learned that the great elder brought a person from the demon battleship, but he knew that the person was definitely not one of their superpowers, and was most likely Yi Feng. Hey, it's a narrow escape. It's really a narrow escape. Only 1 of 10 people comes back. And the most important thing is that the energy source of this demon battleship seems to be back. In the great elder's tent, the great elder was healing Yi Feng. When the great elder checked Yi Feng's internal injuries, he found that logically speaking, Yi Feng should be dead. All the internal organs were displaced, and bones were visible in every wound on the body. The most important thing is that many of the meridians are broken. Even if the whole person comes back to life, I am afraid that I will not be able to make any progress in this life. The great elder sighed helplessly. Although the energy of the demon battleship Yuan Quan had been broken, Yi Feng was possessed by something unknown, and now I don't know if it is still inside. All this makes the great elder feel helpless. But at this moment, the great elder wanted to save Yi Feng's injury. Therefore, in the next few days, there was no movement in the great elder's tent, because the great elder was always healing Yi Feng. People outside had no idea what was going on. The most important thing was that the demon was also very quiet. It seems that after this battle, the two sides reached a state of balance. 5 days later, the great elder walked out of the tent. Yin Yu and others who were waiting anxiously outside the tent saw the great elder coming out and quickly stepped forward to ask, Is that Yi Feng inside the great elder? Did you bring Yifeng back? The great elder nodded and said, yes. It is indeed Yifeng. It's just that after a few days of recuperation, the trauma has almost healed. But he is still unconscious. Hearing the word Yifeng, everyone finally let go. As long as they didn't die, there would be a way. Chapter 766 Launching a Counterattack. Can we go in and see him? Well, let's go in. But don't make too much noise. After all, his vitality is seriously injured. Thank you, Great Elder. A group of people rushed into the tent like thunder and saw Yifeng lying on the bed. Although Yifeng's trauma has almost healed, the scars still look shocking. The girls couldn't even bear to take another look at Yifeng. The injury was almost healed. If it was just a moment of injury, it would probably make people feel desperate. However, Yifeng was still in a coma, and she couldn't hear anyone talking outside. Chu Ti and I said, let's go out and leave time for my sister-in-law and the others. After seeing Yifeng, they felt relieved. So they had to leave time to Yinyu and Zissou. According to the elder's words, it was also a question of whether Yifeng could wake up. Yinyu and Zissou lay on Yifeng's bedside, holding Yifeng's hand, and they looked at Yifeng quietly. The tears were like a spring, dripping continuously. The man was back, but he was in a coma. Outside the tent, the great elder has been waiting for a long time. How long have you been following Yifeng? Xiaohei said, it has been more than a year since the server was launched. Then did you feel anything different about Yifeng? This, Xiaohei was a little afraid to say. After all, this was Yifeng's secret. The great elder said, let's go to your tent and tell me. It's a very important matter. I hope you can tell me. Yes. Half an hour later, the great elder walked out of Yifeng's tent with a very puzzled expression on his face. The elder found it incredible what Xiaohei and others said. Although the ring was very powerful, was it a little outrageous? What's so special about that ring? I've been studying that ring for decades and haven't found anything. Why do so many strange things happen when it's in Yifeng's hands? Could it be that there's something else in that ring? Exist. Thinking of this, the great elder's eyes lit up. Maybe there might be something in this ring. Maybe it's the soul of the owner of this ring. I just felt that Yifeng was not Yifeng. But why did he return control of his body to Yifeng after taking him away from Sarutobi? There are various signs that Yifeng's various situations should be closely related to this ring. Forget it. Let's wait until Yifeng wakes up before asking him. But I don't know when he will wake up. Yifeng was indeed in a coma at this moment. But his soul had already entered the ring. Wake up. Kid. How long are you going to sleep here with me? Yifeng was lying under a tree, soundly asleep. One person patted Yifeng's face and said. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar tree, and sat up suddenly. No way. I'm here again. Am I dead? I became a soul trapped in here like you? You can't die. The great elder spent a lot of his cultivation to extend your life. Just practice here obediently. This battle has caused a lot of changes in your body, which is very important for your cultivation. Very good. Yifeng patted his chest and said, I was scared to death. I thought I was dead. Since it's okay, let me take a rest first. Why are you resting? Those two girlfriends of yours are crying beside your bed. I can't bear it anymore. Practice quickly. Get out of here when you're done. Yifeng immediately got excited when he was reminded by this guy. He couldn't waste time like this and let others worry about him. Especially Yinyu and Zissou. Yifeng sat up quietly and started practicing. However, Yifeng discovered a strange problem. That is, the meridians in his body were broken. But if they were broken, just break them. How could it be that they were unblocked during his cultivation? Yifeng opened his eyes in surprise and asked, What's going on with me? Can I practice even if my tendons are broken? What's all the fuss about? Isn't it just a broken tendon? If it's broken, just pick it up. What's the big deal? Yifeng looked at the other party with disdain and said, If my veins are severed, can't I practice? Why can I practice? You can't even break through the bottleneck and can practice even if your tendons are broken. Isn't it so strange? Yifeng slapped his forehead. What this guy said was that there were bottlenecks for others to break through. He broke through on his own after he arrived. There was no such thing as a bottleneck at all. But if the tendon is broken, how to reconnect it? This looks quite awkward if not connected. A faint voice came. Use your spiritual power to control the meridians, and just connect them. Although this guy's words were unpleasant, Yifeng still did as he was told. But then again, why was it so easy to reshape his own meridians? Yifeng couldn't figure it out. So in the end, He just didn't bother to think about it, and connected the meridians, which finally made it look better. Originally at the peak of the bigger realm. After this battle, Yifeng finally felt that he was about to be promoted to the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Although I don't know what this promotion feels like. Yifeng has benefited greatly from this battle. By the way, kid, go out after you practice. I'm going to sleep for a while. I won't talk anymore. It's time for me to sleep. After saying that, the guy fell into a deep sleep after explaining the last thing. No matter how Yifeng yelled, he didn't wake up again. As if he just slept to death. Yifeng scratched his head and said, "Forget it. I'll just practice." In the outside world, the news that Yifeng was rescued by the Great Elder quickly spread throughout mankind. But they also knew that even though Yifeng was back, he was still unconscious. However, after the Great Elder learned that the demon battleship had taken off again, he frowned. It was obvious that the energy crystal had been broken. But why did another one appear? But there is also a good thing. That is, this energy crystal does not produce any ordinary stickers. No wonder the other party doesn't dare to act randomly. It turns out that his energy crystal can no longer withstand the output of ordinary demons. Since you are not moved, then we should move. Even though Yifeng was still in a coma, the humans began to attack the demon battleship. The number of demons in the demon warship is one less than one killed, which is an absolute benefit to the human side. This battle can be said to be the most successful battle between humans and demons. Not only did the demon not get any benefits this time, but the demon battleship was riddled with holes. The demon battleship has retreated thousands of meters from its original position. The human camp has also moved forward and has reached the edge of the outer battlefield. Xiao He and others, who had just returned from the battlefield, came to the tent where Yifeng was unconscious again. Although Zisu and Yin Yu take care of them here every day, Yifeng's brothers will report their results to Yifeng every time they come back from a battle. Chapter 767 The Demon Retreats. Boss, I killed 5 high-level demons today, Xiao He said. Chu Tianai said, there are only 5. But I killed 10 today. And I also joined forces with Ying to kill a demon leader. Brother Arrogant said, you two are the only ones who look at Ling Shui and Ying. When it comes to killing, I definitely kill more than us. Look at the number of original pearls, which is enviable. Every time you kill a high-level demon, you can get an origin bead. So now they have hundreds of origin beads in their hands. The reason why they can go to the battlefield with 100-fold energy every day is because they have the help of the origin pearl to restore their strength. Not only has their strength been restored, but their strength is still improving. At this moment, they are already veterans on the battlefield. Although they have been here for a month to practice. 2 months have passed, and they still have not returned here. But Yifeng is still in a coma. Boss, just have a good rest. Let us deal with this demon. Boss, I will definitely kill a demon commander tomorrow. Just brag. With your strength, you can still kill the demon commander. Don't let others kill you. At this moment, the Great Elder walked in from outside the tent and said, it's so lively. What are you talking about? Others stood up one after another and said, hello, Great Elder. Well, how did I find that the strength of you guys has increased a bit too fast? At first, I remember that your lowest cultivation level was probably not yet at the consecration realm. But now your lowest cultivation level should all be in the middle stage of the consecration realm. Bar. Chu Tianai nodded and said, well, it's true. This is not the motivation given to us by the boss. If our strength drops again, we will not be able to help him in the future. So we must quickly speed up our strength. The Great Elder said, that's why I brought these things to you. The Great Elder opened his palm, and there were more than 10 origin beads in the center of his palm. And they were the origin beads of the demon commander. Chu Tianai said, Great Elder, do you also know that we use this to practice? Well, Yifeng told me before that my strength should be about this. You still have room for improvement. So I'll give it to you. Xiao He jumped up with joy and said, great. This origin bead of the demon commander is much easier to use than the high-level demon lord. Not only is it full of energy, but the energy is also very pure. I hope it helps you. I'm here to check Yifeng's physical condition and see how she is doing. Zisu, who was sitting next to Yifeng, stood up and said, then I'll trouble the Great Elder. The Elder checked Yifeng's pulse. But after missing him for several days, he discovered that Yifeng's originally broken meridian was actually connected. Even after it was connected, Yifeng's cultivation level was still rising, which made the Elder look at Yifeng as if he had seen a ghost. Great Elder, what's your expression? Don't scare us, Yen Yu said worriedly. The Great Elder said in disbelief. It's unbelievable. This is really unbelievable. The broken meridians can be reconnected by themselves. And if Yifeng's strength continues to rise, I think it won't take long to reach the Golden Core realm. Oh, what? You said that the boss is going to the Jinden realm. The same realm as Long Tian? The Great Elder said, that's true. But how did Yifeng do it? Yin Yu said, he always brings us miracles. Maybe this is a miracle. The Great Elder nodded helplessly. What happened to Yifeng was too unbelievable. The Great Elder said, Yifeng's breakthrough to the Golden Core realm should be when he wakes up. It shouldn't take long. Chu Tianai and others said happily, great. Boss, you can finally wake up. Yin Yu and Zissa looked at each other and smiled. The hard work these days had finally paid off. Yifeng was finally waking up. The Great Elder said, okay. I'll leave first. When Yifeng wakes up, tell me, and I will come back to help him take a look. Yes, Great Elder. I will definitely tell you as soon as possible. In the Long family's camp, Long Tian had already received a reply from the demon in his hand. The demon was very angry. The angry one was that the Long family did not act according to their prescribed plan and disrupted their plan, which led to their defeat. Ancestor, what should we do now? This demon must be very angry. We have severely damaged them this time. Do we still have contact with them? Long Tian has been thinking about this matter. This demon still has reinforcements. It is said that their reinforcements will arrive soon. Now that the demon is defeated, it does not mean that humans can stop them after their reinforcements arrive. Long Tian said, of course you can't fall out with them. Tell them that they have to change their policy because the Great Elder has monitored them. So let them stop taking action for the time being and wait for the reinforcements to arrive and act together. Okay. I'll reply to them now. Soon the demon side received a reply from Long Tian. Although Long Fei said so and was monitored by the Great Elder, the demon general was very unhappy. The humans on this earth shouldn't trust him. I don't think we should contact them from today on. When the reinforcements arrive, do we still need to cooperate from the inside out? That's not the case. If Long Tian can sneak attack their Great Elder after our reinforcements arrive, it will be equally beneficial to us. But didn't you see what it said? Their Great Elder seems to have discovered their dealings with us and has monitored them. It's nothing. It will always be useful if you keep it anyway. At this time, Yuan Fei, who was sitting on the main seat, said, well, let's keep this for now. This Long Tian has great ambitions. It's okay to give him some benefits and let them do things for us. I just don't know why the Great Elder suddenly our cultivation has improved a lot. So let's not leave the station for the time being and wait for the reinforcements. The reinforcements are coming soon. Yes. After Yuan Fei issued the order, the entire demon warship had flown to a distance of 10,000 meters away from the outer battlefield. The Great Elder's heart still didn't sink as he watched them slowly leave, because he knew that the next time the demon battleship comes again, the disaster of the entire Earth may begin. But before this disaster begins, it's time for me to clean up the things inside. The Great Elder summoned Long Tian and the Pope to come to the Great Elder's tent, because the demon had just faded away, and there must be many things to do. Although Long Tian was on guard, he had to go when the Great Elder summoned him. However, in order to be careful, Long Tian took the things given to him by the demon and set foot on the meeting hall of the Great Elder's tent. Chapter 768 Unexpected. At this meeting, for some unknown reason, many people were hidden outside the Great Elder's tent. Long Tian had already felt this aura as soon as he arrived around the Great Elder's tent. However, the Pope walking towards him attracted Long Tian's attention. The Pope saw Long Tian smiling and said, this time in the battle, your Long family really stole the show. But you killed many demon leaders? Long Tian smiled and said, of course. Our Long family has a big business. So of course, the tasks we bear are even heavier. Your Holy See has also made a lot of contributions this time. Ha ha. Of course. Are we all doing it for the Earth? We are all doing it for mankind. It is a good thing for us to expel these stickers as soon as possible. That's natural. Now that the demons have retreated 10,000 meters away, we are just waiting for them to attack again. I'm afraid it will be more uncomfortable for us. After all, the other party must have a perfect plan before they attack us again. The Pope nodded and said, yes, that's why the Great Elder asked us to discuss it. Elder Long Tian, please. Please. The two happily walked into the Great Elder's tent. Although Long Tian didn't know why there were so many people guarding the Great Elder's tent, and they were still hiding in the dark. As soon as they entered the tent, the great elder said warmly, "Come on! Hurry up! I just made tea for you. Have a taste of my craftsmanship this time." The Pope picked up the teacup with a smile, took a sip and said, "Just from the taste of this tea, I can already feel that the great elder is in a much better mood than before." The great elder smiled and said, "This is natural. Ever since Yi Feng and the others risked their lives to destroy the energy source of the demon battleship, they are no longer able to produce ordinary demons, which has reduced a lot of pressure on us. So we are where we are today. What a pity for the heroes who contributed to us." The Pope sighed and said, "By the way, so long time has passed. How is Yi Feng's injury?" The great elder showed a sad look and said, "Hey, he has been in a coma for so long, and there is no sign of recovery. Whether he can recover or not depends on his own destiny." Long Tian, who was originally highly concentrated, breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this sentence and said, "Although I have some differences with Yi Feng, he has helped us so much. It would be a pity to lie in bed like this for the rest of his life." The Pope nodded and said, "That's right. What a pity. She is the most likely person to reach the level of Great Elder. Hee. It would be better if you don't wake up. If you really wake up, I won't let you live another day." The Pope glanced at Long Tian. This guy was acting from beginning to end. Even his comforting tone was wrong. The Great Elder said, "Hey, let's not talk about this anymore. I made tea. Elder Long Tian, you haven't tasted it yet." The Pope said, "This tea tastes really good. If you try it, it will be much better than before." Long Tian picked up the teacup. If it were before, he would drink it without hesitation, because every time before he realized it, they would drink the tea brewed for them by the Great Elder. But it's different now. Why are there so many people outside the Great Elder's door? Seeing that Long Tian didn't dare to drink, the Pope said, "Why don't you dare to drink the Great Elder's tea? You see, I have drank it. What are you afraid of? Are you still afraid that the Great Elder will poison you?" Long Tian smiled and said, "How is this possible?" After saying that, Long Tian did not drink the tea, but put the tea on the table. Asked, "Great Elder, when I just came in, I found that there were many immortal cultivators around here. What are you doing?" The Great Elder knew that Long Tian did not dare to drink tea, so he said with a smile, "Oh, this was specially arranged by me, because Yi Feng is right next to me, and Yi Feng cannot make any mistakes. One day he will wake up. I want to know what he encountered in the demon battleship." Although Long Tian looked serious on the surface, he was a little panicked on the inside. It seems that Yi Feng can't stay. The Elder is so protective of him. Logically speaking, Yi Feng should be about to wake up, or have already woken up. Long Tian said, "The Great Elder is right. We should indeed protect him. But Great Elder, let's talk about business." The Pope glanced at the Great Elder, and the Great Elder said understandingly, "Okay, let's talk about how to deal with it. And then the demon will launch a counterattack. I'm afraid the next attack by the demon will be when the reinforcements arrive. At that time, we don't know how many marshals the demon will come, so we must be adequately prepared. As the Long family, the most powerful one in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance family, so I decided how about you being a surprise force." Long Tian said, "How can this be allowed? Great Elder? Of course the disciples of the Long family, have to take the lead in charging and strangling the devil. How can we hide behind the large army?" The Pope said, "I think Elder Long Tian is right. Since you are so powerful, then you should be at the front and open a bloody path for us." Originally, Long Tian thought that the Great Elder would definitely not agree to his tactful request, because it had always been like this in the past. No one can change the decision made by the Great Elder. But this time, it was completely beyond Long Tian's expectation. In Long Tian's view, it was better to be a surprise soldier, and they would lose less. After all, letting them beat him was just support. But the First Elder nodded and said, "What you two said does make some sense. This time to strangle the demon. The children of the Long family fought bravely to kill the enemy. They can indeed be used as the vanguard. So let's settle it. You people from the Long family will take the lead, and the rest of us people are behind you." Long Tian's heart was in turmoil. This leader was equivalent to cannon fodder. In the past, the Great Elder would never have said this, nor would he have done this at all. However, Long Tian did not dare to object. After all, this was what he had just requested. Long Tian said with a smile on his face, "Okay, since the Great Elder has arranged for my Long family, I will definitely fulfill my mission. The great elder smiled and said, That's good. I thought you would refuse. Now it seems that my worries are unnecessary. I originally planned to let the people from the Holy See serve as the vanguard. Now it seems that the people from the Holy See will just follow you. Change the position and let them provide support. The Pope said with a smile on his face, Okay. I will definitely not let the children of Longtian's family be in danger. Then I'll trouble the brothers from the Holy See. Ha ha. It's worth it to pay for us humans. I will definitely help you. Long Tian's smile could be said to be a forced smile. But he probably hated the great elder and the Pope in his heart. The great elder said, Come here for tea. Since the tasks have been assigned, everyone should hurry up and make arrangements. Yes. Chapter 769 Assassination. After Long Tian returned to his camp, he became furious. Seeing Long Tian's angry and hateful expression, the disciples of the Long family did not dare to step forward and talk to Long Tian. Damn great elder. Damn Pope. They actually use my Long family as cannon fodder. Just wait for me. As soon as the demon army arrives, I will make your life worse than death. Long Xiantian Zhanzhan stood beside Long Tian and said, What happened to the ancestor? Why do you let us take the lead? This is totally unreasonable. Humph. I'm afraid that Yi Feng wakes up and already knows about our deal with Tai and Moyu. But the elder doesn't dare to reveal it openly. So he has to use our Long family members as cannon fodder. Why did Yi Feng wake up? It's impossible. According to our people's report, the diet of Yi Feng and his group has not changed at all. So it doesn't exist. Long Tian frowned and said, Food and drink don't mean anything. It's very likely that they will hide. And maybe, when I went there today, I saw that the guards around their tents had been strengthened. Long Xiantian said, Even if Yi Feng wakes up, he is still very weak. Otherwise, we take advantage of this moment to kill him to avoid future troubles. Long Tian nodded and said, Well, I think so too. But it seems that I have to do this assassination myself. And you may expose your mistakes. If the ancestor takes action, he will succeed immediately. Okay. Go make arrangements and remove the people around them. Yes. I'll do it right now. Yi Feng. Even if you are not, today is the day you die. In Yi Feng's tent, everyone was sitting and practicing. Yi Feng never woke up, but his body had almost recovered. So he didn't need anyone to take care of him at all. Yin Yu and Index are also practicing one after another. It was already evening at this time, and lights were lit everywhere. Gulu, Yin Yu and others were practicing when someone's stomach rumbled. Chu Tianai exited the cultivation state, touched his stomach, and said with some embarrassment, Why are you so hungry today? No, I have to eat something. Others also quit practicing, wondering why they suddenly felt hungry at this time today. It seemed that they had just eaten, but they didn't think about it that much. After all, practicing would use up a lot of physical strength, and they hadn't reached the realm of Bigu. So food was very important to them. Xiaohei stood up and said, I'll go with you too. The food today tastes tasteless in your mouth. How about I cook a table for you myself? Yenyu stood up and said, I'd better go. And a few people will help me. Today's food is too bad. And I didn't eat much. I'm really hungry. Zisu complained, touched her belly and said, I don't know what's wrong with the cook today. Today's food is particularly unpalatable. But no one thought there was any problem. So only half of them were left waiting here while the others went to the kitchen. It didn't take long after Yenyu and others left. Zisu and others were originally chatting. But while chatting, several people yawned one after another. And suddenly they felt very sleepy. What's going on? I'm so sleepy. Zisu said. Lung Shui said, What's going on? Why do I have no energy all of a sudden? I'm so sleepy. Everyone, be careful. After Ying finished speaking, he just wanted to stand up. But his whole body was weak. And then he fell to the ground again. Oops. Get up. Ying's voice was neither loud nor very quiet, because he simply didn't have the strength to make a sound. Several people present wanted to stand up, but they didn't have any strength at all. Puff. Within 10 seconds, everyone was lying down. Even the most alert Kage laid down this time. At this time, a black shadow floated in, looking at the dark figures of the people lying on the ground. They sneered. Humph. They're just a bunch of losers. I personally took action. I really thought you could stop them. As he spoke, he walked towards the bed where Yi Feng was. When he saw Yi Feng's appearance, the man was very shocked. He didn't expect that the injury in January had already healed. It's a pity. So what if the injury is healed? It's a pity that you haven't woken up yet. As long as you don't believe. Everything is good for me. It's time to say goodbye to you. And it's time to end our feud. As he spoke, the palm of the man in black emitted surging spiritual power and hit Yifeng's chest. You will still die in my hands in the end. Flutter. At that moment, a pair of hands tightly grasped the hand of the man in black. Yifeng, who had his eyes closed tightly, opened them. He said with a playful look, "Sorry. It seems I can't do what you want." Seeing Yifeng wake up, the man in black not only did not retreat, but increased his offensive, trying to kill Yifeng. But Yifeng is actually so easy to kill. At this moment, he has broken through the realm and reached the early stage of the Golden Core realm. The man in black is none other than Long Tian. Facing Long Tian, who is only in the middle stage of the Golden Elixir, Yifeng was fully confident. Yifeng directly squeezed Long Tian's fist and threw Long Tian out. "It's impossible in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. It's impossible." Yifeng said, "It's not impossible. I have to thank you all for making my level rise so quickly." Even if you are in the early stage of the Golden Core realm, how can you fight against the demon? You will only die in the end. Yifeng smiled and said, "That's better than a traitor like you. Don't even think about leaving today." It's just a small box with a yellow mouth. I really thought I could catch it. Don't let me catch the opportunity. Otherwise, I will make your life worse than death." As Long Tian left quickly, Yifeng wanted to pursue him, but seeing Zisu and others lying on the ground, Yifeng gave up the pursuit, because Yifeng knew that it was completely impossible to capture Long Tian immediately. People discovered the problem soon after Long Tian left, because many immortal cultivators outside the tent fainted for no reason. "No. There's an enemy attack." A sound pierced the starry sky, and the entire human camp was boiling. Even the Great Elder was alarmed. Yenyu and others who were still in the kitchen rushed back after hearing the news. They never expected that a fight would break out just after they left there. What they are most worried about is Yifeng, because the only person here who wants to kill Yifeng is Long Tian. At this moment, in the tent of Yifeng and others, Yifeng was checking the injuries of Zisu and others. But fortunately, they were just poisoned by ecstasy. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment Yenyu rushed in from outside. "Yifeng! Yifeng!" Seeing Yenyu's nervous expression, Yifeng couldn't help but smile and said, "I'm fine." Yenyu threw herself into Yifeng's arms. And Yifeng said, "Everyone is fine. He just fell asleep. It won't take long to be fine. So don't be nervous. Well, as long as you're okay." Chapter 770 Chasing. The Great Elder also rushed in at this time, and was relieved to see Yifeng standing in front of him intact. The Great Elder said in a deep voice, "Who did it? How dare you act under my nose?" Yifeng said, "If your guess is correct, it should be him." The Great Elder exuded a murderous look in his eyes and said, "Are you okay?" Yifeng nodded and said, "Fortunately, I just woke up. Otherwise, I would have reported to the Lord of Hell by now. I've already tried to save face for him. But I didn't expect her to be so ungrateful." Yifeng said, "What should we do now? Kill him directly? Will this cause some trouble?" The Great Elder thought deeply for a while, and said, "Since you are awake, my plan will be advanced. I will ask him out tomorrow." Although the people in front of them didn't know who Yifeng and the Great Elder were, they knew that the people who had just attacked Yifeng and the Great Elder knew each other. Yifeng nodded and said, "Okay." Afterwards, the Great Elder returned to his tent, and others also carried away the fainted immortal cultivators. After all, Yifeng had regained consciousness, and no longer needed to be guarded. The man in black quickly changed his clothes after returning to his territory. After that, he heard someone replying to the Great Elder. After going to Yifeng's tent, he came back with a gloomy face. Long Tian's face was even more gloomy at this moment. She never thought that Yifeng would reach the early stage of the Golden Core realm in such a short period of time. Long Tian said, "No. I have to leave here quickly. Otherwise I'm afraid I'm going to die here." "Ancestor, did Yifeng find out it was you? How dare he say it was you if he didn't have any evidence?" Long Tian said, "Yifeng must know that it is me. And after he wakes up, the collusion between our Long family and the devil must be a certainty. So I will be responsible for this matter. Boss, I should be responsible for this matter. After all, even if our Long family stays, we must leave the strongest one behind." Long Xiantian said. Long Tian looked at Long Fist and listened to Long Xiantian. But a person in their Long family's cultivation ranking below him could be said to have a high chance of reaching the Golden Core realm. But if Long Xiantian were to replace him, I'm afraid the other party wouldn't be so easily fooled. Long Tian said, just let me do what I do. But I won't let them catch me so easily. Ancestor, it's better for me to go. After all, I'm just an immortal cultivator in the bigger realm. You are different. Long Tian said, it's impossible for them to let me go. So the rest of the affairs here will be left to you. After saying that, Long Tian didn't want to explain anything to Long Xiantian and flew directly out of the camp. Long Tian's goal is to leave the outer battlefield directly and return to the earth to hide. Even if his great elder has great abilities, it may not be so easy to find him. Saying that, Long Tian walked towards the ancient teleportation array. As soon as he arrived at the teleportation array, he was stopped by someone. Who is coming? No one can leave the Tianwai battlefield without any orders from the Great Elder. Long Tian said, are you blind? I am ordered by the Great Elder of Long Tianfeng to investigate some things for the earth. But you still don't get out of my way. The people who hold the teleportation array are all Great Elders. Under normal circumstances, few people will return to the earth. But the guy in front of me is Long Tian. So what he said must be correct. Right? It turns out to be Elder Long Tian. I want to ask you if you have the credentials of the Great Elder. Long Tian shouted coldly. Do I still need any proof to act? Is there anything else I can do? I'm sorry for our own affairs. The guard nodded quickly and said, of course you won't try Elder Long Tian. After all, Elder Long Tian is the pillar of our earthly people. Others may make mistakes, but you are absolutely impossible. Long Tian shouted, since it's impossible, then get out of my way quickly and don't waste my time. Yes. As soon as the few people got out of the way, Long Tian rushed into the teleportation array with a swoosh. At the same time, Yi Feng had already arrived at the teleportation array as soon as Long Tian left. As soon as Yi Feng landed, he frowned and asked, what's going on? Someone seemed to have gone down just now. Elder Yi Feng. Just now Elder Long Tian said that he went to Earth to investigate some things on the order of the Great Elder. Yi Feng's expression changed drastically. He walked really fast in Long Tian. He didn't expect to leave today. So Yi Feng immediately found the Great Elder. Originally, Yi Feng wanted to come here to take a look and explain that they were not allowed to let anyone go. But now it seemed that he was still a step too late. Why did Long Tian return to Earth? Yi Feng nodded and said, yes, he escaped back to Earth just now. What should we do now? The Great Elder said, I can't leave here for the time being. So I leave it to you to track him. You must bring this guy back to me. Yes. Yi Feng didn't even have time to say hello to the others, and had already arrived at the teleportation array. Elder Yi Feng, do you want to go down too? Yi Feng nodded and said, from now on, no one from the Long family is allowed to return to the earth. Because the Long family is colluding with the demon. If it continues, I will hunt down the Long Tian traitor. The faces of the immortal cultivators in the so-called teleportation array changed drastically. They never thought that Long Tian would collude with the demon. Is what Elder Yi Feng said true? Yi Feng nodded and said, of course it's true. The Great Elder will issue an order to control the Long family later. So I have to take a step first to prevent Long Tian from getting too far away. Okay. Then Elder Yi Feng, we must catch this traitor as soon as possible. Call out. Yi Feng got into the teleportation array. And soon Yi Feng returned to the earth. Arriving at the location where they entered the outer battlefield, Yi Feng closed his eyes and felt the energy around him. If someone had just used energy here, Yi Feng would have noticed it very quickly. It didn't take long for Yi Feng to notice a huge energy. He had just stayed here, but walked in that direction. Yi Feng directly used the demonization skill, spread his wings, and hurriedly chased after him. Although he and Long Tian came to Earth at different times, Yi Feng could easily catch up with the other party by following the energy remnants left in the air. The most important thing is that Yi Feng is very fast. Unbelievably fast. This is also the first time Yi Feng has become a golden elixir cultivator, and feels that his speed is several times faster than before. Coupled with the speed bonus of the demonization skill, Yi Feng's speed can be said to be far ahead among the golden elixir realm cultivators. Chapter 771, The Most Secret Place of the Long Family. Long Tian, who was escaping, originally thought that no one would catch up at this time. But suddenly his heart trembled, because he felt a huge energy in a distant place, running towards his direction. Long Tian panicked immediately. He didn't expect the Great Elder to move so quickly. I originally felt that it would be safe to come to the Earth. If I waited until tomorrow, the traces I left behind might have disappeared. But if it was following me, that might not be the case. Who is following? Is it the Great Elder himself? Long Tian's heart trembled when he thought of the Great Elder's strength. Although he is an immortal cultivator in the Golden Core realm, compared with the immortal cultivators in the nascent Soul realm, the gap is too big. A cultivator in the Cause realm can easily kill a cultivator in the Golden Core realm without even using 1/10 of his power. So when he guessed that the Great Elder was chasing him, Long Tian ran like crazy. One is running away, and the other is chasing. In order to cover up the energy emanating from his body, Long Tian ran directly into the ocean. And not long after, Yi Feng stopped on this ocean. Yi Feng frowned because he felt that the aura he was following disappeared. It disappeared in the sea here. Could it be that Long Tian was already hiding in the sea? Looking at the boundless sea, Yi Feng always feels like looking for a needle in a haystack. This is probably not the result Yi Feng wants. What should I do? How can I follow it when it enters the sea? It has completely lost its direction. Yi Feng has no clue now, because he has lost the direction of tracking. Yi Feng wanted to ask the guy in the ring if he could give him some help. But Yi Feng remembered that the guy had consumed too much soul power in order to help him last time, and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Feng has no choice at all now. Is he just going back? No. Since you returned to Earth, you will definitely go to Long's house. And I will go to Long's house to wait for you. Thinking of this, Yi Feng flew directly back to Tongjia's location. I don't believe you won't come back. In less than half an hour, Yi Feng has arrived at the Long family's territory. As long as Long Tian appears, Yi Feng can feel it immediately. However, for safety reasons, Yi Feng notified Wu Tian. After answering Yi Feng's call yesterday, I was overjoyed. Brother, you are finally back. How are you doing on the outer battlefield? Yi Feng said, let's not talk about it for now. Gather your men and search for Long Tian all over the world. If you find any trace of him, tell me immediately. What Long Tian? Is he the ancestor of the Long family? Yi Feng said, yes. It's him. I'm within their Long family's territory now. The ancestor of the Long family is a cultivator in the Golden Core realm. Even if all the cultivators on the Earth put together, I'm afraid there won't be enough to defeat him. And what on earth did this guy commit? Collude with the devil. Do you think this is a big deal? Hearing this, Wu Tian almost dropped the phone in his hand. This was a treasonous thing. An Earthling actually colluded with the demons who came to attack them. Does the Great Elder know about this? I know. That's why the Great Elder asked me to chase him. But with your cultivation at the bigger realm, how can you defeat the opponent? From Wu Tian's point of view, even if the opponent trained on the outer battlefield for several months, it would be impossible for him to beat Long Tian. I am already in the early stage of the Golden Core realm, and I am still confident about dealing with Long Tian. So I will wait for him at their Long family's territory. If he doesn't show up but shows up, I will definitely take him down. Hiss. Your cultivation has grown so horribly. It's been so long since we last seen each other, and you are already at the Golden Core realm. But don't worry. Since Long Tian is so ignorant and inferior to a beast, how dare you collusion to apply film? Then we will definitely not let him go. Just wait for the good news. After hanging up the phone, Yi Feng began to monitor the entire Long family. Although there are many immortal cultivators in the Long family's territory, there is no Long Tian that Yi Feng is looking for. Therefore, Yi Feng would not alert the snake, but quietly hid aside and collected his aura to prevent Long Tian from finding him. 5 days passed day by day, and there was no information from there. And Long Tian did not appear on the Long family's territory. Above the original sea area, a person flew out from the middle of the sea. The person who broke out of the water was Long Tian. Humph. It turns out to be you, Yi Feng. But it's a pity that you're too young. Long Tian, who had been hiding under the water for several days, finally came out. When he knew that it was Yi Feng who was pursuing him, he felt a little more relaxed. But for safety reasons, he stayed under the water for a few more days, and found that no one came here. So he decided to come out. After coming out, Long Tian found that there was no one around. It seemed that the other party had left. He didn't know whether he had returned to the outer battlefield or was looking for himself elsewhere on the earth. Long Tian, who emerged from the water, was thinking about where he should go next. Although Long's mother said that the most dangerous place is the safest, a cunning person like Long Tian would definitely not believe it. If it were the Great Elder, he would definitely set an ambush in the Long family, waiting for him to fall into the trap himself. So Long Tian immediately ruled out going to Long's house. So he had to find a place to hide. So where was this place? However, Long Tian soon had the answer in his mind, and quickly disappeared above the sea. Now Yifeng has been waiting on the roof of Long's house for 5 days, but has not found Long Tian's whereabouts. Yifeng called Wu Tian again and asked, "Where is this Long Tian most likely to go?" Wu Tian thought for a while and said, "I have deployed manpower in all the places where the arrangements should be made, but there is no news so far. It is obvious that this guy is hiding." Yifeng's face was gloomy, and it seemed that he would be unable to pursue Long Tian. Yifeng was just about to hang up the phone, but a voice came from the other side and said, "I remember a farmer's boy once said that when Long Tian wanted to break through the Golden Core realm, he went to a secret place. I don't know this place either. Where is it? But someone from the Long family must know it." "Really? Then where is this place? Give me some time and I'll send someone to find out." "Good." Soon Wu Tian distributed this task. "What is the most secret place of the Long family?" In less than 10 minutes, I received more than a dozen identical messages in 5 days. That is, the most secret place of the Long family is the Dragon Pavilion. It's just that few people know where Brother Long is. Even some of the disciples of the Long family don't completely know where the Dragon Pavilion is. Chapter 772 Looking for Dragon Pavilion. Dragon Pavilion? The Long family actually has such a secret place? Wu Tian said, "There is indeed such a secret place. But I didn't know it well before. Now it seems that Long Tian is hiding in it." Yifeng nodded. It seemed that he had to take action himself. Yifeng stopped hiding and appeared directly in the hall of his Long family. The guy standing in the hall of the Long family at this moment is Long Outyan, an old acquaintance of Yifeng. When Long Outyan saw Yifeng appear, he was stunned for a moment. But he quickly realized that it was definitely not good for Yifeng to come to their place without saying hello. And Yifeng, was the one who forced his father to death. "Yifeng, this is our Long family. You are not welcome in our Long family. Get out of here." Yifeng didn't want to say anything more, and just carried Long Outyan and flew out. The day after tomorrow, I wanted to struggle, but found that I was like a child in Yifeng's hands, unable to break free at all. Yifeng said coldly, "I don't want to talk nonsense to you. Tell me where the Dragon Pavilion of your Long family is." Long Outyan was stunned again. Yifeng actually wanted to go to the Dragon Pavilion of their Long family. Although that place was not very good, it was indeed a very good place of trial for ordinary cultivators. For the Long family, this Dragon Pavilion is the reason why their Long family can remain so large. Long Outyan said, "Why should I tell you?" Yifeng said, "Just because you are not my opponent." If you want to kill or cut into pieces, it's up to you. I won't tell you where our Dragon Pavilion is." Yifeng frowned, because he wanted to force himself to use force. He knew that the Long family's affairs on the outer battlefield had nothing to do with Long Outyan, but they were their family's affairs. Yifeng originally didn't want to tell Long Outyan about this, but now it seems he has to okay it. Your Long family colluded with the demons on the outer battlefield, causing heavy casualties to our human race. Now their conspiracy has been exposed. Your ancestor Long Tian has fled to the earth. I suspect he is probably in the Dragon Pavilion. So you must take me there." Long Outyan shouted loudly, "Yifeng, please don't slander me. How could our ancestors collude with the demons? You have to know what the demons are. They are the ones who want to enslave our earth. How could our ancestors collude with them?" Yifeng said, "You may not believe anything I say, but when you meet your ancestor, you will know after asking him." Long Outyan still didn't believe it. After all, the ancestor of the Long family had an extremely noble status on earth. He had no reason to collude with the demon. Long Outyan said, "This must be an excuse for you to go to Long Pavilion and slander our ancestor." Yifeng said, "It's okay if you don't tell me. I can go to Long's house to catch him again, and others will ask until they do." Although not many people know the road leading to the Dragon Pavilion, there are still many. Now there are many immortal cultivators in the Long family who know about it. Long Outyan pondered for a while and said, "I can take you to Dragon Pavilion. But if what you say is false, what should you do?" Yifeng said, "It's up to you." "Okay, I'll take you there now. Anyway, Yifeng will find Dragon Pavilion sooner or later, so it is better to take him there by himself to save Yifeng the trouble of finding other people in the Long family." "Yeah. Tell me where it is, and I'll take you there." "Okay. You go straight ahead." As he spoke, Yifeng directly lifted up Long Outyan and flew forward. Long Aotian kept directing the path for Yi Feng to walk. After walking and stopping for about half an hour, Yi Feng stopped at the top of a mountain. This is an ordinary mountain, and there is a temple on the mountain. Even now, there are still many common people worshipping on the mountain. Yi Feng said doubtfully, "This is different from what I imagined." "Of course it's different. This is the most precious place of our long family. Ordinary people only know this once. I'll make an exception and tell you. But you must promise not to tell anyone else." Yi Feng nodded and said, "Of course. But how should we go now?" "Come with me." Yi Feng followed Long Aotian to this temple. The monk in this temple seemed to be very familiar with Long Aotian. "Dragon donor. You are here." Long Aotian nodded and said, "Well, you are busy with your business. I have something to do." "Yes." Long Aotian had an unobstructed journey, and took Yi Feng to the backyard of the temple. There is a cave in the backyard of each temple, with the word Buddhist written on the entrance of the cave. There is no difference between this place and other places at all, because Yi Feng can also see some Buddha statues when walking into the cave. But the further you go in, the number of Buddha statues becomes smaller and smaller. In the end, it is just a long stone wall with some luminous pearls dotted around both sides of the corridor. You, the Long family, are really good at it. These night-like pearls are probably worth a lot of money. Long Aotian said, "What you have seen is just the tip of the iceberg. In front of you is the Dragon Pavilion." When the passage came to the end, Yi Feng finally saw a door. Above the door were written two big characters, "Dragon Pavilion with Flying Phoenixes." It turns out that the Dragon Pavilion is hidden in the middle of this mountain. I wonder if Long Tian is in it. When he came to Longa, Long Aotian took out a token from his clothes, carefully placed the token in a recessed area of the stone gate. Boom! The stone door opened, and the scene in front of Yi Feng was completely opposite to the outside. This was originally supposed to be the inside of a mountain, but in front of Yi Feng was a different world. "Are you sure I came here correctly? Why is this place so different from the outside world?" Long Aotian said, "This is also the peculiarity of our Long family Dragon Pavilion. Don't look at the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers here. In fact, there is danger hidden in it. If you don't have a certain strength, you may die in it." Yi Feng unfolded his life experience and went deep into the Dragon Pavilion. Soon Yi Feng discovered that there were indeed many powerful things inside, some of which were even more powerful than Long Aotian next to him. It seems that this is indeed a good place for training. The more Yi Feng looks to the side, the more frightened he becomes. Yi Feng even feels the existence of something in the bigger realm. But soon, Yi Feng felt a familiar aura. A smile finally appeared on Yi Feng's face. It seemed that his guess was correct. Long Tian was indeed inside. Yi Feng shouted directly, "Long Tian, come out. I have already felt your breath. I didn't expect you to be hiding here." Less than a few seconds later, a voice came, "Haha. Yi Feng. Yi Feng. You actually found this place. This is your hiding place." Chapter 773, Die Together. In front of Yi Feng and Long Aotian, an old man soon appeared. When the old man appeared, Long Aotian said excitedly, "Ancestor Yi Feng falsely accused you of colluding with the devil. I believe this must be false." Long Tian said, "You don't need to know or care about this matter. Now get out of here." Long Aotian said excitedly, "Ancestor, I want you to tell me why you want to collude with the demon. Who is our enemy?" "So what? The demon is launching a massive attack. Sooner or later the earth will be destroyed. I am doing this for the sake of our Long family. It will be good to be able to preserve our lineage by then." Long Aotian roared, "Even the Long family warriors cannot do such a thing. We are all humans on the earth. Why should we betray the earth?" Long Aotian never believed why his ancestor would betray the earth to help the demon. Long Tian waved his hand and drove Long Aotian directly outside the Dragon Pavilion. Long Aotian, who fell outside the Dragon Pavilion, got up and wanted to enter the Dragon Pavilion again. But the door was closed tightly, and he couldn't get in even if he had the token in his hand. "Ancestor, how could you do this and plunge our Long family into a situation of eternal disaster? As long as you change your ways, Ancestor, I believe they will not make things difficult for you. Ancestor, please open the door quickly." Yi Feng is not an unkind person, but Yi Feng and Long Tian inside the Dragon Pavilion couldn't hear Long Aotian's voice at all. Long Tian said, "Okay, there are only two of us left here. The collusion with the devil has nothing to do with the Long family on Earth. I hope you know this." Yi Feng nodded and said, "This is natural. As long as you are captured and handed over to the Great Elder, everything will come to light. If your Long family is punished, How many people will do it fairly and fairly? Ha ha. Stop talking nonsense. Come on. Let me see how strong you are. Even the devil is interested in you. Yifeng said. As you wish. Yifeng was directly transformed into a demon. In this state, Yifeng was almost as powerful as Long Tian. Holding the Xianyuan sword in his hand, Yifeng's strength can be said to be very strong. But Long Tian was not weak either. Something appeared in his hand that Yifeng had never seen before. What? Hee. This is a weapon obtained from the exchange with the devil. Similar to the weapon in your hand. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a spiritual weapon. Because the Xianyuan mirror in Yifeng's hand was a treasure. And it was a higher level than a spiritual weapon. It's just that not many people know about the treasure weapon now. And Yifeng has not fully activated it at all. And then the power of the weapon. So no matter who is wearing it, everyone just thinks it is a spiritual weapon. Yifeng sneered. But he didn't stop the movement in his hands and pounced directly. At this moment, all the strange things in the Dragon Pavilion retreated one after another. Their strength was not enough to compete with Yifeng. Yifeng moved. And Long Tian was not disappointed. Waving the weapon in his hand to attack Yifeng. The two sides were fighting back and forth. At first, Long Tian didn't notice anything strange. He just felt that Yifeng was able to fight evenly with him based on his own strength in a short period of time. You must know that Yifeng also has a special skill to improve his own strength, which has not been used yet. But he is at the end of his rope. But he still has a secret weapon in his hand. But this secret weapon is used by him to deal with the Great Elder, not Yifeng. So he must use it carefully. Yifeng said, Elder Long Tian, if you are only that strong, I advise you to just surrender and capture him. The fluctuations of the two people's attacks left this dragon pavilion with the fragrance of birds and flowers in a state of dilapidation. Especially the power of Yifeng's Xianyuan sword. The sword energy swept across, and could cut off even mountains. Long Tian looked at Yifeng with a gloomy face and said, I admit that you are very strong. And I also admit that it won't take long before you become the second great elder. But it is a pity that the reinforcements of the demon are coming soon. And they will not leave you much time. If it takes too long, no matter whether you are a genius or a loser, you will all die on the battlefield. Yifeng said, How long will it take for the reinforcements from the demon to arrive? Haha. In less than a month. There will be wars all over the earth. Yifeng was shocked. He didn't expect the demon reinforcements to arrive so soon. The elder's strength alone could not stop the reinforcements. Yifeng said, I will give you a chance now. A chance to prove your merits and help us humans protect the earth. Haha. Do you think I will take it if you give me a chance? Colluding with the demons is a treasonous thing. Besides, once the army of demons arrives, it is certain that the earth will be destroyed. With or without me. There is no big problem. I'm just here trying to find a chance for the Long family. Yifeng shouted, We haven't even fought yet. Why do you think we can't beat you? Does this still need to be fought? There are 3 heavenly demon marshals among the heavenly demon reinforcements. Plus the heavenly demon marshal himself. A total of 4. Do you think the great elder has a chance of winning? Do you think we humans have any chance of winning? Yifeng was shocked. He didn't expect so many marshals to come from the demon reinforcements this time. They completely wanted to destroy the earth. How could this happen? How could this happen? What on earth is worthy of such a big fanfare? Long Tian said, I don't know this very well. Maybe the great elder knows. But I don't know why the great elder didn't hand over what they need. But I must do it for the Long family. Even if I am given another chance, I will still do it. Yifeng pondered. And it seemed that he had to ask the elder to find out what exactly this demon was looking for on earth. Why is the great elder unwilling to hand it over? You have to bet the whole earth. But the current problem is that Yifeng must deal with Long Tian. Otherwise it will bring them a lot of trouble. Yifeng said, Since you are unwilling to help me, then don't blame me for being rude. Ha. When did I ask you to be polite? Come on. Let me see if you are really good at fighting. Emperor Xianyuan. Yifeng used his ultimate move. And this move made Yifeng want to kill Long Tian as soon as possible. However, Long Tian also made a final struggle. When Yifeng used Xianyuan Emperor, he clearly felt that he was no match for Yifeng. I saw Long Tian taking out a bead similar to the origin bead in his hand. But Yifeng felt that the bead was extremely terrifying. This table was definitely not the origin bead. Seeing Yifeng's fearful eyes, Long Tian said, Haha. It turns out you are afraid too. I heard from the devil that this thing is no less than a full blow from a nascent soul realm strongman. No matter how strong Yi Feng is. Today you will be afraid. Stay here and be buried with me. Yi Feng's pupils dilated instantly. Is this guy going to die with him? In just a moment, the black beads exploded. Boom. Chapter 774 Immortal Yuan Jing. Boom. A burst of super strong energy fluctuation struck all around with Long Tian as the center. The first thing to suffer was the flowers and plants. Not only were they uprooted, they even lifted up a large layer of soil. Not to mention those demons and ghosts with cultivation levels were killed in the first place. Yi Feng wanted to leave, but the door behind him was constantly being watched, and Yi Feng couldn't open it at all. Seeing that the energy wave was coming, it was too late to leave. Golden Body. This is Yi Feng's only skill in the game that can resist all damage. Now Yi Feng can only rely on this skill to resist damage. If this were not possible, Yi Feng would probably not die or be seriously injured in this fight. Boom. Despite such a powerful explosion, the stone gate remained motionless, with no trace of being blown apart at all. But the contents of the entire Dragon Pavilion are completely different and have become dilapidated. Crack! Yi Feng's originally indestructible mental protective shield was shattered in just a moment. The clicking sound became louder and louder, like a spider web cracking. The Golden Body skill that was originally able to last for 5 seconds was broken in only 2 seconds under such violent fluctuations. Boom! Yi Feng was hit hard on the stone wall. Puff! Fortunately, these 2 seconds saved Yi Feng from so much damage that Yi Feng was only seriously injured. Yi Feng lay motionless on the ground. At this moment, the wave of the explosion had passed, and a huge deep pit had been formed in front of him. But Long Tian's shadow has disappeared. It seems that he was blown to pieces. Yi Feng slowly got up from the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted out again. After spitting out the mouthful of blood, Yi Feng finally felt that his chest felt much more relaxed. Yi Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "This Long Tian is really desperate for his life. Even if he is dead, he still wants to catch up with me. How cruel." At this time, the stone door finally opened. Long Altian quickly entered the Dragon Pavilion, but the sight in front of him greatly surprised him. He asked with a look of disbelief and surprise, "Yi Feng, where is my ancestor?" Yi Feng said, "Dead." "Dead? Did you kill him?" Yi Feng shook his head and said, "Of course it's not your boss. I don't know what kind of things he got from the stickers to blow up this place like this. He even blew up to death." Long Altian fell to the ground and said, "Ancestor. Ancestor? Why would you do such a stupid thing?" Yi Feng patted Long Altian's shoulder, covered his chest, and slowly left Long Pavilion. "Wait a minute. There is a treasure in the Dragon Pavilion that you must take." Yi Feng, who was seriously injured, suddenly laughed and said, "You finally woke up. I was frightened awake by that attack. Fortunately, you kid saved a life." Yi Feng said, "I saved my own life based on my own ability. It's really ugly to say that I got it back." Whatever you kid says is whatever it is. But there's something in it. And it's definitely a good thing." Yi Feng asked, "Everything here has been destroyed. How can there be any good things?" "It was because it was destroyed that the thing was exposed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that there would be such a good thing here." "What does it do?" "Immortal Yuan Jing. This thing is a very rare thing. The reason why this place can raise a group of people like the Long family is entirely due to this Immortal Yuan Jing." "What is the Immortal Yuan Jing?" Yi Feng looked confused. He knew too few things. Many things were either told to him by the Great Elder or this guy told him. Regarding the world of cultivating immortals, Yi Feng was still a novice who didn't understand anything. "You always know about spiritual stones, right?" "Of course I know that the spiritual stone can help me practice. And the higher the temporary level, the greater the effect of its help. Yes, the energy crystal you destroyed in the demon battleship last time is actually one of the snacks. But this kind of thing is not suitable for practice. It is only suitable for providing energy for the battleship." Yi Feng nodded. It turns out that there are so many types of spirit stones. Spiritual stones are divided into low-grade spiritual stones, medium-grade spiritual stones, high-grade spiritual stones, and extremely high-grade spiritual stones. In addition to spiritual stones, they are also divided into other varieties. For example, the ones used by battleships are called spar. And in this Dragon Pavilion, that thing is called Yuan Jing, which is a higher level than crystal. Yuan Jing is divided into low-grade Yuan Jing, medium-grade Yuan Jing, high-grade Yuan Jing, top-grade Yuan Jing, and fairy-grade Yuan Jing. The last one is the top grade. The name of the original crystal is Shin Yuan Jing. That thing is hard to come by. So all the major forces compete for it. I didn't expect that there would be such a high-level Yuan Jing in the Dragon Pavilion. Yifeng was a little surprised. The level of this very Yuan Jing seemed to be very high and very precious. In the past, Yifeng always thought that if he had the best spiritual stone, maybe his cultivation would be faster. But now in front of him, it is the fairy Yuan Jing Abi's best spiritual stone, which is higher than anyone knows. Then how powerful is this immortal Yuan Jing? But I heard a chuckle coming from the ring, saying, "How awesome!" As far as I know, the princes of the demon clan cannot obtain an immortal product. Yuan Jing is used for cultivation. At most, it is the best or high-grade Yuan Jing. Even if it is a top-grade one, it is more than enough to take a person with no training from the initial stage of Qi training to the realm of out-of-body experience. You think it is powerful or not? What is the out-of-body realm? Is it an existence even more powerful than the nascent soul realm? Yifeng was a little surprised. The nascent soul realm was already very powerful. How terrifying is this out-of-body realm? What's more, this is only the energy of high-grade Yuan Jing or extremely high-quality Yuan Jing. What about the fairy-grade Yuan Jing? Boy, you finally know the horror of this universe. What you have seen is still too little. Even the immortal Yuan Jing is not the best thing in the entire universe. The immortal Yuan Jing is rare, but it is better than the immortal Yuan Jing. There are many better things in Pinyuanjing. Yifeng is drooling more and more. This world is so big that he can't imagine it. Sure enough, the earth is still too small. Yifeng said impatiently, "Then where is this fairy Yuan Jing, and how can I get it?" "Hey, boy, you are finally worried," Yifeng said. "Can you not be anxious? The demon's reinforcements will arrive here in a month. If I don't strengthen a little bit, I'm afraid the entire earth will be destroyed. Then hurry up and go to the end of this dragon pavilion, where you can find it." Clear. Yisheng turned around and flew directly into the dragon pavilion, over Long Outyan's head, and flew towards the interior of the dragon pavilion. Chapter 775 Mission completed. Yifeng, what are you going to do? Our dragon pavilion is already like this. Do you still want to go inside and cause damage? Why don't you leave some way for our Long family to escape? Yifeng said, "I'm sorry. For the safety of the entire earth, I have to take it away." Saying that, Yifeng flashed past and flew directly towards the interior of Dragon Pavilion. However, due to the explosion just now, the entire Dragon Pavilion has fallen into ruins. There were endless wastelands everywhere. What Yifeng didn't expect was that the Dragon Pavilion was so big. But the further inside, the more Yifeng was frightened. Because here Yifeng found the corpses of several big realm monsters, which were killed by the explosion wave just now. "Okay, stop right here." Yifeng stopped on a hill. Except for a dead monster with peak cultivation level in the big realm, there was no fairy Yuan crystal that Yifeng wanted. There is nothing here. Is this monster corpse what I am looking for? Of course not. If this demon beast hadn't unfortunately died at the hands of Long Tian, when he breaks through to the realm of Yuanying, I'm afraid this fairy Yuan Jing will become his possession. And he won't wait until the demon comes to attack. Earth. This monster is probably going to rule your Earth. His. Is it so scary? This is natural. Monsters in the bigger realm are still somewhat intelligent. But if it is the requirement of the Yuanying realm, it will be different. Their intelligence is the same as that of ordinary people, and they will definitely be able to discover the existence of fairy Yuan Jing. When the time comes, how can you possibly keep up with this guy's cultivation speed while holding the immortal Yuan Jing? Yifeng was a little lucky that Long Tian had nipped this scourge in the cradle. He was also a little lucky that if Long Tian had not betrayed Yifeng this time, he would not have come to the Dragon Pavilion. Then where is this immortal Yuan Jing? Under this country bumpkin. If it weren't for the wave caused by the explosion just now, I would definitely not be able to feel it. But now I can clearly feel that he is here. Move on. Kid. This is your thing. I want to protect it. Earth. You must absorb it as soon as possible to improve your cultivation level again. Clear. As he spoke, Yifeng began to dig up the hill. Although he could feel the aura of the immortal Yuan Jing, Yifeng dug nearly 10 meters before finally seeing what he needed. This piece of immortal crystal is only the size of a fist. Its entire body is azure, and it exudes a gentle aura of spiritual power. Yifeng grabbed the immortal Yuan Jing in his hand and asked curiously, "Is this the thing? Why doesn't it look good?" "Ha. You can actually feel the energy contained in it now. But I don't know how long this fairy Yuan Jing has been here. Anyway, As far as I know, the real fairy Yuan Jing must contain more than these seem to have lost a lot of energy. But even if they lose a lot of energy, they are still one level higher than those top-grade crystals. After hearing that he had lost a lot of energy, Yi Feng was still a little worried. But when he heard that it was stronger than ordinary top-grade Yuan Jing, Yi Feng was relieved once again. Put it away. We should go. Yi Feng put away the immortal Yuan Jing and came to the door of Long Pavilion, where he saw Long Aodian still kneeling there. Yi Feng said, I want to return to the outer battlefield, and I will try my best to protect the people of your Long family who have nothing to do with this matter. Long Aodian said, Thank you very much. Yi Feng glanced at the disappointed Long Aodian and shook his head with a sigh. Yi Feng left the Dragon Pavilion and once again came to the passage to the outer battlefield. Before he could say Lo to Wutian, Yi Feng came to the Tianwai battlefield again. Next to the teleportation array on the outer battlefield, Yi Feng suddenly appeared, shocking the guards nearby. It turns out to be Elder Yi Feng's Long Tian traitor. Have you found him? Yi Feng sighed and said, he has committed suicide out of fear of crime. Humph. It's best to die. It's just that he got an advantage. He actually dared to collude with the devil to harm us humans. I really don't know what has eaten up his conscience. That's right. This Long family is already domineering. But they actually collude with the devil. They are really doomed. I don't think anyone in the Long family is good. You just want me to kill all those named Long. Yi Feng shouted, Shut up. Not all the Long family members know about this. And many people are also innocent. Are you sure that everyone named Long wants to collude with the demon and wants to be a traitor? Several guards lowered their heads silently. They really hated everything Long Tian did. That's why they said such things. But in fact, many Long family disciples didn't know anything about this kind of thing. Yi Feng said, Okay, keep a good watch on the teleportation array. The Great Elder will definitely handle the Long family's affairs properly. So you don't have to worry about letting anyone betray our human race go. Yes, Elder Yi Feng. We are too cautious. Yi Feng returned to the Tianwai battlefield and was the first to arrive at the Great Elder's tent. At this moment, the Great Elder is discussing something with the Pope. After seeing Yi Feng come in, both the Great Elder and the Pope smiled. You're back. Where is Long Tian? Yi Feng shook his head and said, Suicide. The Pope also sighed and shook his head and said, In this way, our camp may be even weaker, but the opponent's camp is constantly increasing its members, and the gap between the two sides is getting wider and wider. You are injured? The Elder asked, feeling the unstable aura on Yi Feng's body. Well, I need to adjust my breath. But I just came back, so I will report this matter to you. The Great Elder. Well, the Pope should use your holy light to heal him. We don't have so much time to waste it slowly. The Pope nodded, spread his hands, and a white holy light appeared on the Pope's hands. When the Pope's hands were placed on Yi Feng's back, Yi Feng could feel the originally chaotic atmosphere in his body begin to calm down. Slowly, Yi Feng's breath began to stabilize, and finally Yi Feng's breathing became much smoother. After a long time, the Pope let go of his hands and said, You are such a monster. You were injured so badly. Why didn't my holy light treatment take a long time to heal your injuries? Logically speaking, it will take at least 2 to 3 days for you to go on the market. But in less than half an hour, you are already feeling better. Yi Feng opened his eyes and said with a smile, Maybe it's because I have a special physique. Or maybe the techniques I practice are different. Haha. I can actually figure out the monster. You'd better go back early to rest and meditate. Well, Great Elder Pope. I'll go back and rest first. Well, go ahead. Chapter 776 The Terrifying Immortal Crystal. When Yi Feng returned to his tent exhausted, seeing those familiar faces, Yi Feng's heart finally relaxed. The boss is back. Is Long Tian dead? I just said that the boss can come back safely. Don't you think he has come back intact? You people are just worrying and don't believe the boss at all. It's good to be back. Yanyu and Zissou threw themselves into Yi Feng's arms. Yi Feng stroked their hair and said, Don't worry. Long Tian's threat of killing the Long family has been lifted. Damn. It's so happy that my wife is finally dead. But it's a pity that I couldn't kill him with my own hands. Xiao He said bitterly. Yi Feng said, I'm a little tired. I need to rest. Well, let's all practice and let Yi Feng take a good rest for a while. After seeing Yi Feng come back safely, everyone's hanging hearts were relieved. After all, Long Tian is a monster in the Golden Core realm. Even Yifeng is also a cultivator in the Golden Core realm. But he has just arrived. After all, he is not like that kind of monster. Compared to the old monster, Yifeng is still very young. Everyone intentionally or unintentionally formed a circle around Yifeng, allowing Yifeng to rest and practice under their protection. Just after Yifeng entered cultivation, a voice once again appeared in his mind. Take out the immortal Yuanjing. You won't be able to absorb it all in a while, so let them use it with you. This way your overall strength will be greatly improved. Yifeng nodded, took out the immortal Yuanjing, held it in his hand and said, Everyone starts practicing and remember to absorb this Yuanjing in my hand. It can enhance our strength. Looking at the blue crystal in Yifeng's hand, it looks very beautiful. I can feel the energy contained in it, but I can't feel how much energy it contains because this energy is too gentle. Yifeng was the first to close his eyes and start practicing. Others also entered the practice one after another. After running the god-slaying technique, they automatically absorbed the spiritual energy from the immortal Yuanjing. Just at the moment when he absorbed it, Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes. He said in disbelief, The spiritual energy of this thing is so pure. Hee. This is natural. Otherwise the word immortal is no joke. Hurry up and practice. It is important to improve your strength. The god-slaying art is a perverted existence. Coupled with the energy of this immortal crystal, the strength of everyone in the entire tent is slowly rising. In less than an hour, Yu and Mingming, who had the lowest cultivation level, actually made a breakthrough. Oh wow! I actually broke through. It's incredible. So fast. Immediately afterwards, another person broke through. And this person was Xiaoya. The two of them reached the high level of consecration realm one after another. In the following time, people kept making breakthroughs. The first one to break through was the most qualified Ying. The first one to break through to the early stage of the bigger realm took only 1 day. Moreover, the energy of the immortal grade Yuanjing does not seem to be reduced due to this. Yifeng had just been promoted to the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Now after practicing for more than a day, he actually felt that given a few more days, he might be able to reach the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Time passed slowly while they were practicing. Because the demon did not launch an attack, nothing suspicious happened on the battlefield outside the sky. Because the Great Elder felt that Yifeng and others were practicing, he did not disturb them. So this time Yifeng and the others practiced for half a month. It was only in this half month that a very terrifying thing happened. That is, there was no longer anyone in the bigger realm, or below in the entire tent. The lowest ones are all at the early stage of the bigger realm, and the highest ones are almost at the high stage of the bigger realm. Yifeng has also reached the middle stage of the Golden Core realm due to his practice during this period. If you give him some time, he may be able to reach the advanced stage. In half a month, Yifeng and others felt like they were completely transformed. Even so, Yifeng could not feel any loss of energy in the immortal crystals in his hands. If the Great Elder hadn't come to Yifeng, they might not have woken up from this practice. Yifeng looked at the fairy Yuanjing in his hand and said, What a good thing. Haha. Of course it's a good thing. Because this thing exists? My soul body is much better than before. Yifeng was a little surprised. Even the guy in the ring benefited from the immortal Yuanjing. It seems that you have also received a lot of benefits. I don't know what the Great Elder wants from me. Calculating the time, it is estimated that the demonic reinforcements will arrive that day. Yifeng, who had been a little happy just now, suddenly became heavy. The words demon reinforcements were very heavy. So heavy that Yifeng could hardly breathe. Yifeng said, You continue to practice. I will come back as soon as I go. Well, boss, come back quickly. This thing is so easy to use. It improves your level so fast. Although Yifeng also knows that improving one's realm quickly is not necessarily a good thing. At this juncture, improving one's realm is the most important purpose. Not long after, Yifeng appeared in the Great Elder's tent. The Great Elder looked at Yifeng as if he were a monster. What kind of treasure have you eaten? In just half a month, you have been promoted to another level. You are really a monster. Yifeng smiled and said nothing. If the Great Elder knew that all the people in his tent were cultivators of the bigger realm, he would probably be even more surprised. Yifeng wanted to share this immortal grade Yuanjing with the Great Elder, but was blocked by the guy in the ring. Boy, don't think about giving this thing to your Great Elder. His qualifications can only go so far. After thousands of years of practice, he has no potential to improve. But you are different. Yifeng was a little disappointed. It seemed that some things were not omnipotent. The reason why they can improve their strength so quickly is, firstly, because of their low level. And secondly, because of their great potential. But the Great Elder is different. He has hundreds of years left to live. And it can be said that he has reached the end of his life. No one can escape the call at the end of life. Not even the Great Elder. Yi Feng felt a little disappointed. And the Elder asked, I praised you as a little monster. But you're still not happy. Yi Feng forced a smile and said, That's not true. I just think that you, Great Elder, are still making contributions to us mankind at such an old age. I feel very ashamed. Haha. It's nothing. I feel relieved that you are the number one among the younger generation. Yi Feng smiled and said, I'm just lucky. I wonder why the Great Elder called me here today. The Great Elder put away his smile and said with a melancholy expression, The cause of the demon's death should be here in a few days. It seems that the time for the final battle will not come. Yi Feng tightened his fists. It seemed that it was time. Chapter 777 The war is about to break out. The Pope also left at this time. And when he came in and saw Yi Feng, he was also full of surprise. I said, Little monster, what did you eat? You are already in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. You are about to surpass me. Yi Feng said, Pope, you are in the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Even if I am in the late stage, I am not that fast. The Pope said with an unconfident look on his face, Don't say anything. You are a monster so early. I don't think so. But the faster your strength improves, the better it is for us. Thank you, Pope, for the compliment. The Pope said, On the day I just received the news, the magic battleship has slowly moved towards us. But I think their reinforcements have already contacted them. And it is estimated that they will attack me again before long. The Great Elder said, Notify the whole army to prepare for war. Even if they die, we must destroy all the warships of their demons, so that they cannot contact their headquarters. This way, even if our side has fallen, we will give Yi Feng enough time. We will definitely take back the Earth again. The Pope nodded and said, We are ready. All the nuclear bombs have been collected on the Earth. By then, these two demon battleships will only become debris in this universe. Nuclear bomb. Hearing the words he dan, Yi Feng felt a little scared. When he was an ordinary person, he knew how powerful and terrifying the nuclear bomb was. The Great Elder said, The nuclear bomb may not necessarily destroy their laminated warships, but it will also give them a heavy blow. So we must keep them all on the Earth at all costs and cannot let them go back. Well, everything is subject to the arrangements of the Great Elder. Yi Feng said, Since the Pope has a mission. What is my mission? Great Elder. The Great Elder looked at Yi Feng and said, After the fall here, I hope you will return to the Earth and hide in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. When you have the strength to fight against the demon, come back and avenge us. Yi Feng said excitedly, Great Elder, are you asking me to be a deserter? I have been practicing so hard. What am I doing for? What I am doing is to help you. But now you want me to hide like a cow with a shrunken head. Like a turtle. I can only tell you, this is impossible. The Pope shouted, Yi Feng obeys the arrangements of the Great Elder. And whatever the Great Elder says is whatever he says. Besides, you are the hope of our humanity. Do you want to die here like us and let the entire Earth fall into slavery? Yi Feng said, This is absolutely impossible. I will try my best. I will never be a coward. I have already stated my words here. I won't leave anyway. Saying that, Yi Feng left the Great Elder's tent angrily and returned to his own tent. After Yi Feng came back, everyone saw Yi Feng's unhappy face and did not dare to ask Yi Feng what happened. After waiting for a while, Yi Feng said himself, Just now the Great Elder and the Pope asked me to take refuge in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance on Earth during the war, and then come back when I have enough strength. This boss. Have the reinforcements from the demon arrived? Yi Feng said, Hurry. It will be here in a few days. Chu Tianai said, Boss. How powerful are their reinforcements? 3 demon marshals are here. Boss. I think the Great Elder is right. We can stay here to fight for you. But you must go back. If you are strong enough, come back to avenge us. Yi Feng stood up abruptly. And Chu Tianai glared angrily and said, Chu Tianai, tell me one more thing. Chu Tianai gritted his teeth, stood up and said, You go back. I will stay and fight for you. If I die, you will come back to avenge me when you are strong enough. Do you need me to say it again? Yi Feng glared at Chu Tianai and said, It's impossible for me to say that I will keep you safe. I will not let you be in danger. Even if I leave, I will take you with me. This is my final bottom line. But here I would never leave if I didn't fight until the last minute. Yin Yu said, Okay, I will fight with you until the last moment. You are my boyfriend. Of course I want to stay with you. I will not live alone. Zissou said with a stubborn look. Boss, I am definitely following you. I will go wherever you go. The two brothers Xiaohe nodded and said. Arrogant brother put his arms around Chu Tian's neck and said. Everything is subject to the boss's arrangements. Are you right? Chu Tianai gave a cold shout, but finally nodded and said, of course. Yifeng said, I don't want any of us to make any mistakes, so I will live with guilt for the rest of my life. So I hope you don't make me feel guilty. Boss, don't worry. You don't know the survivability of our group of people. Yifeng nodded. The battlefield was changing rapidly. He hoped that everyone would be safe and sound. The Great Elder and the Pope could only shake their heads when they saw Yifeng leaving in anger. But they could not change the outcome of the imminent loss of this place. Forget it. Let him go. Anyway, I will definitely take him away when the time comes. If I leave first, the task of taking Yifeng will be left to you. The Pope nodded heavily and said, Don't worry. I will definitely protect Yifeng and return to Earth safely. Before the demon arrived, Yifeng and others once again fell into practice. Their cultivation time is to shorten 1 minute every minute they use it. If they can increase their cultivation level a little, they can increase their cultivation level a little. But the day finally came when the demons were approaching, and two huge demon battleships once again appeared on the battlefield outside the sky. Tens of thousands of ordinary demons appeared on the battlefield outside the sky. Junior demons, intermediate demons, and advanced demons. These three types of demons have become cannon fodder level demons. They immediately occupied the edge of the Tianwai battlefield. At the same time, the four demon marshals gathered together. This was their last warning to mankind. Human immortal cultivators, headed by the Great Elder, also appeared opposite the demon. Humanity has a Great Elder. I will give you another chance to hand over the thing we need. Otherwise we will mutate the entire Earth and search for it ourselves, said Yuan Quan, the demon marshal. The Great Elder shouted, There is nothing on Earth that you need. How many times have I told you? Please don't disturb our lives. Haha. Isn't it? But I can already feel its existence now. The demon marshal who spoke was one of the reinforcements. This guy had an unknown compass in his hand, and the pointer on the compass pointed directly at Yifeng. The Great Elder said, If you say no, then you won't. You just want to find an excuse to enslave our Earth. Haha. Since you refuse to hand it over, don't blame us for taking action. Just remember, catch that young man. Chapter 778 The Ultimate Battle 1. Following Marshal Demon's finger, everyone's eyes were fixed on Yifeng. Yifeng has no idea why the demon wants to catch him. Does he have what they need? The Great Elder said in a low voice. It seems they have noticed it. Yifeng really missed something here in a moment. You must go back to the area of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, where they can't find you. Yifeng said, Why did you let me hide in the first place? Why did the devil decide to keep me? Did you know from the beginning that it was me they were looking for? And in order to protect me, you actually risked the lives of the entire Earth. Great Elder, are you crazy? I am willing to sacrifice myself to protect everyone on the Earth. The usually peaceful Elder actually said angrily, I don't want to. What he wants is not you, but the ring in your hand. But do you know what this ring means? Yifeng said, Isn't it just a ring? Just give it to him. The Great Elder shook his head and said, It's actually as simple as you think. This ring affects the core of the entire Earth. If they take this ring away, the Earth will be destroyed. Yifeng didn't think that much at all. If it wasn't just a ring, it would be for them at worst. But Yifeng never thought that a ring would affect the entire planet. Great Elder, it's already this time. Tell me, what's going on? The Great Elder shook his head and said, You don't need to know so much. As long as you know that if you protect the ring in your hand, you will protect all of us humans. Hey, have you two discussed it? Said a demon marshal. The Great Elder shouted, If you have the ability, come and get it yourself. Okay, then we won't be polite and kill him. The Great Elder roared, Everyone, rush forward, defend the Earth, and kill the demon. The immortal cultivators and superpowers on the Earth rushed forward one after another. Although the numbers of the two sides were quite different, ordinary demons could not stop them. However, the large number of ordinary demons consumes a lot of energy of the immortal cultivators. Yifeng led their people and began to rush into the demons. The Great Elder, the Pope and others bore the brunt of the attack, and it was the demon marshal who faced them. After Yifeng saw this, he directly turned on the Xianyuan Emperor mode and rushed forward. He directly faced a demon marshal. A great war broke out like this. Chu Tianai and others are indeed well trained. These demons are like wild monsters in the game. They actually suffer heavy losses under their attacks. Even some high-end stickers are as easy to kill as ants in their eyes. The highest level shadow of their pair can be said to be like a god of death. As long as he appears, a demon leader will die. Soon they attracted the attention of a heavenly demon general. But even with the exquisite cooperation of Chu Tianai and others, the heavenly demon general could not do anything to them. But don't forget, there is more than one demon general. Originally, there were 3 heavenly demon generals on board the heavenly demon battleship. But now there are 10 heavenly demon generals, and 3 heavenly demon marshals. Chu Tianai and others attracted a large number of demon generals to besiege them. A group of immortal cultivators at the bigger realm had no chance of winning against 3 immortal cultivators at the Golden Core realm. But they still gritted their teeth and persisted. The rainy state and Celia's recovery made them a group that can fight sustainably. The Shadow's appearance frightened the demon generals so much that they did not dare to show any signs of neglect. Puff! The general who had just succeeded was about to retreat when a dagger pierced his chest from behind. The influence of possessing the Halcyon Mirror can be described as traveling through time and space. And every time it appears, it deals a major blow to the demon general. On the other side, Yi Feng faced off against a heavenly demon marshal. Although Yi Feng had not yet reached the high stage of the Golden Core realm, after using Xianyuan Emperor's skills, Yi Feng's ability was already comparable to that of the heavenly demon marshal. Marshal Tianmo was very surprised. Yi Feng's ability was not stronger than his own. But he was entangled with him, and took it by himself. The other party had no way to do anything. But the Great Elder is under pressure. The Great Elder alone restrains 2 demon marshals. And the remaining demon marshal is led by the Pope and the 2 red-clothed leaders to fight against each other. Although there is no defeat for the time being. But as time goes by, hard to say. The demon marshal who was opposite Yi Feng said, "Boy, give me the ring in your hand, and I can let you go." Yi Feng said, "Kill me if you can. Otherwise you won't get this ring. Hey, let's see how long you can hold on." This battle can be said to be very long-lasting. But it does great damage to the human race. The endless stream of primary demons and intermediate demons brought huge harm to the immortal cultivators and those with supernatural powers. The battlefield outside Tianwai is already filled with piles of demon corpses. And occasionally the corpses of some immortal cultivators or people with supernatural powers can be seen. But the demon battleships are still producing a steady stream of low-level demons. If this continues, they will be finished sooner or later. This battle has been going on all day and all night. Immortal cultivators who have reached the Enlightenment realm have begun to suffer from physical exhaustion. And immortal cultivators and people with supernatural powers have begun to suffer large casualties. Chu Tianai and others could hardly stand it anymore. Although they killed several demon generals, they also paid a heavy price. Chu Tianai and Brother Arrogant couldn't stand it all. Chu Tianai's fists were already shattered. Brother Arrogant, as a bloodthirsty berserker, had no energy to maintain his body at this moment and was lying limply on the ground. However, Yin Yu and others did not give up on the 2 of them and protected them desperately. Arrogant Brother lay on the ground and said, "You guys should leave quickly. Don't worry about me. I have enough in this life." Xiao Hei said angrily, "What are you talking about? I will not give up on you. Even if I have to carry you, I will carry you back to the earth." Xiao Hei said as he carried Brother Zhang on his back. And just as he was about to leave, a black arrow penetrated Xiao Hei's calf. Ah! Xiao Hei lowered his weight and knelt on the ground. Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei's brother Xiao Yi supported Xiao Hei. And Xiao Hei said, "It's okay. I can still find him." Xiao Hei limped. And with the support of Xiao Yi, he carried Brother Arrogant to a relatively safe place. After putting down Brother Arrogant, Xiao Hei grabbed the arrow that penetrated his calf. Pull it out hard. Puff! A stream of blood flew out directly. And Xiao Hei gritted his teeth without shouting. Xiao Hei said to the arrogant brother lying on the ground, "Brother, I will never let you go." With that said, Xiao Hei and Xioya returned to the battlefield again. Chapter 779, Enemy with the Entire Universe. Although Chu Tianya's hands were disabled on the battlefield, his feet could still be used. As a cultivator in the Bigu realm, Chu Tianya's fighting ability was still very strong. But after a day and night of high-intensity fighting, Chu Tianai and the others' fighting ability was also declining. Likewise, their combat effectiveness on the heavenly demon side is also declining. Their high-level heavenly demon commander cannot be created casually. Their advantage lies in ordinary demons. It is because of the advantages of ordinary demons that the disadvantages of the immortal cultivators become more and more obvious. After a day and night of fighting, Yi Feng's abilities are also declining. Although the strength of the demon marshal, who was facing him, was also declining. She seemed to be too much compared to Yi Feng. Not only that, although the Great Elder was still neck and neck with the two demon marshals due to his strength, the Pope and the Cardinal were not so lucky. All of them were covered in scars, and it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Looking at other ordinary immortal cultivators, they are either seriously injured, are still gritting their teeth, or are already lying on the ground motionless. Yi Feng felt very sad when he saw the scene on Chu Tianya's side. Chu Tianya's biggest advantage is his fists. And now that Chu Tianyi doesn't even have fists, how long can he last? Chu Tianyi, take your brothers and sisters back. We won't last long here. Chu Tianyi said with a bitter smile. You haven't left yet. How can we leave? You said you wouldn't leave any of us behind. And we can't leave you behind either. Boom. Chu Tianyi was distracted, and the demon general's attack followed suit. Chu Tianyi's reaction was quick. If he had both hands, he could block this blow. But he no longer had it. But he still raised his useless hands to resist this attack. Ah! In front of Yi Feng, Chu Tianyi's hands fell to the ground like chopped bamboo. Not only that, Chu Tianyi, who had completely lost his hands, was kicked away by the demon general. Puff! In the air, Chu Tianyi spit out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. He was motionless and completely passed out. Chu Tianyi! Yi Feng roared angrily. If he hadn't called Chu Tianyi, this scene might not have happened. If Chu Tianyi died because of him, then Yi Feng would never forgive himself in this life. Haha. You humans are finished. Let's see how long you can resist. Puff. This time, the dagger that emerged from the void directly cut off the head of General Content Demon. Go to H.L. The demon general, whose head was missing, didn't even finish his words, so he became a headless demon. Shadow grabbed the demon general's head and appeared, covered in blood, at the spot where the demon general had just stood. Xiao He, go and see what's wrong with Chu Tianyi. Xiao He said with red eyes. Yes, Master. Xiao He came to Chu Tianyi and first touched Chu Tianyi's neck. Fortunately, he had a weak pulse and was not dead. Upon seeing this, Xiao He quickly gave Chu Tianyi a bottle of blood-restoring potion to help Chu Tianyi catch his breath. Holding Chu Tianyi in his arms, Xiao He came to the side of Arrogant Brother. Brother Arrogant turned his head powerlessly and looked at Chu Tianyi lying next to him and said, Brother, I didn't expect that the first two to fall would be our two human shields. It's just that now Chu Tianyi doesn't have any chance to refute Brother Arrogant. And maybe he won't wake up again. All this is in Yi Feng's sight. Hey, this is just the beginning. As long as you give me the ring, nothing will happen. He didn't speak, but asked the guy in his mind. Is the Great Elder right? If the ring is given to them, will the entire earth be destroyed? Your Great Elder is right. The power of the soul contained in this ring is the soul of the earth. Do you know why this demon wants this ring? Yi Feng shook his head and asked. Why? Because they want to get my power. If they want to get my power, they have to start with this ring. As long as they study and destroy this ring, the earth will be finished this time. Of course, together with his reincarnation. That is your finish too. Yi Feng finally understood. It wasn't that Yi Feng didn't want to understand before, but she couldn't accept that she was the reincarnation of this guy. But now it seems that it has to be the case. How can you help us help the planet get through this? Hey, if I give you a few years, maybe you won't encounter this disaster. But the time is too short, and I can't help you. Yi Feng said, then enter my body, kill the guy in front of you, and reduce the pressure as a Great Elder. Of course you can. But I have to tell you something. Yi Feng asked, what's the matter? As long as you can help us, I will agree to whatever you ask me to do in the future. On the reinforcements, the Heavenly Demon Battleship. There is a terrifying existence. He is staring at you eagerly. Among the Heavenly Demons, they are one level higher than the Heavenly Demon Marshal. They are the Heavenly Demons in the out-of-body realm. Named Silverhorned Heavenly Demon. This, in the out-of-body realm. Even if Yi Feng handed his body over to him, it would be impossible to defeat the demon in the out-of-body realm. Is there really nothing we can do? The guy in the ring shook his head and said, yes. Then go to the area of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance and hide. Even the Silverhorned Heavenly Demon can't find it there. Yi Feng said sadly, is it really God who wants to destroy our Earth? Do you know the story of the crime of carrying a jade? Now because you are too weak, you can't protect this ring at all. Speaking of this, Yifeng said even more angrily, that's not the trouble you left in the universe when you were powerful. Why didn't you get rid of them completely and let them find this place? Uh-huh. Countless years have passed, and they still found this place. What can I do? No matter how powerful I am just one person in this universe. When I was hunted down by the whole universe, who could stand? Protect me from the wind and rain in front of me. No. It is precisely because of no that I kill everyone. Put all the enemies in the universe, so that they dare not approach the earth. But as time goes by, no one is allowed. They will be reckless. Just like the demons in front of you. They are the most greedy race. Yifeng asked, don't you have any partners in the universe? Uh-huh. Partner? If it weren't for that so-called partner, I would be where I am today. Yifeng could already feel the betrayal from the other party's tone. It seemed that this guy also had an unbearable past. Chapter 780. Take a strong shot. Although I don't know what you have experienced in the past, I believe in my partner. My partner once fought for me through life and death, and I went through life and death for him. But in the end, for the so-called supreme glory, he actually put me to death. If I hadn't been more careful, I might not even have this little bit of knowledge at this moment. The power of the soul is gone. Yifeng didn't know what to say. Yifeng could imagine that he and his partners once fought side by side and trusted each other. But one day his partners betrayed him. Yifeng said, come on. Help me get rid of this guy in front of me first, and I will do the rest by myself. Well, I hope you don't act out of anger, because behind you, there are still your partners. At least for now, they still are. Yifeng nodded and said, I trust them. And they also trust me. So I can't let them down. Saying that, Yifeng let go of the guy in the mind ring, and took control of his body again. Such an instant transformation prevented the demon marshal on the opposite side from reacting at all. He thought Yifeng was the same Yifeng before, whose strength was constantly declining, and scorned Yifeng's attacks. Jie, we are at the end of our rope. Let me take the ring from your hand next. However, Yifeng has changed drastically at this moment. Yifeng's eyes have become extremely sharp, like eyes that can kill everything, staring at the demon marshal. Marshal Tianma, who had despised Yifeng just now, instantly felt chills on his back under the murderous look in Yifeng's eyes. You can die, because of the problem of the immortal Yuan Jing. Yifeng is now a strong man at the peak of the nascent soul realm, facing a demon marshal. Yifeng doesn't pay attention at all. Boom! This unexpected blow made Martial Heavenly Demon retreat continuously. This huge attack power made Martial Heavenly Demon explode. But what he didn't expect even more was that another Yifeng appeared behind him as he retreated. Puff! Yifeng's palm was like a sharp blade, directly cutting open the heart of the demon marshal. An arm passed directly through the chest of Martial Heavenly Demon from behind, holding the beating heart of Martial Heavenly Demon in his hand. A cold voice sounded from behind Martial Tianma. I told you that you are dead. Martial Tianma stared blankly at the palm that penetrated his chest, and even his beating heart. Martial Tianma turned around in disbelief to look at Yifeng behind him, and said unwillingly, How could you die? Yifeng directly squeezed it hard, and the beating heart was directly crushed into blood mist. And Yifeng directly slapped the Heavenly Demon Marshal's Tianling cap with a palm, and a shining black origin bead appeared in Yifeng's hand. Yifeng's movements were all in one go, and he was completely different from the previous Yifeng. As soon as the Heavenly Demon Marshal died, the other side felt tremendous pressure. The other three Heavenly Demon Marshals were a little scared when they saw Yifeng's current strength. Although the Great Elder was confused, he knew that the current Yifeng was not the former Yifeng at all. But fortunately, the other party was a friend rather than an enemy. The Great Elder said, Go and help the Pope and the others. They can't hold on any longer. Yifeng nodded and appeared directly next to another Demon Marshal without even taking a breath. The reaction of the Demon Marshal was very fast. When Yifeng appeared, he had already exited 100 meters away. Yifeng looked at the wounded Pope and the extremely weak Cardinal. Leave this place to me. You guys need to heal your wounds quickly. Well, thank you very much. Yifeng raised his head and looked at the Demon Marshal, who was looking at him with great fear. Yifeng said, Should I do it or should you come here yourself? The other party did not speak, obviously very afraid of Yifeng. In this case, Yifeng did not say anything to the other party and rushed directly to the Great Elder to help him. With the addition of Yifeng, the pressure on the Great Elder was instantly reduced by half. Even the Great Elder felt that he was redundant. Yifeng alone was more than enough to deal with 2 demon marshals. One of these 2 demon marshals is Yuan Fei, Yuan Quan's grandfather. The strength of the 2 people can be said to be very strong. But they were completely unable to use their strength against Yifeng. The 2 of them had no power to fight back except to parry. Boom! Yifeng directly forced the 2 of them back with a punch, and whispered to the elder beside him, "Hurry up and return to the earth. We can't save it." The elder was a little excited when she saw Yifeng's strong appearance. But Yifeng's words made her feel worried again. "We will win this battle with you. Why should we run away?" Yifeng said, "Because there is another strong man in the out-of-body realm on the demon battleship." The great elder's eyes widened as he looked at the brand new demon battleship in disbelief. There was a strong man in the out-of-body realm on it. How can this be? How did you know? He used his breath to explore the battlefield again and again. If I can't feel it, it would be an insult to myself. Logically speaking, it is impossible for a strong person in the nascent soul realm to feel the hidden aura of a strong person in the out-of-body realm. The great elder looked at Yifeng and said, "Dare you ask this senior? Who are you?" Yifeng said, "It doesn't matter who I am. We will definitely lose this battle. If a strong man in the out-of-body realm attacks, I have no way to do it. I can resist it for a while at most." The great elder said, "The strong men in the out-of-body realm are indeed powerful. But Yifeng has a very powerful talent. I hope you can protect him from here." "Well, you don't need to say more about this. I will definitely protect him from here." The great elder finally let go of something and said with a relaxed expression, "In that case, I can rest assured that nothing will happen to Yifeng as long as you are here." "Great elder, what do you mean? This battlefield outside the world can no longer bear it. I can resist for a while and let all your troops retreat." The great elder shook his head and said, "What's the use of retreating? They will still attack the earth. When the war breaks out, the entire earth will not be far from destruction. So I am here to hold them off for you. Please protect Yifeng and stay away. Here, back to our alliance of immortal cultivators. Let alone the realm of transcendence. Even those in the realm of Yuanshan can't find it there." Yifeng was silent for a while and said, "Okay. But in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I want to get rid of these 3 first." The great elder nodded and said, "Okay. At least it will reduce some trouble for these juniors." The 3 demon marshals were still somewhat powerless against Yifeng and the great elder. The main pressure came from Yifeng, and the strong man in the out-of-body realm, who had been sitting on the demon battleship, was a little unable to hold back at this moment. Chapter 781 Silverhorn Demon. However, this out-of-body demon did not come out immediately. He planned to let these 3 demon marshals consume Yifeng and the great elder. But his idea seemed wrong. Yifeng knew that there was no way he could defeat the Silverhorn demon in the out-of-body realm. So facing these 3 demon marshals, Yifeng's attack power can be said to be very powerful. Especially now, when Yifeng uses Shen Yuan's sword. His attack is simply off the charts. No marshal of demons can withstand Yifeng's blow. Marshal Tianma began to suffer from injuries, and there were more and more scars on his body. After seeing this situation, the human cultivators and superpowers cheered loudly. In their opinion, as long as these 3 demon marshals are eliminated, they will win this battle. Xiao He and others looked at Yifeng's brave momentum and the appearance of the 3 demon marshals retreating steadily. He kept shouting, "Come on, boss. You can do it. We are going to win." On the contrary, Yifeng became more careful at this moment, because he had to keep an eye on the Silverhorn demon at all times. Collect the demon refining pot. A demon marshal was directly taken in by the demon refining pot in Yifeng's hand. The demon refining pot began to tremble in Yifeng's hands, and the demon marshal kept running around in the demon refining pot, trying to rush out. But how could Yifeng do what he wanted? If nothing else happened, this guy would probably be refined. The remaining 2 demon marshals had to retreat. This Yifeng was so weird that he was completely different from the previous one. Of course, Yifeng couldn't let go of the 2 demon marshals and the great elder, attacking them from the left and the right, trying to kill them. At this moment, Yifeng felt terrifying power falling from the sky. Careful! Yifeng pushed the great elder away fiercely, and the terrifying power fell from the sky and hit the spot where Yifeng and the great elder were just now. I only heard the 2 heavenly demon marshals saying respectfully, "Welcome to the Silverhorn Heavenly Demon." Not only these 2 marshals, but other stickers were also respectful. All human immortal cultivators and superpowers retreated together, and their number was now reduced by half compared to before. Yifeng said coldly, "You finally came out. The Silverhorn demon has a horn on its head. and its color is silver. So it is called the Silverhorn Demon. The Silverhorn Demon looked at Yifeng and smiled and said, I'm tired of fighting for so long. It's time to end it. Yifeng said, don't think that because you are in the out-of-body realm, I can't kill you. The last heavenly demon emperor of your heavenly demon star died in my hands. The Silverhorn Demon was shocked. The reason why they wanted to come to Earth was because the man who killed them and became the demon emperor came from here. That man was so powerful that the entire universe was his enemy. If it weren't for sneak attacks, no one would be able to kill him, even though he was seriously injured. This guy killed their heavenly demon emperor with one sword strike, turning his body into ashes. Unexpectedly, this guy actually said that he killed the previous demon emperor. Could it be that that guy is not dead yet? But he just said that his cultivation level has declined. Who are you? That guy is already dead. Yifeng laughed and said, it doesn't matter who I am. But you have to know that I will go to your demon star again. And what awaits you will be destruction. The Silverhorn Demon was a little scared. But he suddenly realized that the guy in front of him was just a cultivator in the Yuanin realm. And his cultivation level was lower than his own. The Silverhorn Demon laughed and said, despite your cultivation in the Yuanin realm, you still dare to say such nonsense. Today, I will arrest you and let you watch how your so-called planet is shattered. Ha ha. Xian Yuan sword cut. The attack launched by Yifeng represented the beginning of the general offensive. He and the Great Elder winked at the Pope and joined the battle. The strong people in the out-of-body realm are indeed powerful. Yifeng faces it alone and is still retreating. The Great Elder was also entangled by the other two demon marshals and had no way to help Yifeng. But a group of people quietly sneaked up near the two demon battleships. The battle between Yifeng and the Silverhorn Demon was really terrifying. And the aftermath of the battle could directly kill ordinary demons. Many immortal cultivators and supernatural beings even lost their lives because of this. Yifeng wanted to take the Silverhorn Demon to fight in other uninhabited areas. But the Silverhorn Demon didn't want to leave. If Yifeng retreats, the Silverhorn Demon will attack others. And Yifeng has to turn around and fight the Silverhorn Demon again. Boom! Just when the two sides were fighting fiercely, there was an earth-shattering explosion from the demon battleship. The two huge demon battleships were burning with blazing fire. Not only that, they were also accompanied by constant explosions. Boom! The fire grew bigger and bigger, and the entire demon warship was swallowed up by the fire. Seeing this situation, the Silverhorn Demon finally got angry. How dare you destroy our battleship and let us stay in this ungrateful place? I will make your life worse than death. Dang! Yifeng's Xianyuan sword made a heavy sound. And the opponent's attack was so powerful that Yifeng and the Xianyuan sword were directly penetrated into the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Yifeng's mouth. If the other party really tried his best, Yifeng would not be able to stop it. Boy! I can't stop you. If you attack me a few times at most, my soul won't be enough to control your body. Yifeng watched everything happening in front of him in his body. But he was powerless. Okay. Then it'll be up to me. Yifeng rushed forward again to prevent the most common immortal cultivators and superpowers from killing the Silverhorn Demon. You have successfully angered me, and I will no longer show mercy to you. The Silverhorn Demon said angrily. Without the heavenly demon warship, they can't leave here. Without the heavenly demon warship, they can't contact the heavenly demon star at all. So they can only stay here forever, and can only wait for the heavenly demon star to come here again. But it would be very difficult for the people from the demon star to come here, because it took several years from concubine Yuan asking for help to the arrival of their reinforcements. Not to mention that without any help, they, the demon star, would notice this side. There is also a more important problem. That is, not many people know that they have come here to take action. So unless they don't go back for a long time, they will not be able to discover the situation here. And they will even forget it. So this is also the reason why the Silverhorn Demon is angry. The anger of the Silverhorn Demon is indeed not something that ordinary people can bear. Not even Yifeng. Under the attack of the angry Silverhorn Demon, there were a large number of casualties. Chapter 782. I'll rely on you from now on. The Great Elder came to Yifeng and said, your aura is extremely unstable. Are you about to lose it? After all, you are a strong man in the out-of-body realm. Yifeng nodded and said, well, I can't hold it anymore. The remaining people must go back quickly. The Great Elder nodded and said, okay, I understand. The Great Elder used his spiritual energy to spread throughout his body on the entire outer battlefield. We can't hold on to this outer battlefield. Those who can return to Earth must return. Those who don't want to retreat Fight to the death with me. If you don't retreat, you will die. If you retreat. If you don't retreat, you will die. I will fight to the end with the Great Elder. That's right. Fight to the bitter end. Boom. Yi Feng was penetrated to the ground again. This time Yi Feng was extremely unstable. The silver-horned demon laughed wantonly and said, "We'll fight to the end. I'll see how many of you there are for me to kill." Yi Feng, who was lying in the deep pit, was directly changed to himself this time. Because the guy returned directly to the ring at the time of the impact. He just said one sentence, "Return to Earth. We still have hope." Even after saying this, he made no move. And it was obvious that he had fallen into a deep sleep. Yi Feng stood up holding his deformed chest. 5 or 6 of his ribs were broken. If it weren't for him being an immortal cultivator, he might not even be able to stand up now. The Great Elder had already sensed Yi Feng's return. He defeated the 2 demon marshals with one blow, and then fell to Yi Feng's side and asked, "How is it? Can you still leave?" Yi Feng nodded and said, "It's not bad. But the combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced." The Great Elder patted Yi Feng on the shoulder very firmly and said, "They will not be able to return to their battleships for a while. And they will not be rescued. As long as you practice well, you will one day be able to kill these demons." Yi Feng grabbed the Elder's hand and said, "No. I want to fight to the end with you." The Great Elder was angry at Yi Feng for the first time and said, "Why can't you distinguish the seriousness of the matter? Now is not the time for you to fool around. Take your people back to the Earth and turn on the virtual reality conversion function of the fantasy world. This way our losses can be minimized." Yi Feng didn't want to leave. But at this time, Yin Yu and others had already arrived at Yi Feng's side. The Great Elder said, "Take him away and return to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance to recover from his injuries. When you are strong enough, come out to avenge us." Yin Yu nodded with a blushing face and said, "I will do it, Great Elder. And we will definitely protect Yi Feng. But what about you, Great Elder?" The Great Elder chuckled and said calmly, "We are all old. But you young people have made some contributions to our world." Yi Feng shouted loudly, "I won't leave. I want to stay here and die with the devil." At this moment, a sharp shout shouted, "Be careful. Holy Light Judgment." An attack from the silver-horned demon was directed at Yi Feng and the others. But at this time, someone stepped forward. This man was the gentle Pope. He rushed in front of everyone, turned back to Yi Feng and others and said with a smile, "I'll leave it to you from now on." How could the Pope be the opponent of the silver-horned demon? The Pope's attack was vulnerable to the attack of the silver-horned demon. But the box office turned around and used his body and a special skill to shine forward. The silver-horned devil's attack did not reach any of Yi Feng or the others at all. But it penetrated the Pope's body. The Pope turned into blood mist without even saying a word and disappeared in front of everyone. Yi Feng shouted heartbreakingly, "No!" The Great Elder's eyes were already wet. The Pope was his lifelong friend. But he didn't expect to be sacrificed in front of him like this. "Let's go quickly. Take Yi Feng with you." "No, I'm not leaving. Let's go!" the Great Elder shouted. Next, Yi Feng was carried away by the crowd. Yi Feng looked back at the Great Elder with responsibility. He knew that this was the last time he would see the Great Elder. And there would be no next time. No, there would be no next time. The Great Elder looked at Yi Feng. After being sent back to Earth by the people around him, he could finally feel at ease. All of them are here. Kill these demon bastards. Even if they die, they will have to pay a heavy price. Yes, kill. Of course, this time it was not just Yi Feng who left the Tianwai battlefield, but also dozens of immortal cultivators and supernatural beings. They had already had missions on their shoulders, and they could not sacrifice themselves on this Tianwai battlefield. But the remaining hundreds of immortal cultivators and supernatural beings can only stay here forever. The few hundred immortal cultivators and supernatural beings who remained gritted their teeth and fought for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, only one person stood up, and that was the Great Elder on this outer battlefield. All the human corpses were piled around him. But the Great Elder still did not give up, because behind him is the passage to Earth. "Ha ha, you are the only one left now. Get out of here," the Great Elder said with a sneer. "Even if I am alone, I will not let you advance even half a step. If this teleportation array can be destroyed," the Great Elder really doesn't mind destroying this teleportation array. But this teleportation array is really not something that the Great Elder can destroy. So he could only fight until the last moment. "Since you are so ignorant, then go to H.L." The Silverhorn Demon took action personally. No one around him could withstand the Great Elder's attack. Only he himself could. 2 of the 4 demon marshals have died, and 2 were seriously injured. If you want to deal with this Great Elder, you have to take action yourself. Looking at the approaching Silverhorn Devil, the Great Elder not only did not panic, but actually laughed. The Silverhorn Demon looked at the Great Elder's terrifying smile and panicked a little. Just as he was about to retreat, he found that the Great Elder had somehow come up behind him and hugged him tightly. Go to H.L. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion rang out on the outer battlefield. The aftermath of the explosion killed countless junior and intermediate demons, and even the high-level demons were not spared. Ahem! At the center of the Great Elder's self-exposure, a coughing sound sounded, and the Silverhorn Demon walked out with heavy injuries. Although he did not kill her, he was seriously injured. The Silverhorn Demon said angrily, "Enter the teleportation array and kill me." Yes! Countless primary demons poured into the teleportation array. After the Silverhorn Demon issued the order, he immediately began to practice. He did not expect that the immortal cultivators on this earth would reveal themselves to be so powerful. If he hadn't had life-saving armor, he might have died without a burial place. Chapter 783 Accidental Collision. Although Yi Feng was emotionally unstable just after arriving on Earth, under the persuasion of Yen Yu and Zisu, Yi Feng's emotions gradually became stable. Boss, we have to find a place. Chu Tianai and Brother Arrogant are almost out of it. Not only were the 2 of them almost exhausted, but the others were almost exhausted at this moment. Seeing the current situation, Yi Feng felt that if he was more stubborn, he might drag them down. Okay, let's go back to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance first. Everyone nodded. But everyone is injured, and their first priority is to heal. As for other tasks, they have been handled by other Immortal Cultivators. In less than an hour, Yi Feng and the others arrived at the base of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Moreover, Yi Feng had been in contact for 5 days, and Wu Tian already knew the news about the Tianwai battlefield at this time. Although they didn't know that the Great Elder was temporarily on the outer battlefield at this time, they already knew that it was now a critical moment for human life and death. Both the Immortal Cultivators and the human army have already launched operations at this time. Wu Tian said, "Hurry up and turn on the virtual reality conversion system. Otherwise we humans will not be able to stop it." Yi Feng nodded and said, "I can. I just don't know how to open it." "If you don't know, you have to try. We have been preparing for so long, just waiting for this moment. We are not lambs to be slaughtered. So please Yi Feng, you must take action." After Yi Feng nodded and hung up the phone with Wu Tian, Yi Feng wanted to enter the game. However, Yi Feng was still injured, with 4 or 5 ribs broken. But Yi Feng still did not delay his work because of this injury. Yi Feng took out a bottle of blood-restoring potion from his backpack, poured it directly in front of his chest, and then drank several more bottles of blood-restoring potion before officially entering the game. Just after entering the game, Yi Feng received a questioning question from Outyan. "Yi Feng, why did it take you so long to leave?" "Fortunately, the national war system has not been turned on. Otherwise we will definitely lose." Yi Feng said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. It doesn't matter whether the national war system is turned on or not. Now is the time when the life and death of our planet is at stake." Outyan had no idea what Yi Feng was talking about. Outyan asked, "What happened to you? How could there be a life and death situation on this Earth?" "According to scientists, this Earth can survive for billions of years." Yi Feng said, "It's a long story." "Then just tell me briefly what happened." "To put it simply, there are aliens invading our Earth. It is estimated that the entire Earth will fall in a few days." "What? Yi Feng, don't be kidding me. Aliens are going to invade the Earth. This is not a science fiction movie." Yi Feng said, "You will know what I said soon. Now I have very important things to do. Then your abilities in the game can be used in reality." "Wait a minute. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all that the abilities in the game can be used in reality. Have you been away from the game for a while, and your mind is a little confused?" Yi Feng knew how ordinary people could accept such a thing. But when the real disaster struck, it would be too late. Yi Feng cut off Ao Tian's conversation, never accepted anyone's voice again, and came to his own territory. If you want to open the virtual reality conversion system, you must open the door to the God's continent. Yi Feng took out the fairy lock from his backpack and pointed it at the door of God's continent. But there was no response. Yi Feng frowned, stared at his ring and said, "Aren't you the core of this game? I want to open the God's continent. Please open it for me." But still no response. Yi Feng clenched his fist and smashed it on the ground, hoping that the ring would react. Hurry up and move. I don't have that much time to spend with you. I have almost met all the conditions you want. But if you don't open the level, how can I fulfill your requirements? Open it for me quickly. Open it. Yifeng screamed loudly in the territory. But other players saw it, and thought Yifeng had gone crazy. I haven't seen Yifeng for so long. And I didn't expect that Yifeng would go crazy here when he came online. Could it be that Yifeng was hit by something in reality? It's a pity that no matter how Yifeng beats him, it has no effect. What should we do? We don't have much time left. Yifeng stood there, not knowing what to do. Yifeng had been away for so long. After Oyezi felt Yifeng's return, he just wanted to look for Yifeng, but saw Yifeng's crazy look. Yifeng. Boy. What's wrong with you? You finally came back. Why are you so crazy? Yifeng said with a wry smile. I want to open the door to God's continent. But I can't. Oyezi frowned and asked. How can you open it before the time comes? Yifeng stretched out his right hand, pointed at the ring in his hand and said, he didn't give me the order. If he gave the order, I can open the door to God's continent immediately. A ring? What's so special about this ring? Yifeng said, this ring is what controls your world. It is the core of your world. Oyezi was shocked. He never thought that this ordinary ring in Yifeng's hand could be the thing that controlled their world. Oyezi grabbed Yifeng's hand and wanted to see the ring up close. But just when Oyezi touched the ring, an accident happened. When Oyezi's hand touched the ring emitted a strong light. A thunderous voice came. Do you want to open the door to God's continent? Yifeng and Oyezi were shocked. What's going on? Why did such a prompt sound appear when Oyezi touched it? But Yifeng couldn't wait any longer and immediately chose yes. Boom! The door to God's continent is about to open. All players please be prepared. The system prompt that suddenly appeared made the ordinary players a little excited. After all, this game has been established for several months. And finally there is a new event. What exactly is this God's continent? But what awaited them was a wonderful feeling. They couldn't feel the God's continent, but they felt that their bodies were filled with energy. At this moment Wutian found Yifeng and said with excitement, you succeeded. Successfully started the virtual reality transformation. And everyone will become immortal cultivators. Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He didn't expect that opening the door to God's continent would require the help of NPCs. Chapter 784 The Final Battle. That's good. Let's announce it quickly. When the devil comes, I hope all players can do their part. Okay. I'll spread the word right away. Ouyang beside Yifeng could no longer imagine that he had to open the door to the God's continent by himself. Oyezi said, now that the door has been opened, how about we go to the God's continent? Yifeng nodded and said, okay. Let's go! Yifeng also wants to know, is there really anything different in the God's continent? If it does, maybe we can actually find a way to save the Earth. Yifeng jumped up, only to find that he could actually use the power from the outside world in the game now. He seemed to have a feeling that he could crush this Oyezi to death. Yifeng flew towards the continent of gods. Oyezi behind him tried his best to keep up, but found that the gap between him and Yifeng seemed to be a bit big. Oyezi had to shout, wait for me. Just as Oyezi finished speaking, a loud voice came from behind him. There are still us. It seems that after the door to China continent was opened, all the high-level NPCs got the news. So they have already arrived. Yifeng said, okay. Let's go together to see what is different about this God's continent. When Yifeng entered the God's continent, he discovered what was the difference between this place and the continent he was on. It doesn't seem to make any difference. The place where they appeared was where Yifeng had just entered. But there was no Yifeng's territory here. Yifeng asked doubtfully, is this a mirror continent? Why is it exactly the same as the continent we were on before? Oyezi said, it is indeed the same. But the things here are completely different from the things over there. And at this moment, a voice came, shouting, Xiao Xiao from the lower realm dares to come to God's continent. Go back. As he said this, a team appeared in front of Yifeng and others. The levels of these guys were all above level 90. And they were as powerful as Oyezi. No wonder the continent here is completely different from the other side. There is such a huge gap in strength. Yifeng asked, who are you? Go away. This is the last word we say to you. Otherwise we will go on a killing spree. This is not a place where you, the next generation, can come. Yifeng waved his hand. And now his power was different. Yifeng directly used the power of the dark magician. and the explosion of earth flames appeared directly at the feet of the group of people. Boom! Those guys didn't even know what happened and were killed directly. All the NPCs looked at Yifeng in surprise. The power Yifeng showed was really terrifying. Originally they thought it was a fierce battle. But now it seems that Yifeng is the most terrifying. Yifeng said, "Let's go and find the antidote to save the ancient master. I also need to go see the demon clan." Good. The heavenly demon clan is also very powerful in the gods' continent. But Yifeng's arrival has brought substantial harm to them. Yifeng doesn't know why the heavenly demon appears in the gods' continent. And he doesn't know why there are heavenly demons in this game. Clan? But showed no mercy to the demon Yifeng. He just turned his hand into clouds, and turned his hand into rain, directly wiping out all the demon clan. After finding the antidote to save Master Gu, Yifeng directly quit the game. And the next step was up to them. When Yifeng exited the game, he found that Celia was healing himself. As a priest, it was her nature to treat injuries. And he was also the least injured among the group. Chu Tianai was indeed the most seriously injured. Yifeng thought of this and said, "Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Go take care of Chu Tianai and Brother Arrogant." Celia said, "Don't worry. Everyone is fine. It's just that Chu Tianai is too seriously injured. I'm afraid he won't be able to wake up for a while. Brother Arrogant's injury is not bad. But he still needs to rest for a few days." Yifeng nodded, took out the immortal Yuan Jing and said, "This thing can not only improve our cultivation, but also repair our injuries. We must speed up the recovery of our injuries, and wait for the arrival of this demon." After absorbing the energy of the immortal Yuan Jing, Yifeng's injuries slowly improved. And a series of changes occurred with the outside world. All governments have announced that aliens are going to attack the Earth. And everyone who has done bad things can use the skills in the game. For a time, everyone was adapting to the benefits that the fantasy world's ability brought to them. At this time, Altian, who had gone offline, finally understood what Yifeng said. It turns out that Yifeng did not lie to himself. The entire Earth has launched a defensive posture, and Altian is also adapting to the things that give him energy from the fantasy world. "Dad, are there really aliens invading us?" the nice daughter asked innocently. In his opinion, these may be things that can only appear in science fiction movies. Altian knelt down, stroked his daughter's hair and said, "Whether it's true or not, I will definitely protect you too. Well, my dad is a great hero." After everything was arranged, the entire Earth fell into a state of panic. After all, aliens have invaded the Earth, and they are obviously aggressive. Otherwise, why would governments around the world be preparing? Of course, there is also some optimism, thinking that it is impossible for them to attack the Earth. At most, they just want to take a look. Time passed little by little, and the injuries of Yifeng and others were slowly improving. But when the Great Elder died, the demon finally appeared on the Earth. A large number of low-level demons began to shuttle through various cities, and players with abilities brought out in the fantasy world began to form teams to kill the demons. Of course, due to advance notice, many ordinary people have been relocated to a relatively safe place. Of course, this is also relative. If mankind is defeated, I am afraid they will not be spared. For a time, the entire Earth began a mighty battle. As if they were in a fantasy world, they kept killing low-level demons, ultimate demons, and high-level demons. But fighting is risky. In the game, you can be resurrected even if you die after fighting. But in reality, your death is the real death. When human players died, many players finally panicked. At this moment, a voice came from the Huaxia region. This person is Altian, who has gathered the top alliances in the Chinese region in the fantasy world. All the Jagged Alliance players began to gather, and signs of player gatherings began to appear in various regions one after another. The players started a life and death struggle with the demon. The originally peaceful Earth is now in ruins. They continue to kill the demons every day, but they find that these demons seem to have no end, and there will be more demons after killing them. Chapter 785: A Different Real World. Since Marshal Tianma and Silverhorn Demon were both seriously injured, they did not come to the Earth immediately, but practiced in the outer battlefield, and on the demon battleship. They looked for some things that could be used to recover their injuries, so they would not come to Earth for the time being, which gave Yifeng and the others some breathing space. Fortunately, in that battle, all the demon generals were killed, but the demon commander posed a huge threat to humans on Earth. At this time, all the reclusive masters on the Earth were dispatched. But even if they were dispatched, they were still no match for the demon. On the Earth, People are being slaughtered by demons all the time. But equally, there are people killing demons all the time. Although the number of ordinary demons is large. After the large-scale battles in the past few days, the number of ordinary demons has begun to decrease. After all, without the ability to manufacture heavenly demon worships, the number of ordinary heavenly demons has begun to decrease. On the other hand, human players became familiar with them after coming into contact with the demons. They suffered heavy losses in the beginning, but now they have figured out the various attributes of the demon. In various safe areas, you can often hear some players initiating team formation. And the government also issues missions to kill the demons. The entire Earth suddenly entered an extremely primitive state. Many weapons are of no use to demons, unless the demons in a large area can use missiles. For individual ordinary demons, bullets cannot penetrate their bodies at all. Therefore, guns are of no use at all in this era. So in this fantasy world, all the skills of people are the most perfect, in order to allow more people to defend the Earth. The rings that enter the fantasy world are distributed free of charge. After entering, they worked hard to level up, and most of the skills they learned did not come out until they reached a certain level. Another player with fighting ability appears, but such a battle makes some ordinary civilians live in fear. Especially those rural areas that already live in mountain villages are already dilapidated. Although people living in the city are protected, they are always on guard against sneak attacks by demons. Time passed day by day. The players on the Earth began to change, and the rules of survival on the Earth also changed. It's not because you have money that you can get food. You have to have the ability to protect it. While demons and humans have entered a relatively peaceful period, huge changes have taken place within humans. Soon a group of greedy humans began to breed among the crowd. They felt that since they had power, they should receive better rewards. Although this is a very rare phenomenon, it is because this very rare phenomenon makes the already fearful people even more uneasy. After a month of fighting, all the members who participated in the fighting have been well trained. The iron-blooded alliance headed by Alkian began to gather in the country. Although in reality, many people did not obey orders, there were still many people who obeyed the arrangements. Especially this group of guys with the Dragon Soul Legion as the unit. They are well trained and have become the defenders of the city. Acting President, the government has issued another mission today. There is a high-level demon raging in the south of the city, and we need our iron-blooded alliance to deal with it. This acting president is none other than Alkian. At this moment, Alkian is much more haggard than a month ago. If it hadn't been for his reaction and quick gathering of most of the members of the Glory Guild, I'm afraid they, a city dweller, wouldn't be where they are today. Alkian said, I know. Let's post the mission and see who is willing to go over and kill him. Yes. Alkian cannot leave the safe zone for a moment now. Not only the government, but also these ordinary people. The only reliance now is Alkian. Alkian now controls thousands of capable players, all of whom were die-hard players of the previous Glory Guild. Alkian rubbed his head and dialed a number. Is this Mr. Wution? I only heard a tired voice coming from the other end of the phone saying, It's me. What's going on over there now? The situation is fine so far. No large-scale demon attack has been detected. Where are you? Have you contacted Yifeng? Wution shook his head and said, I haven't contacted him yet, but I can confirm where he is. But I can't get through it all now. It would be nice to be sure. Can he really save us? Wution said, of course. He is the only one in China who has that ability. Okay. I believe him. And I will definitely guard him until he comes back. Well, you must believe him. Nowadays, there are not many people who can use the phone to talk. Other people's phones are completely useless. The telecommunications equipment has been destroyed long ago. The only people who can use the phone are those who have satellite phones. Yifeng. Yifeng. Where are you? There are so many people taking orders from you in the game. I think there should be one person who can lead this group of people in reality. Please show up quickly. I'm so tired. Alkian murmured in a low voice. And a little girl walked up to him and said, Dad, what's wrong with you? Have you contacted Brother Chu Tianai? Alkian's daughter. Her idol is Chu Tianai. So she always expected that Chu Tianai would come to save her. Alkian stroked his daughter's little head and said, Don't worry. He will definitely come. And Yifeng will also show up. Humph. These hateful aliens. If Brother Chu Tianai were here, he would definitely beat them to pieces. Yeah. Go to Mom's place. Although Chu Tianai protected his daughter, his wife, he was unable to protect his parents. In this battle, his parents had already died. Not only that, Many elderly people had died in a battle. If the transfer is too slow or the safe area is breached. These are great tests that humans must face. Whether it's Outyan or Wutian, they all face the same problem. On the outer battlefield, the Silverhorn demon is still recovering. But today he woke up. Have you found it? Dear Lord Silverhorn demon, I haven't discovered the Yifeng yet. The Silverhorn demon is not angry. Yifeng is already a turtle in the urn. When his injuries are almost healed, he will dig out 3 feet of the ground to find Yifeng. Well, let's get down. Yes, sir. The Silverhorn demon closed his eyes again and began to slowly recover. Yifeng and others, who were hiding in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, finally managed to heal their injuries and stabilize their cultivation after a month. Today Yifeng came to Chu Tianya's side. This was the 7th consecutive day that Yifeng came to Chu Tianya's side to heal his injuries. Yifeng had helped Chu Tianyi connect his arms. But Chu Tianyi was injured too seriously, and there was still no sign of waking up. However, Yifeng did not give up on her, and still came to help him heal every day. As usual, Yifeng once again input his spiritual energy into Chu Tianya's body. What Yifeng has to do every day is to help Chu Tianyi recover his meridians. During this battle, Chu Tianya's meridians all over his body were severely damaged, and it was very difficult to repair them. But fortunately, Yifeng's cultivation level is not weak, and he is now at the advanced level of the Golden Core realm. Chu Tianya's meridians have recovered half of their body, and they should be fully recovered in about a week. Chapter 786 You Are My Brother. When Yifeng was healing Chu Tianya's body suddenly shook. Yifeng quickly stopped what he was doing and said, Chu Tianyi, are you awake? Chu Tianyi slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw Yifeng clearly, he finally showed a smile. I thought I was dead. I didn't expect to see you again. Yifeng said, what are you talking about? We are brothers. I said I will not give up on any of you. Ahem. Yifeng heard Chu Tianyi coughing and said quickly, you have just woken up. So don't talk too much and rest in peace. Yesterday, he shook his head and said, am I a burden to you? Asshole. How could you be a burden to us? You are our brother. It was you who stood in front of us and protected everyone from the wind and rain. It was you who protected Yanyu and the others. Haha. But I'm a useless person now. So what's the use? Yifeng shook his head and said, no. As long as I help you connect all the meridians in your body, you will be exactly the same as before. Or even stronger. Chu Tianyi said with a bitter smile, half of the meridians in my body are broken. How can I possibly reconnect them? Yifeng said, I connected all the meridians you have arranged. Do you think you can preserve so many meridians? In fact, all your meridians have been severed long ago. I have been helping you to connect them these days. Chu Tianyi was a little stunned. He didn't expect that half of his meridians were connected by Yifeng for him. Then I thank you very much. I don't know what is going on in the outside world right now. How are the great elders and the others doing? Speaking of the great elder, Yifeng fell silent. Seeing Yifeng's silent expression, Chu Tianyi had already thought of the worst outcome. Yifeng, I know that the great elder is good to us, but he died for us as a whole human race. We should continue his legacy and protect the entire earth. Right? Yifeng nodded with red eyes and said, well, you are right. That's why I need your help. Chu Tianyi said, okay. I will get better as soon as possible and become your assistant. Well, it's a mess outside now. The devil has come to the earth. Fortunately, I have turned on all the virtual reality conversion systems. But too many people have still died. Chu Tianyi moved his mouth, wanting to say something. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. Yifeng said, I know what you want to ask. You want to ask about your family's situation. Right? I don't know very well. But I have already prepared the worst in my heart. You should also be mentally prepared. Chu Tianyi sighed and said, I have already prepared for the worst. But I didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Yifeng nodded and said, I hope our parents are well. Come on. Continue to help me connect my tendons. I want to recover as soon as possible. I can't lie here anymore. Good. In the following time, Yifeng was still helping Chu Tianyi recover, and his condition was getting better day by day. On this day, Brother Arrogant came to Yifeng. What's wrong? Yifeng asked. Arrogant Brother said, I want to go out and go back to my hometown to have a look. Yifeng nodded and said, of course. With your strength. As long as you don't encounter a large-scale demon, there should be no problem. Well, then boss, I will leave now. and I will come back again. Yifeng said, well, as for the others, if you want to go back first. Maybe you can protect your families. Okay, I'll go talk to them. Soon Ling Shui, Xiao Heixia, and Ning all came to say goodbye to Yifeng. Xiaoya and Yu Mingming also wanted to leave, but they couldn't leave at all due to their strength. They were not fighting immortal cultivators, so they couldn't get out at all. With 5 people gone, the Immortal Cultivator Alliance has lost half of its members. A week later, several forces suddenly became stronger, and these people were exactly the group of people around Yifeng. They gathered the power of their own cities, and began to encircle and suppress the surrounding demons. The most important thing was that these demons were no match for them at all. Not even the demon commanders. This news soon reached the ears of Wu Tian and various leaders. After receiving the news yesterday, I finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Yifeng's people finally took action. But there are too many people they have to protect, and they cannot join together at all. They can only form a strong force in their respective fields. Did you hear that someone from our president has appeared? I heard it. And each of them is very powerful. When the demons see them, they all run around. It is said that they were seriously injured in the bloody battle with the devil in the outer battlefield. Now they have rested for a while, and are finally back. No. But why hasn't President Yifeng appeared yet? As long as he appears, I believe the devil will not be a problem. Perhaps he was seriously injured on the outer battlefield, and is still recovering. We finally see hope of victory. These demons must be eradicated as soon as possible. Otherwise we will not be able to live at all, and will be in fear every day. That's right. I hope President Yifeng will appear soon and lead us to victory. Aotian also let out a long sigh of relief after hearing the names of Brother Xiaohei and others. But Yifeng, his 2 girlfriends, and Chu Tianai, whom his daughter was always talking about, were nowhere to be seen. In Aotian's opinion, Brother Arrogance has appeared. So why is Chu Tianai still nowhere to be seen? Is there really an accident? The next day, Aotian finally contacted Ying, and finally obtained new information from Ying. He was relieved to know that Yifeng and Chu Tian were also recovering. You are finally back. Ying said, yes. It's a pity that we still haven't protected the earth. It's not your fault. I believe that the demon has a plan to attack the earth. I just don't know how many demons there are. In just this month, I am too tired to do anything. Ying comforted him, hold on. On the outer battlefield. Do you know how many people died of exhaustion there? We just escaped from there. I can imagine how terrifying the battlefield outside the sky is. And I can also imagine how huge the demon battleship is, and how big it can be to hold so many low-level demons. But I can't imagine whether we humans can withstand the battle that follows. Ying said, don't worry. We will definitely win. Since Marshal Tianma and Silverhorn Demon have not appeared, it proves that we still have a glimmer of hope. Aotian shook his head. He already knew how terrifying the Demon Marshal and the Silverhorn Demon were, because when the Demon Commander comes to attack them, they will all pay a heavy price. Not to mention the higher level demons. I can hold on until the last minute. I hope Yifeng can come back soon. Chapter 787 Aotian's situation. Now Chu Tianai can get out of bed and walk, and begins to grasp things with his hands. It's just that it's ugly and a bit slow at the moment, and it doesn't have enough strength at all to even lift a bucket of water. However, Chu Tianai did not give up. His injuries had been healed by Yifeng, but his hands could not immediately give him the same strength as before. So Chu Tianai keeps exercising every day in order to give Yifeng the greatest help. Yifeng is also practicing desperately. His goal is to reach the realm of Yuanying. If he does not reach the realm of Yuanying, Yifeng will not come out. Because as long as he does not reach the realm of Yuanying, Yifeng has no capital to fight against the Silverhorn Demon. Only when he reaches the realm of Yuanying, Yifeng has a glimmer of hope. But now Yifeng and the others have no hope, and if they go out, they will die. Now people in the outside world can only rely on themselves, and leave it to fate whether they live or die. Yanyu and Zisu accompany Yifeng every day, but they do not rob Yifeng of his resources, but let Yifeng enjoy this piece of fairy Yuanjing alone. Yifeng tried his best to absorb the spiritual energy in this immortal crystal. For Yifeng, there is no bottleneck for him to break through. He only needs the spiritual energy in his body to reach a certain level, and it will automatically upgrade. So what Yifeng has to do is absorb all the aura of the fairy Yuanjing to increase his realm. On this day, Yifeng was still practicing in seclusion, and Chu Tianya's fists had almost recovered. After nearly half a month of practice, Chu Tianya's fists had now reached the same level of strength as before. And it won't be long before Chu Tianai believes that his fists will be even more powerful than before. Chu Tianai. How are you feeling now? Yin Yu asked. Chu Tianai said, both strength and physique have increased. That's good. Now Altian has encountered some troubles. I don't think there is anyone here except you who can do this job. In the city where Altian was located, there were not many people to protect him. It was precisely because there were not many people to protect that the high-level immortal cultivators did not go to him to help him at all. Therefore, Altian and the others are being attacked from both sides. If they do not receive reinforcements for a long time, it is very likely that they will be wiped out and die there. Chu Tianai said, okay. I understand. Send me the geographical location of Altian, and I will go there right away. Good. Yin Yu pointed out that several girls were responsible for contacting the outside world, while Yifeng and Chu Tianai were responsible for practicing. Now that Chu Tianai's injuries have basically recovered, it's time for him to take action. After getting the exact address, Chu Tianai was ready to set off. But before setting off, he asked about Yifeng's situation. How is the boss's situation now? How long will it take for him to be promoted? Yin Yu sighed and shook her head and said, it becomes more and more difficult to practice in the later stages. So I won't be able to get out for a while. And I can only rely on you outside. Chu Tianai nodded and said, okay. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we should not give up. Then I will leave first. Go ahead. They'll ask you to do it the day after tomorrow. Altian quickly left the Immortal Cultivator Alliance and walked towards the location announced to him by Yin Yu. As a strong man in the bigger realm, Altian's speed can be said to be quite fast. Even airplanes may not be as fast as him. The city where Altian and the others are located is experiencing a huge disaster at the moment. Without the help of senior Immortal Cultivators here, their group of players was almost exhausted from exhaustion. But they couldn't kill all the demons in front of them, especially the demon leader. The high-level demons made them suffer unspeakably. And the demons in the barrel were even more incredible. They were simply not something they could deal with. Altian took the remaining 100 or so players and struggled to support themselves outside the safe zone. Behind them were their families, friends, and even ordinary people who had no relationship with them. What should President Altian do now? The demon commander is too terrifying. We can't defeat him. Altian said, use the city walls and buildings as cover to kill the low-level demons and high-level demons first. We must wait for reinforcements to arrive. President Altian, please don't lie to us. Where are the reinforcements? We originally had more than 10,000 people. And there were thousands of players with special powers. But now look at us. There are only more than 100 people left. Behind us there are thousands of ordinary people without any strength. And those so-called advanced immortal cultivators will not help us at all. Because there are too few of us here. And they have given up on us. When a player said this, his face was filled with hatred and disappointment. How could Altian not understand? But he kept gritting his teeth and persisted, watching his partners fall down beside him one by one. The last words were still ringing in her ears. President, protect my family for me. Because of this sentence, Altian shouldered the responsibility of protecting the entire area. He has led battles large and small. During these 2 months of fighting, Altian cried, complained, and cursed. But after calming down, Altian understood that all this was what he would have to face every day in the future. He must face that the brothers, who are still with him today, may have died under the claws of the devil tomorrow. Although the more than 100 players around him are still dissatisfied. You can imagine the feeling of being given up. Altian said, delay as long as possible. I believe someone will come to pick us up. Are you willing to see your family members behind you being killed by the devil? One player cried, I don't want to. But what can I do if I don't want to? How can we defeat this demon commander? Altian roared, I have never fought before. How do I know that I can't beat it? More than 100 people can't beat a big boss. We have been holding on for more than 2 months. Can't we hold on longer? I have contacted if we go to President Yifeng and others. Someone will come to support us soon. They were already numb to the word Yifeng. Everyone around Yifeng appeared. But only Yifeng and a few people were missing. They were all protecting various areas, and could not tell who they were from to protect them. They know that Altian is comforting them. And they can only rely on that illusory support. Maybe if he persists for a while, someone might come to support him. Or he might be able to kill those demons. Under Altian's arrangement, everyone divided their labors and began to attack the surrounding demons. But this time, the demons seemed to have an obvious plan. And they were no longer willing to waste time here. As soon as they got out, they were blocked and a fierce fight broke out. Altian directed the crowd to launch a counterattack. Ordinary low-level films don't do much harm to them. But high-level films do bring them major trouble. And the demon commander behind them is the biggest threat to Alkian and others. Chapter 788. Even if it appears. All the people hiding in the safe area were watching the fighting outside. They are constantly raising and lowering their children. And their husbands can survive this battle. They have seen too many relatives who are only in front of them. If these relatives had not tried their best, they would not have been able to hide safely until today. But the attack launched by the demons today was extremely fierce. And Alkian and the others were unable to stand it from the beginning. In less than 10 minutes, someone was lying down. They were the warriors at the front. They used their bodies to block the pace of the demons. But the powerful demon cannot be resisted by their physical bodies. As long as the treatment behind them fails to keep up, the soldiers in front can only struggle to support themselves. In the end, he was even slapped into slime by the opponent's demon. This is a very common scene. When someone died, someone cried. There was a lot of crying in the safety zone, including old people and children. Alkian knew that today they would be here no matter what. And the other party obviously had no intention of continuing to spend time here. Alkian shouted at the top of his lungs, even if I die, I still have someone to support me. Come on! Although everyone is afraid of death. In this case, even if you are afraid of death, you have to go. Because if you don't go, you will die. And if you go, there may be a glimmer of hope. Alkian and the others let out one last roar and rushed forward. Unfortunately, there was a huge gap in strength between the two sides. And the demon commander finally took action. Boom! Ah! A large number of players were knocked away, killed and injured. After Alkian was also knocked away, he was hit in the foot by a boulder. The pain made Alkian yell. Alkian blushed and looked back at his wife and daughter in the safe zone. This was probably the last time he would see them in his life. Alkian's wife desperately pulled her daughter. The little guy cried desperately and wanted to run out, but was held back by her mother. The safe zone is a safety circle brought out by players from the game, which can withstand a burst of damage. The demon commander walked towards Alkian step by step. The 3-meter-tall body looked like a giant in front of Alkian, who was lying on the ground. I heard that you are the leader here. As long as I kill you, they will be in pieces. Said that the demon commander slowly raised his foot and wanted to trample Alkian to death. Those players who were not injured yet, after seeing this situation, they desperately attacked the demon commander and shouted, Guild Master, run quickly! Hurry! But the attacks of ordinary players are not as good as scratching the itch for the demon commander. Whether it is bows, arrows or magic, they all fall outside the demon commander's skin. Alkian shouted, leave me alone. Go back to the safe area. Hurry! Go! Alkian would definitely not be able to escape if his foot was hit by a boulder. I asked them to hide in a safe area, and maybe there would be a glimmer of hope. Hey, no one can leave. I'll give you a ride first. The huge foot suddenly fell down, and Alkian closed his eyes. He had no regrets in this life. He used all his strength to protect the people he should protect. Beast, my brother, you dare to seek death. Boom! A sound like thunder rang out, and the demon commander, who was standing in front of Alkian just now, was directly knocked away. After knocking down several tall buildings, he finally stopped. A majestic figure stood in front of Alkian, blocking Alkian's sight. Alkian opened his eyes and saw the familiar back and the familiar voice just now. Alkian smiled for the first time in the past 2 months. Coming! The person who came was Chu Tianai, who had just arrived. He didn't expect to see the scene, if he hadn't been fast enough. I'm afraid this Alkian would have turned into a puddle of flesh. Alkian turned around and said, sorry for being late. Haha. You're here. I can finally rest. After saying that, Alkian fell directly to the ground and fainted. After such a long period of high-intensity concentration, Alkian was already on the verge of collapse. Now that someone finally came to take over the burden on his shoulders, Alkian's tense spirit relaxed, so he passed out directly. Chu Tianai shook his head with a sigh and punched the boulder on Alkian's feet into pieces. He picked up Alkian and said to the players around him, leave it to me when you get back. The remaining players were extremely excited. That was the demon commander. Chu Tianai kicked him away with one kick. It was terrible. As expected, he is worthy of being the general beside Yifeng. This demon commander is nothing more than that in front of him. Great. I'm finally saved. Everyone retreated to the safe zone, and Chu Tianai handed Alkian over to his wife. He's too tired and needs a rest. Give him a bottle of blood-restoring potion quickly. Well, Thank you very much for saving my husband. Chu Tianai smiled and said, we are all our own people. How can we say thank you? As he spoke, Chu Tianai stood up and looked at the ordinary people and the disabled players. Stay here. I'll kill that beast. As a strong man in the bigger realm, it is not difficult for Chu Tianai to face a demon leader. Chu Tianai walked out. The low-level demons around him were already trembling and did not dare to step forward. Even the high-level demons were hesitant. At this moment, the demon commander finally took a breath and came back. It's you again. Where is that Yifeng? Chu Tianai said, go and search slowly in H.L. Boom. Chu Tianai took action. And with this action, I was killed immediately on the first day around me. Even the high-level demon was bound to die. The demon commander soon fought with Chu Tianai. But the Chu Tianai who broke and then stood up was unmatched before. Today's ordinary demon commanders are no longer surprising in his eyes. Chu Tianai's fist gave the demon commander a chance every time. And every time, the demon commander was unable to fight back. In less than 5 minutes, the demon commander, who had been so arrogant just now, was already lying in a pool of blood. Chu Tianai directly crushed the demon's head with one kick and took out an origin bead from it. When the remaining ordinary demons saw the demon commander, they first and foremost escaped. But in Chu Tianai's eyes, these guys were too slow. How could Chu Tianai let them escape? Half an hour later, Chu Tian finally arrived outside the safe zone again. He already had more than a dozen origin beads in his hand, only one of which belonged to the demon commander, and the others belonged to high-level demons. These things are the source of Chu Tianai's energy, so Chu Tianai must collect them. Otherwise it will be miserable if he slowly meditates to restore his spiritual energy. The people in the safe zone smiled happily when Chu Tianai appeared in front of them again. They knew that they could not die with Chu Tianai fighting. But they finally survived. Chapter 789, half a year passed by. It's just that out of the more than 100 players who just left, less than half have returned now. And these half are still injured and disabled. Brother Chu Tianai, do you still know me? I knew you would definitely come to save us. Chu Tianai looked down at the little guy beside him and said with a smile, of course I remember you. But just hope you're fine. Well, my dad has always protected us. If it hadn't been for my dad, I don't even know if I would have been able to see you. Chu Tianai touched the little guy's head and said, little guy, don't talk nonsense. Your dad is a superhero. The little guy nodded heavily and said, well, in my heart, my dad is a superhero. But brother Chu Tianai, you are also a superhero. You saved us. Chu Tianai shook his head and said, it's our fault that we didn't stop the demons and allowed them to come to the earth, causing the life here to be devastated. We have a big responsibility. The little guy said, no. It's these demons who want to occupy our home. We must drive them out. Chu Tianai nodded and said, brother Chu Tianai will definitely help you drive these demons out of the earth. Well, I believe in brother Chu Tianai. Chu Tianai looked around. What a beautiful city it was. But now, it was in dilapidated condition. In the streets and alleys are either corpses of demons or human corpses. Demons have really brought huge disasters to mankind. Give way. Give way. Can this hero take a step to speak? A man in a suit and shirt squeezed in front of Chu Tianai. Chu Tianai frowned and said, just tell me what you want here. My boss wants to hire you as his bodyguard. The boss said that as long as you protect him from death, he will give you half of his wealth. What do you think? Hero. At this time, there was still someone with such dirty thoughts. Chu Tian wanted to slap the guy to death. Chu Tianai said, I don't want to hear it a second time. Otherwise you and your boss will get out of the safe zone. Unexpectedly, the guy said reluctantly, that's half of the property. Several hundred million. And you don't look like a rich man in your dress. This is a rare opportunity for you. Chu Tianai directly grabbed the guy's collar and said angrily, I'm warning you one last time. If you dare to say another word, you will be thrown out to feed the devil. After being brutalized by Chu Tianai, the guy ran away in despair. Brother Chu Tianai has also approached President Altian before, but was rejected by President Altian. I heard that this guy is a local rich man. Very rich. A player said standing next to Chu Tianai. Chu Tianai said, well, it's now this time. Do you really think that money can buy your life? Even if my life is always in my hands, I will lose it accidentally. Let alone ordinary people like you. Brother Chu Tianai. How is it possible that you have such an ability? You can kill even the demon commander casually. It must be different. Chu Tianai sighed. You guys would say this only if you have never seen a more terrifying demon. Because of Chu Tian's arrival, there have been very few harassments from demons around. It can even be said that the demons around have been cleaned up by Chu Tian. In the next few days, God finally woke up and said excitedly after seeing Chu Tian for the first time, "I'm not dead." "That's great. I'm not dead. I thought I was dead." Chu Tian patted out Yin on the shoulder and said, "It's good to wake up. But our place is still unsafe, and we must move." "Migrate? Where to go during the Qingming festival? So many people leaving may attract the attention of the demons. I'm afraid it will be even more troublesome then." Of course Chu Tian knew it would be troublesome. But Chu Tian felt that he could not stay in this place forever. He had to join up with others. But he could not abandon this group of people. "So I came to ask you if you have any good ideas." Ao Tian shook his head and said, "There is no good solution for the time being. Except to hide our people. Anyway, there are no demons around now. It is more convenient for us to hide." Chu Tian nodded. The migration was just his own idea. But it was indeed a bit unrealistic. If you find a place to hide and add some safety barriers, it should be fine. In the next few days, Chu Tian led some players to collect food. And of course also look for a suitable hiding place. And in the following time, Chu Tian and some players began to search for some surviving humans. At the same time, similar situations occurred in other areas. Of course, there were also many areas where the entire army was wiped out. Especially in some small places. Time passed slowly like this. Several months. The Heavenly Demon Marshal and the Silver-Horned Heavenly Demon on the outer battlefield finally woke up from their training. After nearly half a year of practice, the injuries they suffered were finally much better. The injuries they suffered now were no longer enough to affect them. The Silver-Horned Demon stood up and said, "It's been so long, and I still haven't found Yifeng. It seems I have to take action myself." A demon marshal said, "Sir Yinjiao, my subordinate's injuries have almost recovered. Let me go. You don't need to take action against this little Yifeng." The Silver-Horned Demon was silent and said after a while, "Okay, I'll let you go. But after all, it is the home ground of mankind. Remember to contact me when you encounter danger, and I will arrive as soon as possible." "Yes, sir." This demon marshal began to set off towards the earth. And the other demon marshal was Yuan Fei, who had stayed on the battlefield outside the earth for the longest time. "Yuan Fei, you have been here for so many years. Do you know where there is a hiding place on this earth?" Yuan Fei thought for a while and said, "That's not clear. I just don't know if their human Great Elder had any secret hiding place." "Well, the Great Elder is indeed very powerful. Logically speaking, he should have some secrets. But he died in the end. Yes, his cultivation has not changed for thousands of years. But he was promoted not long ago. And his cultivation techniques have also changed. I am guessing that he must have gained some benefits." "Oh, the cultivation level that has not changed for thousands of years has improved in a short period of time. This is definitely unusual. But the old guy is already dead." "Sir, we have a long time here. We have plenty of time to look for the things they left behind." The thought of staying here for a long time made the Silver-Horned Heavenly Demon a little angry. All his own Heavenly Demon worships were destroyed. He really didn't know that he would be able to go back in the year of the monkey. Therefore, they are said to have a long lifespan as demons. But there is no guarantee that the people on the demon star will forget about them. This is a bit uncomfortable. Chapter 790 Yinchio's situation. In half a year, Yifeng's cultivation finally made huge changes. Because Yifeng has been practicing in that ring for the past 6 months. He knows that the training time in the ring is slower than outside. Half a year in the outside world, and several years have passed in the ring. Today, Yifeng is already a cultivator of the Yuanying realm. Not only that, Yifeng's cultivation has also reached the advanced level of the Yuanying realm. The fairy Yuan Jing in Yifeng's hand no longer has any spiritual energy at this moment. In the past few years, Yifeng has absorbed all the spiritual energy in it. Perhaps it had been stored for too long. So this fairy Yuan Jing did not allow Yifeng to reach the out-of-body realm, but only stayed at the advanced Yuanying realm. But after so long, the guy in his ring is still sleeping. And Yifeng can look at him every day. He lies on the chair every day, motionless. No matter how Yifeng calls, she will never appear. On this day, Yifeng finally woke up from his practice. Walking out of the stone house, Yifeng asked, "What's going on outside now?" The 4 girls and Yinyu were chatting by the pond. They had spent the past half year like this. Seeing that Yifeng finally woke up from his training, the 4 women were very happy. Yenyu is responsible for controlling all news from the outside world. You finally woke up. It's relatively stable outside now. Martial Heavenly Demon and Silverhorn Heavenly Demon have not appeared. Hearing this, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that if the Demon Martial and the Silverhorn Demon appeared on the Earth, they might destroy the Earth. Fortunately, it's good that they're not here. Are Chu Tianai and the others okay? Well, everything is going well. It's just that there are often harassments from demons outside. But I can't threaten them. Yifeng nodded and said, "How are my parents and sister?" Before asking, Yifeng was already mentally prepared. Yenyu lowered her head and said, "Yanqiu is okay. We found it. But my uncle and aunt..." Yifeng closed his eyes and said, "I understand. How are you doing?" Several girls shook their heads. It seemed that everyone had the same experience. This time, too many people died from the demon invasion. I only have my grandfather left. On the day of the accident, my parents happened to go abroad. So, Yu Mingming lowered his head and said sadly, "In this war, sacrifice is inevitable, and crying has no effect. Only by becoming stronger can you protect the people you want to protect." Yifeng said, "Get ready. It's time for us to go out." Yenyu asked, "Why don't you practice a little longer? Anyway, there are no problems outside now." Yifeng shook his head and said, "The immortal Yuan Jing is gone. It is impossible to practice like this without the immortal Yuan Jing. Are you done? Let's go out. But we still have to be careful. After all, the devil is still looking for us." Yifeng nodded. Of course he knew that the demon was looking for her. And even more so for the ring in his hand. For the first time in half a year, I walked out of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, and finally felt the atmosphere of the outside world. But the atmosphere of the outside world is different from before. And the whole air is filled with the smell of blood. Yifeng can imagine how many people have died on Earth in the past 6 months. How many demons were killed. As soon as they went out, they encountered several junior demons. Before they even had time to react, several arrows appeared on them. "Let's go. Go find Yanqiu first." Bringing his sister to him is Yifeng's main purpose of coming out this time. He doesn't want his only relative to suffer any more losses. Yifeng is already a cultivator in the nascent soul realm. So she is extremely powerful. The spiritual energy emitted directly wrapped up the 4 women behind him. Yifeng led the 4 of them directly through the air, and flew to the direction of Yanqiu. If you take a plane from Yanqiu's location to Yifeng's location, it may take an hour or 2. But according to Yifeng's speed, it might not even take half an hour to get there. The safe zone where Yanqiu and the others are located can be said to be a relatively large area. There are 2 immortal cultivators at the bigger realm waiting here. Relatively speaking, they are relatively safe. But there will still be demons, who will harass them from time to time. Of course, there will be patrol teams in the safe zone going out every day to hunt those demons. So life is relatively stable. In the past 6 months, Yanqiu has always been hiding silently in a corner. When something happened, he wanted to contact Yifeng immediately, but he couldn't contact him at all. As for his parents, they also received news a month later that the small city had been completely wiped out. However, after later learning that her brother was not dead, although she felt a little more comfortable, she still had to remain silent all day long after losing her parents. Although Yanqiu has the ability to use some skills in the game, he is not good at fighting at all. So he hides in the safe zone like ordinary people. Today, as usual, food is distributed in the safety zone. However, in recent months, food has become less and less. All safety zones are considering food issues. Many safe zones have set up barriers around certain areas where food is grown. But they were quickly destroyed by demons. Although everyone has lived a relatively stable life in the past 6 months, the food shortage has been faced by everyone. At this moment, Yanqiu had a piece of compressed biscuit and a bottle of water. This was already the 5th day that Yanqiu had eaten this thing. There were already many people who couldn't eat this compressed biscuit. If you want to eat other food, you have to look for it outside the safe zone. But this will cost you a lot. And you will most likely be besieged by demons. Of course, some more capable players have begun to accept tasks. And they demand high rewards before going to get food outside the safe zone. But only a few people can eat this kind of food in exchange for their lives. Hey, I don't know how long this kind of life will last. When will this demon be eliminated? A voice sounded beside Yanqiu. This was not the first time Yanqiu heard complaints. Yanqiu glanced at the person who spoke. This person was his classmate. The reason why Yanqiu was able to reach the safe area alive was precisely because there were a lot of gamers in the school. So they walked together and came to the safe area. It's a pity that ordinary people are different. They don't have the ability to come to the safe zone and either die at home or on the way. Eat it. There are so many things to pay attention to now. In a few days when you won't even be able to eat these compressed biscuits. It will be useless even if you cry. The people distributing food said that they know best how much food is available. And they will probably give up many people again. But these ordinary people don't know. Chapter 791 Meeting Yianqiu. Attention everyone. There is a powerful energy coming this way from the front. The only two cultivators in the big realm in the safe zone came over after feeling a powerful force. Therefore, warnings have been prepared in the safe zone. 2 immortal cultivators and many players have gathered at the entrance of the safe zone. Yifeng led the city to the safe zone where Yianqiu was. Looking at the dilapidated city, the people who survived this catastrophe were considered very lucky. Yifeng took them outside the safe zone. When the immortal cultivators of the bigger realm in the safe zone saw Yifeng, their faces finally showed an expression of excitement. They knew how powerful Yifeng was on the outer battlefield. Now that the Great Elder and others have died, only Yifeng is the strongest. It turns out that Elder Yifeng met Elder Yifeng. Yifeng nodded and said, "Well, how are you doing here? Have you encountered any trouble?" "It's okay. But there are a lot of demon commanders gathered nearby, which will indeed cause us some trouble. But with only 2 of us, we can't deal with those demon commanders at all." Yifeng nodded and said, "Okay. Wait a minute, and I will help you deal with the demon commander nearby, so that you can live a more peaceful life." The immortal cultivator of the bigger realm was overjoyed and said, "Thank you very much, Elder Yifeng. With your help, those demon commanders will probably tremble when they see you." Yifeng asked, "I'm here to find someone. A girl named Yianqiu is my sister." The immortal cultivator said, "Come in with me. I will send someone to find you. There are too many people here." Yifeng nodded. It seems that this is the only thing that can be done for now. After all, this safe zone is still relatively large. There are tens of thousands of people hidden in it. Let Yifeng find it by himself. I'm afraid it won't be as fast as their search. Yifeng walked into the safe zone with 4 women. Many people found it incredible when they saw 5 people from Yifeng walking in from outside the safe zone. In the eyes of these ordinary people, those who can go outside the safe zone are heroes. Only those with extraordinary abilities dare to go out. Yianqiu, your strength is not bad. How about you lead a group of people to destroy some demon commanders first? Yifeng asked. Okay. Then I won't disturb your reunion with your sister. Zisu took Yinyu's hand and said, I'll go with you too. 1 more person will give you more strength. Yinyu nodded and said, Okay. Let's go together then. Yifeng said, Take some people and follow them to find the demon commander hiding nearby. If you encounter trouble, remember to ask for help. I will appear immediately. The immortal cultivator quickly said, Yes. I will do it now. Not long after, the cultivators gathered some players and took Yinyu and Index to a nearby territory led by a demon. Yifeng and Celia stayed in the safe zone in Yumingming, waiting for Yianqiu's arrival, because food distribution was required in the safety zone. Everyone was registered and Yianqiu was quickly found. At this moment, Yianqiu was hiding in the corner, eating the compressed biscuits in his hands. A player came over and asked, You should be Yianqiu. Yianqiu raised his head, nodded and said, Well, I am. What's wrong? Your brother Yifeng is here to see you. Hearing the word Yifeng, Yianqiu dropped the compressed biscuit in his hand to the ground. He quickly stood up and said excitedly, Take me quickly. Take me to see my brother. Okay. Come with me. Yianqiu knew that his brother was fine. But half a year had passed and his brother still hadn't come to see him. There was a high possibility that his brother must have been seriously injured. Even the people around him came out. Why he didn't come out probably explained some problems. So he has been worried about Yifeng's safety these days. The player led Yianqiu through the crowd. Because of his excitement, Yianqiu even knocked over other people's food rations. Yianqiu said repeatedly, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have something urgent. The 2 of them arrived at Yifeng's location in a hurry. When Yifeng saw Yianqiu, who was desperately trying to get closer to him, and the way Yianqiu looked at him, Yifeng felt sad in his heart. Yianqiu cried with red eyes, Brother. Yifeng opened his arms and said, Silly girl. Why are you crying? Brother is here. Isn't he? Yianqiu threw herself into Yifeng's arms and cried bitterly, venting all her thoughts for the past 6 months. The loss of parents. The loss of friends around me. and possibly even the loss of the entire world. Yi Feng hugged Yanqiu, stroked his head, and said softly, "Cry? Brother is here. I won't make you feel wrong again. You, brother, I thought something happened to you. It's been more than half a year, and you still haven't come to me." Yi Feng said, "I've been delayed because of some things. I'll come to you if I can't do this. You, but parents, they..." At this point, Yi Yanqiu choked up and couldn't speak anymore. Yi Feng hugged Yi Yanqiu tightly and said, "My parents are not here, but I am my brother. I will avenge my parents." "Whoa! Who are these demons? Why do they want to invade us?" Yi Feng shook his head and said, "You just need to know that this demon is our enemy, your brother, and I will kill them all to honor our parents. Well, I must avenge my parents. My parents have worked hard all their lives. They were killed by the devil not long after their good days. I have nightmares every day. It's so scary to dream about my parents being killed by the devil." Yi Feng stroked Yi Yanqiu's head and said, "Don't worry. Your brother and I will definitely kill all these demons." Boom! At this moment, there was an explosion outside the safe zone, and a demon leader fell from the sky and fell outside the safe zone. On the back of the demon commander, there are two particularly obvious arrows, one red and one white. The demon commander wanted to stand up in pain, but at this moment, a fiery red arrow struck again. Puff! Directly nailing the demon commander to the ground alive. Several figures fell from the sky and landed next to the demon commander. In the eyes of these ordinary people, the arrogant demon commander was now struggling on the ground like a bereaved dog. Yi Yanqiu hid behind Yi Feng and said fearfully, "It was the demon commander who killed many of my classmates." Yi Feng said, "Don't be afraid. Your sister-in-law is not a vegetarian." Yin Yu walked to the side of the struggling demon commander. The bow and arrow were aimed directly at the demon's head. With a cold-blooded expression and no emotion at all, the bow opened and the arrow shot out. And the ice arrow directly exploded the demon commander's head. An origin bee jumped out from it, fell to the ground, and rolled slowly outside the safe zone. Chapter 792. Gather all team members. Wow! These two women are so amazing. No, don't even look at who they are. It's amazing. She is worthy of being the goddess Yin Yu. Yet she is still so cold-blooded and ruthless. People around him began to whisper. And Yi Yanqiu finally saw Yin Yu and Zissou. The two of them also saw Yi Yanqiu and said "Lo" to Yi Yanqiu one after another. Then he said a few words to the people around him, and the group of people disappeared outside the safe zone again. Seeing that his sister-in-law was gone, Yi Yanqiu asked curiously, "Brother, where has my sister-in-law gone?" Yi Feng said, "Aren't there many demon commanders around here? The two of them are here to help eliminate some of this safe area and reduce their burden." "Oh, so you still want to leave?" Yi Feng nodded and said, "Well, I will take you to an absolutely safe place. You just need to wait there for the battle to end. I will pick you up from there when the time comes." "No, I want to fight with you, brother, to avenge my parents." Yi Feng said, "Silly girl. With your little ability, are you going to increase the difficulty of the dungeon for me?" "But I also want to do my part," Yi Feng said. "Brother helped you out with your share." Knowing that Yi Feng would not let him go to Yi Yanqiu, he had no choice but to accept his fate. "Okay, then you have to promise that nothing will happen to me." Yi Feng nodded and said, "Well, I will definitely promise you that once the battle is over and all the demons are eliminated, I will take you back." "Good." In the safe area where Yi Yanqiu and the others were, Yi Feng and the others stayed here for a day. It has completely wiped out all the demon leaders gathered around them. And even those high-level demon boxes and demons have disappeared without a trace in a few days. The next day, Yi Feng was preparing to leave with Yi Yanqiu. "Elder Yi Feng, are you leaving now? Why don't you stay here a little longer?" Of course they want Yi Feng to stay here. After all, Yi Feng's life is absolutely guaranteed. Yi Feng said, "All the demon commanders around have been wiped out. But for the sake of safety, you are still not allowed to leave the safe area. Yes, there are a huge number of demons. Who knows if they will hide? But we now have a food problem in this safe area. If we don't solve the problem of demons as soon as possible, I'm afraid the people here will be hungry in a few days." Yi Feng said, "This is easy to handle. There are currently no stickers in this area. You can search a large number of supermarkets and bring back all the edible things in the supermarkets. Of course, your safe area is already large, so the planting industry inside must not be abandoned. Also, everyone must be treated equally. I don't want to hear anyone reporting to me the abnormal treatment of the rich and the poor." Yes. Elder Yifeng can rest assured. Well, then I should go. Yifeng took Yi Yanqiu to the realm of the Immortal Cultivators Alliance again. After placing Yi Yanqiu in the midterm, the five of them once again set out on their way to other areas. Yifeng contacted many people around them. As long as the relatives at home were still unwilling to give up, they were all sent to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. At least, they would not be killed because of the demons. Nor would they starve to death. Every time he arrived at a district, Yifeng cleaned up the demon commanders around him, and slowly began to walk towards a certain direction. This place was where Chu Tianai was. Now Yifeng has gathered his original teammates around him. And now only Chu Tianai is left, who has not returned to the team yet. The safe zone where Chu Tianai and Altian were located has now gone underground. Although they hid underground, and had a very low chance of being discovered, they were still discovered by some ordinary demons from time to time. Fortunately, they were discovered in time, and killed the ordinary demons. But this was not a long-term solution. There were too few of them, especially the players with fewer abilities. Even hiding is of no use. Sooner or later, other stickers will be discovered. 1 or 2 demon commanders are no problem for Chu Tianai. But Chu Tianai can't handle more. After asking about the location of Chu Tianai and others, Yifeng finally contacted Chu Tianai. Huh? Boss, you are so slow. You only think of me now. Xiaohei said, he who can do it has more work. Besides, there are too few people in your area. We can't take you away and leave them here. Wouldn't this be equivalent to letting them die? So we have been visiting circumstances around. Prepare to move them. Chu Tianai said, that's pretty much it. In fact, I have wanted to owe them a song for a long time. But my strength alone is simply not enough. Yifeng said, that's why we gathered so many people to help you. Come on. Take me to meet Aoyan. I've heard about his many heroic deeds. Aotian is really powerful. There are not even cultivators in this safe zone. They are all a group of players. And they were all defended by Aotian. This should be something to be proud of. It's a pity that one of his legs was broken. Otherwise, I will definitely rush out now to welcome you. Yifeng said, let's go. When Yifeng saw Aotian was sitting in a wheelchair. When he saw Yifeng the day after tomorrow, he stood up quickly, jumping towards Yifeng. Aotian said, President Yifeng, I didn't expect that we would meet in reality like this. Yifeng said, no matter how we meet each other when we are alive, it is a kind of luck. Fortunately, you are still alive. And even more fortunate that this group of people survived because of your existence. Aotian nodded, but still said, thoughtfully, it's a pity that there are too few immortal cultivators in our area. And there is only Chu Tianai. If the demon stays here for a few years, it is very likely that this safe area will no longer exist. Yifeng helped Aotian return to the wheelchair and said comfortingly, so I plan to move your group to a larger safe area. Is migration safe? Yifeng shook his head and said, of course it's not 100% safe. But at least it's a chance for them to survive. Aotian nodded. I'm afraid he won't be able to survive here for long. Relocation is the most important way. After discussion, everyone finally decided to move the people in this safe area to a larger safe area nearly 100 kilometers away. It's just that the migration speed will probably be very slow. After all, more than 100 kilometers is enough for them. Soon everyone in the safe zone learned the news about Qini. And they were both excited and worried. They know that migration is the only way out. But they will face countless dangers if they leave Anyuan district. But this is a task that has to be completed. And it must be done. But before that, Yifeng sent Aotian's family to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Although Aotian marveled at such a place, it can be said that it was completely expected that Yifeng's ability could find such a place. Chapter 793 Support. Of course, relocation cannot be done on foot. And finding a vehicle is also a huge hassle. Moreover, there are incomplete buildings everywhere in the city that are not accessible to traffic at all. So under Yifeng's protection, everyone came to the suburbs, where hundreds of cars were parked. These are the cars that were found in perfect condition in this city. Yifeng and others cleaned up the surrounding demons, and escorted them all the way to a safe zone 100 kilometers away. If it were Yifeng, they probably wouldn't even need 10 minutes to travel more than 100 kilometers. However, due to driving, uneven roads, and even roads being cut off, this was also a migration, and it took 2 full days. Of course, they were attacked by many demons during this period. Even though Yifeng existed, there would still be some negligence. After all, there were too many thousands of people. Sacrifice was inevitable. Fortunately, only a dozen people died along the way. They successfully arrived at a huge safe zone with hundreds of thousands of people here. Moreover, there are a large number of immortal cultivators here, which is why such a large safety zone is formed. And Wu Tian was in this safe zone. It had already been known that Yi Feng would escort a small group of people to this safe zone. So he was waiting to welcome them early. Yi Feng, you are finally here, Wu Tian said while holding Yi Feng. Yi Feng said, here? Is there any new information recently? Yes. It is said that a demon marshal has been dispatched and is frequently attacking some safe zones. Several safe zones have already fallen in just one day. Yi Feng quickly asked, where is it? Come and let me tell you. I have a simple map here. As he spoke, Wu Tian took out a map. This map was actually the previous map of China, but it had many small circles marked on it. These small circles are their current safe zones. Of course, there are also some cross circles that represent safe zones that have fallen. Wu Tian pointed to three cross circles in a row and said, this is it. If their guess is correct, they should come to the safe area next, where the Long family guards. But in the past, the Long family's ability cannot stop Marshal Tianmo at all. Yi Feng nodded and said, I understand. I'll leave now. Wu Tian grabbed Yi Feng's hand and said, you're crazy. That's Marshal Tianmo. I know you are very strong, but you can't beat him, Yi Feng said with a smile. Now that I am an immortal cultivator in the nascent soul realm, I really don't know who is strong or weak. Wu Tian was shocked and looked at Yi Feng in disbelief. He had long heard that Yi Feng was a cultivator in the Golden Core realm. I thought that the cultivation level of the Golden Core realm was enough to surprise me. But now Yi Feng is already at the nascent soul realm, which is too terrifying. You must be a monster. Your cultivation level is like drinking water. If you drink too much, it will increase. Yi Feng replied awkwardly but politely, although the metaphor is not very good. It should be like this. Oh my god. You are indeed a monster. If so, then go quickly. After escorting the crowd, Yi Feng and others headed non-stop to the safe area where the Long family was located. At this moment, in the sky above the Long family's safe zone, a demon marshal is standing in the sky. The demons under my hands are frantically attacking the safe zone barrier. In the safe area, the people inside showed desperate expressions, because almost all the immortal cultivators here had been killed. No one dares to leave the safe zone. But as long as they wait for the safety barrier to be broken, hundreds of thousands of people inside may die. As the current patriarch of the Long family, Long Outyan looked at the demon outside with grief and anger. Ancestor, you have seen how the demons and the others would allow us humans to survive. You are wrong after all. The safe zone barrier is now wavering, and it won't be long before the barrier will be opened. Marshal Tianmo looked at everything in front of him indifferently. In his eyes, what was the difference between these humans and ants? Crack! The safe zone barrier finally couldn't withstand the huge blow and made a shattering sound. Marshal Tianmo shouted, kill! However, at this moment, there was a huge sonic boom in the sky. Those who offend our country will be punished if they follow us far away. Go to HL. Demons and beasts. This declaration will cause ordinary film stickers close to the safe area to die tragically in an instant. Marshal Tianmo looked at the direction where the sound came from in surprise, and saw a group of people rushing over at extremely fast speeds. The leader made Marshal Tianmo both happy and surprised. They were happy that this was the person they were looking for, and were surprised that Yi Feng was now even higher in cultivation than him. You go help others. Leave this demon marshal to me. Yes. The 10 people behind Yi Feng separated in different directions. Yi Feng stood directly in the void. The team was the demon marshal. Yi Feng, you finally showed up. But I'm surprised that you were able to reach the same level as me in a short period of time. Yi Feng said, nonsense. Let's settle this. You came to the door automatically. I will only let you escape again. Don't think that you can fight against me once you improve your cultivation. Dream on. Yi Feng held it in the air. Xian Yuan's sword appeared in his hand, and his other hand also appeared out of thin air, relying on the demon refining pot. Facing the demon marshal in the nascent soul realm, Yi Feng had to show his strength. After all, the nascent soul realm was not comparable to other realms. Similarly, when Marshal Tianmo faced Yi Feng, he also showed 100% of his strength. After all, they were in the same realm. Marshal Tianmo did not have 100% strength to defeat Yi Feng. Take the demon refining pot. The super strong suction force wants to drag Marshal Tianmo into the demon refining pot. Marshal Tianma tried to resist the suction of the demon refining pot. But he did not expect that the small thing in Yifeng's hand could be so powerful. Seeing that he could not escape, Marshal Tianma attacked Yifeng directly, forcing Yifeng to give up this attack. The two sides fought back and forth, and for a while, they couldn't tell the difference. Although Yifeng's strength has improved, his realm is real and unstable. On the other hand, Marshal Tianma has experienced hundreds of battles, and can be said to be able to face Yifeng with ease. The two sides fought hundreds of rounds, but there was still no result. But the battle below quickly changed, because of the appearance of Chu Tianai and others. People in the safe area below began to launch a counterattack. Without the mighty power of Marshal Tianma, the cultivators began to fight back hard. As time goes by, the results of the battle are becoming more and more obvious. But the situation of Yifeng and Marshal Tianma is not so good. The energy consumption of both sides is huge. If they continue to fight like this, both sides will definitely lose. Chapter 790 for the ultimate battle. Boom! The two sides separated again. But this time the two sides did not collide immediately. Marshal Tianma didn't know what he threw into his mouth, and he could see with a clear eye that the other party was recovering his spiritual power. Yifeng did not show any weakness, and sent out all the origin beads he had obtained, and began to frantically absorb the energy attached to the origin beads. The strength of the two increased rapidly in the east band. But Yifeng was even better, because the origin bead was pure energy, and did not require any transformation at all. Yifeng could absorb it directly. When Marshal Tianma saw Yifeng absorbing the origin bead, his shocked expression was probably something he had never seen before in his life. Marshal Tianma pointed at Yifeng tremblingly and said, "Origin Pearl. My demon's origin pearl. You can actually absorb it. In the entire universe. In addition to that force, there is also that person who can absorb it. Others can't absorb it at all." "Strength," Yifeng said. "Really? I don't know much about the force you are talking about. But I know the person you are talking about." "As expected. Your cultivation level has improved so much in such a short period of time. If you hadn't received the inheritance from the number one person in the universe, I wouldn't believe it even to death. Are you the best in the universe? I wasn't killed by you." Marshal Tianma said, "I don't know what happened back then. I only heard about such distant things. But one person suppressed the entire universe, and everyone is afraid of the existence. How long do you think he can survive?" Yifeng knew that the guy in the ring had not lied to him. From what this demon said, Yifeng should be able to imagine how magnificent this guy was in the universe. It's a pity that he was plotted by his partner. Otherwise the earth would not be what it is today. Who dares to risk annihilation to destroy the hometown of the first man in the universe? It is precisely because it no longer exists that some people dare. Yifeng said coldly, "So far, I have never used Marshal Tianma's origin bead. I really want to feel what it feels like." "Devil. You are indeed a devil. Lord Silverhorn will not let you go." As he spoke, Marshal Heavenly Demon began to ask for help from Silverhorn Heavenly Demon. Facing Marshal Heavenly Demon Yifeng, he had already lost confidence in defeating him. Yifeng also felt that Marshal Tianma was asking for help from the outer battlefield, and it seemed that he had to hurry up. Demonization. After Yifeng used the demonization skill, his own strength increased again. This time, Marshal Tianma was finally no longer Yifeng's opponent. After all, the energy in both sides' bodies had deviated. Yifeng absorbed the energy of the origin bead too quickly, while the thing used by Marshal Tianma restored energy too slowly. There was already a difference in strength between the two sides, and after Yifeng used the demonization skill, the gap between the two sides became even more obvious. Teleport. Yifeng appeared directly behind Marshal Tianma, and the Xianyuan sword in his hand had turned into a death sickle. The head of Marshal Heavenly Demon was flicked, which caused great harm to Marshal Heavenly Demon. Facing Yifeng's powerful attack, Marshal Tianma tried his best to resist, but he was still inevitably injured by Yifeng. On the outer battlefield, the Silverhorn Demon suddenly opened his eyes, because he had already felt the message sent to him by the Demon Marshal just now. Humph! It finally appeared. Yuan Fei on the side said, "Master Yingju, let me fight in your place." The Silverhorn Demon said, "No need. This is a little human being. I will take care of him myself. Yes, I will wait for you here when you return in triumph." With a whoosh, the Silverhorn Demon had disappeared in front of Yuan Fei. When he appeared again, the Silverhorn Demon had already arrived on the earth. At this moment, the Demon Marshal opposite Yifeng was almost unable to bear it anymore, and the energy in his body was almost exhausted. But Yifeng didn't feel tired at all, and stared at Marshal Tianma with a pair of cold-blooded eyes. The death scythe in his hand was once again aimed at the head of the demon marshal. Go to H.L. How dare you, a little human, touch the marshal of my demon clan? Believe it or not, I will destroy your earth. Yi Feng turned around and saw that the Silverhorn Devil had appeared not far behind him. Yi Feng looked at the other party coldly and said, "Really?" But Yi Feng's hand didn't stop at all, and the death sickle directly split open the head of Marshal Tianma like cutting tofu. A shining yellow origin bead appeared in front of Yi Feng. At this level, it is indeed different from ordinary demons. Its color is no longer black, but turns yellow. In front of the Silverhorn Heavenly Demon, he directly killed a Heavenly Demon Marshal. Not only that, Yi Feng took the yellow origin bead and began to frantically absorb the energy in it to replenish the energy he had lost. Silverhorn Demon's expression changed drastically. Yi Feng could actually absorb the energy of the origin bead. He must not stay here. Otherwise it would cause huge trouble. Boy, you are dead today, Yi Feng said coldly. I have heard this sentence countless times, but I am still standing here properly. If you have the ability, come over. Humph. You don't overestimate your own capabilities. Let me show you what real power is. But Yi Feng will not give up so easily. Now that the Silverhorn Demon has appeared, today will be the final result of this battle. Emperor Xianyuan. The Silverhorn Demon is nearly 5 meters tall, while Yi Feng's Emperor Xianyuan is about the same height. Both sides are on an equal footing. But in terms of strength, the Silverhorn Demon is of course superior. However, Yi Feng would not give up so easily. He was already prepared to hold the Silverhorn Devil on his back even if he died. Xianyuan's sword cut. Now Yi Feng used the Xianyuan sword slash move and actually cut through the void directly. Even the Silverhorn Demon was shocked. He didn't dare to take Yi Feng's move head on, which showed how terrifying Yi Feng's move was. But the demon in the corner of the eye is a demon in the out-of-body realm after all. In fact, you are not comparable to Yi Feng. He didn't dare to take Yi Feng's attack, and Yi Feng didn't dare to take his attack even more. But Yi Feng couldn't hide, because behind him were tens of thousands of people, as well as his own partners. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and attacked the opponent with all his strength, but found that even though he had some advantages when fighting against the demon marshal, he had no advantage at all against the Silverhorn Demon. The opponent's moves, strength and speed are better than his own, but his only powerful attack can easily dodge the opponent's. Boom! The battle in the sky attracted countless people to watch, and Yi Feng showed a tendency to retreat from the beginning. Chu Tianai and others began to sweat for Yi Feng. Chapter 795. Demon Flame Explosion. Boom! Yi Feng was directly blown back hundreds of meters. But Yi Feng still did not give up and rushed forward again. Even though Yi Feng's body was covered with scars, Yi Feng tried his best to kill the Silverhorn Devil. Although scars began to appear on the body of the Silverhorn Demon, he was much better than Yi Feng. Humph! You are stubborn. Give me that ring quickly, Yi Feng said. If you have the ability, come and get it yourself. Humph. Then I will kill you first, and then kill everyone on this earth. The people on the ground clearly saw Yi Feng being beaten by the Silverhorn Devil, but Chu Tianai and others couldn't participate in a battle of their level. Yen Yu and Zissa shot a few arrows, but their arrows disappeared without even getting close to the opponent's body. They wanted to get closer to help Yi Feng, but were stopped by Chu Tianai. If you go like this, he will have to protect you. Do you think it's worth it? Everyone knows the worry on the faces of Yen Yu and Zissou. But if they go up now, it will put more pressure and burden on Yi Feng. They could only turn this worry into fighting the demons around them. Hao Tian Mirror. Open! A figure disappeared silently, just when Yi Feng and the Silverhorn Demon were fighting fiercely. He hit the Silverhorn Demon on the back of his neck. A dagger appeared without any sound. If this was an ordinary demon, there might not be any difference. But he is a Silverhorn Demon. But what if the Silverhorn Demon discovered it? The dagger slashed at an extremely fast speed. Not only did it break through the Silverhorn Demon's defense, a deep scar appeared on the back of his neck. A stream of blue blood splashed out. And at the same time, a muffled sound sounded. The owner of the dagger hit the ground directly with the dagger. Boom! The attack of the Silverhorn Demon is no joke. Although the sneak attack on the Silverhorn Demon was successful in this episode and caused great harm to the Silverhorn Demon, you were also hit hard. Shadow fell to the ground and couldn't even get up. He struggled to stand up, but found that all his limbs had been shattered. Film! Yi Feng roared angrily. He never thought that Ying would appear at this time to help him. Ying seemed to hear Yi Feng's roar, turned to look at Yi Feng, and showed a smile. It seemed to be telling Yi Feng that I was fine. I could do it. But how could Yifeng not know the extent of Ying's injuries? A normal Ying would have hidden himself as soon as he was attacked, instead of lying on the ground motionless. Silverhorn Demon. I'm going to kill you. The Silverhorn Demon was dealing with a wound on the back of his neck. He accidentally left himself with a huge hidden danger. But fortunately, the guy who attacked him was no longer alive, so he didn't have to worry about such a problem happening again. Humph. Are you so angry? Wait a minute, and you'll have something nice to look at. Xian Yuan sword technique. Chu Tianai came to your side as quickly as possible, looking at the figure lying on the ground. Chu Tianai's eyes turned red. Such a stubborn figure lay motionless on the ground, showing how serious his injuries were. Holding Ying's body, he came to a relatively safe place yesterday and called Xiaoya and Yu Mingming over to heal Ying's injuries, perhaps due to the injury to the back of his neck. Silverhorn Demon's movements were not as agile as before, and Yifeng's attack also worked. But Yifeng is still no match for the opponent. At this moment, the corner of Yifeng's mouth was bleeding non-stop, and Emperor Xuanyuan's shadow was extremely unstable. As long as Emperor Xianyuan disappears, Yifeng and the others have no chance of winning. Yifeng was already shouting in his heart, is there any other way to defeat this Silverhorn Demon? No one on the entire earth can compete with Yin Jiao except himself. As long as the demon becomes aware of himself, the entire human race will be destroyed. As time passes, Yifeng Xianyuan Emperor has become extremely unstable and may dissipate at any time. Boom! The Silverhorn Devil knocked Yifeng away with one punch. This time, Yifeng Xianyuan Emperor was broken up together, driving Yifeng directly into the ground, raising a huge amount of dust. In the dust, Yifeng kept coughing and vomiting blood. Without the protection of Emperor Xianyuan, Yifeng's strength dropped too much. This punch caused Yifeng's internal organs to shift, making him extremely uncomfortable. Yin Yu and others immediately appeared before Yifeng's death and helped Yifeng up. Yin Yu said, let's leave here and return to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. We will come back when we are stronger. You're right. We must accumulate strength, and then come out for revenge when we are strong enough. At this moment, Yifeng could no longer even stand up, let alone fighting. But Yifeng still has no intention of giving up on those behind him. He kept shaking his head and said, I can't retreat. As long as I retreat, there will be no more living people on the earth, and we humans will very likely perish. Chu Tianai shouted, then what can you do? The Silverhorn Demon is too powerful. We are no match for him at all. Yifeng stared at the Silverhorn Demon standing in the void, and looked at himself like the Silverhorn Demon. Yes. What can I do? Yifeng touched the ring in his hand. It would be great if you were here. Maybe you could give me some advice. It's a pity that you have been in a coma for too long, and you haven't woken up yet. It seems that we are doomed this time. There is no other way. You could only wait until the next reincarnation, and this reincarnation will disappoint you. Just when Yifeng was about to give up, an extremely small voice came into Yifeng's ears. Pajun. Go find Pajun. Only that weapon can save you. This sound was very ethereal and extremely unstable, but Yifeng heard it. It was the voice that the guy passed to him. Pajun. That guy claims to be the most powerful weapon in the universe. Yes. Only if I get that weapon can I hope to win. Yifeng said in a low voice, I want to enter the game once, and I'll leave it to you. Although he didn't know why Yifeng suddenly entered the game, everyone around him obeyed his orders. Since Yifeng asked them to keep him, they will definitely try their best to keep Yifeng alive. Yifeng entered the game with just one breath. At this moment, the game was empty. There was no player except NPC. It's already this time. No one will enter the game anymore, and they might accidentally be killed while playing the game. But Yifeng immediately teleported to another place, which was the place where the Demon King had brought him before. Chapter 796 Finale. Let's go. Yifeng. Chu Tianai picked up Yifeng and started to run away. He must not stay here and wait for the attack of the Silverhorn Demon. Chu Tianai and his group began to escape. But how could the Silverhorn Demon let Yifeng go? Until Yifeng and others were about to escape, the Silverhorn Demon launched a pursuit, frozen for thousands of miles. Lung Shui waved the dragon Fang in her hand, emitting a powerful ice cube, temporarily freezing the Silverhorn Demon. The Silverhorn Heavenly Demon was sealed in the ice, and the ice soon began to tremble and crack. But this also bought time for Yifeng and others, who began to flee crazily and headed for the uninhabited mountainous area. At this moment, Yifeng is in that special area in the game. The Demon Emperor had led the way before, but this time Yifeng did not notify the Demon Emperor at all, but went alone. The space inside is still full of dangers. And even Yifeng now has to be careful when entering here. After escaping the violent storm, we pass by the ancient demon Kuan's place. But this time, the ancient demon Kuan actually surfaced, glanced at Yifeng, and let out a deep roar. The ancient demon Kuan's body was extremely huge, the largest that Yifeng had ever seen. If his pet pig's feet were placed in front of him, they would probably only be 1/10 of his body. Yifeng doesn't understand the ancient demon Kuan's intention. Yifeng doesn't have so much time to think here now. He wants to get the broken army as soon as possible. When Yifeng came to this unknown forest again, he rushed inside regardless of the situation around him. Because the bosses inside were of little use to Yifeng, Yifeng finally came to the altar. The broken army on the altar was still suspended, and the old man next to it was still sitting there. Yifeng said, "Senior, here I come." The old man slowly opened his eyes, looked at Yifeng, then shook his head and said, "No, your strength still cannot be recognized by Pajun." Yifeng said anxiously, "Now the world is about to perish. I must get him and get his help. But your strength is not enough to be recognized by Pajun. You can't take him away." Yifeng walked up to the altar and came to Pajun and said, "You have to take it even if you can't take it away. There are countless people waiting for me outside. I must take him away." The old man shook his head and said, "If you haven't reached your strength, there's no point in coming here. Then you're just going to watch those demons outside destroy the world." The old man still shook his head and said, "This has nothing to do with me. As long as you become stronger, you can take it away." Yifeng stood in front of Pajun and took a deep breath. No matter how much he talked, it was better to take action. Yifeng prepared to hold Pajun's handle with both hands. But before Yifeng's hands even got close to Pajun, he exuded strong resistance. It was so strong that Yifeng couldn't hold Pajun's handle at all. On the first try, Yifeng failed. Yifeng took a deep breath again. This time, after using the demonization skill, Yifeng approached Pajun again. His hands were closer than before. But the strong resistance made Yifeng's hands begin to lose control. But Yifeng still didn't give up, and kept getting closer, trying to hold Pajun's handle. Zitzi! A bolt of lightning emitted from Pajun's handle and hit Yifeng's hand. "Ah!" Yifeng let out a scream, and was knocked away and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the old man still shook his head and said, "Come back when you become stronger. Now is not the time for you to take her away. You can't control her at all." Yifeng stood up again and said, "No. I must take it with me. Everyone is waiting for me." Yifeng knew that if he delayed for one more minute, the people outside would be in danger for one more minute. Yifeng came to Pajun again. This time Yifeng was not only demonized, but also used Emperor Xuanyuan's skills. After the double demonization, Yifeng's combat effectiveness has skyrocketed. Yifeng's hands finally grasped Pajun's handle this time. But the tingling feeling in his hands made Yifeng want to let go. But Yifeng couldn't let go, because he knew that if he let go, he would never have a chance again. Yifeng's body began to tremble. The veins on his forehead popped out, and his whole body even began to redden and swell. "Give up. You won't be able to bear it if you continue like this." Master Yifeng roared, "No. I can't give up. If I give up, it will be equivalent to giving up the whole world. I don't know if reincarnation will come here again, but I will never allow people around me this time. If they get hurt in any way, I have to take it with me to save them. So I have to take this broken army with me. Walk." Yifeng started to pull out. As long as Pajun was pulled out, he could take him away. Yifeng not only bears the pressure from Pajun, but also bears the incomparable weight of Qinachi. Rise. This broken army was rising bit by bit, and Yifeng's facial features had already deformed due to his efforts. Seeing such a broken body, bit by bit, Yifeng became even more excited. But every time it goes up by 1 point, the pressure Yifeng bears becomes heavier. Outside, Yifeng's body had begun to twitch. Chu Tianai carried Yifeng on his back and tried hard to stabilize Yifeng. Not only that, they were desperately hiding from the attacks from the Silverhorn demon. Although Ling Shue's attacks were powerful, they were only blocking at best. Every time, the Silverhorn demon had to stop to break Ling Shue's defense. So Ling Shue quickly attracted the attention of the Silverhorn demon. "Go to H.L. with that annoying thing." Frozen. Puff. Ling Shue was knocked away before he could fully use his skills. In midair, Ling Shue looked at Chu Tianai who was walking away, and the others smiled slightly. "The rest is up to you." The flying Ling Shue did delay him for a while, but it did not hinder his subsequent pursuit. Chu Tianai looked back and Ling Shue said, "I leave it to you." The little black boss. Yes. Xiao He took Chu Tianai and started to carry Yi Feng on his back, and continue running into the mountains. Chu Tianai will not retreat but advance. He will become the Silverhorn Demon's second line of defense. The Silverhorn Demon wants to catch up with my boss. So he needs to get past me first. Humph. You don't overestimate your capabilities. Golden Arhat. It has to be said that Chu Tianai's defense is too strong. After using the Golden Body Arhat skill, it really takes more than a second for the Silverhorn Devil to break through Chu Tianai's defense. But Chu Tianai couldn't hold it for long. After all, there was a huge difference in strength between the two sides. Facing Chu Tianai's iron wall, the Silverhorn Demon was furious. Get away. Knock me down first and then talk. 5 minutes later, the Silverhorn Demon flew over Chu Tianai's head and continued to track Yi Feng and others. But at this moment, he had lost sight of Yi Feng and others. But with the strength of the Silverhorn Demon, it is very simple to find Yi Feng. You just close your eyes and explore on the spot, and then fly in the direction where Yi Feng and the others retreated. After the Silverhorn Demon left, Chu Tianai, who was standing, suddenly fell down, staring at the Silverhorn Demon, who was going away. He has done everything he should do. In the game, Yi Feng was still fighting against the Pejuan. At this moment, blood was flowing from the corner of Yi Feng's mouth. But the Pejuan stopped when it reached January 3rd. Come out. Come out quickly. But Pejuan did not obey his orders, but kept resisting him. Yi Feng tried to pull it out hard, but there was no reaction at all. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted on Pejuan, and the blood dripped down Pejuan's prophet. The strange thing is that Yi Feng's blood is slowly seeping into Pejuan. The old man, who originally had his eyes closed, looked at Yi Feng with wide eyes. This was simply impossible. He is the weapon spirit of this sword. Without his consent, this sword cannot absorb blood. But now the sword body is absorbing it automatically. Pejuan, who was originally stationary at 1/3, is now slowly rising. Yi Feng could feel that he and Pejuan had a strange connection. Yi Feng shouted excitedly, "Come out quickly! Come out!" He roared out with almost all his energy. And the extremely heavy illusion was still rising as Yi Feng started to pull it out with his gesture. Ah! Come out! Boom! When the army was about to emerge, the sky changed suddenly, with thunder and lightning in the sky. The moment Pejuan was unearthed, a terrifying lightning hit Yi Feng and Pejuan directly. Ah! Yi Feng Xianyuan Emperor's skill was directly broken, and the demonic skill disappeared. Yi Feng holds a weapon in his hand, which is a big sword. Compared with the two-fingered Xianyuan sword, he is almost 5 times as powerful as the opponent. Yi Feng was panting, holding Pejuan in his hands and kneeling on one knee. The old man sitting on the ground finally stood up and walked to Yi Feng. Said, "I really didn't expect that with your current strength. You would be able to pull out this sword. But if you succeed, then it will belong to you, and you will be my master from now on." Yi Feng said, "I don't have much time to chat with you anymore. I'm going out." Looking at the Pejuan in his hand, countless hopes ignited in Yi Feng's heart. In the outside world, there were originally a couple of more than 10 people, but now only Yenyu and Zissou were left, and they fled around with Yi Feng on their backs. But the figure of the Silverhorn Demon appeared in front of them, and the two women had to stop. In order to protect Yi Feng, even Xiaoya and Yu Mingming fell in front. Now only Yenyu and Zissou are left. Yenyu handed Yi Feng to Zissou and said, "I'll leave him to you. If there is still hope, I hope he can still remember me." Zissou had already burst into tears at this moment. He watched helplessly as the people around him fell one by one. Now he and Yenyu were finally the only ones left. But there was still a long way to go to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, and they couldn't run away at all. Zissou put Yi Feng aside and said, "It's useless. None of us can leave." Silverhorn Demon said, "Have you decided? Then leave it to me, and I will send you two on your way." Yenyu took out her bow and arrow and said to the Silverhorn Demon, "Even if you die, 2 of your teeth will be broken." Haha. A small immortal cultivator in the bigger realm dares to say such big words. I'm really not afraid of others laughing. Then I will send the 3 of you to H.L. together. Yenyu and Zissou's attacks were completely useless against the Silverhorn Demon. On the contrary, the Silverhorn Demon's attack directly made Yenyu and Zissou feel desperate. That surging and sharp attack fell directly in front of the 3 of them. With just one breath, the 3 of them would die. Yenyu and Zissou gave up resistance, closed their eyes, and held hands in front of Yi Feng. But after a few seconds, they found that no attack had hit them. When they opened their eyes, they saw the familiar figure standing in front of them. What's going on with you two? Do you want me to live in your shadow my whole life? I don't want to. Yinyu and Zissa looked at Yifeng excitedly. As long as Yifeng wakes up, everything is hopeful. Yifeng held Pajun in his hand, pointed his sword at the silver-horned demon and said, "It's time to make a settlement." The silver-horned demon looked at the weapon in Yifeng's hand, and his whole body trembled. Even his own attack just now was easily blocked by such a weapon. It's just such a weapon that gives me an extremely terrifying feeling. And this weapon is extremely familiar and terrifying. Could this be? Could it be that sword? The legendary sword that can cut through the heaven and earth and roam the universe. Yifeng said with a smile, even if you still have eyesight. This is it. After getting the definite answer, the silver-horned demon fled directly without any hesitation. Yifeng said coldly, "It's too late to leave now." The silver-horned demon now regrets very much. He regrets that he came to this place where no one can shit. And even more regrets that he took this mission. That was Pajun. Even the demon emperor trembled when he saw this weapon. Let alone him. The only thing he could do now was run. As far as he could. But he forgot that the target Pajun wants to kill can actually leave if he wants to. Thousands of arrows pierced the heart. A cold shout resounded throughout the sky. And the silver-horned demon's heart was half cold. Facing this extremely terrifying army, he didn't even have the courage to resist. Pajun caught up with the silver-horned demon at an extremely fast speed. And the silver-horned demon just watched helplessly as Pajun approached him. The silver-horned demon threw everything he could defend against the broken army. But everything was shattered as if it had encountered something terrible. Pajun is unstoppable, and can pierce the heart with one arrow. Ah! This arrow directly penetrated the body of the silver-horned demon. But it was not over. Pajun turned back in the air, and penetrated the body of the silver-horned demon again. Then repeat the same action, piercing the heart with 10,000 arrows. That's a total of 10,000 arrows. The silver-horned demon's body was directly torn to pieces. And even the origin bead in his head had been cut to pieces by Pajun. Seeing this, Yifeng shook his head and said, "What a pity. What a wonderful origin bead." Yifeng finally knew how powerful Pajun was. No wonder the silver-horned devil ran away when he saw such a powerful weapon. After solving the silver-horned demon, Yifeng, Yinyu and Zissou began to search for their friends who were lost on the road. Fortunately, the target of the silver-horned demon was Yifeng, and those who stopped him were all seriously injured. Fortunately, their lives were not in danger. Yifeng moved all these people to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, where Yifeng could safely clean up the rest of the business. Without the silver-horned demon Yifeng, he can be said to be the strongest person on the entire earth. Gather all the immortal cultivators on the earth, and begin to strangle the remaining demons on the earth. This is a very vast undertaking. And the entire world has changed. After half a year, Yifeng once again came to the outer battlefield. Here Yifeng met the last demon marshal Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei knew that the silver-horned heavenly demon had already fallen. And the existence that could kill the silver-horned heavenly demon must be extremely powerful. And they lost the heavenly demon. And the battleship could not leave at all. So they could only wait quietly for Yifeng's arrival. "You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Yifeng directly showed Pajun. For these days, Demon Yifeng must eradicate the roots to avoid future troubles. Yifeng said, "Since you know, why don't you run away? Can I escape? My battleship has been destroyed by you. How can I escape?" Yifeng said, "Should I take action, or you should solve it yourself?" Yuan Fei picked up a weapon and said, "I'll do it myself. I can feel the weapon in your hand. It's terrifying." Suddenly a female demon rushed out, ran to Yifeng, stood in front of Yuan Fei and said, "Yifeng, this is my grandfather. You can't kill him." After Yifeng saw this female demon, he couldn't help but frown. He knew this female demon, and it was because of him that he was able to know about the collusion between Long Fei and the demon. And he also prevented many terrible things from happening. Yifeng said, "Is it really your grandfather?" "Of course. When you came to the demon battleship, my grandfather had already discovered you. But he didn't hurt you. So you can't hurt him today." Yifeng was stunned. It turned out that this was far from the fact that he knew that he had gone to the demon battleship and allowed himself to destroy their energy crystals. It seems that behind all this girl should be helping him. Yifeng put away the Pajun in his hand and said, "Since you spared my life, I won't make it difficult for you. Just go." Yuan Fei smiled bitterly and said, "Without the demon battleship, where do you want me to go? I can only be on this outer battlefield." Yifeng was silent. "If you don't leave, I won't kill you. This is impossible. Yifeng said, let's do this. You two can stay. But the other demons must die. I only have one request. Why? When Yifeng left the Tianwai battlefield, only Yuan Fei, Yuan Quan, and several other high-level demons were left on the Tianwai battlefield. All other demons have been killed. With Yifeng's permission, Yuan Quan can enter and leave the earth freely. Of course, he needs to dress up before he can go to the earth. After the film on the earth was cleaned up, the entire earth began to slowly return to life. A year later, new buildings and new streets have begun to appear. But the overall number of people is far from before. The game fantasy world has also been completely shut down. And the entire human race has entered a comprehensive construction period. A few years later, Yifeng was running around the yard with a little baby in his hands. Because these two little guys would cry and make a fuss whenever Yifeng stopped. Only by letting Yifeng run will these two guys be quieter. Chu Tianai and others watched from a distance, with smiles on their faces. But no one came forward to help. Fighting was okay. But forget about taking care of the children. Ah! Someone come and save me! These two annoying little goblins. Do you want to tire your father to death?